Gazing at the blood splattered across the bus and the corpse with limbs grotesquely twisted, Du Yu realized he had probably truly died. Now he was drifting lightly outside the bus, his phantom-like figure swaying with the wind, a pair of helpless eyes restlessly scanning his surroundings. All around him bustled medical staff, rushing back and forth, and onlookers gathered to gawk. I died. 1 minute earlier, a moving truck had suddenly gone out of control, skidding in at a 45-degree angle. Its front left corner crashed precisely into the middle of the bus, killing Du Yu with unnerving accuracy. Aside from Du Yu, not a single other person on that bus was even injured. Du Yu was at a loss for words. Was there really such a ludicrously unlucky way to die in this world? Yet thinking it over carefully, it did not seem so bad. Staying in the world with no ties and no attachments was less satisfying than seizing a chance to start anew. But what was he now exactly? A ghost. Du Yu's corpse was wedged into the warped frame of the bus, and after confirming that he was dead, the medical staff were trying to pry his body out. He really could not bear to watch. The scene looked like a mosquito smashed against a curtain, hard to clean off, provoking a few curses while they scrubbed at the stain. Before Du Yu could even accept the fact of his own death, an unreal-sounding female voice drifted down from the sky. Hello. Hey, that soul over there, can you hear me? Du Yu's expression froze. Was someone speaking to him? It was, after all, his first time dying. He had no experience and no idea what was happening, so he just stood there dumbfounded, not daring to answer. This voice transmission seems to have bad reception. Baijia, is your thing working? Let me try, hold on. A second voice joined the first in the sky, and the two of them casually began chatting. A few seconds later, the girl addressed as Baijia spoke as well, this time deliberately, raising her voice. Hey, that soul, the one outside the bus, can you hear me? Don't move. If you wander off, it'll be a real hassle. Du Yu was now 100% certain someone was talking to him, but where on earth were they? Damn, still not working. He can't hear us. Then let's speed up. Who were these two? What on earth were they doing? Based on his vast experience watching movies, anyone who inexplicably told you to stand still was rarely a good person. Better to seize the chance and slip away. He was already a dead man, and how much worse could things get? Right on cue, a gust of wind blew past, and Du Yu adjusted his posture, letting himself drift along with it. He had not floated for even 3 seconds when a battered little minivan suddenly dropped out of the sky and landed right in front of him. What the? The sudden turn of events almost killed Du Yu a second time. Since when did minivans come with a flight mode? Few made it. 2 girls sat inside the van, both in work uniforms, one in black, one in white. The vehicle stopped before Du Yu, and its door slid open on its own. Hello, thanks for waiting. Please get in, the black-clad driver said. Du Yu was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening now? With one girl in black and one in white. Were they the legendary black and white impermanents? So death really did play out just like the old stories. But this shabby little minivan and these goofy-looking black and white impermanents, were they truly envoys of the underworld? Du Yu had no strength left even to complain. If this minivan could take to the skies, then he had no hope of running anyway. With that thought, he silently climbed aboard. A quick glance around showed that the inside of the van was even more rundown than it looked from outside. Most ridiculous of all, above the radio on the dashboard, a sticker was pasted that read, "Please take care of your personal belongings." The moment he sat down, the black-clad driver spoke up. Hello, what are the last 4 digits of your ID number? Hearing this, Du Yu felt a vague sense that something was off. What the hell, is this a ride-hailing service? Since when do you give your ID number to get on a ghost van? The girl in white in the passenger seat hurriedly smoothed things over. Come on, we're just following procedure. The Spirit Management Bureau has just issued new regulations. Lately, a lot of souls have scattered after riding the ferry, and the higher-ups are taking this very seriously. Du Yu was speechless. Pointing at the girl in white, he said, but aren't you a ferry service yourselves? Those souls scattering, aren't you the ones doing it? The girl in black did not like that. Curling her lip, she retorted, that's different. We're an official unit using official vehicles, all documents in order. There are plenty of unlicensed operators stealing business these days too. Ghost hauling with illegal cabs muscling in on their work. Du Yu pressed a hand to his forehead. It had never occurred to him that death would be this exhausting. Fine. It's 2213, Du Yu muttered. All right, mister. Do correct. Would you like us to follow the navigation, or will you be giving directions? How on earth would I know the way? Just kidding. Mister, you've got quite the temper. Du Yu fell silent. Trying to reason with these two was clearly pointless, at least for the moment. The minivan made a U-turn on the spot, then slowly lifted off the ground. Du Yu glanced back one last time at his own corpse, which still had not been pried free. So you two really are black and white impermanents? Watching the van ascend, Du Yu asked. Yes and no, came the reply. The girl in white said, black and white impermanents aren't just 2 individuals, but 2 entire clans. Our families all work as underworld envoys, but we can't represent all of black and white impermanents. So that's how it is. Du Yu had not expected to be learning new facts after death. He shook his head inwardly. But what use was this knowledge to him now? Let me confirm your file with you, the girl in white said, drawing a folder from her bag and pulling out a sheet of A4 paper. Du Yu, male 26, Han, Chinese employee in the workshop of a certain state-owned enterprise, cause of death as follows. She abruptly fell silent at that line. What is it? How did I die? Du Yu asked. Well, now, the girl in white said, after checking the file, your cause of death might qualify you for a wrongful death quota. I don't get it. I died in a traffic accident. How does that count as wrongful death? Because you weren't the one fated to die today. The girl in black said. That's right. According to the Book of Life and Death, the one destined to die today was a man named Zhou Zhuanshi, the old fellow you tried to give your seat to before you died, the girl in white added. If the girl in white had not mentioned him, you might have forgotten. A minute before his death, he had indeed intended to offer his seat to an old man, but the old man had not accepted and had walked straight toward the back of the bus instead. The girl in white continued. Zhou Zhuanshi, at ages 36, 39 for Titwo, and 55, raped and murdered women, escaping legal punishment each time. His soul summoning value has now reached 97%. In other words, even if he hadn't been hit by that truck, he couldn't have lived past today. Excellent, the girl in black said. People like him should die early. I know someone down in the hell of the karma mirror. We'll make sure he gets what he deserves. Is that the point here? You could no longer sit still? Shouldn't the point be that the old man was bound to die today? But why did I end up dying instead? By your logic, this whole thing has nothing to do with me at all. Accidents like this are hard to avoid, the girl in white said, flipping through the file. Records say Zhou Zhuanshi was supposed to accept your offer of a seat and die on that bus. The reason he didn't take your seat is that he saw a pretty girl at the back of the bus. But in theory, in this timeline, that girl shouldn't have been there at all. We'll get to the bottom of that anomaly. I don't understand, you said, shaking his head. I know. I wasn't trying to make you understand. The girl in white replied. Let me put it in terms you can follow. If you're officially judged to be a wrongful death case, then you're in luck. There are 2 welfare policies for wrongful death souls. Welfare policies. That's right. First, if a wrongful death soul still has attachments to the human world, he can choose his own reincarnation family. Second-generation rich offspring of celebrities, pick as you like. Of course, there's a waiting list and lottery since the popular families are limited. Second, if a wrongful death soul has no lingering attachments to the human realm, he can apply to become an underworld or overworld envoy. Entry into the official establishment is very difficult these days, though. Most positions go to those with connections. You can start as a contract worker and wait for an opening. The benefits are about the same. After hearing this, you fell silent for a while. This feeling is all too familiar. Have I really died? The van sped through the sky, and throughout the journey the 2 ladies in black and white remained utterly at ease. The girl in black drove with one hand while stifling yawns, and the girl in white had taken out her phone and was snapping selfies nonstop. If he could not look down and see his own blurred, translucent body, you would have thought he was simply carpooling with strangers. We're almost at Fengdu City. Why'd you have him fill out the forms? The girl in black said. Got it. The girl in white pulled a stack of papers from the folder and handed them to you. Although the higher-ups haven't officially decided yet whether you count as a wrongful death soul, in our experience you're almost certainly qualified. Go ahead and sign the wrongful death welfare policy application form first. You glanced over the document. At the top in bold it read Provisional Article No. 78 on new welfare policies for wrongful death souls, reducing resentment, resolving immortal soul disputes, and building a harmonious underworld. Murmuring the opening lines under his breath, you said, never in my wildest dreams did I think it would be this official. Flipping a few pages ahead, he found as expected the 2 options black and white impermanence had mentioned. All he had to do now was choose between them. Of course I'll pick the rich second generation. Without much hesitation, you grabbed the pen and swiftly signed his name. It was not merely that he still had attachments to the mortal world. All these years you had not even held a girl's hand. After graduation he had gone straight to work in the factory workshop, exhausted every day and saving hardly any money. If he truly had another chance, he was determined to live this life in the human world with some style. After signing and looking up, he realized the sky outside had already turned dark. He clearly remembered it had been afternoon. How had it become so pitch black? Before he could react, the minivan suddenly tilted and drove straight downward. Amid Yu's loud cries, it plunged headfirst into the ground. After a brief interval of total darkness, a vast space unfolded before his eyes. Beneath the earth loomed a colossal ancient city. In the distance, ghostly flames flickered everywhere, and 10,000 lights shone with a cold, bluish-green glow. Encircling the city was a pale green river, its waters constantly churned by countless souls surging within. The minivan did not slow, heading straight for the city gate at great speed. Within moments, the vehicle reached the gate. A massive stone portal 300 to 400 meters tall towered before them. Carved across it in 7 large characters were the words Yu Min Di Fu Gemengwen, the nether gate of the underworld. Yu was stunned by the grandeur of the sight. He had never imagined any of this would be real. We're here. Hold on, we have to find a parking spot, the girl in black said as she drove the minivan slowly around. At that moment, you noticed many minivans like theirs coming and going through the sky. Each carried one person in black and one in white. Those black and white clad figures were male and female, young and old, traveling back and forth without end. The entire ancient city resembled a gigantic transportation hub. Beneath the ghost gate, as far as the eye could see, at least 10,000 people were lined up to enter. I just want to ask, if you're government employees, how is it that there are no parking spaces reserved for you here? You're too naive. Do you know how many people die of natural and unnatural causes every day? Look at all the ferry vans coming and going up there. Where would we find enough spots for all of us to park? You nodded silently. So even the underworld had its own logistical headaches. After searching for more than 10 minutes, they finally found a parking space. The 3 of them got out and joined the vast crowd waiting in line. This is a good chance to brief you on our tour route, the girl in black said as she pulled a map from her shoulder bag and shoved it into his hands. Pointing her pale finger at the bottom, she explained, "We're currently at Gemengwen, the entrance to the underworld. Encircling the entire nether realm is the Wangchuan River. To cross Wangchuan, you have to go over the bridge of Naiha, and before crossing that bridge, you must first travel the road of Huangquan. Oh, and at the entrance to Huangquan Road, remember to stop by the Mengpa service office to pick up some Mengpa tea. They've got a new summer limited edition flavor now. After that is the reincarnation platform. Oh right, you'll also get to see the 10 Yama Kings." The girl in black rattled off introductions to the underworld's famous attractions at length. As for Hou Yi, he said nothing. For a long time, he remained silent. "What's wrong? Am I explaining things badly?" The girl in black asked at last, seeing that he had not spoken for so long, and feeling she must have slipped up somehow. "Tell me," Hou Yi said through gritted teeth, "are we playing around here? Sightseeing? Huh?" The girl in black was a little confused. "I died. I just died. I literally just died. Only upon seeing Ghost Gate did Hou Yi truly accept everything. No matter what he might encounter beyond that gate, his life was over, and there was no going back. The fact that I'm not breaking down with grief is already pretty good. How can you still be introducing underworld scenic spots to me like it's a spring outing?" Hou Yi, I think he's right. There's no need to give him the tour spiel, and he's a wrongful death soul anyway. He may not have to go down Huangquan Road. The girl in white said as she came forward. "We've dealt with too many dead people, but for him this is still his very first time dying." Hou Yi looked at the two girls before him at a loss for words. His emotions were a tangled mess. Bitterness, confusion, resignation. Part of him wanted to lose his temper, yet he knew these two had done nothing wrong. "Will we ever see each other again?" Hou Yi asked. "Huangquan Road is a path of no return. If you choose reincarnation, you'll walk that road, gaze upon the three-life stone, and we will never meet again in this life," the girl in white said. "But if you choose to become an envoy of the underworld, not only will you not have to walk Huangquan Road, we might even end up as colleagues. Then this is probably the last time we'll meet," Hou Yi said. "It might be a bit pointless, but may I ask your names?" "Of course." The girl in black cupped her fist like an ancient swordsman. "Black Impermanence Fan Family, Fan Xiaohua. White Impermanence Xie Family, Xie Jin. Xie Jin Fan Xiaohua." So the legends were true after all. Do you recall what the book had said? The white Wuchang was named Xie Bian, and the black Wuchang was named Fan Wujiao. Following behind Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua, the three of them moved forward with the flow of the crowd. This procession of over 10,000 souls advanced far faster than Hou Yi had imagined, almost jogging the entire way. Before long, the three of them reached the very front of the line. Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua did not lead Hou Yi straight through the ghost gate. Instead, Xie Jin stepped forward and addressed a dark-faced underworld officer, saying, "Hello, sir. We have here a suspected case of wrongful death. For now, he is not to cross the Wangchuan River. Please summon a judge to take him over." The dark-faced officer nodded, turned, and entered through the ghost gate. After a short while, a middle-aged, burly man in a Wynard official robe strode out. He was 2 meters tall with a full beard covering his face and held in his hand a pure black Rui scepter. "Who needs judgment?" "Hurry up," the man rumbled, his voice rough and low like an idling engine. "Greetings, sir." Xie Jin bowed to him. "It's us. We have brought a case of wrongful death today and need you to pass judgment." "Wrongful death?" Without even lifting his eyelids, the man took a small ledger from his chest and flipped through it rapidly. "No. The quota for wrongful deaths has been full these past years. Just register him as accidental death. Add 5 years to his lifespan in his next life, otherwise the workload will be too much." After speaking, he snapped the ledger shut and turned to leave. The three of them, Hou Yi included, were left standing there stunned. "Sir," Fan Xiao was snapped out of it and called out, "This deceased was most likely killed under the influence of the Taishu. There is no way he doesn't count as wrongful death. So what if it's the Taishu?" The man turned back. "The Legends administration has been in ruins for nearly 1,000 years. Is this the first Taishu you've seen? If every death caused by the Taishu were counted as wrongful, what order would remain in this world? How could the underworld still be governed?" As he spoke, he advanced step by step, faint waves of anger rolling off his body. The 2 young women were forced to retreat again and again. Just as the 3 of them were thrown into panic, a gust of fierce wind swept up behind them, whistling past their ears and heading straight for the burly man. In the blink of an eye, a white-robed figure came to a halt before them. He stood with his back to the 3, facing the burly man, a giant brush covered in talismans gripped in his hand. The white-robed man's build was nowhere near as robust as the burly judge's, yet the instant the judge saw him, his eyes bulged wide in terror. Before he could utter a single word, the man in white raised his hand and slapped him hard across his bearded face. The slap landed with such force that the burly man spun in place. "3 things," the man in white said mildly. "First, from this day on, you are not to speak that way to other underworld officers. Second, wrongful death is wrongful death. No matter how many die, wrongful deaths remain wrongful deaths. That is the responsibility of a judge. Third, the Legends administration has never fallen into ruin." The scene terrified Hou Yi. By appearance alone, the red-robed giant was already frightening enough, yet this white-robed man had just struck him across the face with a single slap. Who in the world was he? Before Hou Yi could react, the red-robed giant dropped to his knees with a thud and spoke in a near-crying voice, "At your command, great judge." At the words "great judge," not only did the red-robed man kneel, but the black and white Wuchang beside Hou Yi hurriedly knelt as well. In an instant, every black and white Wuchang, every underworld guard within sight, all dropped to their knees. Looking around, only the assembled souls were still standing. Soon the souls imitated the underworld officers and slowly knelt down too, do you included? On the plaza of tens of thousands, only the white-robed man remained standing, hands folded behind his back. There are different ranks of judges. Who is he? Du Yu whispered to Xie Jin from where he knelt. Of course there are ranks, Xie Jin replied softly. There are 4 great judges in the underworld: Lord Wei Zheng of the office of rewarding good, Lord Zhong Kuei of the office of punishing evil, Lord Lu Zhidao of the office of investigation, and the man before you is the foremost of the 4, Lord Chui Ju, who presides over the office of in-laws. He is also the chief of the 8 great underworld envoys known as the civil judge. The white-robed man slowly turned around. He had the face of a scholar, yet an undeniable, overwhelming aura pressed down from him. You may all rise. I truly was just passing by. There's no need to make such a fuss. If those Yama kings hear of it, it will be troublesome. With that, the underworld officers rose one after another, bowing deeply to Chui Ju with utmost respect before returning to their respective duties. Xie Jin and Fan Xiao stood up as well. This was their first time seeing the great judge, and they could not help feeling excited. You should get up too, Chui Ju said to Du Yu, who was still kneeling. I will personally judge your case this time. Du Yu was flattered and a little overwhelmed. Oh, thank you. Chui Ju waved his right hand, and the soul-hooking brush in his grip shone with a cyan light as the talismans attached to it peeled away one by one. With a flip of his left hand, a ledger-like book appeared out of thin air. On its cover, 3 characters blazed: the Book of Life and Death. As the Book of Life and Death flipped open, and its pages turned of their own accord, the cyan glow of the soul-hooking brush grew even brighter. Du Yu slowly stood up and said, Sir, do you need my name? My name is Du Yu. Chui Ju only smiled without answering. Just as he was about to write Du Yu's name, his gaze froze on Du Yu's face. You. Chui Ju seemed to want to say something, but when the words reached his lips, they slipped away and would not come out. After thinking for a moment, he asked, what did you just call me? Sir. Why? Du Yu looked at Chui Ju in confusion. Xie Jin and Fan Xiao did not dare to speak. They could clearly see the confusion written across the great judge's face. For a great judge who understood yin and yang and all of history, what could there be that he could not fathom? After a long silence, Chui Ju finally asked, in the 19th year of Jingguan, did we not meet? The 19th year of Jingguan. Du Yu blinked, then gave a wry smile. Forget the 19th year of Jingguan. Even in the 19th year of the Republic, I couldn't possibly have been around. Xie Jin also sensed something amiss and said to Chui Ju, great judge, have you forgotten that he is immortal? He shouldn't remember anything from the 19th year of Jingguan. It is very strange, Chui Ju said. Before seeing this young man, I had no recollection of such memories at all. Yet the moment I laid eyes on him, those memories surged forth like a spring. But why? In over 1,000 years, Chui Ju had seen more souls than he could count. Why was Du Yu the only one to appear in his memories? After a brief moment of thought, Chui Ju formed a bold hypothesis in his heart and could not help growing excited. Young man, let me ask you, will you choose reincarnation or to serve in the underworld? Reincarnation, as a rich second generation. Seeing Du Yu answer without the slightest hesitation, Chui Ju shook his head. Young man, although I can classify you as a wrongful death, you must understand that the number of wrongful deaths in recent years is enormous. Reincarnation requires waiting in line. Du Yu nodded. I know. The 2 underworld sisters just told me. You know there is a queue, but do you know how long you must wait? That I don't know. 726 years, Chui Ju said with a faint smile. Until then you would be nothing more than a wandering soul of this underworld. Over 700 years. Du Yu was utterly stunned. After more than 7 centuries, would that world still be the one he held in his heart? Would it still be the world he wished to return to? Noticing the meaning in Chui Ju's eyes, Du Yu suddenly realized that things might not be so simple. Sir, you have more to say, don't you? Chui Ju smiled and nodded. Indeed. I want you to handle a matter for me. If you succeed, I will use every connection I have to push your reincarnation as far up the line as possible. Do we have a deal? Handle a matter. Not only Du Yu but Xie Jin and Fan Xiao were also puzzled. Chui Ju was after all an underworld immortal. Though not omnipotent, he possessed tremendous supernatural powers. What matter could be so difficult that he needed help from a wandering soul? Then I have to ask clearly first, Sir, Du Yu said. Is this matter dangerous? Extremely dangerous. If mishandled, the living will die and the dead will dissipate. Du Yu had only asked as a formality, yet Chui Ju admitted it outright. Sir, are you serious? With it like this, it's very hard for me to say yes. I don't wish to deceive you. The matter I want you to handle truly is very dangerous. But everything is still conjecture and hypothesis that may turn out that I do not need you at all. So I hope you think it through. 700 years of waiting, or a single gamble at a chance. Du Yu's hesitation was obvious. When he was alive, he had faced many such opportunities, yet without exception, he had always backed away. From birth, he had never been one to fight for anything. Even during his days in the orphanage, he had never taken the initiative to compete, which was likely why he had never been adopted. I agree. Du Yu answered with great solemnity. I will help you with that extremely dangerous matter. In return, you will send me back to the human world. Chui Ju nodded and said to Xie Jin, 40 li west of the Ghost Gate lies a mountain shrouded in yin energy. Half its slopes are green, half black. The living call it the peak of no return. There is a house at the foot of that mountain. The 2 of you are to escort Du Yu there. Xie Jin did not dare delay, hurriedly pulling Du Yu and Fan Xiao along as they set off. After taking their leave of Chui Ju, the 3 of them returned to the van. Sis, by what is going on? Fan Xiaohua muttered as she started the engine. The great judge felt really strange. How could we possibly understand what those big shots are thinking? Just follow orders. Du Yu gazed out the window, his heart in turmoil. Have you ever met Lord Cui Ju in the world of the living? Xie Jin asked. No, this is my first time seeing him. That is truly strange. As they were speaking, Xie Jin's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Xie Jin straightened her posture at once. Hello. Greetings, old ancestor, she answered respectfully. Oh, Jin, my good granddaughter, who are you with? Came the voice. To answer, old ancestor, I am with Fan Family Xiaohua, and we are escorting a case of wrongful death. Hearing her own name mentioned, Fan Xiaohua called toward the phone. Greetings, 7th grandfather. Xiaohua. Very good. Give my regards to 8th lord. Thanks to you, 8th grandfather talks about you every day at home. Talks about me. That old ghost still owes me a meal. Jin, my good granddaughter, you promised to teach me how to use the photo editing software today. It's already been half a day, and you're still not done there. Old ancestor, I am truly sorry. Xie Jin apologized again and again, then recounted the whole incident from start to finish to the person on the other end of the line. Du Yu thought to himself that anyone Xie Jin would address as old ancestor must surely be the white Wu Chang, Xie Bian, whom mortals called 7th lord. After listening, Xie Bian fell silent for a moment. Jin, my good granddaughter, what did you say the person you are escorting is called? His name is Du Yu. For some reason the other end of the line went quiet. What's wrong with 7th grandfather? After a while, Fan Xiaohua asked softly as she drove. I don't know. Suddenly the van, which was flying through the air, lurched violently, and the sky changed color. Watching the van shake continuously, Xie Jin panicked for an instant, but quickly regained her composure. She turned back to Du Yu and said, Dear passenger, our vehicle has encountered some turbulence, and may be a bit bumpy. Please remain seated, fasten your seatbelt, fold away your tray table, and note that the restroom is temporarily out of service. What the heck? What tray table and restroom? Where did you even learn that? Du Yu grumbled as he groped around the seat, only to find that there wasn't even a seatbelt. After a few seconds of intense shaking, the space in front of the van suddenly twisted. Fan Xiaohua slammed on the brakes and brought the vehicle to a halt in midair. From the warped space, a figure flashed out, feet stepping on nothing as he stood in the void. The figure wore white robes and a tall hat upon which 4 large characters were written, rich at first sight. A waterfall of silver-white hair cascaded down his back. Most shocking of all was his stunning beauty. Though clearly a man, he was beautiful to a breathtaking degree. What made it all the more baffling was that he had a few slices of cucumber stuck to his face. 7th grandfather. Fan Xiaohua cried. Old ancestor. Xie Jin exclaimed and hurriedly opened the passenger door to get out, forgetting that her cultivation was still shallow and she had yet to learn the arts of flying through the sky. Her body tilted and she nearly fell, but with a light wave of Xie Bian's hand she stopped in midair. Jin, my good granddaughter, no need for such ceremony. I only came to take a look and will be off again. It was Du Yu's first time seeing the legendary white Wu Chang Xie Bian, and he was so nervous he could barely speak. Compared to the black and white work uniforms of Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua, Xie Bian's official hat and long robe were far more terrifying. Xie Bian stared at Du Yu inside the van for a long time until Du Yu's skin crawled. At last, Xie Bian slowly spoke to Du. His expression twisted into something wild, and then he threw back his head and laughed. Marvelous Cui Ju, marvelous Ha. The 3 of them were stunned by the overwhelming aura Xie Bian exuded. What is going on? This is the first time I've seen old ancestor like this. Jin, my good granddaughter, I won't be learning that photo editing software today. I'm going back to do a face mask. You send Du Yu safely to the peak of no return. With that, Xie Bian flicked his sleeve and vanished into thin air once more. Sis, by what is going on today? Why are both the great judge and 7th grandfather acting so strange? Xie Jin pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Du Yu. I don't know. I only know that it all seems to be connected to this Du Yu. 10 odd minutes later, the 3 of them indeed found the peak of no return wreathed in swirling EN energy. At its foot stood a nearly completely dilapidated concrete house. Don't tell me this is it. They parked and slowly walked toward the house. Beside the door hung a sign overgrown with vines upon which were written the words Legends Administration Underworld Resident Office. 3 people stood silently before the dilapidated house, scanning the surroundings. No wandering spirits or immortals were in sight. Sister, have you ever been here before? No. I've only heard of the Legend Administration, never set foot here. Legend Administration DU branch office. The name sounds official enough, but why does this place exude such profound decay? Our mission is to deliver Du Yu inside, but standing idle at the threshold won't suffice. As he spoke, Xie Jin reached out toward the door. Du Yu gazed upon the crumbling structure, and suddenly felt reluctant to enter. If you push open this door and find reality utterly unlike your expectations, would you still step across the threshold? A faint ethereal voice emerged from behind. The 3 whirled around, only to find an elderly man with snow-white hair standing silently in their midst as if he had been there all along. His countenance radiated serene benevolence, his age impossible to discern. He wore simple, unadorned attire, and his expression suggested he'd been waiting long before their arrival. He did not glance at Xie Jin or Fan Xiaohua, but walked directly before Du Yu. If reality defies your expectation, would you still enter? Du Yu studied the elder, uncertain of his intent. The elder pressed further, if you refuse to enter, will Cui Ju even remember you? Du Yu furrowed his brow as if a memory stirred. Elder sir, do you mean? The elder nodded slowly. You are remarkably perceptive. There can be no after without a before. This is the very essence of karmic causality. Our time is perilously short. Follow me in. We have awaited you for a very long while. With that, the elder swept past them and pushed open the door. Awaited me for so long. Yet I've only been dead for 2 or 3 hours. Do you? Murmured bewildered. 2 or 3 hours. Before stepping across the threshold, the elder glanced back. No, it has not been 2 or 3 hours. We have waited 900 years. Cautiously, the three followed him inside and found the interior space vast beyond measure. From outside, the building resembled nothing more than a modest public restroom, yet within it stretched into breathtaking expanse. The entire chamber was constructed of pure white stone. Dozens moved purposefully through its corridors. Most astonishing of all were the countless screens embedded throughout, each broadcasting phenomena that defied reason. On one screen, a colossal giant cleaved heaven and earth apart, his body transforming into mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. On another, a diminutive monkey wielded a massive staff, swaying unsteadily as he rode cloud currents straight into the heavens. On yet another, a frail woman sat beneath the great wall, weeping toward the sky, her sorrow unleashing such cataclysmic force that the entire wall shattered into dust. Xie Jin and Fan Xiao scanned the room. The screens displayed legends both familiar and unknown without exception. So the legend administration truly operates, continuously, ceaselessly. Indeed, every legend ever born endures, not as myth, but as living tissue within our world, a single cell. Our world is composed of countless such cells. The white-haired elder spoke with solemn gravity. But tell me, do you know what happens when a cell falls ill? When a legend sickens, it veers onto an alternate course, its altered history rippling outward, reshaping reality itself. Minor distortions may birth individuals who never should have existed, whom we call Tai Shu. Their subtle influence alters fate's weave, such as your own death. Aunt, Xie Jin interjected. Today you offered your seat to Zhou Zhuangshi, an act foretold in the book of life and death as the precise moment of his demise. But he glimpsed a Tai Shu seated behind him, and declined your gesture, choosing instead to stand beside that stranger. Such anomalies born of Tai Shu interference lie entirely beyond the book's foresight. Precisely. A sickened legend births Tai Shu. And if the sickness deepens, if the cell collapses entirely, our world may unravel entirely. Consider this: what if Pangu at the dawn of creation simply refused to cleave heaven and earth apart? What then would become of us? But, do you ask, even if Pangu truly changed his mind, what could we possibly do? After all, that era lies far beyond reach. An excellent question, Xiaozhan. The elder stroked his beard and gently patted Du Yu's shoulder. Xiaozhan, that is the core mandate of the legend administration intervention in legend. For minor deviations, we employ spiritual resonance, a subtle nudge. Truth be told, such trifling errors rarely escalate without correction. Yet when a legend is terminally afflicted, we must seal it, temporarily isolating its narrative until the proper remedy arrives. A remedy. Exactly. We require a singular elixir to heal the legend itself. Is that your understanding? Precisely, Xiaozhan. The elder nodded. Xiaozhan. Who is Xiaozhan exactly? My apologies. A woman approached, wearing gold-rimmed spectacles and a crisp professional uniform. She offered a courteous bow. The director suffers mild age-related memory lapses. He has mistaken you for someone else. And you are? Xie Jin asked. Greetings all. I am Dong Qianxiu, director of the Legend Administration's Executive Assistant Office. Executive Assistant. Then you're effectively the second highest authority in the entire Legend Administration. Du Yu studied Dong Qianxiu, noting her impeccable poise, every strand of hair secured with military precision, not a single thread out of place, her pitch-black uniform immaculate, without a speck of dust or flaw. I fear I truly have grown forgetful. Forgive my omission. I am Hou Yi, director of the Legend Administration. The elder smiled warmly at the trio, then turned to Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua. Bian Wujiu. Your service has been invaluable. Hand Du Yu over to me. I'll take it from here. Please convey my regards to the Yama kings upon your return. This is far too great an honor. They stammered, waving hands in protest. We are merely descendants of ancient ancestors. No need to explain further. I understand completely. So my task is to locate that elixir, to heal the corrupted legends. Is that correct? Did I speak unclearly? Hou Yi asked. It is not that you must find the elixir. You are the elixir. I am an elixir. How can this be? There is no time for exhaustive exposition, Dong Qianxiu said, flipping through her dossier as she addressed Du Yu. In essence, you must enter the legend itself and restore its true narrative arc. Du Yu froze. Though he grasped the words, the implication struck him like thunder. Nothing in his life had prepared him for this. 81 years ago, we identified a legend veering catastrophically off course. It has remained sealed ever since, but that seal is now on the verge of collapse. Should the legend deviate further, our world faces annihilation. As she spoke, Dong Qianxiu guided Du Yu toward a humming machine and began attaching sensor leads and conduits to his body. Wait just a moment. I'm a science major, not literature. I know nothing of history, myths, legends. And we're doing this now. Du Yu hadn't anticipated such sudden urgency. I still have so many questions. Why me? Due to certain constraints, only a vanishingly rare few possess the capacity to enter legend. and you happen to be the second such individual in 900 years. Though the Legend Administration numbers many, all serve only as support personnel. For 9 centuries we have had no operator. I still have questions. Don't you offer any staff orientation? What exactly am I supposed to do? Du Yu's voice trembled. He desperately sought clarity. This was profoundly dangerous, as Cui Ju himself had warned. Turning to Xie Jin and Fan Xiaowei, he pleaded, "You must help me. Otherwise, how will you fulfill your duty?" They shook their heads helplessly. Both families upheld ancestral edicts, whose first clause read unconditional cooperation with the Legend Administration. Orientation is impossible, Xiao Zhan. Hou Yi approached slowly. This legend seal will dissolve within 1 hour. You must enter it within that hour, and complete the narrative within 7 days. Otherwise what? Hou Yi stroked his beard, his gaze heavy with portent. Otherwise, you dissolve in the past while we perish in the future. Could it truly be this dire? Du Yu had assumed only his life hung in the balance, not the survival of countless others. Then, one final question, he said. Which legend must I enter? Dong Qianxiu extended her hand, and a display screen floated before Du Yu. On it appeared a wiry, sun-baked man clad in coarse hemp, sweat streaming down his face as he bent over barren soil, digging relentlessly with a hoe. Du Yu leaned closer and gasped. 10 blazing suns blazed fiercely in the sky above. He's shooting the 9 suns. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Could he of all people intervene in a legend of such magnitude? Correct. The legend of Yi shooting the 9 suns, Dong Qianxiu confirmed. Now I shall recite the canonical script. Listen closely. Under normal circumstances, the archer Yi receives celestial guidance at age 11. After 10 years of enlightenment, he attains semi-mortal status, and at 21 draws his bow to slay 9 suns, saving all mortal beings. Am I clear? Wait, hold on. Du Yu felt more tense than during his college entrance exam. At which stage has the legend diverged? Dong Qianxiu adjusted her spectacles. At age 11, he received no celestial guidance. At 21, he remains utterly mortal. Du Yu let out 3 hollow laughs. So you expect a mortal, me, to assist another mortal in shooting down 9 suns? Indeed. Had he known the task's difficulty, he'd have refused outright. This was hell mode from the outset. Given the choice again, he'd wait 700 years, preferably as a carefree heir to wealth. At least then he wouldn't risk soul annihilation. I recall learning in elementary school, the 9 suns were actually colossal firebirds. Regrettably, Dong Qianxiu shook her head. Past versions often featured the 3-legged golden crows as the 9 suns, but our field agents have verified all 10 crows remain motionless upon the Fusang Divine Tree, utterly baffled by this anomaly. So, you must devise a new method to bring down those 9 suns. Since you are mortal, we will provide maximum assistance. She handed Du Yu a booklet resembling a menu. You may select 2 deceased souls to accompany you into the legend. In critical moments, you may invite them to temporarily possess your body, but each possession lasts precisely 5 minutes. Du Yu opened it. A lengthy roster annotated with a gentle note. Please check the names of your chosen souls. Possession. 5 minutes. Du Yu cursed inwardly. What good could 5 minutes possibly do? Even summoning Sun Wukong couldn't fell 9 suns in that span. Wait, Sun Wukong. He blinked, stunned to see victorious fighting Buddha. Sun Wukong listed among the names. Has Sun Wukong died? He blurted. Not quite, Dong Qianxiu replied. Upon achieving Buddhahood, Sun Wukong relinquished his 7 vital souls. We preserved 1. Perfect, Sun Wukong it is. Do you thought even 5 minutes of Sun Wukong's power should guarantee at least 1 sun felled? Surely the legend could survive rebranded as E shooting 1 sun. Excellent. Just check Sun Wukong. Have you selected your second soul? Du Yu scanned the list carefully. Every name belonged to a figure of renown, historical generals like Guan Yu, the martial saint of Han, but most were ordinary mortals. He weighed each soul's practical utility. Without extraordinary ability, entry into Yi's legend would prove futile. Only 1 more soul may accompany me. Whom to choose? Gazing at the dense scroll of names, only one thought echoed in his mind. No choice could possibly succeed. Allow me to recommend one. Hou Yi drew near, sitting beside Du Yu, voice low and measured. A task that seems impossible must contain a key. To uncover its strength alone is insufficient. He pointed deliberately to a name, Zhuge Kongming, the sleeping dragon prime minister of Shuhan. Sometimes what you need most is not might, but mind. Du Yu stared at the name, thoughtful. Could even Zhuge Kongming's genius design a weapon capable of striking down the suns within 5 minutes? Even crafting an intercontinental cruise missile in 5 minutes wouldn't suffice to destroy a sun. Please decide swiftly. Dong Qianxiu wore an expression of weary resignation. Oh, right away. Du Yu clenched his jaw. No time for petty grievances. If the elder seemed addled, his insight was undeniable. Zhuge Kongming it would be. He picked up the pen and placed a firm checkmark beside Zhuge Kongming. Done, Dong Qianxiu said, turning to a staffer. Retrieve the souls immediately. Prepare the Transcendence Kit. Commence soul migration protocols for remaining personnel. The Legend Administration erupted into synchronized activity. Machines hummed, displays flickered to life. Was it truly beginning? Now, Du Yu gritted his teeth. He had never witnessed anything so utterly preposterous. Mere hours earlier he'd sat on a bus scrolling through his phone. Now he stood on the precipice of legend. Remember, should you fail to restore the legend within 7 days, the 10 sons will persist, not only in the past, but in our present, bringing famine, devastation, and universal lamentation. Dong Qinxiu delivered her final instructions, and fitted Du Yu with a strange, intricate headpiece. A searing, splitting pain lanced through his skull, and darkness swallowed him whole. Du Yu felt enveloped in darkness, his entire being weightless and unaware of his surroundings. Du Yu, can you hear me? Dong Qinxiu. Yes, it's me. I am communicating with you through sound transmission. I will be your main contact for this operation. Dong Qianqiu's voice resonated directly in Du Yu's mind. Where am I now? You are currently undergoing physical transmission and reassembly in the void. For this mission you will descend as the traveler Pang Ming. To avoid disrupting the course of history, try not to reveal your real name. Additionally, all versions of the legend have been included in your time travel gift pack. Remember to review them carefully once you wake up. Du Yu began to understand what this was called. This was called a fully immersive role-playing experience. Before Du Yu could voice his thoughts, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black environment. The light grew larger, and Du Yu realized he was hurtling towards it at high speed. A burst of dazzling light hit him, and after a moment of blindness, Du Yu found himself lying on the ground, which was exceptionally hot. Location: Dongxing Shenzhou. Era: the reign of Emperor Yao. Character: Pang Ming descends. Wake up, brother. A hand was shaking Du Yu repeatedly. Du Yu struggled to sit up, feeling a bit dizzy from the sensation of weightlessness. Before him stood a man and a young boy. Excellent, you are awake. Du Yu looked at the man who resembled Hou Yi, the legendary archer, lying face down in the dust. Hou Yi. Hou Yi. The man seemed surprised yet puzzled. I am called Du Yi, not Hou Yi. Are you here to find someone? Du Yu felt that the way Du Yi spoke was somewhat unclear, as if he had something in his mouth. Confused, Du Yu looked around and realized he had just collapsed at the entrance of a village, as if he had walked a long way and fainted here. He looked up to see 10 suns hanging in the sky. It was hot, but not overwhelmingly so. Unfortunately, he had never learned in school how hot it would be if one sun raised the temperature to 20 degrees Celsius. How much would 2 suns raise it? If one sun could raise the temperature from minus 273 degrees to 20 degrees, wouldn't 2 suns bring it close to 300 degrees? With 10 suns continuously roasting and emitting radiation, wouldn't it be like an oven heating the atmosphere to the point where all life would perish instantly and the seas would boil? Yet that wasn't the case. Du Yu felt that it was similar to the summer in the south, with temperatures around 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. While it wouldn't kill someone immediately, it was definitely uncomfortable. Is this person foolish? The young boy stared at Du Yu for a long while and said, probably overheated. Du Yu replied, brother, come to my house. I have some water left for you to drink. Du Yu touched himself and found a coarse cloth pouch slung over his shoulder with a few crooked characters written on it: time travel gift pack. To be honest, judging by the quality of this pouch, the contents wouldn't be anything special. Are these guys trying to trick me? Du Yu silently cursed. Brother. Du Yu called out again, but Du Yu still did not respond. Brother, this person really is foolish, the young boy said, digging his nose. You're the foolish one. Du Yu shot a glare at the boy, then felt confused, thinking, are there children in the legend of Hou Yi shooting the suns? Ichio, don't speak carelessly. Du Yu patted the young boy's shoulder, then turned to Du Yu and asked, what is your surname and name? I'm called Du. Pang Ming. Du Pang Ming. No, just Pang Ming. Du Yu looked at Du Yu as if he were an idiot. Really, I am Pang Ming. I haven't forgotten my name. Don't look at me that way. Du Yu felt a mix of emotions as he looked at the 10 suns above and then at the shabby time travel gift pack around his waist, unsure if it was too late for regrets. In the Legend Management Bureau, a group of people gathered around a screen. Director, are you sure he really has no issues? Dong Qinxiu observed Du Yu's performance with great concern. Regardless, isn't our world still only one sun? Hisu said, this kid is quite clever. Oh, just wait and see. With that said, Hisu glanced at the door and whispered, if you've arrived, don't just stand outside, come in and sit. Upon hearing this, the door slowly opened and 3 people walked in. Upon closer inspection, the first 2 were the Chief Judge Cui Ju and the White Impermanence Master Xie Bian. The third person had an exceptionally cold demeanor, dressed in fitted black clothing, holding a soul-binding chain, and wearing a tall black official's hat that bore the 4 large characters, Tianxia Taiping. The moment this person entered, the temperature in the room abruptly dropped. Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua immediately knelt and greeted the 3, but the other staff members in the Management Bureau seemed to ignore them, busy with their own tasks. Did even Master Ba come? The Black Impermanence nodded without speaking. Old he, if he hadn't shot down the 9 suns, our workload would have been immense. Xie Bian shook his head helplessly and then glanced at the display screen not far away, saying, what's the situation now? Hisu looked at Dong Qinxiu, who nodded and began to introduce the information to the 3. As the chief judge predicted, this Du Yu can indeed return to the legend as an operator. The problem is that the first task assigned to him is already superclass, which is tantamount to suicide for an ordinary person. Moreover, judging by his performance, just now he appears rather reckless and clumsy, making it hard for him to complete the task. Cui Ju smiled and said, is that so? Will he die in the legend of Hou Yi shooting the suns? We can only say there's a high probability of failure. He won't fail. Cui Ju interrupted Dong Qinxiu, although I don't know how he as a mortal will shoot down the sun, he definitely didn't die here, because I saw him in the 19th year of the Jingguan era. Hisu said with a smile that was both ironic and serious, there is cause and effect, Chief Judge. If this kid dies here, you will forget the memories of the 19th year of the Jingguan era. Is that so? Chui Ju suddenly felt a bit disappointed, but after a moment he regained his composure and said that Year's memories aren't important. If he can come back alive, promise me you'll let me meet him. After saying this, Chui Ju flicked his sleeves and walked straight out of the room. Director the Chief Judge. Dong Qianqiu looked at Chui Ju's back lost in thought. Yes, he is a shadow immortal, still has his obsessions. He Su turned back to look at Master Xie and Master Ba asking, so do you two have anything to say? Nothing. The Black Impermanence replied, just wanted to see if you old man needed my help. Oh come on. The White Impermanence pointed at the Black Impermanence and said to Su, old he, this person is just stubborn. As soon as he heard there was an operator, he rushed over without even changing his clothes. The Black Impermanence snorted coldly, aren't you the same? Alright, guests are guests. You two can sit wherever you like, I won't be polite with you. Du sat in the shabby little room looking at the wooden bowl in his hands. Rather than water, it seemed more like the remnants of water left after washing the bowl. Brother, have some. We don't have much water. He looked at Du fearing he would find it insufficient. Unable to refuse, Du picked up the wooden bowl and drank the little water in it in one gulp. It was delicious, the water was exceptionally good. This was Du's first thought. In fact, not only the water, but he also felt that the air in this world was unusually sweet. What's going on? Peng Ming, are you feeling better? I'm much better, Brother D. That's wonderful. Yi still spoke unclearly, but it was evident he was not a bad person. Peng Ming, you aren't from this village, are you? Are you here to find someone? Du thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, I am here to find someone. Oh, then wait a moment. I don't know many people and need to ask my wife. After Yi said this, he turned to the inner room and called out, wife, come out and meet the person. Du looked curiously inside. He should have read the script in advance. He had a wife as well. In the blink of an eye, a fragrant scent wafted in, and with the sound of footsteps, an incredibly beautiful woman lifted the curtain and walked in from the back room. I am Henge, pleased to meet you, brother. As the woman bowed, Du was momentarily entranced. In an age without skincare and cosmetics, how could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? On that flawlessly pale face were two slender brows, and below them were drowsy apricot eyes. Her jet-black lustrous hair fell neatly, making her an enchanting sight. What is it that my husband called for? Yi chuckled and said, wife, this brother Peng Ming has come from afar to find someone. I don't know many people, so I called you to help. I see. If you are looking for someone, brother, please speak. I know everyone in this village. Du finally returned to his senses, pulled his gaze away from Henge's face, and after calming down, he slowly said, I am looking for someone who can shoot down the sun. As soon as he spoke, the expressions of Yi and his wife visibly changed. Yi stood up quickly, rushed to the door, closed it tightly, and then returned to Du, saying respectfully, brother Peng Ming, your words are astonishing. Could it be you are an immortal? Du shook his head, no, I am just an ordinary person. After saying this, Du felt puzzled as to why the couple's first reaction upon hearing about shooting down the sun was this person is an immortal. Shouldn't a normal person's first reaction be this person is an idiot? Hearing Du's words, he shook his head and said, alas, brother, you are just joking. We are both mortals, how could we discuss something like shooting down the sun? Du gazed at the couple, thought for a moment, and said, although I am not an immortal, I do have some skills. Moreover, the person I am looking for is called Yi, and he can shoot down the 9 suns. Me? Yi's eyes widened in shock, glancing at Henge. Brother Peng Ming, please don't joke with me. Tell me there are 10 suns in the sky. How could I shoot them down? With what would I shoot them down? Du found himself unable to articulate the words, shoot them down with a bow and arrow. Indeed, those were 10 suns. Hou Yi had once shot down 9 suns with a bow and arrow, which sounded so natural in legends. However, when faced with 10 suns glaring down, those words became impossible to voice. Sigh. Du sighed, unsure of what to do. Brother Peng Ming, perhaps you are exhausted from your travels. If you don't mind, you can rest here today. This was indeed the worst possible start. Du understood that Yi still regarded him as a fool. But what could he do? Du could not leave Yi, as time was limited. If I could stay overnight, that would be wonderful, Du said, thick-skinned. Don't mention it. Yi patted Du's shoulder and led him to a side room. You can rest here today. As Yi spoke, he tidied up a bit, but the room was already very clean, suggesting that the mistress of the house was quite diligent. By the way, Du looked at Henge and asked, is there anyone in this village named Hou Yi besides Yi? Du felt he might have made a premature judgment. Just because he had seen this man on the screen didn't mean he was the protagonist. Perhaps the true protagonist was someone else. Henge leaned slightly and gently replied, I am but a simple woman and do not know of any man named Hou Yi in the nearby villages. Is that so? Then I understand. Du was left alone in the side room, unsure whether it was day or night. Looking down, Du touched the small shabby pouch at his waist. Had time travel gift pack. He scoffed and opened this so-called gift pack. Inside were 2 jars, each labeled with handwritten characters, the victorious Buddha Sun Wukong and the sleeping dragon Zhuge Kongming. They actually used such ordinary glass jars. The most outrageous was the note on the bottom of the jar, please consume before the expiration date. Du tossed the jars aside and noticed a stack of papers. This stack contained multiple versions of the legend of Hou Yi shooting the suns. Just as he was about to study it, he discovered there was still something inside the broken pouch. What is this? A stack of very old yellow paper adorned with red cinnabar drawings. This is a talisman. Dong Qianqiu's voice suddenly echoed in his ear, startling Du. I told you, Qianqiu, could you not be so frightening? My job is to keep an eye on you and answer your questions. But I haven't even started asking yet. Du Yu shook his head and asked, is this talisman the same kind that is often mentioned in cultivation novels? Pretty much, Dong Qianxiu said. However, you have no magical power. These talismans are all the most basic kind and can only serve a supportive role. Du Yu flipped each talisman over and found that the back was even printed with the functions and usage instructions. 2 teleportation talismans, 1 eavesdropping talisman, 1 amplification talisman, and 1 rejuvenation talisman. Among these 5 talismans, the most powerful was surprisingly the teleportation talisman, while the remaining ones were hardly worth mentioning, including a talisman that increased the volume of speech. This is completely different from what is described in cultivation novels. Where are the ice shards? Where are the fireballs? Where are the thundering storms? Du Yu found no breakthrough points and felt the difficulty of this task was too great for him. He grabbed his hair, looking at these useless props, becoming increasingly frustrated. Damn it. Du Yu threw the 5 talismans hard against the wall, but only 4 fell down, 1 stuck firmly to the wall. Eavesdropping talisman. Du Yu saw the talisman emit a faint glow followed by a low conversation echoing in his ears. Do you think that Pang Ming brother might know something? No way, husband, you've hidden it well for so many years. If he wants to shoot down the sun, let him figure it out. We can't do anything about it. Sigh, that's true. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. Du Yu widened his eyes, realizing that the couple had been hiding something from him. But what could it be? Du Yu listened closely again, but found that they had stopped talking. After a moment, the listening talisman on the wall also turned to ashes as its time was up. Though he had some clues, he felt that the matter couldn't be pieced together. Thus he began to boldly hypothesize. What exactly was Yi hiding? Could it be that he is already a half-immortal, but has been concealing it all along? But that didn't make sense either. According to Change, they had no way to shoot down the sun. If Yi had divine power, wouldn't the legendary feat have been accomplished easily? If that's the case, could the hidden matter be related to shooting the sun? After pondering for a while, Du Yu spoke up. Sister Qianxiu. I'm here. Could you see Yi's past while you were at the screen? Yi's past. Dong Qianxiu said, are you asking me to help you investigate what he has concealed? Exactly. Unfortunately, the Legend Management Bureau's screen only has 2 display methods. The first only shows the beginning and end of legends, and what happened to Yi in the past isn't covered by the legend. The second only displays the operator's image, which is what we are seeing now. Well then, Du Yu shook his head helplessly, realizing he could only rely on himself. He then pulled out the script and began to read various versions of the story of Hou Yi shooting the sun. This was quite a revelation. So Changes. After reading for a while, Du Yu gained some insight. To find the most complete and perfect version, it should go like this. One day, 10 suns suddenly appeared in the sky. The 10 suns scorched the flowers and crops, and at the same time, they spawned 6 monsters: Yaogu Zhaoqi, Juing Dafeng Fengdi, and Zaishi. The common people were suffering greatly. At that time, a hero named Yi appeared, shooting down 6 monsters and 9 suns, saving the people from disaster. The Queen Mother of the West was overjoyed and bestowed upon Yi the elixir of immortality, which would allow him to ascend to immortality. However, Yi's wife Change, unable to bear the harsh life, stole the elixir and successfully ascended. The Heavenly Emperor named this unparalleled beauty Change, rewarding her with the Moon Palace. Impressive Legend Management Bureau. Du Yu said, you asked me to do Yi shooting 9 suns, but now it seems I have to offer you a Change flying to the moon as well. You overthink things. Dong Qianxiu said. As long as he shoots the 9 suns, it will inevitably lead to Change flying to the moon. I've seen this legend countless times without exception. So you don't need to dwell too much on the matter of Change flying to the moon. Is that so? Du Yu murmured, but I still feel something is off. There's nothing strange about it. Dong Qianxiu's tone was calm. You only need to focus on Yi shooting the 9 suns. Du Yu ignored Dong Qianxiu, silently pondering for a moment before getting out of bed and walking to the next room, gently knocking on the door. After a while, the door opened, revealing Du Yu. Brother Fengming, what's wrong? I want to ask you some more questions. Come in and speak. Du Yu walked straight into the room where Change was mending Yi's clothes. Have you heard of the 6 monsters Yaogu Zhaoqi, Juing Dafeng Fengdi, and Zaishi? The 2 exchanged glances, and Du Yu wasn't foolish. He could see that their eyes held secrets. Brother Fengming, who exactly are you? Yi asked cautiously. Du Yu knew that Yi was somewhat suspicious of him, as he indeed appeared too enigmatic. After pondering for a moment, Du Yu finally spoke. Actually, I deceived you. I am not an ordinary person, but an immortal. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them looked at him in astonishment. Du Yu, what nonsense are you talking? Dong Qianxiu interjected in Du Yu's mind. If you get exposed, Yi won't trust you anymore. Du Yu ignored Dong Qianxiu and took a step forward, saying, do you not believe me? Let's conduct an experiment. He pointed at Change, who was mending clothes behind Yi, and said, you can randomly stitch a few characters on the clothes, and I will know what you stitched. Yi turned to look at Change, and both of them clearly displayed distrust. Brother Fengming, you. No need to say more, stitch. Du Yu had a determined expression. Change helplessly nodded, contemplating for a moment, then swiftly stitched a few small characters on the clothes. Since Yi was blocking her, Du Yu couldn't see anything. What are you doing, Du Yu? Dong Qianxiu said impatiently. Brother Fengming, I am done stitching. Guess what it says. Change held the embroidery behind her, looking at Du Yu. Du Yu silently stood and placed his eyes slightly closed, not speaking. Brother Fengming. Yi called out. Don't rush, Du Yu said. I need a spell. Yi silently took a step back and said, oh then, Brother Fengming, please cast your spell. Do you no longer held back? He clapped his hands, shouted, and then began to dance around. Xie Bian watched with great interest in front of the screen. Huh, this kid is so amusing. Dong Qianxiu turned back and glared at him, saying, Seventh Master, be serious. What if Du Yu fails? We might all cease to exist. Really? I think he has great ideas, Xie Bian said, crossing his arms confidently. Hai Wucheng Fan Wu Jiao, however, snorted coldly beside him, remaining silent. In the screen, Du Yu flailed his arms and legs for a long time, his movements extremely uncoordinated, clearly lacking any talent for dance. Brother Fongming, don't you have a spell? Please do not interrupt. Du Yu shouted, this is a crucial moment. Du Yu spun around 3 times, took a deep breath, and shouted the spell, hey. Qianxiu, help me, Qianxiu, help me, Qianxiu, help me, look, quickly, help me, take a look, urgent, as the law commands. Silence. Not only was the room silent, but the entire Legend Management Bureau was also frozen. What was that? Change, and Yi slightly clenched their toes. They had never seen such a ridiculous spell in their lives. Ha ha ha. Xie Bian laughed heartily. See, I told you this kid is amusing. Dong Qianxiu said somewhat helplessly. Do you, if you really need my help, you could have discussed it with me beforehand. Attacking me suddenly like this, what if I didn't react in time? Du Yu, after hearing this, slowly turned around 3 times and shouted, hey. Then he muttered, then let's die together, die together, die together, die together. Dong Qianxiu gritted his teeth, while Xie Bian behind him was laughing so hard, he was in stitches. Sigh. Dong Qianxiu sighed quietly, then turned the screen and carefully looked at it, saying, change stitched when the moon rises bright. So that was it. Du Yu took a deep breath, pressed his hands down as if concluding his spell, and slowly said to the 2. If I'm not mistaken, what change stitched was when the moon rises bright. Change looked incredulous as she produced Yi's garment from behind. Yi quickly went to check, and sure enough, the collar had the 4 characters when the moon rises bright stitched on it. When the moon rises bright, it shines beautifully when the moon comes out. It seems that Miss Change really loves the moon, Du Yu said, pretending to be profound. Brother Fongming, you even know this. Yi exclaimed in shock. You truly are an immortal, even though your casting method is quite strange. Don't mind my casting method. Du Yu said, now can you tell me about those 6 monsters? The 2 exchanged glances and Change elaborated, Brother Fongming, are you here to slay the monsters? Sort of, slaying monsters is a side job, I have a main job. Yi shook his head, Brother Fongming is truly an immortal, what you say is hard to understand. Actually, there are not 6 monsters, only 4. The Yaogu was originally a divine beast raised by the former emperor. After the former emperor's death, the Yaogu returned to the weak waters. However, the weak waters cannot withstand the scorching sun, and the Yaogu lost its habitat, wandering the world. But with its human head and beast body, anyone who sees it feels it is ominous, and over time it became known as a monster, provoking countless warriors to attack it, which only angered it further. As for the Zaishi, it is a creature of the water, now it can only wander like the Yaogu. How do you know this? Du Yu pondered slightly. Yi sighed and interjected. Brother Fongming, to be honest, although I am an ordinary person, I still care about the world. When the 6 monsters appeared, I immediately went to investigate, and killed 3 of them. Killed 3? Du Yu exclaimed, as an ordinary person, how could you possibly kill 3 monsters? Though I am an ordinary person, I grew up on the mountains, and am skilled at archery, Zhaoqi and Fengti are merely wild beasts to me, not threats. In Songlin, I shot Fengti. In Chouhua Wild, I shot Zhaoqi. And Dafeng was killed with the help of a friend in Qingqiu Marsh. A friend. The information was overwhelming, and Du Yu couldn't react. Yi had a friend with unfathomable strength. What about the remaining monsters? The Yaogu has promised me not to appear before the world for the time being, and the Zaishi has also changed its name, and is hiding. Currently, the only monster left in the world is Juing. Good, great. Let's go kill Juing right away. Du Yu suddenly felt they were just one step away from completing their task. Stop talking nonsense, Brother Fongming, Yi interrupted. Juing was born at the dawn of time, and is a true ferocious beast with a body like a cow and a tail like a dragon, possessing 9 heads that can spit water and breathe fire. An ordinary person cannot be its opponent. Do you realize this creature was indeed formidable? You have a friend, right? My friend. Yi raised an eyebrow as if suddenly recalling something, and asked, do you seriously? Brother Fongming, my friend said that if someone came to find him, I should ask them a question, or if they answer it, he will take them to see him. What question? Du Yu pondered slightly. This person seemed very mysterious. Perhaps he was the true immortal. To quell the chaos. To quell the chaos. What was that? A code. Yi looked at Du Yu with anticipation, but Du Yu's mind went blank. Sister Qianxiu, have you heard this phrase? Is there a second half? Du Yu asked Dong Qianxiu quietly, but she did not respond. In the Legend Management Bureau, Dong Qianxiu stared blankly at the screen, her mouth agape. Hei Bai Wucheng also slowly stood up. Hai Wucheng Fan Wu Jiao murmured slowly, to quell the chaos, one must achieve victory in battle. Bai Wucheng Xie Bian sighed wryly. Old He, you lied to us. What do you mean I lied? He Su slowly walked over, smiling as he asked. How did you lie? Fan Wu Jiao pointed at the screen and turned around, saying, your precious disciple, victory in battle, how did you report it back then? You told us that victory in battle had transcended the world and was no longer part of the 5 elements. We indeed couldn't find his soul, so we had to record as you said. But he is clearly still in the legend. Is that so? Little Jean is still in the legend. Old Yi stroked his beard and asked, then could you two please explain to me, is this legend considered within the world or within the 5 elements? Hou Yi gritted his teeth and stood up, and the entire Legend Management Bureau began to shake slightly. So you deliberately deceived us. If victory in battle is in the legend, how could you possibly complete the task? You already knew he was inside, didn't you? Old boss, sit down. Xie Bian rarely lost his smile and said sternly to Fan Wujiao, don't forget we can maintain our position today largely due to Old Yi's efforts as well. Hou Yi slowly sat down, calming himself before saying to Hisu, sorry Old Yi, it's just that man. When mentioning the name victory in battle, there was an undeniable hatred in Hou Yi's eyes, as if he had a deep-seated grudge against this person. Rest assured Wujiao, Hisu said with a smile, who says little Jean will definitely obstruct the task. Didn't he also strike down some ferocious beasts? Hou Yi fell silent. Dong Qianxiu turned back to ask, Director, what should we do? Should we let Du Yu go find victory in battle? Not yet, we can't let the two meet right now, Hisu said. Just make up a code for Du Yu. Du Yu listened for a long time and quietly confirmed with Dong Qianxiu, is this true? Sister Qianxiu, is this code reliable? Don't worry, just say it as I told you. After hearing this, Du Yu was confident, looked up at De Yi and sneered, saying, your friend is quite mischievous. Although such a code was unknown to ordinary people, I am an immortal. For an immortal, this code is as simple as blinking. Listen closely. Okay. De Yi looked at Du Yu with anticipation. Du Yu raised his mouth proudly and said, to quell the chaos, one must eat their fill. De Yi was not experiencing this for the first time. Why could this person in front of him be so self-assured and making up nonsense? What's wrong? Is it not quite right? Do you notice De Yi's expression was quite peculiar and tentatively asked. Brother Fongming. De Yi rubbed his temples and said, it's indeed a bit different. Hey, Dong Qianxiu, what is going on here? Du Yu cursed, inwardly feeling frustrated, and could only patiently explain to Du Yi. As fellow immortals, I might not belong to the same faction as your friend. Different factions have different codes. Since that is the case, I cannot allow you to seek out my friend. De Yi said, somewhat troubled. This was our mutual agreement. Fine. Du Yu replied with a sigh of resignation. Even without him, we still have other means. Brother Fongming, what solution do you propose? De Yi asked. Naturally, Du Yu leaned against the wall, gazing solemnly at the ground. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, have you ever heard of the victorious fighting Buddha Sun Wukong? The victorious fighting who? Sun Wukong. De Yi asked, puzzled. Who is he? Huh? Du Yu blinked, startled. Sun Wukong, you don't know him. The moment the words left his lips, Du Yu regretted them. Where was he? Was this truly an era in which every soul had heard of Sun Wukong? No, this was the primordial age. Du Yu sighed helplessly. Fine, forget Sun Wukong entirely. Take me to the Jiaoying instead. I will slay it myself. After spending the day together, De Yi still could not fathom Du Yu's true strength. De Yi raised his eyes to the sky ablaze with suns and said to Du Yu, very well. If so, I shall set out with you tomorrow. The Jiaoying dwells in the Xiong River of the Ao Lai Kingdom north of the D-lands. Not far from here, though a full day's journey. Du Yu too glanced out the window. Tomorrow. Departure. These suns never seem to set. How then could one distinguish today from tomorrow? Suns setting. Du Yu fixed his gaze intently upon the sun. Why were there only 9 left? He assumed the blinding glare had deceived his eyes, yet upon careful count he confirmed it precisely 9. De Yi, Du Yu asked, perplexed. How many suns were there originally in the sky? Brother Fongming, are you unwell? There was but 1 sun in the sky as always. No, that is not right, Du Yu insisted, growing anxious. He pointed upward. How many suns are there now? 10. There are 10 now. Hou Yi remained baffled. Then why are there only 9 now? Du Yu felt as though he grasped a fragile thread of insight, yet it slipped away the moment he tried to hold it tight. If only 9 suns remained in the sky, the legend of Yi shooting the 9 suns could not possibly hold true. 10, 9, what difference does it make? The suns shift between 10 and 9 in the sky, De Yi remarked unperturbed. To us, does it truly matter? Du Yu lowered his head, pondering deeply. Suns shifting between 10 and 9. Could it be? One sun rises and sets as nature intends, while the others remain suspended motionless. That defies all reason. Wait. Having already entered the tale of Yi shooting the 9 suns, does science even apply? Yes, it matters. A sun rising and setting is natural law. Yet why do the others not follow suit? Do they simply hover in place? Even at night, they continue to bathe the earth in relentless light. Why could Hou Yi not bring down the final sun? For the first time, Du Yu attempted to interpret myth through scientific reasoning. And if his deduction held, those 9 celestial orbs could not possibly be true suns. Yet what then were those colossal fireballs blazing like suns? Even if they were not suns, could a mortal truly shoot them down? Brother Fongming, are you unwell? I am fine, though something eludes my understanding. I must retire to rest. As agreed, we depart tomorrow. Having spoken, Du Yu withdrew to his chamber. Outside, a boy concealed himself in the shadows. Only after Du Yu had vanished inside did he step cautiously into the house. Yo Qiong, De Yi smiled upon seeing the boy. What brings you here? Brother Yi, I sense that this man named Fongming is no good. Yo Qiong kept his head bowed, muttering under his breath. How could that be? De Yi drew the boy close. There are still many good people in this world. Besides, he may seem irreverent, yet his heart belongs to the realm consumed by thoughts of shooting down suns and slaying monstrous beasts. Yoqiong remained uneasy, but hearing De Yi's words his certainty wavered. Yoqiong, starting tomorrow I shall accompany him to slay the Jiuying. Would you stay behind and care for Sister Chang'e? Slay the Jiuying? Yoqiong cried out in alarm. Then you must take Xiaoba along. Xiaoba? De Yi shook his head. No, I renamed Xiaoba precisely to spare it such trials. I only wish for it to live in peace. But can that man truly defeat the Jiuying? Truthfully, I do not know, De Yi sighed. Even if Brother Feng Meng refused, I would go alone, sooner or later. Yoqiong stood there crestfallen and silent. Came a gentle voice from the inner chamber. Chang'e emerged slowly. You are leaving? Yes. I shall join Brother Feng Meng to slay the Jiuying. Must you go? Do not fret, my love. I shall return safely, without fail. Chang'e bit her lip, whispering softly. You swore we would grow old together. The Jiuying is no trifling foe. Since Brother Feng Meng is a celestial being, surely he needs no aid from a mere mortal like you. Yi rose and gently enfolded Chang'e in his arms. Do not worry, my love. Have you forgotten? Brother Jean foretold that we would live out our days together side by side. Indeed, every event thus far had been foreseen by Brother Jean. Feeling superfluous, Yoqiong quietly retreated toward the doorway. Yoqiong, Yi called him back. Sister Chang'e is in your care. No, Chang'e interjected firmly. Yoqiong must accompany you. He commands Xiaoba, and that will ensure your safety. My love, Yi said, the heat is unbearable, and you bear the weight of our home. My heart aches to ask more of you. Let Yoqiong assist you instead. Do not fear for me. Have you forgotten? Should danger arise, I still possess that artifact. At these words, Chang'e's anxiety eased just slightly. The legendary narrative administration. Dong Qianxiu pulled up 2 screens, one showing De Yi, the other De Yi. She meticulously recorded every word De Yi spoke, yet she remained uncertain what secret he concealed. Do you? Dong Qianxiu addressed De Yi, who lay upon the bed. Matters appear to be shifting. I must consult with you. Go ahead, Sister Qianxiu. I'm listening. Dong Qianxiu organized her notes and said, as previously explained, you are only the second person in 900 years permitted to enter a living legend. Correct, I remember. The first was named Zhan Qixing. Zhan Qixing, yes. 9 centuries ago he entered the legend, and never returned. Did he encounter peril? No. More precisely, he betrayed the legendary narrative administration. Dong Qianxiu spoke the words with chilling detachment, as though recounting a stranger's fate. Betrayed? Why? The reasons need not concern you now. What I must stress is this Zhan Qixing is very likely already embedded within the shooting the 9 suns narrative. He is with me now. Yes. And he has severed all contact with the administration. We cannot monitor his feed. Yet moments ago I listened closely to Yi and Chang'e's conversation. Yi referred to a Brother Jean. That man is almost certainly Zhan Qixing. Dong Qianxiu adjusted her spectacles and continued, to quell chaos one must confront Zhan Qixing. This was his cryptic signal. Thus it was also Zhan Qixing who slew the monstrous wind beast De Feng, aiding De Yi. Her expression darkened. I suspect he has been involved in this legend since its earliest stages, yet his ultimate purpose remains unknown. Du Yu paused in quiet reflection. The clues were fragmented and disordered. Sitting upright, he retrieved a script, flipped it over, and picked up a charred twig from the floor, then began methodically inscribing every unresolved question upon the blank page. First, De Yi is mortal. Dong Qianxiu once stated she had observed this legend countless times. So what anomaly altered De Yi's origin? Second, among the 10 suns one sets, indicating one true sun. What then are the other 9? Third, De Yi and Chang'e conceal something. Its nature remains unknown, yet a subtle intuition suggests De Yi is far more than a simple mortal. Fourth, Chang'e, the woman accused of loving wealth above all else. Had Du Yu never met Chang'e, he might have accepted the tale at face value. But he had witnessed the luminous tenderness in her gaze when she looked upon De Yi. Moreover, Du Yu ran a hand across the long and used side chamber, spotless, immaculate. Such meticulous care did not align with the habits of a woman obsessed with riches. Chang'e is virtuous, learned, and profoundly devoted to De Yi. Fifth, De Yi's friend Zhan Qixing. This Zhan Qixing is undoubtedly the little Zhan referenced by the director. Du Yu knew neither his allegiance nor his intent, only that he must not interfere at a critical juncture. Watching Du Yu compile these insights on screen, Dong Qianxiu's perception of him shifted subtly. Though outwardly carefree, his mind was remarkably perceptive. Perhaps, just perhaps, he possessed the rare capacity to succeed. Du Yu carefully folded the sheet and tucked it into his robe. Sister Qianxiu, entering a living legend truly defies imagination. Does it, eh? Dong Qianxiu replied coolly. Indeed, so much lies beyond expectation. For instance, the legendary sun-shooting hero Hou Yi proves astonishingly approachable. Indeed, Dong Qianxiu conceded. Perhaps because he is mortal, he possesses no grounds for arrogance. Du Yu gave a wry smile. And who could have imagined this great hero speaks with a slight lisp? A lisp? Dong Qianxiu frowned. Odd. I recall no such trait in earlier versions of the Hou Yi legend. Huh. Du Yu grew thoughtful. Was Hou Yi's speech impediment unique to this iteration of the legend? Proceeding with caution, he retrieved the folded sheet and added a 6th point. 6th, De Yi's lisp appears for the first time. Here now. What is needed is a key, a single truth, to bind all these fragments into coherence. Though daylight still flooded the sky, Du Yu felt exhaustion seep into his bones. His mind churned with tangled threads of evidence, until gradually he drifted into sleep. The legendary narrative administration. With the current episode concluded, Xie Bian dismissed Xie Jin and Fan Xiaowould arrest, but Xie Bian and Fan Wujiu steadfastly refused to leave. Dong Qianqiu permitted them to remain seated. Not a single soul within the entire administration voiced desire for rest. Time passed, no one knew how long, until a knock sounded at the door. Du Yu staggered upright, finding the air outside even more scorching than the day before. He lifted his gaze and saw 10 blazing suns filling the heavens. Brother Fengming. Yi rapped again at the door. Du Yu opened it to find Yi drenched in sweat. Are we departing? Brother Yi. Not yet. We must wait a little longer. Might I ask a favor? Following Yi outside, Du Yu saw a straw mat laid before the threshold, and upon it, an elderly man barely clinging to life. Could you help me bury him? Neither spoke. Silently, Du Yu gripped the mat and followed Yi into the open field, where Yi raised his hoe and began digging. This scene mirrored exactly what Du Yu had witnessed on screen before his crossing, when he had wondered bewildered why Yi labored in such blistering heat. Now he understood he was digging a grave. The good news is only Elder Tan has passed today. The bad news is his household is gone. 7 souls, none survived. Yi dug softly as he spoke. More than half the village has perished from thirst and starvation. Brother Fengming, you know I cannot bring down the suns. All I can do is rid the land of monsters as best I can. For the first time, Du Yu sensed the profound sorrow weighing upon Yi. Yet in truth, none of these people needed to die. Yi dug harder, as if fleeing some unbearable truth. They could have lived. They died because of me. Du Yu stepped forward and placed a firm hand upon Yi's shoulder. What nonsense is this? They perished beneath 10 suns, not because of you. Yi seemed not to hear. His digging slowed. Tears fell silently onto the dry earth. Brother Fengming, if forced to choose, would you save all under heaven, or grow old with the one you love? Du Yu shook his head. I have no beloved, so I cannot answer. Is that so? Yi turned his gaze steady upon Du Yu. There is something I've long wished to tell you. You need not search further for that sun-shooting archer named Yi. The man no longer exists. In that instant, a luminous thread coalesced in Du Yu's mind, connecting every scattered clue. His eyes widened in revelation. You knew, long ago, that 10 suns would rise in the sky, didn't you? Du Yu asked. Indeed. Yi set down the hoe, turned and gently lifted Elder Tan's body, placing it reverently into the freshly dug pit. Long ago a man offered me a choice, but I chose to grow old with Chang'e. A man had offered Yi a choice. Back then, who else in this world could have foreseen the ascent of 10 suns? Du Yu's thoughts crystallized. Zhan Qixing had appeared into Yi's youth, and his intervention was what prevented Yi from attaining a semi-mortal constitution. With this breakthrough, clarity arrived. Was that man who offered you the choice Zhan Qixing? Du Yu asked. You. Yi slowly turned his eyes, locking onto Du Yu. You know Brother Zhan. I know him, though not well, Du Yu replied. We share a drink now and then, but borrowing money in a crisis, that's another matter entirely. Never mind our relationship. Let me ask you one thing. Do you wish to shoot down the suns? Do you want to shoot down the sun? Yi fell silent. Du Yu thought Yi would agree immediately, but it seemed he had reservations. If I shoot down the sun, Henge will leave me, right? Du Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to provide an answer. Everyone praises the heroic tale of Yi shooting the sun, but has anyone ever asked whether Yi truly wanted to shoot down those 9 suns? Brother Fengming, let us set out. We can talk as we walk. Du Yu nodded heavily. The two buried Uncle Tan bid farewell to Henge, with Yi carrying a bow and arrows, and Du Yu bringing a time-traveling gift package. Together they stepped into the scorching sunlight and began their journey. Unexpectedly, just as they reached the village entrance, a small boy blocked their path. Are you Yu Qiong? Yu Qiong looked at Du Yu with annoyance and asked, Who exactly are you? Why must you bring Yigu to fight the 9 infants? Du Yu had never considered answering this question, so he had to fabricate a response saying, Yigu is exceptionally skilled with the bow and arrow. I actually came to learn from him out of admiration. Learn archery. Yu Qiong, being just a child, suddenly felt that Du Yu wasn't so bad after all. So you are Yige's disciple? Yu Qiong asked again. Yes, disciple, Du Yu affirmed with a nod. Brother Fengming, this might not be good. Yi said softly. How could I dare to call myself the master of an immortal? It's fine, it's fine. Du Yu waved his hand. Once my identity is established, it will be easier to act. Yu Qiong lowered his head, feeling a bit confused. All right, Yu Qiong, you should be at ease now. Yi patted Yu Qiong's head. Remember to help me take care of Sister Henge. Watching the two leave, Yu Qiong did not return to the village. Instead, he ran towards a giant locust tree, which stood alone, its leaves having all fallen off due to the heat. Little ba, Yu Qiong shouted several times. The ground near the locust tree began to tremble, as if something colossal was stirring beneath. Moments later, a gigantic snake, entirely black with a dark yellow underbelly, emerged from the ground. As it stood upright, the entire sky seemed to be obscured. The giant snake looked down at Yu Qiong and asked, Master, did you call for me? Its booming voice was deafening, yet Yu Qiong appeared unafraid as he walked beneath the snake and gently leaned against it. His small frame looked like but a single scale of the snake. Little ba, I hope you can help me with a task. It may be very dangerous. Master, my life was saved by you, and if you need it, you can take it back at any time. No, little Ba. Yu Qiong shook his head, crying. I hope you can live well, and I hope Yi Ge can live well too, but Yi Ge may encounter danger. Dai, let us continue our previous discussion. On the road, Dai said. Dai nodded, pondering for a moment, then said, Brother Fongming, in fact, there are many things I have only told my wife and brother Jean, but I don't know why I feel so familiar with you from the first meeting. Perhaps it's because you are very much like brother Jean. Both of you possess an uncanny sense of knowing everything that will happen in the future. Do you thought this was not a necessity? I still carry dozens of scripts with me. I will tell you the secret I have hidden for so long. If after hearing it you believe that I can still shoot down the sun at this moment, I am willing to give it a try. 11 years ago, 10-year-old Dai followed his parents into the mountains to hunt, waiting beneath a tree. When the sun set and darkness fell, his parents came to the tree to take Dai home, but unexpectedly all the cicadas on the tree began to chirp wildly, the sound echoing through the valley, making it difficult for his parents to approach. His parents deemed this child a harbinger of misfortune and abandoned Dai, leaving him in the depths of the mountains. Young Dai could only survive alone in the deep mountains. He mimicked his parents and crafted a bow from branches and vines. Whether it was his innate archery talent or fate intervening, Dai survived amidst the poisonous insects and demonic beasts of the deep mountains. After about half a year, Dai encountered someone else for the first time in the mountains. On a slope, he saw a girl about his age who had been bitten by a poisonous insect and was unconscious. However, this girl was dressed in fine clothes and had an exceptional appearance, clearly not the daughter of an ordinary family. After using many herbs and caring for her for 7 days, Dai finally revived the girl. But the girl adamantly refused to speak of her past, only stating that she would repay Dai's kindness with her life. Yet Dai, knowing he was just a mountain villager, felt unworthy of such a moon-like flawless beauty. No matter how Dai spoke, the girl was unwilling to leave. In the end, he had no choice but to take her in, and they began to live together. Another 6 months later, Dai met a second person in the mountains. How should one describe that person? He wore a black patterned sleeve robe with a dark purple patterned belt around his waist. His jet black hair was tied into a high bun, tall and graceful, with unfathomable eyes. In Dai's words, he was the kind of person you could tell at first glance was certainly not ordinary. Little brother, are you called Dai? The man spoke with an authoritative tone without raising his voice. Dai, seeing an immortal for the first time in over a decade, was momentarily too intimidated to speak. No need to be afraid, I am here to help you. Help me. Help me hunt. Huh? The man laughed heartily. Not at all. What I am here to help you with is far more important than hunting. What I am about to say is extremely important, and you must listen carefully and not speak of it to outsiders. Oh, all right. At this time tomorrow you will encounter an old man in the mountains. Do your utmost to help him. As a reward, he will grant you a celestial treasure. However, I need to give you a choice. The old man will offer you a 9 revolutions yuan spirit pill or a celestial treasure. You can only choose one. Your choice will directly influence your fate. Choose the 9 revolutions yuan spirit pill, and you can wash your marrow and change your bones, gradually becoming a semi-mortal body. In your 21st year, there will be a great calamity in the world, and you must use your semi-mortal strength to turn the tide and save the common people. However, once you choose this path to immortality, you will inevitably grow distant from your wife and ultimately lose the one you love, living a lonely life. Dai was taken aback after hearing this, as if he truly saw the future this person spoke of. In Dai's memory, a vague image of him becoming a semi-mortal body surfaced. At that time, he would no longer need to eat or sleep, and his daily life would be completely disconnected from his wife. Gradually, they would run out of common language like two strangers. The woman in the vision was none other than Henge, with whom Dai's relationship had recently been growing closer. Dai found it strange why these memories felt so real, as if he had truly experienced them. The man continued, if you choose the celestial treasure, you will only ever be an ordinary person. The celestial treasure can only save you from peril in critical moments, ensuring your safety. You will be destined to be unable to save the common people, but you can grow old together with your loved one. As for the common people, let whoever wants to save them do so. Dai pondered for a while. The common people. Who do the common people refer to? Are they his parents who abandoned him to fend for himself in the mountains? Are they the bad people who sent Henge to the mountains to be bitten by poisonous insects? Dai was perplexed. Why should he sacrifice his beloved Henge for those people? But strangely unlike before, no matter how Dai imagined it, he could not see the future of growing old together, as if it would never happen. But what did that matter? It seems you have an answer now. The man smiled slightly at Dai's expression. This is only fair. Everyone should have the right to choose their own life. After the man finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and vanished from sight. Dai understood he had encountered a true immortal, excitedly rushing home to tell Henge, completely forgetting the man's warning not to speak of it to outsiders. Henge's face turned slightly red upon hearing this. She did not care about the immortal at all, as she bit her lip and asked, Dai, do you wish to grow old with me? What I mean is, do you wish to marry me as your wife? Henge's fair face was now flushed, her gaze lowered slightly, her fingers fiddling with her clothes, breathtakingly beautiful. I do, Dai stammered in response. Henge shed tears of joy, and the two embraced each other. At that moment for Dai, was there anything more important in the world than Henge? The next day Yi indeed encountered an old man on the slope. The old man had white hair, yet looked youthful, wearing a pure white robe, seemingly performing some kind of divine magic. With his eyes slightly closed, he sat cross-legged on a large stone palms facing the sky, while a black cauldron spun in the air before him, sweat pouring from his forehead as he urged a bright red flame to burn the cauldron. I said I would help this old man, but how can I possibly assist him? Yi hid in the shadows, observing that the old man was clearly not an ordinary person. He noticed that the flames beneath the black cauldron grew fiercer, and the cauldron began to sway seemingly at a critical moment of the magical incantation. Just then something rustled in the grass, slowly emerging behind the old man. Yi focused his gaze and saw two wolves approaching, but one had a particularly short front leg and seemed unable to walk, relying on the other to support it. Though disabled, its eyes were cunning, and they had clearly been waiting for a long time for the right moment to strike at the old man. This is a beast. Yi thought it was bad news. He had heard from his parents as a child that there was a type of wolf born with a missing front leg, unable to walk on its own, relying on other wolves for support. They were known as beasts and were exceptionally intelligent. In 100 years there might not be a single beast born among wolves. However, once a beast appeared, it would surely lead the pack to wreak havoc on the world with its high intellect. He made a quick decision, swiftly drawing an arrow and shooting the wolf dead. Without its mount, the beast fell to the ground. Before it could react, he quickly shot 2 more arrows at the beast. One arrow struck its throat while the other hit its heart and lungs. As the beast lay on the ground, gasping for breath, it was clear it was dying. He turned back to the old man, who seemed oblivious to everything, still with his eyes closed, urging the flames. In an instant, there was a muffled sound from the black cauldron, and the lid was blown off, sending a golden light shooting into the sky. The old man finally opened his slightly closed eyes and said in a low voice, "Want to leave?" The old man pointed, and from his sleeve flew a purple golden red gourd racing towards the golden light. The two objects seemed to be engaged in a struggle, but the golden light was clearly no match for the purple golden red gourd. The gourd's magical power surfaced, and it absorbed the golden light into its belly before slowly returning to the old man's hand. The old man looked at the gourd in his hand, uncorked it, and tilted it, revealing a golden pill that fell into his palm. I didn't expect such a powerful pill to possess spiritual intelligence right after being forged. Fortunately, I didn't let it escape. The old man gradually turned his head towards Yi and said, "Little brother, thank you very much just now. If that beast had attacked me and obtained this pill, the world would likely have fallen into chaos. Old sir, you knew all along." The old man smiled and said, "Of course I knew. However, if I acted rashly at that moment, not only would the pill in this cauldron have turned to ash, but I would also have suffered severe internal injuries." Yi nodded, pondering whether this place was a celestial mountain. Why were so many immortals present? "Little brother, you saved my life. This is my fate, and also your fortune." The old man presented a pill to Yi, then pulled out a wooden box, saying, "I came here in a hurry and only brought these 2 items, a pill that can make your body holy and a celestial treasure I often use. You may choose one, and after this we shall have no further ties." He looked at the scene before him, identical to what the man had said yesterday. "No further ties?" He asked. "Why do you say that, old sir?" "It's not that I'm dissatisfied with you, little brother, but as an immortal, I must sever all ties with the mortal realm every time I descend." The old man smiled and said, "Little brother, don't take it to heart. Just choose one." He no longer questioned further, since he had already made his choice in his heart. He just needed to act on it. So he reached for the spirit-filled little box without even glancing at the pill. "Oh." The old man seemed somewhat surprised, but quickly returned to his usual demeanor. "Since that is the case, little brother has made your choice. We shall have no further entanglement. Farewell." Yi said to Yu, "Just as brother Jean said, all this time I have been safe and sound, and my relationship with Henge has flourished, but the common people have suffered. Brother Fongming, am I being too selfish?" Yu sighed deeply. He simply did not want to leave Henge, but who decided that he must sacrifice everything he has now to save the common people. "Do you wanted to say more?" But Dong Qianxiu suddenly spoke up. "Do you be careful? It seems like a colossal creature has been following you." You turned to look back and indeed saw a cloud of dust rising on the distant horizon, as if something large was following them from afar. "Brother Pang Ming, what's wrong?" "No, it's nothing." You knew that telling Yi about the thing following them would be useless, so he turned back and said, "Brother Yi, I hope you don't mind others, just follow your own heart. Do you want to shoot down the sun for yourself?" Yi pondered for a moment and nodded. "I want to shoot down the sun, but I also want to grow old together with change." You thought about it as well, it wasn't difficult. If Yi was a semi-divine being, after 10 years he and change would have lost their feelings for each other. It was indeed possible that change might steal the elixir and become immortal. But now it was different. Yi and change had always been in love. If they found a way to shoot down the sun in their current state, neither change nor Yi would consume the elixir, which meant they could shoot down the sun while preserving their relationship. Or directly ask the Queen Mother of the West for 2 elixirs. This wasn't too difficult. The challenge lay in how to shoot down the sun. You glanced back at the swirling dust in the distance. That thing seemed to maintain its distance from them, never getting closer. Though he felt a lingering fear Yu would never actively seek out that thing, so he and Yi continued on their way. For some reason, under the scorching sun, the two had been traveling for a long time, yet Yu didn't feel very tired. If this were the real world, he would have been drenched in sweat by now. Could it be because he was already dead? Throughout the entire day, Du Yu looked back many times, but never saw that thing again. After checking with Dong Qianxiu a few times and confirming that nothing was following them, he finally felt relieved. Brother Peng Ming, we have arrived in the Ally Kingdom. We must be extremely careful. Du Yu said, can you tell me the exact address of our delivery? Delivery address? I mean the specific location. Du Yu said, I feel like I've heard the name Ally Kingdom somewhere before. We are currently located in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent near the fierce waters of the Northern D region in the Ally Kingdom. No, why do I feel so familiar with Eastern Victory Divine Continent and Ally Kingdom? Du Yu said, I used to chant it every day when I was young, but I've forgotten it all after working for a few years. Familiar? Brother Peng Ming, have you been here before? Du Yu asked. Not really, I'm not a local, and I haven't been to many places. Du Yu replied. By the way, Du Yu whispered, Sister Qianxiu, does Ally Kingdom have any famous figures? Dong Qianxiu sighed helplessly. It's surprising that you could enter the legends and yet not know this. In the Eastern Victory Divine Continent Ally Kingdom, there is a flower and fruit mountain. Ah yes. Du Yu slapped his forehead. Isn't that the place often mentioned in the episodes about the Monkey King? The Ally Kingdom in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent has flower and fruit mountain where the great sage equal to Heaven's Son Wukong is from. Now that you mention it, why couldn't I remember before? Dong Qianxiu shook her head helplessly. You can't blame me, I haven't used this knowledge since high school. He looked at Du Yu in confusion. What's this chi? What Wukong? Who is that? Du Yu waved his hand confidently, sneering, you don't need to know. He then patted his backpack and whispered, Grandpa Great Sage, today we are playing at home, don't feel any pressure, just act like a starter, and we'll finish the match in 5 minutes. Brother Peng Ming, are you feeling too hot? He asked with some concern. Haha, I'm not too hot, I'm in a fiery state. Du Yu walked forward confidently, as if he had already seen the corpse of Jiuying. Suddenly, a massive fireball fell from the sky. He reacted quickly and pushed Du Yu down to the side. Du Yu had just dodged the fireball and hadn't yet realized what was happening when a giant dragon tail swept over, hitting him in the waist and sending him flying. Brother Peng Ming. He shouted loudly. I'm fine. Du Yu lay on the ground retching. That hit was too brutal, but his body seemed a bit resilient, and he felt as if his internal organs weren't injured. A demon with red fur slowly descended, standing 10 zhang tall, resembling a water buffalo with 9 heads, but it had a scaly dragon tail behind it. Have you come? Jiuying. Du Yu wiped the corner of his mouth and reached for his backpack. Brother Peng Ming, I'll hold him off. You find time to chant the spell quickly. Yi immediately pulled out 3 arrows, knocked them, and shot, each aimed directly at Jiuying's eyes. Jiuying, however, was not an ordinary opponent. Every time the arrows were about to hit its eyes, it would immediately turn its head, causing the arrows to whiz past. Roar! Jiuying let out a roar and sprayed a column of water at Yi. Yi relied on his agility to dodge left and right, barely avoiding the attack. Great, I just need to hold on. Yi thought. Brother Peng Ming needs time to chant the spell. As long as I'm not killed before then, everything will be fine. Just then Yi suddenly heard a roar from Du Yu's side. Son Wukong, what a desperate sound. Has Brother Peng Ming already completed the spell? Behind the tree, Du Yu looked at the shattered jar in his waist bag. The previous blow from Jiuying had struck solidly, shattering the jar that contained the soul of the fighting Buddha Son Wukong. As soon as Du Yu opened his waist bag, he noticed a wisp of white smoke drifting away. Initially, he didn't think much of it, but upon opening it, he realized that the thing that had just flown away was likely the soul of Son Wukong. Du Yu yelled like he had lost his mind. What the hell am I being arrogant about? Oh my god, Yi said excitedly. What kind of powerful ability did Brother Peng Ming just unleash to make such a desperate sound? In the Legend Management Bureau, Dong Qianxiu, Xie Bian, and Fan Wujiao all stood up in shock at that moment. Oh no. Just then Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua, who had finished resting at home, were about to enter with a cup of milk tea. Jin, my dear grandson. Xie Bian shouted in a panic. Quick, check the soul summoning records from 2,000 years ago. If you see the soul of the fighting Buddha Son Wukong, call me immediately. Yes, ancestor. As soon as Xie Jin entered, he received the order and hurriedly ran off. Blur. Fan Wujiao also shouted, immediately contact Cui Ju and Zhong Kuei to check all souls from the Yao Emperor era and see if there's an extra vengeful soul Son Wukong. Alright, ancestor. Fan Xiaohua took a sip of milk tea and quickly ran off. Director. Dong Qianxiu shouted, quickly check which soul among the 3 souls and 7 spirits that Du Yu took was the one belonging to Son Wukong. Yisui stood there in a daze. Wait, they are instructing the younger generation to do the work, and you are directing me, which makes me very awkward. Director. What time is it? Yes. Yisui ran off in embarrassment. What terrible luck. Dong Qianxiu said to let the soul of Son Wukong escape during the Yao Emperor era. If Son Wukong enters the underworld, it will be an unprecedented disaster. Brother Peng Ming, are you ready? He could barely hold on. Although Jiuying was spraying water columns, it felt as heavy as stone on him. He already had many bruises on his body, saying, I can't hold on much longer. What are you holding on for? Du Yu ran out from behind the tree. The plan has changed, let's run. Yi momentarily didn't understand. What do you mean? The wind is tight. Pull the call. Du Yu shouted and took off running. Even if De Yi didn't understand, he realized what was happening and turned to follow Du Yu in a frantic dash. Seeing the two trying to escape, Jiao Ying decisively attacked the nearest De Yi. It lunged forward and bit down on De Yi's shoulder. "Oh!" De Yi screamed in agony. De Yi, Du Yu turned back and with determination shouted, "Let go of my brother." As De Yi ran toward De Yi, he picked up an arrow from the ground, jumped up, and stabbed it fiercely into Jiao Ying's eye. Jiao Ying hadn't expected such bravery and was caught off guard, getting one of its eyes blinded. In pain, Jiao Ying released its grip, and Du Yu immediately helped De Yi up and ran away. Du Yu glanced at De Yi. The wound on his shoulder was quite severe. "Brother Pang Meng, let me go." De Yi said, "If you carry me, we'll both die." "That won't do." Du Yu gritted his teeth. "I brought you out, I have to take you back." Not long after, Jiao Ying regained its senses and was consumed by rage, immediately shooting several massive fireballs at the two. "We can't dodge." Du Yu looked at the size of the gigantic fireballs and knew that he couldn't escape with De Yi. In a flash, the ground between them and Jiao Ying began to shift. Just as the fireballs were about to hit them, a colossal shadow burst out of the ground, taking the fireballs. Hidden scales flew everywhere as a giant python appeared before them. "What the heck is this?" Dong Qinxiu exclaimed in alarm. "Du Yu, be careful. The Snake of Restoration has also appeared. In every legend, De Yi always shoots out one of its eyes, so they've been mortal enemies." "Isn't this the end?" Du Yu shouted while pulling De Yi to run. De Yi glanced at the scales on the ground and painfully looked back. "Xiao Ba, yeah, I'm here to save you. Wow, you two know each other." Du Yu smiled at the Snake of Restoration. "You're on our side, big brother." The Snake of Restoration ignored Du Yu and faced off against Jiao Ying. "No, Xiao Ba, you're no match for it. Hurry and leave." De Yi said weakly. "I can't leave, my master said, to ensure your survival." The Snake of Restoration stared intently at Jiao Ying as if it too hadn't anticipated such a formidable adversary. "Strange," Dong Qinxiu said. "Why would the Snake of Restoration risk its life for De Yi?" Jiao Ying took a few probing steps, finding that the giant snake remained motionless. Unable to hold its temper, it directly sprayed a massive torrent of water. The Snake of Restoration was too large to dodge and could only charge forward, colliding head-on with Jiao Ying. The two enormous demons began to battle fiercely in that open space, but it was clear that the Snake of Restoration was no match for Jiao Ying. Jiao Ying could use demon techniques capable of spraying both water and fire, while the Snake of Restoration was just a giant snake. Seizing the opportunity, the Snake of Restoration wrapped around Jiao Ying, but Jiao Ying was merciless, with its 9 heads biting at the snake's body in all directions. In an instant, the Snake of Restoration was left bloody and torn, and Jiao Ying took advantage of its victory to shoot fireballs at the bloodied snake, causing it to howl in agony. Despite this, the Snake of Restoration still held on to Jiao Ying tightly and didn't let go. What now? Du Yu watched the scene unfold, realizing that he was the only one who could act, but what could he do to help? "Right? I still have the special talismans for cultivators." Du Yu pulled out a rejuvenation talisman from his backpack and stuck it directly onto Yi's body. A golden light burst forth and De Yi's bleeding wounds visibly healed. "What?" De Yi looked at his body in disbelief. "I didn't expect Brother Pang Meng to have such a trick up his sleeve. This is the only time I can do it." Du Yu said, "That's enough." De Yi felt his strength returning, picked up his bow, and said to Du Yu, "I can't abandon Xiao Ba. I'm going to fight Jiao Ying now." "Wait." Du Yu thought for a moment and said, "Your arrows can evade listen to my command later. There should be a way." "Oh, Brother Pang Meng has a backup plan." "Yes." Du Yu nodded. "I haven't used my strongest skill, Qinxiu Divine Art." "Qinxiu Divine Art." Hearing this, Dong Qinxiu was stunned. "Do you? I warn you not to act recklessly. Oh, I can only observe and transmit messages to your world, but I can't cast spells." "You don't need to cast spells." Du Yu said. "I remember the director once said that in the past 900 years without operators you often interfered with the legends using transmissions, right?" "Yes. So that means you can transmit messages to anyone in the legends." "Theoretically, yes, as long as we can see that person." "That's great. Can this transmission switch channels?" "Switch channels?" "Yes, like headphones, choosing to hear it in the left ear or the right ear." "There should be that functionality, but I've never used it." "What exactly are you trying to do?" Dong Qinxiu seemed unusually anxious. Then it settled. Du Yu said, "You shout, 'Hey grandson,' to test it out." "What? I don't want to shout that, it's too embarrassing." Dong Qinxiu said disdainfully. "Sister, embarrassed?" Du Yu roared. "I'm about to lose my life here." Fine." After holding it in for a long time, Dong Qinxiu finally shouted, "Hey grandson." "Good, very good." Du Yu shouted, "Brother Du Yi, come over, I'll tell you the strategy." Jiao Ying was entangled in battle with the Snake of Restoration when it suddenly noticed a figure with a bow and arrow moving quickly to its left side. It sensed that someone was about to ambush it and stared intently. At that moment, Jiao Ying suddenly heard someone on the right say, "Hey grandson." The voice was so close it felt like it was right in its face. Jiao Ying suddenly looked to the right, but saw nothing. Whoosh! An arrow flew in at just the right moment, hitting and blinding one of Jiao Ying's eyes. Jiao Ying looked around in confusion, its face filled with doubt. "Qinxiu Divine Art, Boundless Magic." Du Yu sneered. Brother Pang Meng possesses truly extraordinary abilities, able to disrupt even a demonic beast's mind. Du Yi could not help but admire inwardly. Relying on Du Yu's eternal autumn divine art, De Yi successively blinded 12 of Jiao Ying's 18 eyes, though the beast bore 9 heads, each crowned with 2 eyes. Only 6 eyes remain. Do you roared continue. Hou Yi panted heavily, its face drenched in blood. It still could not fathom what had transpired, only sensing someone circling it hurling relentless mockery. What baffled it most was that the voice sounded utterly timid, even faintly bashful, yet never ceased its taunts. With a grimace, it resolved to ignore the voice entirely. Thereafter, no matter how he loosed his arrows, Hou Yi fixed its gaze unwaveringly upon him. Dong Qinxiu, stationed at the opposite end, grew increasingly frantic, shouting, "Hey, grandson!" Repeatedly before all her colleagues. She suffered utter social mortification. Her once pale cheeks flushed crimson, as if she longed to vanish into the earth. Yet this was the decisive moment to slay Hou Yi. If she ceased shouting, she knew not what else she could contribute. Oh no, the eternal autumn divine art is about to fade. "Do you?" cried urgently. "Keep going, elder sister Qinxiu." Dong Qinxiu gritted her teeth and shouted again, "Hey, grandson." Then improvising added, "Look over here. Come on, strike me." She kept telling herself this was for the sake of all living beings. Yet the humiliation was unbearable. Meanwhile, Hou Yi, no matter how loudly Dong Qinxiu shouted, refused to heed her, remaining solely vigilant against Yi. "Enough," murmured Xiao Shi, who had been coiling tightly around Hou Yi. "Its strength has plummeted. I now possess the certainty to slay it." "Slay?" Yi sensed something ominous. "Xiaoba, what are you planning?" Xiao Shi shook her head. "Yi, please convey this to our master. I have fulfilled only half my vow to him. He wished for both you and me to live, but I have broken that promise." "No, absolutely not." Yi cried out. "Xiaoba, don't do anything rash. We'll find another way, brother Pang Ming and I." "Yi, you know it too, don't you? Even if you too blind all its eyes, you cannot kill it. Hou Yi is no ordinary beast. Your arrows pierce only its eyes." Xiao Shi smiled faintly. "The day 10 suns rose, I should have perished. To have lived this long, my heart is full. This life I return to you today." With those words, Xiao Shi reared her head and let loose a deafening roar. A violet beam erupted from her maw, bearing within it a deep purple orb. "What is that?" Yi exclaimed in shock. "It's a demonic core." Dong Qinxiu shouted. "Get Yi away. Xiao Shi is about to detonate her core." Upon hearing this, Yi rushed forward and seized Yi. "Brother Yi, run." "No, I can't, Xiaoba. That serpent is beyond saving. If you delay, her sacrifice will be in vain." Dragged by Yi wept and wailed as he was pulled far away. At that moment, Hou Yi too sensed impending doom. A demonic beast of Xiao Shi's magnitude must have cultivated for millennia, perhaps tens of thousands of years. Yet she chose to self-destruct her core for a mortal whose lifespan spanned mere decades. Hou Yi could not comprehend it. It remained an enigma, perhaps the very reason her spiritual intelligence had never awakened. "I long so deeply to see the sapphire waters of Dongting Lake one last time." Those were Xiao Shi's final words in this world. Then came a cataclysmic explosion. An immense wave of energy reverberated across heaven and earth. What in the world just happened? Dong Qinxiu was bewildered. She had never foreseen such an ending for Xiao Shi and Yi. "Report, honorable ancestor." Xie Jin burst through the door. "My kin and I have reviewed every soul-summoning record and found no trace of Sun Wukong's name from 2,000 years ago." "Report, honorable ancestor." Fan Xiaowa followed closely behind. "Lord Ju and Lord Zhongkue have both examined the Book of Life and Death. There is no registration for Sun Wukong during Emperor Yao's reign." Xie Bian and Fan Wuzhou were perplexed. How could a lone wandering spirit leave no record whatsoever? "Qinxiu," Hou Yi approached. "We've confirmed it. It's difficult but urgent. That fragment of soul is precisely the evil among the 7 Pa. Unless swiftly eradicated, grave consequences will follow. We certainly wish to destroy it, but where is it?" Dong Qinxiu pondered quietly. "Assistant Dong, I've traced the spectral image." A staff member suddenly cried out. "You've traced the soul's image?" Dong Qinxiu gasped. "Why does this soul even have an image? Could it be tied to a legend?" "Assistant Dong, you must see this." Dong Qinxiu, Xie Bian, Fan Wuzhou, and Hou Yi hurried toward the monitor. On screen floated a wisp of white mist, drifting aimlessly, until seemingly weary it plunged downward and vanished into a stone. "Which legend does this depict?" Dong Qinxiu asked the technician before the screen. "Reporting Assistant Dong. The legend title reads The Monkey King's Birth." "Ah, I see," Hou Yi exclaimed, astonished. "In the eastern Shungshan continent, the kingdom of Aolai, after 1,000 years this wisp shall gestate within that very stone, giving birth to a stone-born monkey." "Ha ha 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 ha." Xie Bian burst into laughter. "Only the evil among the 3 souls and 7 Pa. No wonder it stirred chaos in heaven and hell." Fan Wuzhou relaxed, visibly glanced at Dong Qinxiu, then gave a subtle thumbs-up toward Yu on the distant screen, saying, "That young man might just be a prodigy." Yu and Yi gathered countless stones and erected a tomb. Xiao Shi had shattered herself completely. No trace of her body remained. "Xiaoba, I swear I'll restore Dongting Lake's sapphire waters," Yi said as he stacked stones. "Brother Pangming, thank you today. Without you, neither Xiaoba nor I would have survived." "Let's not dwell on that." Together they carefully completed Xiao Shi's tomb. Yi drew an arrow and carved 2 characters, Xiao Ling, neatly onto a stone. "Brother Yi, what does Xiao Ling mean?" Yi replied calmly, "Xiao Ling means tomb of Xiao Shi." Yu paused, then seized the inscribed stone and smashed it fiercely against another. until both lay in fragments. Brother Pangming, what are you doing? De-yi, rarely angered, spoke sharply. Xiaoxi, you still call it Xiaoxi. In your heart, is it still merely the demonic beast named Xiaoxi? This, De-yi faltered, then tears streamed down his face. No, it isn't Xiaoxi. It's Xiaoba. Du Yu nodded and gently patted his shoulder. Let's carve it anew. From now on this place shall be called Ba Ling. Do you wait? Dong Qianqiu interjected. Ba Ling is an actual place in the mortal realm. Please avoid misusing it. Following De Yi's intent, Xiao Ling suffices. Du Yu shook his head. I'm sorry, elder sister Qianqiu. I cannot yield on this. This place must be called Ba Ling. You? Dong Qianqiu could not sway him, but Xia Bayan chuckled behind her. Seventh uncle, what are you laughing at now? Assistant Dong, no need to fret. I casually checked an online encyclopedia and discovered something intriguing. Dong Qianqiu sensed trouble. Had you already altered history? She opened her phone and searched Legend of Ba Ling, finding clearly stated the commentary on the water classic records the Ba serpent measures 10 zhang in length with a girth of 7 or 8 qi. Its scales shimmer with vivid hues, azure, ochre, obsidian, and crimson, interwoven in dazzling patterns. Skilled in concealment, it lies in wait in shadowed places, then strikes with sudden lethal ferocity. It coils its colossal body around prey before swallowing them whole. Originally dwelling in daunting lake, the Ba serpent turned monstrous when 10 suns blazed overhead. The lake's waters boiled, and it ravaged the land, bringing untold suffering to the people. Thus he slew it with his arrows, and the place where the Ba serpent fell became known as Ba Ling. Legends say villagers once saw countless arrow shafts scattered across its ground. Fan Wujiu glanced at the phone and remarked, as I said, it seems that young man may indeed be a prodigy. A prodigy, Dong Qianqiu replied. He simply had extraordinary luck. Though she spoke lightly, her heart stirred. Ba Ling. After brief rest, Du Yu and De-yi set off homeward. Grieving over Xiaoxi's fate, both men traveled in silence. With the 6 demonic beasts no longer a threat, their next task was clear: to shoot down the 9 suns. Though Du Yu deeply appreciated Xiaoxi, their bond lacked the intimacy De-yi shared with her, so he could only offer quiet comfort. One thing puzzled Du Yu endlessly. For 2 full days he'd eaten almost nothing and slept not at all, yet felt no fatigue. After another grueling day's journey, they returned to the village. To Du Yu's astonishment, Chang'e stood waiting at the village gate. The scorching heat had beaded her forehead with fine sweat, yet she remained steadfast. Husband. Chang'e spotted De-yi from afar and rushed toward him. At last a smile broke across De-yi's face. He laughed through tears and clasped Chang'e tightly to his chest. Thank heavens, your unharmed husband. Chang'e sobbed uncontrollably. She never questioned De-yi about the demonic beasts, only stared anxiously at the bloodstains on his body. Du Yu did not intrude, stepping quietly aside, only to find Youqiong standing alone in the street. Xiaoba, did she obey my words? Youqiong asked. A pang struck Du Yu's heart. This child before him was still so young. She did magnificently. Without her, both De-yi and I would have perished there. Is that so? Youqiong wanted to ask more, but dared not. He lowered his head, muttering softly. How could he ask? By the way, Du Yu forced a smile. Xiaoba says she won't return for now. She's found a beautiful place much like Daunting Lake and wishes to stay there a while. She really said that? Yes, it's exquisite. They call it Ba Ling. When you grow older, we'll go there together. Youqiong nodded, opened his mouth, but said nothing, then turned and walked away. Though burdened, Du Yu knew his mission remained unfinished. Elder sister Qianqiu, why do I feel no fatigue? Du Yu asked. I've never entered a legend myself. I don't know for certain, Dong Qianqiu replied. But others say that in ancient times spiritual energy filled the world abundantly, even enough to elevate mortals to immortality. By your era, however, it has nearly vanished. Spiritual energy. Du Yu mused. So cultivation novels weren't lying after all. Stop jesting. Have you decided how to complete your task? Not yet, Du Yu shook his head. And you? Having watched me for 3 days straight, aren't you exhausted? Exhausted? Dong Qianqiu's tone remained ice cold. I've held this post for centuries, never blinking, never yielding a single second of vigilance. As Du Yu spoke with Dong Qianqiu, he returned to the side chamber of Du Yi's home. A workaholic archetype. Du Yu scratched his head. Not a second of laziness. That's terrifying. Enough talk. Dong Qianqiu said, this is my duty. Do you realize that missing even one critical detail could trigger catastrophic consequences? Elder sister Qianqiu, Du Yu interrupted, when I return, may I treat you to coffee? Coffee? Dong Qianqiu was momentarily stunned. Yes, I have few friends. Of everyone I've spoken to these past years, you've been the one I've talked to most. Du Yu said wryly. You've been here for centuries. Aren't you in some ways like me? You? Something hidden within Dong Qianqiu stirred, but she quickly steadied herself. I am not like you. I have people to speak with. I do not feel lonely. Xia Bayan nudged Fan Wujiu with his elbow. What now? Fan Wujiu snapped. Xia Bayan covered his mouth and whispered, did I hear correctly? That Du Yu is courting Dong Qianqiu. What does courting mean? Fan Wujiu asked, thoughtful. Oh, for heaven's sake. Xia Bayan clutched his head and raised a finger. Yu. Then he waved to Fan Xiaogua. Xiaogua, come here. Puzzled Fan Xiaogua trotted up to white impermanence Xia Bayan. 7th great-granduncle. Did you call me? Xia Bayan gazed at Fan Xiaogua fondly. Xiaogua, whatever you do, don't emulate your great-grandfather. Not only is he a wooden block himself, but he's passed that trait down to the entire Fan family. Off. Fan Xiaohua hadn't expected such boldness, and flustered didn't know how to respond. Seventh great-granduncle. That's hardly appropriate. She glanced at Fan Wujiu, who stood utterly unmoved. Why inappropriate? Xie Bian said. When I first met you, you spoke less than eighth uncle ever did. Thankfully, dear Jean has kept you company all these years. You've grown far more cheerful, haven't you? You're right, seventh great-granduncle. Fan Xiaohua nodded. White elder sister has taught me so much. Xie Bian waved his hand. No more seventh great-granduncle. Among all the younger black impermanence generation, you're my favorite. If you'll have me, I'll adopt you as my sworn sister. You may call me Ngo. And your marriage, I'll handle it personally. Off. Both Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua gasped, while Fan Wujiu merely sighed, shaking his head. Come, dear Jean. Xie Bian pointed to Fan Xiaohua and told Xie Jin, call her great-grandmother. That's unthinkable. Fan Xiaohua was truly at a loss. This situation had spiraled beyond comprehension. Come, sworn sister, Xie Bian pointed to the screen before Dong Qianqiu and asked, shall I arrange a match for you now? Would you accept? I see now. Fan Wujiu looked at Xie Bian's series of operations and finally understood his intentions. Fan Xiaohua, and do you, huh? Indeed, it's impressive. The identity of an operator from the Legend Management Bureau is more than sufficient for Fan Xiaohua, and it would even suit the seven sisters guarding the Yao Pool. If an operator could be stationed within the family, it would not only equate to holding the power to alter history, but would also ensure the long-term prosperity of the family. This was also the reason why the Xie and Fan families sought to curry favor with He. But thinking about Zhang Qixing, Fan Wujiu clenched his fists tightly at the mere thought of him. Who can guarantee that you won't be the next Zhang Qixing? Stop messing around, Dong Qianqiu interjected. You may not even come back alive. Isn't it too early to be saying these things? Xie Bian chuckled and said, he must come back or else our Xiaohua will have to live in widowhood as soon as she enters the door. Grandpa 7. Fan Xiaohua blushed and exclaimed, when did I ever enter the door? Do you lay on the bed reorganizing all the clues? This journey with Yi to slay Jiuying had revealed to him many key pieces of information. First, Yi is not an ordinary mortal. He possesses a celestial treasure for protection. Second, he wants to shoot down the sun, but he is powerless. Third, if the mission succeeds, it will trigger the change flies to the moon, ending requiring a method to achieve both. It's time, you thought as he touched his pouch, where only the spirit of Han Xiang Wulong Zhuge Combing remained. Sister Qianqiu, how do I use this? You held the glass jar in his hand, observing the pure white mist inside as he asked. Swallow it. Swallow it. You was puzzled. Is it really that straightforward? Yes, different souls will yield different states after consumption, but they all share the common point of lasting only 5 minutes. I understand now. You nodded and placed his hand on the jar lid. Are you really going to summon Mr. Kongming now? Dong Qianqiu felt a bit uneasy. Was it too early for this? If no one helps me sort through these clues now, I won't be able to do anything for the coming days. You twisted the jar lid and immediately directed the glass jar towards his mouth. He then felt a chilling aura enter his body through his throat, causing him to shudder from the cold. But after that moment passed, you realized there was no change in him. Is that it? Am I now the earthly Zhuge? Before he could finish his sentence, you suddenly looked up and white light burst from his mouth and eyes, feeling as if he were about to be completely drained. Moments later, a figure was spat out of him standing before him. So Mr. Kongming is the externalized soul. Dong Qianqiu silently murmured. You snapped back to reality and looked up astonished to see a person standing before him. This person gazed out the window and muttered, 10 suns. What is going on? This person stood 8 feet tall with a face like a jade crown, wearing a silk cap and draped in a crane cloak, exuding an aura of a celestial being. Mr. Kongming, you blurted out instinctively. Wasn't it agreed that he would possess him? Why was Kongming standing here directly? Kongming turned his head, looking at Yu and then at himself, saying, little brother, I should have passed away long ago. What is happening now? What is the situation with these 10 suns outside the window? Yu looked at Kongming, tears almost welling up in his eyes. He finally saw a reliable person. He organized his thoughts and quickly explained the current situation to Kongming, including the Legend Management Bureau, the current Yi, and the events of the past few days. He spoke so quickly and chaotically that even Yu himself had trouble understanding. Kongming merely paused for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. I see now. Mr. Kongming, did you understand? Yu exclaimed, as expected of the earthly Wulong. Little brother is jesting. I am no longer earthly. Kongming waved his hand and sat down cross-legged. Mr. Kongming. Seeing Kongming so calm felt a bit anxious. Did I not explain clearly? I hope you can help me think of a way to shoot down these 9 suns. Ha! Kongming laughed and picked up a charred wooden stick, saying, little brother, don't worry. I have heard of the legend of Yi shooting down the suns. To think a mortal can shoot down the sun is simply impossible. Impossible. You slumped down. If even the smartest person acknowledged it, was there truly no way out? Kongming picked up the piece of paper on which you had written clues and tore it into 3 long strips. Mr. Kongming, what are you doing? Don't rush, don't rush. Kongming took the charred wooden stick and swiftly began writing on the paper. What do you call this paper, little brother? This craftsmanship is simply exquisite. You sat weakly on the ground. This is A4 paper. If you like it, take it. He regretted listening to that old man's advice to bring Zhuge Kongming along, as now he had wasted 5 minutes with no results. To give this paper to me. Zhuge Kongming waved his hand. No, a gentleman does not take what others cherish. Not only will I not accept it, but I will also give you 3 items. 3 items. Zhuge Kongming folded the 3 strips of paper and said to Du Yu, I will give you 3 clever schemes. Clever schemes. Du Yu excitedly reached out to take them. Did Kongming have a plan? Isn't time running out for you? Kongming looked at his ethereal body and asked, Yes, mister. Kongming, time is indeed short. Du Yu thought, realizing he probably had just over a minute left. Then I will give you a few more instructions before I leave. Zhuge Kongming stroked his beard and said, All the clues you have are completely misguided, so I tore them up for you. Misguided? Yes. If you are solely focused on how to shoot down the 9 suns, then those suns will never fall from the sky. What you need to contemplate from today onwards is, why are there 9 suns in the sky? Why are there 9 suns? Du Yu had truly never thought of that. Where did these 9 suns come from, and why were they born? Kongming continued, I have heard the legend of Yi shooting down the suns many times. In the legend there was someone who was the happiest when the suns were shot down. Who was that person? Before Du Yu could ponder, Kongming stood up. Little brother, when you decipher what I have said, please open the first clever scheme. When you approach the truth, please open the second clever scheme. When you are at a loss, please open the third clever scheme. Du Yu had yet to fully grasp Kongming's words when his body began to fade. Little brother, there is one more thing I want to ask. Kongming turned to Du Yu. Please go ahead, sir. Has the war ended in your era? Are the common people living in peace? Are the children well fed? Although Du Yu felt a pang in his heart, he still smiled faintly and reassured Kongming, Rest assured, sir, there is no war where I live, and the people live in peace without worrying about food and clothing. That's good, that's truly wonderful. A gust of wind blew by and Zhuge Kongming's soul dissipated before his eyes, leaving the spot where he had stood completely clean, as if he had never existed. Du Yu held the 3 clever schemes in his hand, feeling a mixture of emotions. Sister Qianxiu, what will happen to Mr. Kongming? Will he be completely dispersed? No, don't worry, what remains here is merely a fragment of his soul. The real Mr. Kongming has long since reincarnated. I see. Du Yu felt relieved. He had to admit Kongming had provided a crucial direction. Someone was very happy when Du Yu shot down the suns. Who could that person be? Is it the common people of the world? No, it's not that simple. No matter how happy the common people are, they can't compare to this one person. Du Yu pulled out the legend script, Shi Wangmu. Shi Wangmu was overjoyed to see Du Yu shoot down the 9 suns and bestowed upon him the elixir of immortality, which a mortal could consume to achieve sanctity. Such a high-level pill has rarely appeared in legends. It allows a mortal to skip a millennium of cultivation and ascend to the celestial ranks in one go. But why would Shi Wangmu be so happy? Considering what Kongming had just said, Du Yu had basically found the answer. The 9 suns in the sky were undoubtedly related to Shi Wangmu. So this is what Mr. Kongming meant. Du Yu looked down at the 3 strips of paper and recalled Kongming's words. When you decipher what I have said, please open the first clever scheme. Without hesitation, Du Yu opened the first clever scheme, which contained a passage, no matter who you believe him to be, confront him face to face. To know the cause and effect, one can prescribe the right remedy. That is exactly my intention. Dong Qianxiu could hardly sit still and asked, Du Yu, what are you planning to do? The other party is Shi Wangmu. To prescribe the right remedy, one must identify the illness. Du Yu put away the clever scheme and said, Sister Qianxiu, if the underworld truly exists, then the heavenly realm must also exist, right? Dong Qianxiu held her forehead and said, What are you trying to pull? If you really manage to come back this time, I will make it up to you with a lesson. Shi Wangmu doesn't reside in the heavenly realm, but on Kunlun's peak. Du Yu felt a bit awkward. I only asked if the heavenly realm exists, not that I want to go there. Fine then. Dong Qianxiu replied dismissively. How do you use this teleportation talisman? Du Yu directly pulled out the talisman. Stick it to your forehead and silently recite the destination in your heart. Du Yu carefully placed the talisman on his forehead and silently recited it several times. As soon as he finished reciting Kunlun Peak, he felt a rushing wind beside his ears and his entire being seemed to fly, making him afraid to open his eyes. Moments later the wind ceased, and Du Yu slowly opened his eyes to find himself standing in a foggy clearing surrounded by a blanket of white. Is this Kunlun Peak? Du Yu cautiously walked forward, realizing it didn't resemble Kunlun Mountain since the terrain was too flat, but the thick fog with visibility of only 5 or 6 meters looked eerily similar to the heavenly realm depicted in dramas. After taking no more than 10 steps, a figure slowly approached him, clad in silver armor with a lean physique, holding a long spear, appearing to be a guard of this place. Before Du Yu could think of how to strike up a conversation, the guard spoke first. Where do you hail from, wandering immortal? Why are you idling here instead of serving the orders of the Shi Wangmu? Wandering immortal? Seeking someone. The term wandering immortal was understandable, as those who could appear here would not be ordinary mortals, but what did seeking someone mean? Du Yu pondered briefly and came up with a countermeasure. Quickly take me to see Shi Wangmu. Do I have found the person? Found them. The guard was overjoyed and immediately changed his tone. Please follow me, esteemed immortal. I will go report at once. Du Yu smiled slightly and nodded. Hey, what scheme do you have now? Dong Qianxiu had grown accustomed to Du Yu's antics and didn't even want to bother. There's no other way, Sister Qianxiu. If I don't see Shi Wangmu, how will I know who she is looking for? Fine. Shi Wangmu has a strange temperament. I don't think she's so easy to deceive. Du Yu ignored Dong Qianxiu and followed the guard on the wide avenue with not a soul in sight. Brother guard, are you the only one here? Do you try to strike up a conversation with the guard? In the Kunlun fairyland, how could there be only one guard? The guard shook his head, his tone flat, yet tinged with urgency. Everyone has gone out to seek someone, though only one guard is left here to protect Shi Wangmu. I see. That's great. Esteemed immortal, you have found the Heavenly Lord, and all the immortals can return to their posts. Oh, indeed. Du Yu smirked. The Heavenly Lord. Yes, the Heavenly Lord can eat and drink, and he is still robust. Can eat and drink. The guard turned his head puzzled. Is the Heavenly Lord no longer fasting? Don't ask so much, Du Yu said awkwardly. Quickly take me to see your leader. The two of them passed through a vast foggy plaza, where Du Yu vaguely spotted some massive pillars, but the fog was too dense to see clearly. Before long, the guard brought Du Yu to a gigantic archway, and said, Esteemed immortal, please wait here, while I go report. Du Yu nodded slightly, watching the guard enter through the archway. This place is truly wonderful, imbued with celestial energy. Du Yu rubbed his hands. But it is a bit damp. I wonder if Shi Wangmu suffers from rheumatism. After waiting for a while, the guard emerged, bowed respectfully, and said to Du Yu, Esteemed immortal, please step forward to meet her. Du Yu patted the guard's shoulder. Young man, your future is bright. Who could possibly sit on the stone bench and look human? She lay on the stone bench like a cat. Although her face was extraordinarily enchanting, her body resembled that of a tiger with dark brown fur and a long leopard tail, trailing behind a true, living version of the Sphinx. Du Yu had seen his fair share of magical beasts and managed to remain relatively calm, but what on earth was going on with this Queen Mother of the West? It wasn't like this in the dramas. Which realm do you oversee as an immortal? Why have I never seen you before? As soon as the Queen Mother of the West spoke, Du Yu shivered, for he clearly saw the sharp tiger teeth in her mouth. I was a paladin in Azeroth for a few years and later became a summoner in the Runeland. Du Yu babbled while quietly calling out to Dong Qianxiu, Sister Qianxiu, why does the Queen Mother look like this? Dong Qianxiu reminded. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West has not completely transformed into human form. She is merely an immature magical beast, so you must not overreact or you will anger her. An immature magical beast. That's just a big cat, right? Du Yu thought he was still somewhat skilled at amusing cats. Azeroth. Runeland. The Queen Mother of the West looked at Du Yu suspiciously. Is there a realm in this world that I have never heard of? What levels are paladins and summoners? Off. Du Yu chuckled. Leader, let's not worry about that. Haven't you been searching for someone? By the way, the Queen Mother of the West stood up. I almost forgot I heard. You found the Heavenly Sovereign. Oh, not only did I not find him, I don't even know who you were looking for. Du Yu scratched his head. Not found. The Queen Mother of the West leapt off the stone bench, glaring at Du Yu like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Are you mocking me? Not exactly. Du Yu was unsure of what to do now. This mother tiger was truly unexpected. Leader, please don't be anxious. I have something to ask you first. Impudent. The Queen Mother of the West shouted sharply, accompanied by a tiger roar, her leopard tail standing erect. Not only do you mock me, but you also come to Kunlun to question me. Leader, you must believe me. Du Yu was also a bit anxious. No matter how many immortals are around you, I am the only one wholeheartedly here to help you. Wholeheartedly helping me. The Queen Mother of the West suppressed her anger and said, do tell, what difficulty have I caused? How will you assist me? Du Yu pointed to the ground and said, the sun. Upon hearing these two words, the Queen Mother of the West visibly changed her expression. The sun. What about it? I initially wanted to talk to you as an ordinary person, but it seems that's not possible now. Leader, I can't pretend anymore. I'm laying it all on the table. I came from a distant place to help this world shoot down 9 suns. You? The Queen Mother of the West was momentarily speechless, but soon regained her composure, her eyes glinting with golden light as she scrutinized Du Yu. After a long while, she said in surprise, you are actually immortal. I am not just a simple mortal. I am laying it all out for the first time in this world, leader. To be honest, if the 9 suns are not shot down, both the world you live in now and the one before I arrived will completely disappear. All the common people on the ground will also perish. The Queen Mother of the West's eyes widened after hearing this, leaving her speechless, and her leopard tail drooped weakly. Leader, Du Yu waved his hand in front of her. Did you hear what I said? I didn't expect that I would cause such a great disaster. Leader, can you tell me how this was caused? The Queen Mother of the West remained silent for a long time before saying, the disaster I caused, I will resolve it myself. No need to trouble you outsiders. Leader, that's where you're wrong. Du Yu shook his head and directly sat beside the Queen Mother of the West. While she looked astonished, he continued talking to himself. I've laid it all out, can't you be honest? I genuinely want to help you resolve the current problem, and you need to tell me the details of what happened in order for me to assist you. You must understand, honesty brings leniency, while resistance brings severity. Du Yu stared at the Queen Mother of the West earnestly, leaving her bewildered. What did this mortal mean? Did he not realize who he was? As Du Yu became more animated, he truly treated the Queen Mother of the West like a big cat. He reached out to stroke the fur on her back, saying, even if you don't think about yourself, you have to consider your family. Impudent. The Queen Mother of the West had never experienced anything like this. It was simply too outrageous. Dong Qianxiu was also dumbfounded. This kid is acting like a cat with the Queen Mother of the West. Hearing the Queen Mother of the West shout, the guards outside immediately rushed in with long spears. Your Majesty, the Queen Mother. Hou Yi felt he had slightly overstepped, so he quickly stood up and said, Leader, you must think carefully. I really am here to help you. The guards were somewhat puzzled, although the Queen Mother's voice sounded sharp. Her expression was strange, looking at Hou Yi with a very odd gaze. Your Majesty, are you all right? I'm fine, you may leave. Ah, yes. After the guards left, the Queen Mother of the West calmed down and said, Even if I told you as a mere mortal, what could you possibly do? But if you tell me, there will be no loss, and there might be a glimmer of hope, right? Hou Yi replied. Sigh. After thinking for a long time, the Queen Mother of the West finally sighed and shook her head, saying, All right, let's hope it's as you say. Many years ago, the Lingbao Heavenly Sovereign gifted me a treasure known as the 9-treasure glazed lamp. That lamp was incredibly precious, housing 9 samadhi true fire pearls that rotated in turn, and its flames could burn eternally. I cherished it greatly and played with it daily. However, a year ago, I accidentally knocked it over, and as a result, those 9 samadhi true fire pearls had already gained sentience. They grew when exposed to air and transformed into 9 massive fireballs that flew into the sky. Because their flames never extinguished, they were rumored to be the 9 suns. Oh, now I understand. Hou Yi shouted, Leader, you need to find the Lingbao Heavenly Sovereign, right? If a problem arises, he should handle the after-sales service. Why look for the Lingbao Heavenly Sovereign? The Queen Mother of the West frowned. The Lingbao Heavenly Sovereign had already warned me not to knock over the glazed lamp. Now that the disaster has occurred, what can he do? So the Heavenly Sovereign you're looking for isn't Lingbao Heavenly Sovereign. Hou Yi was somewhat confused. The Queen Mother of the West looked at Hou Yi as if he were a fool, then, after a moment of calm, said, Perhaps I haven't spoken to a mortal in too long, and I didn't explain clearly. Speaking of Samadhi True Fire, there is only one immortal who can resolve it, and that is the Tao De Heavenly Sovereign. Hou Yi raised his eyebrows. This Tao De Heavenly Sovereign sounded somewhat familiar. He recalled carefully and couldn't help but raise his brows. Tao De Heavenly Sovereign, isn't that the Taishang Laojun? Laojun. Hou Yi exclaimed as if he recognized the person. That makes sense. Taishang Laojun has always played with Samadhi True Fire. But it has been a whole year, and we haven't found the Tao De Heavenly Sovereign. Now that he's not here, how can we remedy the mistakes I made? Since you know whom to look for, then it should be easier. Hou Yi felt he had a plan. Perhaps he could leverage the entire Legend Management Bureau's connections to investigate where Taishang Laojun was at this time. So do you have a solution? The Queen Mother of the West asked, although her expression showed no hope. Just as Hou Yi was about to speak, Mr. Kongming's face suddenly appeared in his mind. When you feel close to the truth of the matter, please open the second bag of secrets. Hey, I'm asking you a question. The Queen Mother of the West nudged Hou Yi with her paw. I'm busy, hold on a moment. Hou Yi stretched out his hand to push away the Queen Mother of the West's paw. A mortal. So audacious. Simply too audacious. The Queen Mother of the West muttered quietly, but upon seeing the serious expression on Hou Yi's face, she dared not interrupt him. After all, the matter of resolving the sun could not be shared with others, and having one more person to help was naturally welcome. Hou Yi slowly took out a piece of paper from his very tattered backpack and opened it solemnly. It clearly stated, a person so powerful finds themselves helpless against the 9 suns. The reasons must be twofold. First, the lack of a key person. Second, the absence of necessary items. If the key person is missing, why have they not appeared? If the necessary items are missing, have they been hidden for a long time? As Hou Yi read Mr. Kongming's words, some tiny clues in his mind were continuously magnified. Why hasn't Taishang Laojun appeared? Sister Qianxiu, I suddenly remembered something. What clever idea do you have this time? Dong Qianxiu asked with a frown. Do you remember the immortal mentioned in the story of De Yi? You mean the one who gifted De Yi a treasure? Exactly. De Yi once said that after the immortal refined pills, he sacrificed a treasure to receive the golden core. That treasure is called the purple gold red gourd. May I ask whose treasure this purple gold red gourd is? You mean? Dong Qianxiu realized something. I'll check right away. The Queen Mother of the West sat beside Hou Yi, silent, her face showing displeasure, but also fearing that this person might really have a good solution and interrupting his train of thought. Hou Yi glanced at the Queen Mother of the West's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Queen Mother, it's nothing, isn't it? Just a cat that broke the furniture at home. That's quite common. Oh, don't worry, I will help you deal with it. Cat. The Queen Mother of the West looked around. Are you referring to me? The Queen Mother of the West was so furious her tiger teeth almost showed, inwardly cursing. Impudent, this person is really too audacious. Hou Yi, I found out that you were right. The purple gold red gourd is a treasure specifically used by Taishang Laojun to hold immortal pills, Dong Qianxiu said. That's it. Hou Yi thought Mr. Kongming was truly remarkable. His problem-solving approach was very ingenious. Even someone as powerful as the Queen Mother of the West cannot resolve this matter, clearly indicating the absence of a key person. But why hasn't Taishang Laojun shown up? After thinking for a while, Hou Yi said, I believe there are 2 possibilities. First, Taishang Laojun is focusing on something like refining pills, so he hasn't noticed that there are 10 suns in the sky for the entire year. Is that possible? Dong Qianxiu asked. I think it is possible. According to Hou Yi's account, Taishang Laojun enters a state of forgetfulness when refining pills, during which he definitely wouldn't notice any abnormalities in the sky. Not to mention Taishang Laojun I have also entered a state of forgetfulness before where I worked on something for 7 days, without sleep or rest. Dong Qianxiu raised her eyebrows after hearing this, thinking that Du, despite appearing unserious, had a surprisingly earnest side. They say men are most charming when serious, and in Dong Qianxiu's eyes, Du seemed more pleasing at this moment. Dong Qianxiu asked, "You didn't sleep for 7 days. What were you doing?" "Playing games." "Do you?" Dong Qianxiu shouted. "If you keep talking about useless things, I will make sure you regret it." "All right, just joking with you. What I just mentioned is only one possibility, according to Mr. Combing. There is a second possibility that solving this matter lacks a crucial item, so even finding Taishang Laojun would be useless." "What do you think the crucial item is, eh?" Dong Qianxiu asked, suppressing her anger. Mr. Kongming has provided an answer. Du glanced at the bag in his hand. "This item has been hidden for a long time. As for Taishang Laojun's treasure, which has long been hidden by others, I think there is only one possibility." Ah, Dong Qianxiu finally understood. He obtained a treasure from Taishang Laojun, but has long kept it from appearing in the world. It turns out the ultimate answer to the problem still lies with De. "Leader," Du said to the Queen Mother of the West, "I have found a way to solve the sun problem." "Really?" The Queen Mother of the West was so excited that her pupils dilated. It seems that the Queen Mother of the West, with the body of a tiger and the face of a human, is ultimately just a big cat. "Yes, but I need to verify this matter first. As for you, leader, I need you to do me a favor." As Du entered the village, he rushed anxiously to De's home. Pushing the door open, he found De and Chang'e nestled close together, whispering softly. "Ah, have I come at an opportune moment?" Du felt a pang of embarrassment and reached for the door to leave. "Brother Fengming," he called out sharply, halting Du mid-turn. His speech was slightly slurred as he said, "It's quite all right. I was just telling my wife how when the 9-headed serpent clamped its fangs onto my shoulder, you turned back, without hesitation, to save me." "Ah, did that really happen?" Du scratched his head. "Let's set that aside for now. If it's convenient, there's something I need your help with." "Speak freely, Brother Fengming." Du paused in silence for a moment before saying, "Might I have a look at that immortal artifact?" "An immortal artifact?" Chang'e glanced at Du. "Indeed, my dear. Already told Brother Fengming everything." Du rose and shut the doors and windows firmly. "Brother Fengming, since you've asked, I cannot refuse. For years, only my wife has ever laid eyes upon this treasure." Du nodded gravely. "I suspect this artifact holds the key to shooting down the suns." "The key to shooting down the suns?" Du gave a wry smile. "I hope you're right, but this is no weapon forged through cultivation. It's merely a household object." With that, he opened his mouth, and there, resting upon his tongue, lay the artifact itself. Du's pupils dilated wide. "Everything fits now." "Oh," Dong Qianxiu gasped. "So that's how it is." No wonder he spoke so thickly. He had been holding the artifact in his mouth all along. He lifted the artifact into his palm and gently waved it. Instantly, it stretched upward until it stood as tall as a man. "Brother Fengming, behold this treasure. Where, pray tell, does it connect to the suns?" "No, Brother De, you've got it precisely backward. With this artifact in hand, bringing down the suns is assured." Du glanced outside. "Only 9 suns remain in the sky now. Tomorrow we begin our operation. Let me now share every detail of my plan. Listen closely." The next day, 10 blazing suns converged overhead, their heat surging to its zenith. The land below seethed like a furnace, billowing thick waves of scorching vapor. Even the great mountains stood barren and lifeless, a vast, desolate slab of scorched earth. Yet if one looked closely, a lone figure stood atop that bald peak, bow in hand. "Hey, who's that?" A few villagers spotted him and murmured among themselves, but soon most assumed he'd simply lost his wits beneath the unbearable heat. "Huh!" A thunderous roar shook the air, so loud that nearby villages all heard it clearly. Du crouched behind a boulder not far from a loud sound talisman affixed to his chest. 10 suns. I have endured your tyranny long enough." Du bellowed through the talisman. At this audacious proclamation, villagers poured from their homes, gazing up at the figure on the mountaintop. "Isn't that De from the neighboring village? What on earth is he doing up there?" Yu Qiong dashed from his home, staring dumbfounded at the summit. "That's Brother He. Today I De shall act as heaven's executor, and with this bow in my hand, I shall bring you down." Du intoned again, mimicking De's voice. Fengming, brother, will this truly work?" Though De stood poised with bow raised, wind ruffling his robes, calm outwardly, his gaze fell upon the growing crowd below, and his nerves tightened. "Oh, just do exactly as I said. No worries at all." Du whispered quietly behind the talisman. He, now trapped by circumstance, had no choice but to raise the bow and draw the string, empty-handed. Meanwhile, Du gripped De's artifact, bracing himself. What he held was unmistakably a colossal fan, the very kind capable of quelling the threefold true fire, one of the rarest things in existence. Legend tells that Laozi, the supreme elder, once overturned his alchemical furnace, scattering its flames across the mortal realm and igniting an entire mountain, now known as the Fiery Mountain, where the blaze burned eternally, unquenchable and unyielding. To extinguish those infernal flames, Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, once borrowed this very artifact from Princess Iron Fan, and with a single sweep vanquished the threefold true fire forever. Perhaps fate had ordained it the very banana fan bestowed upon De long ago by Laozi himself. In daily life, Hou Yi had used it only against wild beasts, never imagining that its gusts could dispel even the threefold true fire. Son, look, arrow. Du Yi roared. Hearing his command, he instantly feigned releasing an arrow, loosing the taut, empty string. In that instant, Du Yi threw both arms wide and swung the fan fiercely toward the suns above. A colossal gale ripped across the heavens, shrieking as it tore through the void. The first sun's flames convulsed violently, as though seized by invisible hands. Within moments, its roaring fire scattered into nothingness and the immense fiery orb vanished entirely. As the blazing sphere dissolved, the surrounding temperature dropped noticeably. Oh! Villagers from nearby settlements stared speechless at the spectacle. Did Du Yi just shoot down a sun with his bow and arrow? Watching the commotion ripple across the valley below, Du Yi's suspended heart finally settled. So Brother Feng Meng spoke true. This fan truly can snuff out a sun's fire. Overjoyed, Du Yi turned to Du Yi. Wonderful Brother Feng Meng. Salvation has come for all living beings. Let's continue. Du Yi stared down incredulously at his own hands. Palms split wide open, blood streaming freely. So even an immortal artifact proves too much for mortal flesh to wield. Brother Feng Meng, what's wrong? Oh, nothing at all. Du Yi offered a wry smile. Let's carry on. Du Yi, are you alright? Dong Qianxiu asked, concern etching her voice. Don't worry, Sister Qianxiu. I'm safe. My true body rests at the Legendary Affairs Administration. Dong Qianxiu glanced toward Du Yi's actual body nearby, its hands also bleeding profusely, but knowing this was the critical juncture, she steeled herself and said, Du Yi, whatever happens, don't push yourself beyond your limits. After Du Yi drew the bowstring once more, empty, Du Yi swung the banana fan a second time. Instantly, the second sun unraveled and dissipated. Heavens above, villagers cried out in awe, hailing Du Yi as a divine being. Yu Qiong stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, as Chang'e approached silently and took her place beside him. Brother Yi truly is extraordinary, Yu Qiong murmured. News of Du Yi standing atop the mountain to slay the sun spread like wildfire, reaching both Shiwangmu atop Kunlun Mountain and Emperor Yao in Pingyang. Both were stunned and immediately prepared to journey to Du Yi's location. By then, Du Yi had already extinguished 3 suns. His hands were shredded beyond recognition, so he tore strips from his robe and bound them tightly around his palms. Du Yi had long noticed the anomaly and urgently inquired after Du Yi's condition, but Du Yi waved him off repeatedly, insisting he was fine. Villagers too sensed Du Yi's pace slowing, but dared not utter a word of impatience. After all, this man had just brought down the suns. Piercing their skulls would be child's play. I've rested enough. Let's proceed. Du Yi tightened the cloth bindings once more. Du Yi nodded and redrew his bow. 2 more fierce gusts echoed across the sky, and 2 more suns dissolved. In just half a morning, 10 suns had dwindled to 5. Brilliant, Du Yi! Dong Qianxiu cried out, then whirled around startled to find most staff members of the Legendary Affairs Administration gathered silently behind her. What are you all doing here? Don't you have work to do? Assistant Dong, please let us witness this just once. This is a class supreme legendary task executed by a mortal, and it's about to succeed. Such a feat is unheard of anywhere in recorded history. Dong Qianxiu understood. The event truly defied belief. Du Yi felt his forearms go numb, his hands trembled faintly, and both arms had turned deep purple, unnaturally swollen and discolored. Damn, Du Yi gritted his teeth. This weapon is utterly unwieldy. Only then did Dong Qianxiu grasp the severity. She turned to several staff and ordered, quick, bandage Du Yi's physical body immediately. Legendary level injuries are already reverberating into his mortal form. Staff hurried off at once. Du Yi clenched his jaw, gazing up at the 5 remaining suns. Half still remain. Brother Feng Meng, perhaps we should. No? Du Yi ground his teeth together. Continue. Strangely, a sudden coolness washed over his arms, and the pain receded, softened. Huh. Du Yi roared and unleashed another blast of wind, obliterating yet another sun. Below, villagers erupted into jubilant cheers. 4 remained. Huh. 3 remained. Huh. 2 remained. Du Yi felt his molars grinding to dust. Only 2 suns hung in the sky now. I can't lift it anymore. Du Yi's arms dropped limply. The banana fan clattered to the ground. Brother Feng Meng. Du Yi rushed forward, catching Du Yi before he collapsed. As Du Yi looked up, he saw tears streaming freely down Du Yi's face. Brother Feng Meng, you are the true embodiment of chivalry, selfless, devoted to nation and people. You could have claimed this glory as your own. Why insist on acting through me? Ah, that's a long story. Du Yi shook his head. It must be you who shoots the suns. I came here solely to aid you. Brother Feng Meng. Tears shimmered in Du Yi's eyes. Thank you for sacrificing so much for all living beings. Let me deliver the final stroke. Du Yi bent down, picked up the banana fan, and concealed himself behind the boulder, out of everyone's sight, before unleashing a final furious swing. Watching Du Yi's retreating silhouette, Du Yi murmured inwardly, all living beings. How naive. I'm busting my guts here, just to become a rich second-generation heir. Du Yi, though mortal, also bled from his palms with each swing. The fan had always torn his hands open in past emergencies. Yet today he watched Feng Meng wield it 8 times consecutively, beyond comprehension how such endurance was possible. After Du Yi's final sweep, only 1 sun remained in the sky. Too wonderful. Villagers embraced, wept, and danced in delirious celebration. This hellish era, without warning, had ended at last. Truly miraculous. Da Yi wept uncontrollably. Du Yu staggered upright and rasped, one thing remains unfinished. He grasped the loud sound talisman with trembling fingers and shouted, last son. Heed me well. I am Da Yi. I have shot down 9 sons. I spare your life. But should you ever again wreak havoc, plunging the world into despair, I Da Yi shall strike you down without mercy. The moment Du Yu finished speaking, he collapsed rigidly, his loud sound talisman crumbling instantly into ash. Brother Fengming. Da Yi cried out and caught Du Yu just in time, only to find him unconscious. Yu Qiong, having witnessed everything, felt his heart churn like a storm-tossed sea. Brother Yi is truly no ordinary man. Yu Qiong whispered low. I renounce my name. I shall no longer be Yu Qiong. From now on I am Hou Yi. Yu Qiong. Chang Yi, standing beside him, noticed his muttering and asked, what are you murmuring to yourself? Sister Chang'e, I've made my decision. I shall found a nation, the Yu Qiong Kingdom, to honor Brother De Yi's legendary feat of shooting down the 9 sons. Chang'e laughed aloud at Yu Qiong's earnest expression. Founding a kingdom. Very well, I'll wait and see. Suddenly a villager cried out, look. What's that? All looked up and beheld radiant light descending upon the mountaintop where Da Yi had stood. A woman descended slowly from the heavens, clad in flowing resplendent robes with wide sleeves. It's the Queen Mother of the West. Recognizing her likeness to ancient portraits, villagers prostrated themselves in reverence. Using divine power, Shi Wangmu assumed human form and alighted gently atop the peak. Da Yi stared dumbfounded as the goddess descended before him. You are Da? Shi Wangmu asked, her voice calm and measured. Before Da Yi could reply, Shi Wangmu's gaze fell upon Du Yu lying motionless nearby, his hands grotesquely mangled, blood pouring freely. What happened to him? Dropping all pretense, Shi Wangmu rushed to Du Yu's side. You must be a celestial being. Can you save him? Da Yi sobbed, cradling Du Yu tightly. Utterly reckless. Shi Wangmu surveyed Du Yu's horrifying wounds, then placed her hands upon them, channeling potent divine energy. I knew you weren't clever, but I never imagined you'd be a fool. Though scolding, she poured every ounce of her power into healing him, until after a long while the bleeding finally ceased. Why has the Queen Mother descended, and yet gone silent? Villagers knelt unmoving at the mountain's base. Do you suppose De Yi's shooting the sons has angered her? Nonsense. He saved the people. They babbled aimlessly, guessing wildly. Atop the mountain, Du Yu slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Da Yi, offered a faint smile, and then looked up at Shi Wangmu. Big cat. Great cat. Both Da Yi and the Queen Mother of the West froze for a moment. Glancing around, the Queen Mother silently cursed, Great cat. Could she possibly be referring to me again? Du Yu struggled to his feet and smiled at Da Yi. Brother Da Yi, this is the Queen Mother of the West. Hey, you were this close to uttering something outrageously disrespectful just now. The Queen Mother of the West rebuked Du Yu in fury. The Queen Mother of the West. Da Yi was stunned to realize the celestial being before him ranked among the highest echelons of immortals, and dropped to his knees with a thud. Brother Da Yi, no need for such formality. The Queen Mother has come to bestow rewards upon you, Du Yu said, helping Da Yi rise, then extended his hand toward the Queen Mother. Quick, hand it over. How utterly impertinent you are, to demand a reward with such brazenness. The Queen Mother frowned, visibly displeased. Du Yu thought to himself, truly it's Sundara, proud on the surface, soft beneath. Leaning in, he whispered to her, we're all cleaning up your mess, so let's not point fingers. Just hand over the spirit medicine. I've got to clock out already. Though angered, the Queen Mother knew arguing with Du Yu was futile. She withdrew a wooden box from her sleeve. Just as she prepared to offer it to Da Yi, Du Yu stepped forward and blocked her hand. Hold on. Ma'am, do you happen to carry a loud voice talisman? A loud voice talisman. The Queen Mother looked puzzled. At my current cultivation level, I haven't carried such low-tier talismans in ages. What do you intend to do with it? I'd like to shout something. Could you assist me? She nodded. Simple enough. I'll amplify your voice myself. She placed her palm upon Du Yu's chest. Speak. He drew a deep breath and bellowed, it's the Queen Mother of the West herself. Yes, I am Da Yi, the one who shot down the sons. What? You wish to thank me, eh? No, absolutely unnecessary. Please don't. What? An immortality pill. Mortals who consume it ascend instantly to immortality. Oh, far too precious. There was no need to bring anything at all. Truly no need whatsoever. Villagers at the mountain's base heard every word clearly. So that's how it is. Da Yi truly is our hero, right here among us. Da Yi and the Queen Mother stared dumbfounded at Du Yu. Even if you have no shame. The Queen Mother snatched her hand back from Du Yu's chest. We still must face others afterward. None of that matters now. Du Yu exhaled deeply. At last, it's all settled. Brother Da Yi accepted quickly, reverently received the sovereign's grace. Da Yi offered a wry smile and waved his hand. No, this time you exerted the greatest effort. How could I possibly claim the Queen Mother's reward? Brother Da Yi. Du Yu suddenly gripped his shoulders with solemn intensity. If you refuse this reward, all my efforts thus far will have been in vain. So promise me, you must accept it. Very well. After a moment's quiet reflection, Da Yi reluctantly nodded. I shall accept it, but earlier you mentioned this was an immortality pill. I doubt I'll ever need it. Du Yu had long anticipated this sentiment. Whether or not you require it, take it anyway. What exactly do you two mortals take me for? A flower seller. The Queen Mother stood there for ages holding the box aloft, until she could bear it no longer. My deepest apologies. Do you hastily bowed? Outrageous. Do not call me great cat, nor ma'am. Do you whirled around to face Dai? Brother Dai, look how furious ma'am has become. Take it now. Refusing would be downright unseemly. Off. Yes, of course. Dai hurriedly accepted the box containing the spirit medicine. Upon opening it, he confirmed its contents: 2 pills. One whole, one half. Both radiating dense spiritual energy, their surfaces gleaming snow white. Huh. Do you frowned? Ma'am, you promised 2 pills. Why is one missing half? The Queen Mother's expression turned complex. I only had 1.5 left. The whole pill can elevate a mortal's physical body to sainthood and enable ascension to immortality. The half pill, lacking sufficient spiritual energy, can at most elevate livestock, ox and sheep, to immortality. Then that ma'am is where you erred, do you said. You should have informed me beforehand. Do you? Dong Qianxiu suddenly interjected. Enough. Do not press the Queen Mother further. That half pill was meant for her own consumption, to complete her transformation into full human form. Now she chooses to forego centuries of additional cultivation simply to give it to you. Such sincerity speaks volumes. Hearing Dong Qianxiu's words, Du Yu's heart softened unexpectedly. He glanced up at the Queen Mother. The great cat still wore her haughty scowl, even her apology delivered with chin raised. Great cat, I never imagined you'd be so kind. Wah! Her face flushed crimson. Outrageous. Outrageous. There. Du Yu clapped her shoulder. No more outrage. Since you've come all this way, care to join us for dinner? The Queen Mother glared at Du Yu. I refuse. Farewell. With a sweep of her sleeves, she soared skyward and vanished. Brother Pingming, is the Queen Mother your friend? She's rather peculiar. Indeed, peculiar yet profoundly kind. Still feeling faintly unwell, Du Yu leaned on Dai. Brother Dai, let's go home. They descended the mountain arm in arm. Villagers cheered wildly, yet their praise belonged solely to Dai. No one recognized Du Yu. Sister Qianxiu, I've completed the mission in just 5 days. He'd expected playful banter, but instead silence answered him. It was the first time Du Yu had ever called for Dong Qianxiu and received no reply. Sister Qianxiu, again and again, no response. Strange, did she step away to relieve herself? Unconcerned, Du Yu followed Dai home. Dai summoned Yo Qiong and Hou Yi, who prepared a lavish feast. Laughter and warmth filled the room. For Du Yu, it was the happiest day since arriving here. Food, wine, and the long-awaited sunset. As the sun sank, the earth cooled rapidly, its chilling contraction audible even from within the bedroom. Yet Du Yu sensed dissonance in television dramas. Scenes of such unalloyed joy often foreshadowed the protagonist's imminent demise. Sister Qianxiu, are you back? Another call, still no answer. This time panic fluttered in his chest. One phrase rose unbidden. Crossing the river and dismantling the bridge. After all, he was but a wandering soul, a stray ghost. Phrases like only a rare few may enter legend, or reincarnation slots reserved for heirs of wealth. Were they lies? Had they abandoned him? Such thoughts surged violently. Lying in bed, Du Yu grew increasingly restless. Was he destined to live out his days as Pengming? Here in this primordial age, in the era of Emperor Yao, when scarcity reigned absolute. Du Yu, just as he teetered on the edge of collapse, a familiar voice resonated. Sister Qianxiu. Uncertain how to address her, he stammered. Why did you ignore me for so long? I'm sorry, Du Yu, Dong Qianxiu replied, her voice heavy with remorse and exhaustion. It wasn't intentional. Oh no, it's nothing. Du Yu hadn't expected an apology and was momentarily speechless. What's happened to Dong Qianxiu? Countless questions flooded his mind. How could this paragon of discipline, who always appeared immaculate, exhibit such weariness? And if she'd reached out voluntarily, did that mean he hadn't been discarded after all? Du Yu, rest tonight. Tomorrow I have something vital to discuss with you. Please, spare me the suspense. Du Yu rubbed his temples. Who could possibly sleep after hearing that? Tell me now. Silence. Then more silence. Sister Qianxiu. Du Yu said, voice steady. I surrender. I imagined countless grim outcomes. Whatever comes, I accept it. Just tell me the truth. Let me find peace, and I'll accept it all. Dong Qianxiu sighed. Du Yu, the legend you inhabit remains gravely flawed. Gravely flawed. Du Yu paused, then comprehension dawned. Could it be? Chang'e flies to the moon. Precisely. I assured you that Chang'e flies to the moon would inevitably follow Dao shoots the suns. But I was wrong. No matter how many times we simulated, Hing A in your narrative refuses to ingest the spirit pill. Today, after the suns fell, we attempted to finalize the legend, but the instrument's prediction defied all expectations. It forecast that without Chang'e's ascent, our society will spontaneously generate 21 million Tai Shu out of thin air. 21. Du Yu gasped. So many. Just one legend. Chang'e flies to the moon. Even if that deity doesn't exist in the tale, what does it matter? You misunderstand. Without Chang'e, Tianping Marshal would never fall from grace for meeting her illicitly. Without his banishment, there would be no Zhu Wuning, and the entire journey to the West legend would collapse. The consequences cascade infinitely. Du Yu finally grasped the intricate web, how one thread pulled unraveled the whole tapestry. Therefore, no matter what, Dong Qianxiu's remorse hung palpable in her voice. Please ensure Hung A consumes the spirit pill. What was this? Worse than abandonment. It meant tearing apart Da Yi and Hung Yi, divine lovers bound by heaven itself. Had his vaunted, perfect solution become nothing but cruel irony? Du Yu gazed out at the moon, his heart heavy with sorrow. Sister Qianxiu, may I decline this request? I'm afraid not. This is the very purpose of the Legend Administration Bureau. Dong Qianxiu hesitated, then spoke softly. Compared to Dai's heartbreak, I prioritize the lives of millions. Forgive me. All night Du Yu lay awake, watching the sun rise. At dawn Dai knocked. Du Yu didn't open the door. Brother Pingming, are you well? I'm fine, just without appetite. Please don't visit today. Dai puzzled. Last night they'd feasted and laughed. Today Brother Pingming seemed transformed. Du Yu's thoughts spun chaotically, trapped between impossible choices. Then, suddenly, he remembered. He sat bolt upright. The silk pouch. Master Kongming's third sealed pouch. He'd said when all seems lost, open the third pouch. Du Yu seized it like a lifeline. Perhaps only Master Kongming could save him now. Stumbling, he fumbled through his waist pouch and retrieved the final slip of paper. Master Kongming, tell me, what must I do? Slowly he unfolded the third pouch, and after one glance collapsed to the floor sobbing uncontrollably. Is that so, Master Kongming? Is this your judgment? There lying silently on the floor, the third pouch bore only 4 characters. Heart anchored in all living beings. Indeed, Master Kongming had departed centuries ago, yet still cared whether common folk lived in peace, whether children had enough to eat. Were he here, he would choose precisely this path. Yet Du Yu recalled Hou Yi's gaze upon Dai, how they'd wept and laughed clinging to each other and shared joy. Do I truly have no choice? Watching Du Yu crumple to the floor, Dong Qianxiu's eyes welled. Hou approached gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. Xiaodong, this is a trial. Whether he becomes a certified operator rests entirely on this moment. You and I both wish to avoid another incident like Xiao Zhan's. Until the sun set once more, Du Yu remained locked inside. Dai, growing anxious, knocked again. Brother Pingming, I'll hunt wild game for everyone tonight. Seeing you like this worries us all. If something troubles you, please speak up. Du Yu listened in silence. Dai sighed, shook his head, and left. Turning the corner, Dai visited Yo Qiong's home. Yo Qiong, Brother Pingming aided me against the suns, but his wounds remain unhealed. Your sister-in-law is alone at home, unattended. I'll hunt shortly. If you're free, could you watch over them both? Of course, Brothery. Yo Qiong waved enthusiastically. And, Brothery, could you stop calling me Yo Qiong? I've changed my name. I shall be the secondee, after you. I shall be Hou Yi. Hou Yi. Dai laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, excellent. Excellent. Bidding farewell, Dai strode toward the forest. Hou Yi, that name, rings faintly in memory. But where? He couldn't recall. Only when Dai had vanished into the distance, and dusk deepened, did Du Yu finally emerge from the room. Like a soul adrift, he walked straight to the hearth, picked up a sharp skinning knife, and turned toward Hou Yi's chamber. He knocked. Soon Hou Yi peered out. Oh, Brother Pingming, how are your wounds? Du Yu stared blankly, then withdrew the knife from behind his back. Brother Pingming, you, what are you doing? Step by step he advanced. Hou Yi retreated, until they stood deep within the room. Hand over the immortality pill. The immortality pill, eh? Hou Yi looked bewildered. Brother Pingming, I heard my husband say he never wished to keep it. He meant to offer it to you, but you declined that day. Since you desire it now, I'll fetch it for you at once. Du Yu clenched his lips tightly. How could she be so kind? Each of them, so tender, so selfless. How could he play the villain? Henge rummaged through the basket under the bed for a while, and took out a small box. Brother Pongming, I have discussed with my husband, and we do not intend to become immortal. We only wish to live a stable life together, growing old hand in hand. Now that I think about it, this immortal elixir is most suitable for you. Henge opened the small wooden box, revealing a half-spirit pill quietly lying inside. Du Yu did not take the elixir, still holding the sharp knife. Brother Pangming, take out the whole one, Du Yu said again. Henge was quite puzzled. The man before her had twice risked his life for her husband and had not accepted any rewards from the Queen Mother. How could he seem like a completely different person now? Henge took out the whole spirit elixir and then placed the half elixir and the wooden box down. Brother Pongming, do you only want this one? Du Yu gritted his teeth and said, eat it. Eat it. Henge looked at Du Yu in disbelief, then glanced at the elixir. Are you saying I should eat it? Yes, you need to eat the elixir. Henge still did not quite understand. Brother Pongming, you came to my room at night with a knife, and your reason is to force me to eat the elixir and become immortal on the spot. That's right. Du Yu's emotions were complicated, and he did not dare to look Henge in the eyes. I will not eat it. Henge directly placed the elixir back into the box. Although I do not know why you want to do this, I cannot sense any malice from you. You wish for me to become immortal, but I do not want to. What do you want to do now? Stab me with that knife. Du Yu's hand holding the knife trembled continuously. What should he do now? Was he really going to hurt Henge? But what reason did he have to harm her? Dong Qianxiu sighed softly, turning his head aside. Such scenes were too common for the Legend Management Bureau. Miss Henge, what I am about to say you may not believe, but I am not lying. Henge looked at Du Yu with confusion, not responding. If you cannot ascend to immortality, countless people in this world will die unjustly. I have no way left. I cannot think of a way to solve this without harming anyone. If you ascend to immortality, you will not die, and Brother Day will not die. Those innocent people will not die. I will do everything in my power to ask the West Queen Mother for another elixir. I will try my best to help Brother Yi ascend to immortality as well, so that you can be together forever. Brother Pangming. Henge interrupted. You are lying. If there were 2 elixirs, how could the West Queen Mother only give out 1.5? I. Du gritted his teeth, unable to speak. Indeed, if there were truly 2 elixirs, why would the West Queen Mother only produce 1.5? My husband once said that you, like Brother Jean, will always know what is going to happen in the future. When I saw you help my husband shoot down 9 sons, I believed in this. Miss Henge. You did not know what Henge wanted to say. I just want to ask you one thing. What kind of future will my husband and I have after I swallow this elixir? Du pondered for a moment and said, you will become one of the most famous fairies, leading a colorful life. But as for Brother Day, I do not know. Brother Pongming, from your tone, it seems I will not be with my husband in the future. Then why do you say my life will be colorful? Brother Pongming, come and sit down. Let's talk. Henge smiled bitterly and sat down on a chair. Do you felt guilty still remaining in place? Do you know? 10 years ago, when I first saw Dei on the mountain, he looked like a wild man, having not taken care of his hair for half a year. A disheveled wild boy actually bowed respectfully to me when I woke up. Can you imagine how funny that scene was? Miss Henge, what exactly do you want to say? Later we got married, deciding to be together for this life. We had no grand halls and did not believe in heaven and earth, so we bowed to each other 3 times as husband and wife. From that day onwards, Dei became my whole world. He is my heaven and earth, my family. From then on, my eyes only had him. When he was happy, I was happy, and when he was troubled, I was troubled. Miss Henge, when I saw 10 suns first appear in the sky, I had a strange feeling. I felt that I was going to lose Dei. But I did not know when I would lose Dei. Every time he went out to slay beasts, I would stand at the village entrance breaking a peach branch daily to pray for him, thankful that he returned safely each time. But Brother Pongming, do you know? That feeling still lingers. The feeling of losing him remains. Du's expression was very lost. He could only mumble, Miss Henge, I am sorry, please do not say anymore. You and my husband both care for the world. I cannot help it all. If, as you say, swallowing this elixir can save countless lives, then I believe you. I believe that even my husband would make the same choice. Henge slowly held the elixir in her hand, but upon careful observation her eyes were also filled with tears. Brother Pongming, I have said so much to you, just to let you know that I cannot live without Dei. If there is any possibility, I hope you can let him and me meet in the future. This is my only request. I will definitely agree to you. Du's voice trembled, never daring to look Henge in the eyes. Henge smiled slightly and swallowed the whole elixir. I finally mended this piece of clothing for Dei. Please deliver it to him. As Du took the piece of clothing, Henge slowly began to float. Sister Henge, Brother Pongming, are you there? Yuqiong suddenly pushed the door open, and the scene before him left him dumbfounded. Pangming was holding a sharp knife towards Henge, who was floating in midair, holding an open medicine box with only half a spirit elixir remaining inside. Pangming, what are you doing? Yuqiong paused for a moment before reacting, shouting as he rushed over and knocked Du down, seizing the sharp knife from his hand. Du quickly let go to avoid hurting Yuqiong. Yuqiong, do not be rude. I voluntarily swallowed this elixir to ascend to immortality. Henge slowly rose into the air, looking breathtakingly beautiful under the moonlight. From now on, you two must take good care of Dei for me. Without waiting for the two to respond, Henge broke through the roof and flew directly into the sky. Due to the unusually cool night, many people were still outside enjoying the breeze, and they happened to witness this stunning scene. A girl of breathtaking beauty was actually ascending to immortality on this full moon night. She wore a not-so-glamorous dress, but it could not conceal her exceptional beauty. It's Henge. A villager shouted, Henge has flown to the sky. Soon the villagers' voices stirred more people, and those from nearby villages all came out to watch Henge fly to the heavens and become immortal. She flew straight towards the moon, as if she were always meant to be that fairy in the sky. Her gaze was like a breeze that had never touched the mortal world, sweeping away half a lifetime of sorrow. Inside the house, Yuqiong regained his senses and glared fiercely at Du. Pangming, you. Yuqiong pointed the sharp knife at Du. It must be you who wanted to seize the elixir, forcing Sister Henge to swallow it herself. I did not. Du shook his head in pain. Did not. Yuqiong shouted, then why are you holding the knife? Du did not know how to answer, only looking tearfully at the piece of clothing belonging to Dei in his hands. Since he first saw Henge, she had been mending this clothing, each stitch representing her love for Dei. Du glanced at the collar where the words, "The moon rises bright," were embroidered, and at that moment countless memories surged in his mind. He threw the clothing aside, tears streaming down his face. Do not pretend to be kind here. You are the reason I can no longer see Sister Henge. You are the reason Brother Dei will never see his wife again. Yuqiong roared, angrily lunging at Du with the sharp knife. Du could not dodge in time and was stabbed in the abdomen. With a scream, Du pushed Yuqiong away and staggered out of the house. Dong Qianxiu exclaimed, quickly turning to check on Du's physical body, where a new wound on his abdomen was gushing blood like a broken faucet. Quick, help him treat the wound. Dong Qianxiu shouted. Du ran away in a panic. What was going on? Why did it end up like this? Du held his abdomen, feeling the whole world slipping away from him. He walked towards the outskirts of the village with only one thought in his mind: to leave this place. The next day, news of Henge flying to the moon spread quickly. Some said she could not endure the hardships of life and stole the elixir while Dei was away ascending to immortality alone. Others said that Dei's disciple Pongming seized the elixir under the cover of night, forcing Henge to swallow it. Regardless, Henge had flown away, forever leaving Dai. Dai sat alone at home, not believing either of these claims. Whether it was Henge or Pang Ming, neither would steal the elixir. But why did Pang Ming also disappear on the night Henge ascended? Dai only wanted one answer. Even though Yu Qiong insisted that it was indeed Pang Ming who seized the elixir, Dai still did not believe it. The elixir had been placed before Pang Ming many times, and he had not even glanced at it. Why would he suddenly brandish a knife to seize it that night? As Dai pondered, he walked forward, and when he came to his senses, he had already reached the summit where he shot the suns. He looked up at the remaining solitary sun in the sky, his heart twisted in pain. West Queen Mother, please show yourself. Dai shouted at the sky, but received no response. West Queen Mother, I know that you immortals must sever all ties with the mortal world each time you come down, and you have not satisfied me yet. If you do not show yourself, I will shout for you here every day. Dai shouted to the heavens, almost on the verge of tears. Soon after, a brilliant light flashed, and the West Queen Mother appeared. What is going on with you, mortal? I have given you all the spirit elixirs, yet you are here calling for me. What else are you dissatisfied with? Upon seeing the West Queen Mother, Dai found himself at a loss for words. Where is he? The West Queen Mother surveyed her surroundings and asked. Hou Yi, the one who was with you, the one who talks a lot. I do not know. Humph. The West Queen Mother snorted coldly. Speak, what else do you want? I want to ascend to immortality. Nonsense. The West Queen Mother replied irritably. The spirit elixir has already been given to you. If you want to ascend, just swallow it. Why are you calling for me? Dai shook his head. I only have half a spirit elixir left. I beg the Queen Mother to grant me another half so that I can meet my wife. Meet your wife? The West Queen Mother was slightly taken aback. So the Change Fairy who ascended last night is your wife? Change Fairy. Indeed, she ascended last night and has been conferred the title of Change Fairy by Hou Yi, residing on the full moon, enjoying the Guanghan Palace. Queen Mother. Dai knelt down with a thud. Please grant me another half a spirit elixir so that I can fly to the moon and reunite with my wife. Nonsense, you would give up your dignity as a man just to ascend to immortality. The West Queen Mother looked at the man in front of her with disdain, surprised that someone would cry and shout to become an immortal. She sarcastically said, the half-spirit elixir you have left can only allow cattle and sheep to ascend, yet cannot allow humans to do so. Then I will become a cattle or sheep. Dai replied without hesitation, as long as I can meet my wife, becoming livestock is no problem. You. The West Queen Mother looked at the man before her, unsure of what to say. Would he rather become livestock than ascend to immortality? Perhaps he and his wife shared a bond that ordinary people could not comprehend. If I am not by my wife's side, I cannot imagine how she will live. Queen Mother, can you help me this once? I have been called upon thousands of times, and it was never for fame or fortune. You are the first to wish to become livestock. The West Queen Mother shook her head. All right, tell me, what kind of livestock do you wish to become? Dai thought for a moment and murmured, in the past year my wife always has a worried expression, as if she is lost in thought. I hope that whatever livestock I become will have sharp eyes to see through my wife's thoughts and long ears to hear her musings. My wife loves the pure and flawless bright moon, so let me become a white livestock. Are you truly decided? The West Queen Mother finally confirmed with Dai. I am decided. Dai agreed without a second thought. Sigh. The West Queen Mother sighed as she waved her hand, and Dai slumped down. May all lovers in the world be united in the end. In the days following Henge's ascension, she sat in the Guanghan Palace feeling gloomy. Although this place was spacious and luxurious, it lacked the joyful Dai, who would return from hunting every day. Henge often looked far away, tears streaming down her face. I wonder if Dai has put on the clothes I mended for him. While missing Dai, a pure white rabbit suddenly appeared from nowhere, hopping over to Henge and affectionately rubbing against her leg. Henge was somewhat surprised. She had never seen such a friendly rabbit before. She picked up the rabbit, which had intelligent eyes that seemed to speak. For some reason, Henge felt an extraordinary fondness for this rabbit, so she placed it on her lap and began to caress it. How nice, now I have a companion, a flawless white rabbit. Henge said with a bitter smile, from now on you will join me in missing my husband. The rabbit twitched its nose as if it understood. Upon closer inspection, no one noticed the 4 small words on the rabbit's neck. The moon rises bright. The Book of Songs says the moon rises bright, and the beauty is graceful. The gentle breeze is soothing, and the heart is quiet. The moon shines brightly, and the beauty is lovely. The gentle breeze is soft, and the heart is troubled. Operator, do you entered the 7th day of the legend? Chaos erupted across the entire legend administration. It was an extraordinary day. A novice with 0 prior experience had just completed an ultra-class mission. The success rate reached an unprecedented 94, ranking among the highest ever recorded since the legend administration's founding. Strangely, the success rate continued to climb. Yet no one in the legend administration so much as smiled. Shortly after Yu was pierced in the abdomen by Yu Qiong, all visual feed from him vanished. 900 years ago, Zhang Qixing deliberately severed his own feed, plunging the entire legend administration into panic. Now 9 centuries later, Yu likewise disappeared from view, an uncanny echo yet emotionally distinct, leaving every soul within the legend administration gripped by unease. Could Yu be dead? An employee finally blurted out. Dead. After Du Yu's feed cut out, Dong Qianxiu sat silently beside his physical body, meticulously cleaning his wound without uttering a word. At that moment, Dong Qianxiu stirred an inexplicable pang of sorrow. She had always been immaculate, every strand of hair perfectly combed, but now her hair was disheveled, her face drawn, and pale dark circles faintly shadowing her fair cheeks. Dead. How could he be dead? His corporeal form still breathed steadily, and he still owed her a cup of coffee. Dong Qianxiu blamed herself bitterly. Had she not insisted on sending Hou Yi to the moon, Du Yu would never have been wounded or vanished. Let's go. Uncle Qi Xiaobian waved dismissively at Fan Wojiu. I've already sent Jin Guai-sun and the others to investigate. Du Yu is alive. Fan Wojiu nodded. This chapter had closed. The next step was clear: how to win Du Yu over upon his return. The two stepped outside together. Xiaobian stretched lazily. What a long film we've just watched. I haven't applied a face mask in ages. My skin's gone dull. Really? Fan Wojiu replied indifferently, and turned to ask just as he was about to leave, by the way, did you check your moments yesterday? Moments? By Wu Chang. Xiaobian looked baffled. What about moments? Wu Gang. Wu Gang. What about Wu Gang? Can't you just say it all at once? Xiaobian scolded Fan Wojiu as he pulled out his phone and opened moments. Their Wu Gang had posted a picture of the Guanghan Palace. Faintly visible within it was the silhouette of the immortal goddess Chang'e, captioned, "My heavens. It seems Chang'e has transformed entirely. I've been chopping the cassia tree here for centuries, and for the first time in all those centuries she stepped out to ask if I was tired, and even brought me osmanthus cakes. Then who was that aloof, disdainful Chang'e who used to ignore me? Who can tell me what truly happened?" Ha ha ha. Xiaobian burst into laughter. Isn't this splendid? Chang'e's temperament has shifted. She is no longer the infamous gold digger of legend. Wu Gang's golden days have arrived. Fan Wojiu offered no reply. Chang'e held no interest for him. He cast a cool glance at Xiaobian and said flatly, Du Yu's abilities are vital. We must secure his allegiance, urgently. Du Yu felt agony coursing through his entire body, as though death itself were imminent. With immense effort he pried open his eyes and found himself lying inside a cavern whose walls were unnervingly smooth, clearly not natural. Where am I? He tried to rise, but a searing pain lanced through his abdomen. I advise you not to move. Your wound remains untreated. Oh, any motion may well kill you. A cold, detached voice drifted in from the cavern's mouth. Du Yu turned his head. There stood a man clad in black robes. He glanced down at his own abdomen. Sure enough, the blood had only temporarily coagulated. The gash inflicted by Yoqiong bloomed, like a crimson flower, vivid and raw. Du Yu had no idea what had transpired, so he whispered softly for Dong Qianxiu. By the way, I've temporarily severed your connection to the administration. They neither hear nor see you. Du Yu pressed a hand to his lower abdomen and struggled upright. Who are you? Who am I? You've surely guessed by now. The man turned, revealing eyes fathomless as ancient abysses. Zhan Qixing. Correct. It is I. Du Yu had never imagined meeting Zhan Qixing under such circumstances. What do you want? Du Yu asked. Only a few questions. Zhan Qixing advanced slowly toward him. Answer to my satisfaction, and I'll release you. Fail to satisfy me, and I shall end you here and now. Du Yu bristled with indignation. This, Zhan Qixing spoke with unbearable arrogance. End me here. Who do you think you are? Du Yu gritted his teeth. Don't assume injury makes me powerless. I've heard of senior staff bullying newcomers, but never of departed staff bullying fresh recruits. Zhan Qixing gave a frosty smile, and with a flick of his left hand a thunderous boom shattered the cavern wall, carving a massive hollow into the stone. Good gods! Had Du Yu not been wounded, he'd have leapt to his feet in astonishment. A casual gesture capable of pulverizing solid rock. Was such power real? Had this immaculate cavern been carved by this very man? Zhan Qixing said, Our greatest difference lies in this: I spent 4,000 years mastering the Tao of time, enduring myriad tribulations to ascend from mortal flesh to true immortal. Yet upon ascending, the celestial bureaucracy offered me no fitting post. For a cultivator who traverses time at will, the legend administration became my sole refuge. But you betrayed them, didn't you? Betrayed. Zhan Qixing paused, thoughtful. An apt word. Do they all describe me thus now? Didn't you? You abandoned the legend administration and left chaos in your wake. Zhan Qixing glanced at Du Yu, his voice glacial. Chaos. Tell me, how did you feel forcing Hou Yi to ascend to the moon? The memory he tried to suppress surged back. Last night, a breathtaking beauty, tears streaming, racing toward the moon. Did you rejoice? Did you believe you acted rightly? I judged no right or wrong. I merely followed the legend's course. Folly. Zhan Qixing roared. Suppose assassins from the future told you that you would one day destroy the world and demanded you die now to prevent it. Would you submit meekly? That is utterly different. Du Yu protested. If Hou Yi hadn't ascended, countless innocents would have perished. Exactly the same logic. No matter how many perish, what kinship binds Hou Yi to them? To blame a frail woman millennia past for deaths millennia hence, that defies reason. Why must their lives be dictated by legend, denied even a single act of self-determination? As Zhan Qixing's voice rose, the cavern trembled faintly. Zhan Qixing, you grow increasingly intolerable, Du Yu said quietly. I granted you courtesy, and yet you persist without end. Do you think I chose this? Do you know why I stand here, thousands of years in the past, battling near death in the Yi's Nine Sons legend. I'm but a mortal. Do you? Cried voice ragged. In truth, it was the immortals themselves who deceived me en masse. Did I have any choice? From the moment I died, strangers dragged me along, straight into this legend. Unlike you, if I disobey their orders, I am trapped here forever. I don't even retain the right to remain human, and you dare lecture me on right and wrong. Do you? Raised a trembling hand, pointing weakly at the crater Zhang Qixing had just blasted. You cleave mountains with a single palm. What of me? I need 2 strikes just to split a watermelon. With dozens of staff in the legend administration, whom exactly do you imagine I could defy? One by one you command me, then one by one you condemn me. On what authority? Zhang Qixing seemed to recall something. Turning to Du Yu, he said, since you harbor such grievances, why not join me? Let us remain in this primordial age unbound by any master. Would that not be true freedom? Freedom? Du Yu's lips whitened, he snorted coldly. It is precisely your so-called freedom that forced me here, compelling you to shoot down the suns, compelling Hou Yi to swallow the elixir and ascend. You gained freedom, but what of me? To abandon a mortal in this primordial era teeming with monstrous beasts, is that freedom? Zhang Qixing fell silent, gazing thoughtfully at Du Yu. You bear resentment. I do too. Du Yu ground out. Do not lay every fault upon me. If your pride rebels, then shatter the legend administration itself. Is holding captive an injured mortal the sum of your prowess? Seeing Zhang Qixing remain silent, Du Yu paused, then continued. Yes, I confess. I am deeply sorry for Yi's and Hou Yi's fates. Yet I had no choice. I possess no authority to alter their destinies. To me, this was a decree delivered with celestial blades pressed to my throat. Do you? Met Zhang Qixing's gaze, pressing a hand to his abdomen. This is a trolley problem. They placed me on the tracks, demanding I choose between Yi and Hou Yi, or the world. I knew either path would draw scorn, yet the trolley was always meant to strike them. So I made that choice. I could not divert the trolley simply because I knew them, only to crush those destined to live. Zhang Qixing listened in silence, deep in contemplation. Du Yu sensed his condition worsening, but his fury at Zhang Qixing's condescension burned hotter. You diverted the trolley from its proper course, and now you accuse me for steering it back. Zhang Qixing, what separates us? You. He coughed violently. His wound tore open anew and he crumpled, curling onto the cavern floor. Is that so? So there exists someone like you in this world? Zhang Qixing murmured, watching Du Yu. Very well, I shall watch how far you go. Du Yu tried to speak, but his consciousness began to fade. Assistant Dong. An employee shouted. We've regained Du Yu's feed. Dong Qinxiu dashed to the screen without hesitation. Thank heavens, thank heavens. She stared at the feed, yet dread seized her. Du Yu lay unconscious on the ground, unresponsive to repeated calls, blood already staining the earth beneath his abdomen. Initiate immediate retrieval protocol. Dong Qinxiu flipped switches beside the display, slipping instantly into operational mode. Aftermath team, reconfirm Tai Shu. Soul calling team, commence retrieval now. Report. Estimated Tai Shu generated from this legend, traversal 0. Report. Soul calling sequence fully prepared. Across the legend administration, every division surged into action. Assistant Dong, you need to see this. An employee spotting an anomaly called out urgently. Regardless of anomalies, I demand Du Yu return alive. Dong Qinxiu remained undistracted, fingers flying across the interface. Assistant Dong, this is truly peculiar. Dong Qinxiu bit her lip and commanded, all teams continue retrieval. Just let me glance, and I'll return immediately. She hurried to the employee, who oversaw legend aftermath. What is it? Assistant Dong, the legend's completion rate has reached 98, and continues rising. What a... Dong Qinxiu gasped. 98%. That's the highest in the legend administration's history. Yet Du Yu is clearly absent. How can the rate keep climbing? Immediately switch the feed to this scene. The technician obeyed without delay. On screen appeared an elder statesman flanked by attendants striding purposefully toward Yi's village. This is Emperor Yao. Dong Qinxiu recognized him instantly. The elder entered the village, knocking door to door, asking who had shot down the sons. Every villager answered identically, the archer is Yi. Yet the elder searched the entire village. No one knew Yi's whereabouts. Your Majesty, must you truly find this Yi? Asked an attendant. Indeed. Upon hearing of one who could shoot down the sons, I departed Pingyang at once. 2 full days' journey to reach this place. This Yi must be taken from the village, without exception. I intend to appoint him to office, not merely to thank him for saving the world, but to stabilize the hearts of all under heaven. I see, Your Majesty. The guard nodded, understanding whether Yi could truly shoot the sons mattered little. It was imperative they extract a man named Yi from this village. Such an act would proclaim Emperor Yao's wisdom to the realm. Report. A guard approached, bowing deeply. We've questioned every nearby village. Only one youth bears the name Hou Yi. Hou Yi. Emperor Yao arched a brow. Are you certain no other Yi exists? Certain. The great Yi who shot the sons has vanished. Only this child remains named Yi. Villagers say he is exceedingly close to the great Yi. Excellent. I shall appoint this child to office, and broadcast the news far and wide. The youth named Yi has been taken by the emperor. As ordered. Dong Qinxiu watched the screen. The completion rate hit 99. What was happening? Hou Yi. Great Yi. She swiftly opened her phone's encyclopedia and searched the legend of Yi shooting the 9 suns in depth. She learned the common phrase Hou Yi shoots the 9 suns was a misconception. The true archer was Great Yi. Hou Yi was the ruler of the Joseon kingdom during the Xia dynasty, who in reverence for Great Yi renamed himself Hou Yi. Legend held that Hou Yi too excelled at archery, so gradually the identities of Great Yi and Hou Yi blurred in collective memory. But who truly shot the suns, Great Yi or Hou Yi? Time had erased the answer, no one remembered. Thus arose the enduring tale Hou Yi shoots the 9 suns. Dong Qinxiu watched breathless as the completion rate soared to 100, the entire screen blazing with golden light. The first perfect score in history. Assistant Dong, Yu's soul has returned, a technician shouted. Immortal became an operator for the Legend Management Bureau, achieving a 100 completion rate for a super-level mission on his very first execution. This news quickly spread throughout the immortal realm, causing a stir not only in the underworld, but also in the heavenly court. However, the protagonist of this event, Yu, remained in a deep coma. Upon hearing about his severe injuries, the 10 Yama Kings sent people to deliver miraculous pills, their intentions being quite obvious. Aside from the second Yama Wu Pangu, who is Zhong Kuei, there were also the first Yama Wen Pangu Chui, Ju the third Yama, A Bang Nyo Tu the fourth Yama, Ma Tu Luo Cha Ma Mian the fifth Yama, Jin Zhang Jun Jia, Yi the sixth Yama, In Zhang Jun Su Yi the seventh Yama, Bai Wu Chang Xia Baiyan, and the eighth Yama, Hei Wu Chang Fan Wu Zhou, all of whom personally sent pills. These pills were rare treasures on earth, whether it was the 10th of Sand-year-old, He Shou Wu the 1,000-year-old Ling, Ji the Tianshan Snow Lotus, or the Kunlun Ginseng. Each family brought out their cherished treasures accumulated over many years. In addition to these individuals, Meng Pi the king of the underworld, Bane Fengdu Emperor, Dongyue Emperor, and even the rarely seen Hutu Nyongyang sent condolence messages. Notably, at Fan Wu Jiu's persistent request, Fan Xiaogu reluctantly went to deliver medicine. However, she brought a box of amoxicillin worth 12.8 yuan, which stood out amidst the many rare treasures. Xiaogu, what are you thinking? Xie Jin held Fan Xiaogu's arm as they walked down the road. Despite her insistence on giving Yu the cheapest and least effective medicine, he could not stop her. What else can I think? I don't want my marriage to be decided by the older generation. Fan Xiaogu pouted, looking very reluctant. But isn't Yu not that bad? He's not unattractive, and he's quite interesting, Xie Jin said. Yes, but by Jia, don't you feel it? If it were just the two of us, it might be quite comfortable, but once the ancestors intervene, I lose my motivation. I haven't even figured out what kind of person he is, and the elders tell me I must marry him. That's too much pressure for me. Yes, Xie Jin stroked Fan Xiaogu's head, saying, then let it be. Our Xiaogu is so cute, how could there not be men who like you? Legend Management Bureau. Wow. After Yu woke up, he saw his bedside piled high with miraculous pills. Am I dead? Why are there so many offerings? Soon Yu realized something was off. I really am dead. Yu turned his head and saw Dong Qinxiu sleeping by the bed. Her hands were inexplicably stained with congealed blood, a few strands of hair falling onto her fair face, making her appear exhausted. I must say she looked much more approachable in this disheveled state than when she was always impeccably dressed. Didn't she say she hadn't left that display screen for hundreds of years? Why was she sleeping here now? Yu stared intently at Dong Qinxiu, who seemed to sense something, furrowed her brows, and opened her eyes. Their gazes met for an instant. You're awake. Yu pondered for a moment, and squeezed out a smile. Yes, Qinxiu Jia. How are you? Does your wound still hurt? Wound. The one injured is the legendary me, not the real me. As Yu spoke, he twisted his body, and suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen. The Yu in the legend and the Yu in reality are coexisting. Any injury you suffer is real. Oh no. Yu doubled over in pain. So it's like this. Then I really need to take good care of myself. Actually, this matter is partly my fault, Dong Qinxiu said anxiously, although I didn't want change to fly to the moon, but this is the recorded legend, no one can change it. Alright Qinxiu Jia, I was just joking. Yu kicked off the covers and jumped out of bed. It hurts a bit, but not that much. Look, I'm still bouncing around. Don't. Seeing Yu jump out of bed, Dong Qinxiu immediately turned her head away. What's wrong, Qinxiu Jia? Yu looked down and realized his clothes and pants had been removed at some point. They need to clean your wounds, so they took off your clothes. Oh no. Yu hurriedly dove back under the covers, feeling extremely embarrassed. Seeing you bouncing around makes me feel relieved. I'll have someone bring your clothes to you. Dong Qinxiu stood up and slowly walked out of the room. Before leaving, she turned back and said, you're the only operator left in the Legend Management Bureau. If you die, the responsibility will be on me. Yu watched Dong Qinxiu leave, then glanced at the room, full of miraculous pills, letting out a slight sigh. Who on earth set up all these boxes? I heard you woke up. A figure peeked in through the door. Great Judge. You knew I woke up as soon as I did. It was none other than Great Judge Cui Ju. Originally, I was going to send a message to Old He telling him to have you come see me after you woke up. I didn't expect you to complete this mission so well that those eager to befriend you are already lining up. I was afraid someone would get ahead, so I came over to find you. Oh, you felt a bit proud. Did I do well on this mission? Not bad. Theoretically, it couldn't have gone better than this. Then Great Judge, about what we discussed before. You mean cutting in line for reincarnation? Cui Ju chuckled. No matter how well you did on the mission, it can't compensate for 700 years of time. Although Du had long anticipated this outcome, he was still somewhat unwilling and could only smile bitterly. So do I have to continue working here? When will this end? Do you tell me how do you feel about this job? Cui Ju asked seriously. Du contemplated for a moment and said, it's somewhat fun, at least better than being a workshop worker. It's just a bit dangerous. I've almost died several times. Generally in our world, such dangerous jobs pay very well. Pay. Haha. Du's remark made Cui Ju burst into laughter. What's so funny? Cui Ju slowly suppressed his laughter and pointed at the room full of miraculous pills, saying to Du, as soon as it was heard that the operator of the Legend Management Bureau was injured, all the notable figures in the underworld sent you miraculous pills. With your current status, what is there to discuss about pay? Du stared blankly at the room full of items, most of which were housed in boxes made of very precious, with some even inlaid with gold. All of this is for me. Indeed. Everyone is still waiting to see which family's pills you will use for treatment. Choosing a family's pills is equivalent to accepting the olive branch they extend. Du was originally quite happy, but upon hearing Cui Ju's words, he immediately showed a face of disdain. That's rather troublesome. Du, I've brought your clothes. Dong Qianxiu entered the room, holding Du's washed clothes. Oh, Great Judge is also here. Du smiled slightly at Dong Qianxiu, took the clothes, put them on under the covers, and then got out of bed to inspect the room full of wooden boxes. My goodness, what are these? Can they really heal injuries? Du opened the first wooden box and was stunned to find something that looked like fish scales inside. This is the reverse scale of the Zhulong sent by King Qingguang. Du set that item aside, opened the second box, and found a glimmering little stone inside. 5-color stones sent by the King of Equality. Du looked at the third box, which contained a severed finger. Buddha finger relic sent by Ma Mian. All right. Du waved his hand at Dong Qianxiu. Qianxiu Jie, you don't need to introduce these to me. I don't want any of these things, just send them back. That won't do. Dong Qianxiu said. If these important figures find out you didn't accept anything, how will you explain it to them? Explain it to them? Du looked at Dong Qianxiu in confusion. I'm your employee, what do I have to explain to them? Besides, I'm just a mortal. Can these things really heal injuries? Wouldn't taking one just lead to death? For mortals like us. Du walked to the table and picked up a box of amoxicillin. Mortals like us can only take this kind of medicine. I really can't use the other things. After speaking, Du turned to look at Cui Ju. By the way, leader, you keep saying you have something to find me about. What is it? Cui Ju pondered for a moment and said, I'd like to ask you to do something. No rush, take your time to consider. At Fan Wuzhou's residence, Xie Bian happened to be visiting. Seeing the many gifts returned, the two fell into deep thought. It was heard that Du returned all the gifts, leaving only a box of amoxicillin worth less than 20 yuan. This time it was truly a miscalculation. Du's personality is quite peculiar, Xie Bian said, somewhat puzzled. I want to know who is so scheming to send a box of ordinary anti-inflammatory medicine. Fan Wuzhou said, I can't believe someone in the underworld possesses such methods, truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. Standing aside, Fan Xiaogu looked completely bewildered. Ancestor, what did you just say? Du left behind amoxicillin? Why? Where do you know who sent it? Uft. Xie Jin, who stood behind Xie Bian, couldn't help but laugh. 8th ancestor amoxicillin was sent by Xiaogu. Xie Bian and Fan Wuzhou's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Fan Xiaogu truly couldn't comprehend how a box of anti-inflammatory medicine could stir up such a commotion. That's great, Xiaogu. Fan Wuzhou rarely showed a smile. This time you've really put in effort. Our He family relies on you to build a good relationship with Du. Du learned from Dong Qianxiu that he had been in a coma for 13 days. During this time, the Legend Management Bureau had continued to operate with only Dong Qianxiu taking leave to care for him. This was Dong Qianxiu's first leave in hundreds of years. Qianxiu Jie, how long am I going to lie here? Dong Qianxiu wouldn't let Du get out of bed, and for days aside from taking care of him, she was by the bedside, tutoring him on legend knowledge. Once you've fully passed my assessment, you can get out of bed. Sigh. Du sighed, please spare me. Listen carefully, let me ask you, are all immortals immortal? Du thought for a moment, and then said it should be right. Wrong. Dong Qianxiu exclaimed, what have you been listening to? I've told you many times that although immortals live longer than mortals, they are not immortal. For immortals, there are many ways to extend lifespan, such as the Peach Banquet and crossing tribulations. Currently, the longest-lived immortal is known to have lived for 180,000 years. No way. Qianxiu Jie, I've read the immortal list. Some immortals have lived for millions of years. Sigh. Dong Qianxiu shook her head helplessly and asked, do you let me ask you which book about immortals was written by an immortal? This question instantly stumped Du. Indeed, all books about immortals seem to be written by mortals. All the records you know about immortals come from the pen of mortals, and many immortal titles were even conferred by successive emperors. But do you really know what they are like? If that's the case, indeed. Do you know how long humanity has existed? For monkeys, it's only been 4,500,000 years. What does it mean for an immortal to live for millions of years? Are they a monkey immortal? Dong Qianxiu continued, moreover, Chinese civilization spans 5,000 years. Where are you going to find these million-year-old immortals? Du helplessly pouted. You just go on teaching Qianxiu Jie. Then I'll continue to educate you. Du listened to these theoretical concepts with little energy. This was far more boring than entering a legend, making him feel drowsy at times. After another hour, he could no longer hold back. Qianxiu, Jia, how about we call it a day? What? Dong Qianxiu was taken aback. We can't just stop. This knowledge could save your life in the future. Aren't you here too? Me, eh? Exactly. When I enter the legend, won't you always be by my side? Dong Qianxiu opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Or are you going to treat me like last time and ignore me? How could that be? Last time was a special situation. So knowing this knowledge means I know it too. Do you jumped out of bed, patted Dong Qianxiu's shoulder? Don't be so tired. Let's go out and have some fun. How about we grab a cup of coffee? Dong Qianxiu looked at the man in front of her with some confusion and sighed slightly. After all, he was the only hope for revitalizing the former glory of the Legend Management Bureau. Where are we going to drink coffee? Sister, this is your territory. How would I know? Taking advantage of Hisua's inattention, the two ran out of the Legend Management Bureau. To do yes, surprised Dong Qianxiu, who seemed to hold a high position, didn't even have a car. Qianxiu Jie, are you really wearing just this? Do you look at Dong Qianxiu's black work attire puzzled? Don't women usually dress up a bit when going out? I just have this one outfit. For so long, Dong Qianxiu had been asked countless questions, but this one made her feel a bit embarrassed. Indeed, should I buy a nice piece of clothing? Forget it, Du said. I can't even imagine you in different clothes. This looks good. On the dilapidated van, aside from Du occasionally bringing up a topic, the two girls chose to remain silent. Du didn't know the reason behind this, and he couldn't help but reminisce about the quirky personality of Xiejin. Dear passengers, our vehicle is experiencing some turbulence due to airflow. Please stow away your tray tables, lower the window shades, fasten your seatbelts, and the restroom will be temporarily unavailable. Du mimicked Xiejin's way of advising the two. Yet neither of them reacted in any way. Fan Xiaoguo's face was filled with embarrassment as she scolded herself internally. Fan Xiaoguo, what are you doing? Assistant Dong invited Du out. Why are you meddling when you don't even like Du? Dong Qianxiu for the first time in 100 years stepped outside, feeling quite conflicted. On one hand, she felt anxious, believing she had done something wrong. On the other hand, she was torn, knowing that the Fan family wanted to use Fan Xiaoguo to win over Du. Now she was unsure if she should take the initiative to give up this opportunity, allowing Fan Xiaoguo to be alone with Du. In no time, the three arrived at the gates of hell, searching for a long while before finally parking the car. After getting out, Fan Xiaoguo feigned panic and exclaimed, "Oh, we have already arrived. I have something to attend to, so I want to accompany you too." With that, she turned to leave. Wait, do you grab Fan Xiaoguo? What's wrong? Sister Insha, didn't you say you had something to hand over to me? Du looked at Fan Xiaoguo with some confusion. Are you really just leaving like this? Oh, right. Fan Xiaoguo suddenly remembered that she had come to deliver something on the orders of her ancestor. She rummaged through her small shoulder bag and pulled out a pitch-black scroll. Here for you. What is this? Du took it and looked at it, feeling it resembled the bamboo slips often seen in TV dramas, except it was entirely black. This is a set of skills. My ancestor asked me to give it to you. Skills? Du exclaimed in surprise. You mean the kind of supreme skills that cultivators receive in fantasy novels? Sort of. Fan Xiaoguo scratched her head. But this skill is generally not for cultivators, it's for evil cultivators or demons. What? Du was somewhat puzzled. If you all want to harm me, shouldn't you keep it a little more hidden? Being so straightforward makes it hard to harm me. You misunderstand. Dong Qianxiu said, most of the Yin spirits in the underworld, aside from the high-ranking ones, were once evil cultivators in the mortal realm. They have spent years accompanying Yin energy and ghosts, thus becoming Yin spirits after ascending. Oh, is that so? Du glanced at the scroll in his hand. But I'm just a mortal, or it might take me years to master this skill. Are there no better skills available? I'm not trying to discourage you, but since the last global celestial realm survey in 1945, it's confirmed that the spiritual energy in the three realms of heaven, earth, and humanity has been completely exhausted. From that moment on, no one can cultivate any celestial techniques, and the cultivation levels of the celestial families have also stagnated. Fortunately, the skill your ancestor gave you is the most sinister and wicked one, capable of rapid mastery without spiritual energy. Goodness. Du was genuinely startled. So it's for evil cultivators, and it's the most sinister and wicked skill. As Du spoke, he opened the scroll to see four golden characters shining brightly. 8 Directions Ghost Record. Dong Qianqiu's eyes widened at the sight. The 8 Directions Ghost Record. She muttered the name several times before suddenly recalling something. Could it be the 8 Directions Ghost Record of Lady Hou Yi? Du looked closely, and the contents recorded in the scroll were quite strange. Rather than text, it was more like an image. The image had directions for southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and divided into up, down, left, and right, totaling 8 arrows pointing in different directions. Sister Qianxiu, do you recognize this thing? Recognize? The legend has it that the 8 Directions Ghost Record was used by Lady Hou Yi when she established the underworld. However, everyone thought it was fictional, so no one believed it. After all, the abilities of the 8 Directions Ghost Record are too bizarre. You found a tremendous treasure this time. You must thank the Fan family well. Oh, Du was still a bit confused. Xiaoguo, help me thank your ancestor when I go back. Oh, is it just like that? Fan Xiaoguo was a bit dazed. Then I will take my leave first. After Fan Xiaoguo walked away, Du turned back to ask, Sister Qianxiu, is this thing really that powerful? Indeed, though I don't know how Fan Wujiao obtained the 8 Directions Ghost Record since he gave it to you. Dong Qianxiu took out a golden pen. If you write your birth date and name in the center of the 8 directions ghost record, it will belong solely to you. Unless you voluntarily give it up, no one can take it away. But what exactly is the 8 directions ghost record for? You asked with some concern. If it's really that powerful, and even Lady Huda needs to borrow its strength, how can it be a sinister and wicked skill? Well, it's a long story. The so-called 8 directions refers to the 8 directions of southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, up, down, left, and right. The owner of the 8 directions ghost record can summon 8 ghosts to guard these 8 directions, meaning they can always harness the power of these ghosts for themselves. It's said that the technical department of the Legend Management Bureau once attempted to restore the principles of the 8 directions ghost record skills, but no matter how they tried, they could only make a soul maintain possession for 5 minutes. Compared to the 8 directions ghost record, this duration is like a child's toy. So that's how it is. You was taken aback. The underworld has a vast number of ghosts. If I take 10 powerful figures, wouldn't that make me invincible? In theory, yes. Dong Qianxiu replied, but ghosts have their own thoughts. Having a group of untrustworthy individuals around can ultimately lead to unease, right? After Dong Qianxiu finished speaking, she turned to see that Du had already signed his name and birth date. Didn't you say, Sister Qianxiu, that once I sign it, it belongs to me unless I choose to give it up? So we'll stake my claim here first. As for which ghosts to summon as guardians, I'll decide that later. But I must remind you that choosing a ghost must be done with caution. Once a ghost becomes one of your 8 directions, it will accompany you for eternity unless it disintegrates. Du glanced at the black ghost record in his hand and nodded silently. The two made a brief adjustment before heading toward Fengdu City. Sister Qianxiu, I thought I could count on you to show me around the underworld, but you seem to be in worse shape than I am. Yes. I haven't been out for nearly 1,000 years. Dong Qianxiu said somewhat shyly, but I can still generally remember where some fun places are. There's a Sansheng stone pedestrian street at the banks of the Forgetting River. We can check it out. The two of them confirmed their direction and set off. As Du expected, the underworld's officials and ghost soldiers did not recognize Dong Qianxiu, nor did they recognize him as the newly appointed operator. The two wandered the streets like ordinary ghosts. By the way, Sister Qianxiu, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. What is it? The place we work is called Legend Management Bureau's office in the underworld, right? Yes. It sounds like just a branch office, but how can the director work in a branch office? Shouldn't he be at the headquarters? Well, it's true that you might have this question. Our previous workplace was not in the underworld. The headquarters of the Legend Management Bureau is also not in the underworld, but in the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court. You didn't expect the organization to be so large. Then why isn't the director in the Heavenly Court? It's a long story. Ever since the betrayal of Zhang Qixing from the Legend Management Bureau 900 years ago, the Bureau lost its operators. Not only was the ability to intervene in legends greatly reduced, but its status also declined sharply. Originally a large organization with offices in the Heavenly Court, Dragon Palace, the Mortal Realm, and the Underworld, it was gradually pushed out and had to keep moving around, ultimately being reduced to this small corner of the underworld. Goodness. You felt indignant. These people are so opportunistic. When there were operators, they would curry favor, but once there were none, they pushed us out. Dong Qianxiu smiled bitterly and said, it's okay, we have operators now. Du was taken aback and said, that's right, I am the operator now. Sister Qianxiu, just wait, soon I will have the Heavenly Court give us a piece of territory. Dong Qianqiu's eyes curved into a smile as she said, okay, I'll wait. Wow, Sister Qianxiu, I didn't know you could smile. Are you looking for trouble? The two walked for about 20 minutes before finally arriving at the Sansheng Stone pedestrian street mentioned by Dong Qianxiu. This place was much more vibrant than Du had imagined, with an ancient yet charming street filled with neon signs. Above the street hung ancient colorful flags as well as modern light strings, creating a unique aesthetic that blended the old and the new. The pedestrians on the street were varied, with some girls in kipeos and others in short skirts, while some boys wore armor and others wore shirts. My goodness. Du remarked in confusion, why are there so many people living in the underworld? It's simple. Dong Qianxiu explained, not everyone wants to be reincarnated. Many ghosts also choose to live here in the underworld. Living here. Du pondered for a moment, it seems not too bad. After wandering around, the two arrived at a minimalist-style coffee shop with a sign that read Waiting in Agony. Waiting in Agony, that's an interesting name for a shop. Du looked up and asked, shall we go to this shop? Dong Qianxiu nodded and reached for the door, but as she opened it, a scream erupted from within. Watch out. Dong Qianxiu pulled Du aside just as a figure crashed through the shop door. Oh my. Du was startled by this scene. Had Dong Qianxiu not pulled him away, he would have been knocked over. Who is causing trouble here? Dong Qianxiu shouted angrily. The shop fell silent as if no one dared to say a word. Dong Qianxiu snorted coldly and slowly walked inside, where she saw a very tall woman standing in the center of the shop, while the surrounding customers and staff were too frightened to speak. Why did you suddenly hit someone? A trembling staff member asked the woman. The woman slowly turned around, dressed in refined armor from the Warring States. Her beauty, striking, yet her height of nearly 1.9 meters, an imposing demeanor, seemed at odds with her enchanting appearance. Why did I hit someone? The woman glanced at her fist. I was in a bad mood. Du bravely followed behind Dong Qianxiu to take a look, thinking, is there really someone so arrogant in the underworld? Just because you're in a bad mood, you can hit someone. The female staff member, undaunted, felt compelled to step forward despite the strong aura of the woman before her. "Oh no, this person is seriously injured," someone outside suddenly shouted. The female staff member hurried outside and found a man lying on the ground already unconscious. "How could you be so unreasonable?" The staff member yelled angrily at those nearby. "Quick, call the IN officials to handle this." "My goodness, she knocked someone unconscious just like that. Sister Chinchio, you should beat her up." "Do you?" added fuel to the fire from behind. No. Dong Chinchio suddenly hesitated. "This is a mess. We need to find a way to slip away." Do you?" was taken aback. "Is this person very powerful?" Just as he was speaking, the woman turned and happened to see Dong Chinchio. "It's you." The woman murmured, but quickly turned her head away, ignoring Dong Chinchio. She righted the chair she had just overturned and sat down. Looking around, she addressed the customers in the shop. "If anyone dares to look at me again, I'll send them flying too." The customers hurriedly lowered their heads, no one daring to meet the gaze of the towering woman. "Do you? Let's go." Dong Chinchio tugged at Do You and wanted to head out of the shop. The woman, however, ignored the two and started to eat the dessert on the table. "Who dares to cause a ruckus?" A furious shout sounded as a figure slowly descended from the sky. This person was dressed in official robes, his face like black charcoal, appearing to be a IN official. "Daring to cause trouble in the street, I managed today. I'll let you see the power of my Buzu Dao." Buzu Dao? I've never even heard of it. Dong Chinchio approached and grabbed the IN official. "What are you doing? Who are you? Are you an accomplice?" The IN official named Buzu Dao asked Dong Chinchio with annoyance. "I am Dong Chinchio from the Legend Management Bureau. You can't handle this situation. I'll quickly find your superior to deal with it, whether it's Neo Tuma Mian or Jiashua Air." What a joke. "If you are Dong Chinchio from the Legend Management Bureau, then I am Hou Yi from the Legend Management Bureau." The IN official pushed Dong Chinchio away, charging directly into the shop, pointing at the tall woman and shouting, "Demon woman. I am IN official Buzu Dao. Who are you? State your name." Before the IN official could finish speaking, the woman abruptly moved, appearing directly in front of him, her fist larger than an ordinary person's, almost touching his nose. "Oh no, this isn't following the script." Do You exclaimed as the woman attacked without waiting for anyone to introduce themselves. Bang! A huge sound echoed, causing all the onlookers to stagger back a step. Dong Chinchio had stepped in front of the IN official, firmly grasping the woman's fist. "Zhongli Chun, give me some face," Dong Chinchio said, her tone slightly tense. Upon hearing Dong Qianqi's plea, the woman named Zhongli Chun remained expressionless. With a single tremor of her arm, she sent Dong Chinchio, still gripping her fist, stumbling backward 3 paces. "Oh!" Buzu Dao, the senior IN official, finally snapped to attention. You dare strike a IN official?" Though Dong Chinchio had blocked the towering woman's punch, the sheer force of its wind still knocked his official hat askew. "I told you already. Leave at once. Go fetch your superior." Dong Chinchio retorted, exasperated. You just wait." Buzu Dao fumbled frantically with his hat as he fled. Zhongli Chun made no move to pursue. Instead, she gazed silently at Dong Chinchio and said, "I'm sparing you, for your sake." "On what grounds?" Dong Chinchio bit her lip, thinking bitterly today's outing must have defied all auspicious omens. "I've stumbled upon the underworld's most notorious terror by sheer misfortune. One after another, they all interrupt my dessert." Zhongli Chun glanced coolly at Dong Chinchio. "Do you wish to be struck as well?" Dong Chinchio knew full well this adversary was no ordinary foe. Though her body had already transcended into an immortal form, she held no certainty, not even a sliver, of victory over the woman before her. Though they had known each other a millennium ago, Zhongli Chun was in truth a madwoman who honored no bonds of old friendship. With a sharp shush, a blade of wind cleaving the air, her fist lunged toward Dong Chinchio. Gritting her teeth, Dong Chinchio swept her hands forward. A colossal round shield materialized instantly, just in time to intercept Zhongli Chun's blow. The artifact of unknown origin held firm against such overwhelming force. Zhongli Chun paused, faintly puzzled that her fist had been halted, yet she recovered in an instant. With a contemptuous snort, she raised her other arm and began hammering both fists upon the shield in rapid succession until hairline fractures spiderwebbed across its surface. "What sorcery is this?" Do You, concealed nearby, stared dumbfounded. Sister Chinchio's shield is clearly a celestial artifact. Yet can such a divine treasure truly be shattered by bare fists? Zhongli Chun's barrage fell like torrential rain. Within moments, the shield shattered into glittering fragments. The backlash wounded Dong Chinchio's nascent soul, drawing a crimson arc of blood from her lips. "Sister Chinchio!" Do You cried out and lunged forward, only for Dong Chinchio's voice to pierce his mind. "No." Dong Chinchio transmitted urgently, teeth clenched. "You bear injuries. Under no circumstances may you approach her. Flee now." Do You watched helplessly as Dong Chinchio faltered before him. If he abandoned her now, she would not last a minute. Yet this towering woman was utterly terrifying. Even Dong Chinchio, an immortal, could not prevail. What then could a mortal like himself possibly do? Zhongli Chun advanced step by deliberate step toward Dong Chinchio, her gaze vacant of all else. No soul dared intervene. Not a single figure stirred in the surrounding silence. Dong Chinchio staggered upright again and again, only to collapse anew. Her nascent soul grievously wounded, she lay paralyzed utterly at the mercy of fate. Zhongli Chun raised her fist once more. "Halt!" A thunderous command rang out. Zhongli Chun visibly froze, then slowly turned to see Du Yu trembling emerging from behind the door. Do not harm her. Dong Qianxiu's heart sank. Zhongli Chun is pure chaos, unreasoning, unbound. Anyone who dares stand now will perish. Do you run? She'll never heed your words. Du Yu knew flight meant certain death for Dong Qianxiu, and yet he possessed no power to subdue Zhongli Chun. All he could do was buy time. You, please don't strike Sister Qianxiu. For the first time, Du Yu felt true fear. The woman's oppressive aura eclipsed even that of a nine-headed beast. Zhongli Chun simply stared at Du Yu motionless for a long, unnerving moment. Huh. Dong Qianxiu frowned bewildered. Zhongli Chun. Slowly Zhongli Chun lowered her fist, her eyes clouded with quiet confusion. Du Yu gaped at Zhongli Chun's sudden transformation, his own head spinning with questions. Well, I've gained supernatural abilities. Though baffled, he sensed something far stranger. Was he the one being controlled? You, go sit over there first. Du Yu pointed toward the table where Zhongli Chun had earlier sat. The towering woman nodded meekly, like a docile lamb, and obediently took her seat. What in the nine hells is happening? 1,000 questions churned in Du Yu's mind, but answers could wait. He rushed to lift Dong Qianxiu. Sister Qianxiu, are you all right? I'm unharmed. Just need to restore my breath. But how? How did you accomplish this? Dong Qianxiu studied Du Yu perplexed. You've asked the right person, Du Yu replied, draping Dong Qianxiu's arm over his shoulder. Give me a few days. I'll craft you a perfectly plausible explanation. Before the two could depart the cafe, Zhongli Chun rose once more. Their nerves snapped taut. What would she do now? Zhongli Chun lifted a small plate of pastries and extended it toward Du Yu with delicate care. Would you like some sweets? Huh. Du Yu looked up. Zhongli Chun stood expressionless, yet her eyes remained fixed on him, unwavering, inscrutable. Still the woman towered at least 9 meters, intimidating beyond approach. Madame. Perhaps. I'll pass. Du Yu chuckled awkwardly. I'm dieting. These are too sweet. You dislike sweets. Zhongli Chun set the plate aside and turned coldly to the clerk. Bring me unsweetened desserts. Immediately. Or I shall reduce every soul here to scattered ash. Huh. The clerk stammered, flustered. Unsweetened desserts. Where on earth would we find those? Then consider yourselves warned. Zhongli Chun's killing intent surged forth once more, until Du Yu shouted desperate, no, do not harm them. Instantly Zhongli Chun reigned in her aura, standing rigidly beside Du Yu like a silent attendant. Huh. Not only Du Yu and Dong Qianxiu, but every patron and staff member stood stunned, speechless. What on earth was transpiring? You. Remain here, do not move. I'll go buy some tangerines for you. Du Yu dared to instruct. Zhongli Chun, voice steady despite his racing pulse. Zhongli Chun nodded obediently once more. Something has gone terribly awry with that woman, but for now I can command her. Let's go, Sister Qianxiu, quickly. Du Yu whispered, urgently, guiding Dong Qianxiu swiftly away. They'd scarcely taken a few steps when they encountered Bu Zudao, the same Yin official, now marching toward the cafe with several others in tow. Brother, it's just ahead. Bu Zudao pointed excitedly toward the cafe. She's inside. That woman who struck me. Good. Daring to lay hands on my younger brother Bu Zushua. I'll see precisely who dares defy us. Brothers, follow me. Dong Qianxiu and Du Yu brushed past the group. She sighed, shaking her head. Bu Zushua, Bu Zudao? Truly insignificant names. Mere whispers in the underworld's hierarchy. These men marched straight to their doom. Why didn't they summon Oxhead and Horseface? Let them be, Sister Qianxiu, Du Yu urged, pulling her onward. First, let's find somewhere safe for you to recover. Rounding the street corner, Du Yu spotted a lodging called Sleep Until Dead Inn. Sister Qianxiu, what about here? Dong Qianxiu glanced upward. Anywhere will do. I need only to restore my breath. Don't misunderstand me. Of course I won't misunderstand. I'm merely asking whether you're comfortable recovering here. Do you? If you utter another word, I'll transform you into the White Dragon Horse and insert you into the entire legend of Journey to the West. Absolutely not. Du Yu recoiled in alarm and hurried Dong Qianxiu inside. She produced her Yin official token, proof of rank, and the innkeeper, terrified, promptly prepared a premium chamber. Dong Qianxiu entered, seated herself cross-legged upon the bed, closed her eyes, and began meditation. Do you? Dong Qianxiu murmured mid-meditation. I remain uneasy about those Yin officials. Please call Lords Qi and Ba. They must intervene. Du Yu nodded, collected the contact numbers and several spirit coins from Dong Qianxiu, and stepped outside. I really ought to buy a phone in the underworld. In this age, where does one even find a public telephone? Muttering, he strode onto the street, wondering if the call would arrive in time. Zhongli Chun would surely defeat those officials within a minute. Nonetheless, Du Yu located a small shop, paid 1 spirit coin, and placed the call on a public telephone. Having never met Fan Wujiu, Du Yu dialed Xie Bian instead. After a brief explanation, Xie Bian replied calmly, the situation isn't grave. Once I finish my facial mask, I'll be there. As Du Yu hung up and turned to return to the inn, a clamor erupted in the street. Hey, did you hear? The Yin officials are about to capture the infamous Evil Spring. Evil Spring? That legendary Zhongli. Impossible. No idea. Let's go see. Several wandering spirits shouted in the street, arresting Du Yu's attention. Zhongli Chun has been captured. Du Yu frowned. By those few Yin officials. Could it possibly be true? Regardless, he felt compelled to witness it firsthand. If Bu Zushua, the elder brother of Bu Zudao, Possessed cultivation surpassing Dong Qianqiu's, he must be a renowned figure in the underworld. Yet why had you never heard his name? Du Yu hastened forward, rounded the corner, and arrived at the cafe named Bitterweight. There stood Zhongli Chun, exactly as Du Yu had left her, motionless, encircled by 7 or 8 officials brandishing weapons. A gash split Zhongli Chun's forehead, blood traced slow paths down her cheeks. Yet her face remained impassive. She did not glance at the officials around her. What's wrong? Weren't you arrogant a moment ago? Wu Zudao slapped Zhongli Chun's cheek. Weren't you going to strike me yet? Wu Zushua smirked from the side. Brother, you've earned great merit this time. This is the infamous Evil Spring herself. Our promotions are assured. He then drove a brutal kick into Zhongli Chun's abdomen. She grunted, a low stifled sound, but immediately straightened again, unmoved, unblinking. Is this Zhongli Chun truly addled? Could she be an imposter? One lackey asked. Imposter? Someone this durable? Wu Zudao drew forth an iron chain, spun it twice, gathered his strength, and lashed it fiercely across Zhongli Chun's waist. Ugh! The blow struck with such violence that Zhongli Chun nearly lost her footing. Yet she clenched her jaw, forced herself upright, and mumbled something under her breath. What did you say? Wu Zushua cocked his ear. The evil spring speaks. What's she saying? Wu Zudao leaned in closely, and heard Zhongli Chun murmur, that was close. I almost moved. She's truly lost her wits. Wu Zudao muttered, and raised the chain again. Moved? So what if you move? This time I'll ensure you never rise again. Stop, right now. Du Yu burst forth, fury blazing in his chest at the sight before him. Zhongli Chun, what's happened to you? Du Yu was baffled. How could a woman who effortlessly bested Dong Qianqiu now endure such beating from mere officials? Zhongli Chun lifted her face, and offered a smile of breathtaking beauty. You've returned. Did you bring the tangerines? Du Yu's mind flashed back to his parting instruction, remain here. Do not move. What then had become of Zhongli Chun? Obedient to his word, even at the cost of her own peril. Gazing at her blood-smeared face still lit by that serene, unsettling smile, Du Yu felt genuine anger rise within him. Are you truly officials of the law? Du Yu addressed the official's voice sharp. Can't you see she hasn't struck back? Not once. Surrounding her, striking her. What kind of justice is this? Who are you, boy? Wu Zushua stepped forward, scrutinizing Du Yu. From which era did you die? I've never seen you before. Wu Zudao cried out upon spotting Du Yu. Him. He's allied with that arrogant woman, the one who falsely claimed to serve the legendary affairs administration. Impersonating an official warrants total annihilation of the soul. Wu Zushua advanced toward Du Yu. Du Yu replied icily, if you dare, come at me. Let's see whose fortune falters in the end. Oh, you're bold, aren't you? Wu Zushua stepped forward and shoved Du Yu. Strangely, the cafe itself shuddered faintly at that single push. What's happening? The Bu brothers blinked, disoriented, then noticed Zhongli Chun radiating a dense, suffocating aura of slaughter, so potent the entire building trembled in resonance. No, don't. Du Yu spoke to Zhongli Chun. Leave this to me. Should you kill officials, your transgression will become irredeemable. Zhongli Chun froze, confused. She would endure injury herself, but never allow harm to come to Du Yu. Yet he forbade her intervention. What then should she do? That's all. One shove, and you're done. If you've courage, step forward. Face me alone. Alone? You think I fear you, eh? You truly wish to be erased from existence. Though they shouted duel, the officials converged upon Du Yu. Yet, just as they raised their weapons, a portion of the air above twisted violently. After a fierce distortion, a figure clad in white materialized midair. The officials dropped to their knees instantly. Your Excellency, Lord Qi. Lord Qi, the white impermanence Xie Bian, had arrived in haste, droplets still clinging to his face. He patted his cheeks, briskly surveyed the scene, and after only a moment his brow furrowed in deep bewilderment. I was summoned to rescue officials from Zhongli Chun, not to find Zhongli Chun herself subdued. Several officials knelt motionless on the ground, trembling. How could 7th Lord Xie Bian, a figure they rarely glimpsed even once in decades, appear here so unexpectedly? 7th Lord, what brings you to this place? Uzu said with a forced smile. Xie Bian gently patted his cheeks to enhance absorption of the essence serum, all the while musing inwardly. I came to stop Zhongli Chun, but given the current situation, it seems I'm no longer needed. Only then did he notice Du Yu standing quietly behind the kneeling officials. Huh. Xie Bian blinked in surprise. Wait, you already called me. So why are you here? Du Yu sighed. I didn't want to come either, but circumstances were unusual. The officials exchanged bewildered glances. This man knew the 7th Lord personally. Surely they had just committed a grave blunder. Before Du Yu and Xie Bian could exchange more than a few pleasantries, a deep guttural roar echoed forth. The air above rippled once more, and a colossal figure emerged from the distortion. Who dares strike my underlings? A rough, booming voice thundered. Xie Bian couldn't help but chuckle. This was going to be entertaining. A true clown had arrived. Brother 7, you're here too. The giant bellowed like a temple bell, landing heavily before clapping Xie Bian heartily on the shoulder. Indeed, Brother 3, you've arrived as well, Xie Bian replied with a faint smile. Du Yu looked up and froze. The figure was extraordinary, towering in stature, bovine-headed, yet human-bodied, with massive horns curving sharply from his temples. This could only be Nyodo, the most renowned of the Underworld's officials. Who dares strike my underlings? Sieb Bayan smiled faintly and pointed toward Zhongli Chun. There she is. Go ahead and beat her. Oh my, Zhongli Chun. Nyoto recoiled in shock. You can't be serious. Come now, Brother 3. You could fight her surely. Sieb Bayan fanned the flames beside him. Go on. Beat her. Self-destruct your golden core to do it. Brother 7, you're mocking me. Nyoto cursed under his breath, then leaned in to whisper, how was I to know someone of her caliber would appear on this pedestrian street? I haven't brought a single artifact. I'd be utterly defenseless. If it came to blows, she'd shatter my golden core for sure. Sieb Bayan barely suppressed a snort, then composed himself and asked calmly, so, what do you propose we do? Shall your subordinates suffer their beating for nothing? Well, truth be told, they weren't actually struck. This was just my bid for glory. Nyoto faltered, whispering to Sieb Bayan, Brother 7, your mind is sharper than mine. Help me save face before my men. Sieb Bayan grinned mischievously. Brother 3, it's simple. Just ask who aided her, and beat that accomplice instead. Right? Brother 7, you are brilliant. Nyoto smacked his forehead and turned back to the officials. I'll deal with this woman later. For now, tell me plainly, besides her, who else interfered with your duties? Him. Buzu and his brother cried in unison, pointing straight at Duyu. He obstructed us from apprehending this criminal. Oh, Nyoto glanced at Duyu, merely a mortal, and instantly grew bolder. So you oppose my underlings too? Me. Duyu glanced at Sieb Bayan, who was struggling not to laugh, then nodded soberly. Yes, I simply found them insufferable. Hold on, Brother 3. Bai Wuchang's voice cut through the air just as Nyoto's palm was about to land on Duyu's face. Nyoto froze mid-swing and turned. What is it? Sieb Bayan paused thoughtfully. Actually, nothing urgent. Why don't you go ahead and strike first? We'll talk after. Oh, right. Nyoto nodded eagerly and raised his hand again, then paused, eyes narrowing. Something felt off. Slowly he lowered his arm and turned back to Sieb Bayan, wearing an expression of guileless sincerity. Brother 7, you're teasing me again, aren't you? If I do strike him, I'll be doomed, won't I? Tell me, who is this man? Sieb Bayan finally burst into laughter. Ah, Brother 3, 10 years apart, and your intellect has soared skyward. Haha, of course it has, Nyoto declared proudly. I'm no fool. Sieb Bayan stifled his mirth for a long moment before replying, striking him would spell disaster. He is Duyu, the newly appointed operator of the Legendary Affairs Administration. What a... Nyoto's bully eyes widened, his nostrils flaring wide. An operator? A cold sweat broke across his brow. He'd nearly erased himself from existence with that slap. Operators could rewrite history with a single intervention. Had he struck, he might have vanished from reality itself. Oh dear, oh dear. Nyoto instantly beamed. An operator? My deepest apologies. Pure misunderstanding. Misunderstanding indeed, Duyu murmured dryly. You wear your thoughts on your face like an open scroll. You brats, get up now and beg forgiveness from Brother Du. Nyoto barked at the kneeling officials. The officials gaped. Moments ago their chief had vowed vengeance, now he groveled. Just who was this man? Buzu and Buzu Shua exchanged grim looks, clearly doomed. Even Nyoto dared not touch this man. Yet Buzu Shua had shoved him headfirst into calamity. Nyoto approached Duyu with a radiant smile. Ah, family business, family business. Brother Du, remember the Guyen pill I gifted you? Don't fabricate, Duyu shook his head. I returned every pill, none were accepted. Ah, though you refused the Guyen pill, my goodwill remains sincere. Nyoto suddenly spun and delivered a sharp kick to Buzu Shua's rear, an ambush so sudden that neither Duyu nor the stunned official reacted in time. Huh, Chief, why'd you kick me? You fools bring me nothing but trouble, scram. Nyoto, fearing Duyu's retribution, urgently dismissed his blundering subordinates. Wait, Duyu stepped forward. Ah, Brother Du, you're magnanimous beyond measure. Please spare my inept underlings. Duyu was angry, especially seeing Zhongli Chun's wounds. Though she'd struck first, no law justified a mob assault by enforcers. These men were the true culprits. He glanced at Sieb Bayan, whose expression held quiet contemplation. Duyu reminded himself he'd known Sieb Bayan for mere days. Nyoto had been his brother for millennia. In conflict, where would loyalty lie? Sieb Bayan paused, then spoke decisively. Brother 3, the operator may pardon these men, but you must deliver their full life records to him. He mentioned wanting to stroll through the past these days. Idle curiosity, perhaps. Nyoto paled. Brother Du, you'd end their lives? They've served me over 1,000 years. Huh. Duyu blinked, then whispered, Seventh Lord. Though furious, these men aren't legendary figures. Sieb Bayan ignored him, continuing firmly. Think, Brother 4. If officials may wield private justice, why shouldn't operators? The officials wailed, pounding their foreheads into the earth in frantic supplication, each thud echoing hollowly until their brows swelled with painful welts. Sieb Bayan waited, then stepped forward, a faint smile playing on his lips. Enough. This is merely a lesson. Enforce the law, but never bully the weak. Brother 3 wishes to shield you, so honor him. Soul brawls fall under the jurisdiction of the Law Bureau. You've beaten her senseless, thus you become the transgressors. By what right do you arrest her? The officials could only bow lower, speechless with terror. Seeing their abject humiliation, Duyu felt some measure of vindication. As a mortal pressing further risked overstepping. Even Nyodo's goodwill had limits. He sighed softly, "Seventh Lord speaks my mind. Tread carefully henceforth." Like men granted a second life, they scrambled to thank Du Yu and Xia Bayan, then fled clutching swollen foreheads. "Ah, Brother Du." Nyodo danced with delight. "You're quite admirable. Let's share a drink." Du Yu declined coolly, then strode directly to Zhongli Chun. "I didn't move." Zhongli Chun murmured, grievously wounded, yet her smile remained captivatingly serene. I know. Du Yu watched her anxiously. He understood little of what had transpired, but something about Zhongli Chun unsettled him profoundly. Heh. She gave a dazed giggle, then collapsed unconscious into his arms. Though tall and imposing, her frame felt startlingly fragile in his grasp. Where then did such immense power truly reside? Seventh Lord, what in the world is happening? Du Yu asked, baffled by Zhongli Chun's still form. What's happening? You mean Zhongli Chun? Xia Bayan scratched his head. She ranks first among the 10 most notorious evildoers of the underworld. Though she commits no unforgivable sins, she is infamous for her ferocity, capable of scattering souls with a flick of her wrist. Her legal entanglements fill entire scrolls. Even if detained, no punishment affects her. Her soul is indestructible, impervious even to the harshest tortures. In mortal parlance, she bears profound resentment, a grudge forged in eternity. That's not what I meant. Du Yu shook his head. Why does such a fearsome criminal obey me without question? Xia Bayan had noticed. Zhongli Chun transformed entirely in Du Yu's presence. That I cannot say, he mused. Yet one possibility stands: she has met you before. Met me before. Precisely. As an operator, your presence in others' memories is neither rare nor surprising, Xia Bayan affirmed. But who is Zhongli Chun? Is she a legendary figure? Who is she? Ha ha. Xia Bayan laughed. Assistant Dong said she'd tutor you in legend lore. Evidently she hasn't begun. Zhongli Chun, born Zhongli Chun, surnamed Zhongli, hailed from Wuyin County, Shandong Province. Hence, she was also called Zhongli Wuyin Nu. Later generations shortened it to Zhong Wuyin, or per rumor Zhong Wuyin, famed for her extreme ugliness. Zhong Wuyin. Du Yu gazed at Zhongli Chun's slumbering beauty. This visage surpasses even Chang'us. How could she be the legendary ugliest woman? Unknown. What befell Zhong Wuyin? Unknown. Why does she trust me so utterly? Unknown. Du Yu looked up helplessly. Seventh Lord, you truly know nothing. No, Brother Du, you're asking absurdly, Xia Bayan retorted, exasperated. You serve the Legendary Affairs Administration. Why ask me? Fair point. Du Yu nodded and lifted Zhongli Chun into his arms. I will uncover the truth. But first, she needs healing. Xia Bayan watched, puzzled. Where are you taking her? There's a suitable place nearby for treatment. Don't act rashly. She's gravely injured, and you're a man. What can you possibly do? Du Yu glanced down at Zhongli Chun. Xia Bayan's words rang true. He couldn't even assess her wounds. Yet what choice remained? Even Xinxiu Jia, his sole trusted ally, was injured and unfit to assist. Seventh Lord, could you fetch Fan Xiaohua? Fan Xiaohua. Yes, Du Yu confirmed. Bring her here. I'll return shortly. And with that he hurried away, cradling Zhongli Chun. Before reaching the inn, Zhongli Chun stirred awake. Finding herself nestled in Du Yu's arms, her pulse quickened. You're awake? Du Yu asked gently. Just a moment. I'll take you somewhere safe to heal. Please, set me down. I'm fine. She whispered softly. It's all right. You were hurt because of me. I'll ensure proper care. Soon Du Yu carried her into the Sleep Until Dead Inn. The proprietor stared. Hadn't this man entered earlier with a different woman? Sorry. Payment's already settled, Du Yu said as he passed the front desk. The owner nodded absently, wondering who exactly is this man. Du Yu placed Zhongli Chun inside the room, where Dong Qinxiu sat meditating in silence. Jia, due to unforeseen circumstances, I must leave Zhongli Chun here for treatment. Dong Qinxiu studied Du Yu and Zhongli Chun with growing confusion. First, why would Du Yu heal this notorious criminal? Second, whose power could wound Zhongli Chun so severely? Had Hou Yi herself descended? Even lying here, I cannot examine her injuries, Dong Qinxiu admitted. I know. I've summoned aid. Wait here. I'll return shortly. Du Yu dashed out. While outside a cafe, Xia Bayan executed 2 instantaneous spatial transfers, materializing Fan Xiaohua before him in an instant. Fan Xiaohua had been queuing for bubble tea when Xia Bayan descended from nowhere and seized her, leaving her utterly bewildered. As 7th ancestor, what are you doing? Drop the title. Call me brother in, Xia Bayan said, guiding her gently to solid ground. A friend needs your help. Fan Xiaohua turned and gasped, dropping into a deep bow upon spotting Nyodo. No need for such formality. It's not me who requires assistance, Nyodo waved dismissively. Then why Brother 7 insists she call you brother? Why not? I've adopted her as my sworn sister, Xia Bayan declared, utterly serious. Absolutely not, Fan Xiaohua panicked. Her worst fear had resurfaced. Indeed. How could that be? Nyodo pondered. To avoid confusing our lineage, let's each use our own terms. You'll call her sister, and I'll call her granddaughter. That's why I always say, you were clever from childhood, Brother 3, Xia Bayan muttered, exasperated. With one sentence you've made me your grandson. As they spoke, Du Yu sprinted into view. Perfect. Sister In official. He seized Fan Xiaohua's arm. Come quickly. Still disoriented, Fan Xiaohua was dragged along, until they stood before the Sleep Until Dead Inn. Sister In official. This case is exceptional. You must help me. Huh. Fan Xiaohua stared at the sign, nearly fainting. What on earth do you think I am? Even in extraordinary circumstances, we can't possibly rush things this fast. Huh. Du Yu blinked, then realized instantly. You've misunderstood entirely. I need you to save a life. Save a life. Du Yu tugged Fan Xiaohua past the front desk once more. The proprietor watched Du Yu, now entering the same room within half an hour accompanied by 3 different women, and sighed wistfully, truly. Heroes arise in youth. Sigh. What on earth am I doing? Fan Xiaohua muttered silently to herself while checking the wounds of the woman in front of her. In this not-so-large room besides Dong Qianxiu whom she had just met, there was an unknown woman. This woman was tall and had an exquisite appearance, making it impossible for Fan Xiaohua to compare herself to her. That bastard Du Yu. How could he just leave me and run out? Fan Xiaohua cursed inwardly. Am I now the most embarrassed one here? After checking the injuries of the woman in front of her, Fan Xiaohua began to bandage her. This woman was indeed seriously injured, but the problem was that she maintained a completely expressionless face, not even looking at Fan Xiaohua. Before long, Dong Qianxiu completed his meditation and stood up. Xiaohua, how is her injury? Dong Qianxiu asked as he looked at Zhongli Chun. She is badly injured, but this elder sister is very resilient and will likely recover quickly. Dong Qianxiu nodded and stared at Zhongli Chun, saying, although I don't know what happened, if you have any malicious intentions, I will not let you off. Zhongli Chun remained expressionless, glancing at Dong Qianxiu before giving a cold snort. Who do you think you are to dare to manage me? Dong Qianxiu retorted, I won't interfere with whatever you're planning, but if you dare to harm Du Yu, I will never allow it. He is the lifeblood of the entire Legend Management Bureau. Zhongli Chun suddenly froze upon hearing this, then murmured, so his name is Du Yu. Fan Xiaohua took out some bandages and a few pills from a spatial bag, ready to bandage the woman in front of her when the woman finally spoke. What are you going to do? Huh. I'm going to bandage you, Fan Xiaohua replied in confusion. No need, I've had worse injuries than this, and I'll be fine in a bit. But you still need to be bandaged, sister. If you keep bleeding like this, it will have many negative effects on your body. I said no need, can't you understand? Huh. Fan Xiaohua frowned, wondering who this sister was. After working hard for so long, she didn't even say thank you, and her attitude was so bad. How can you be so ungrateful? I really don't believe it. I must bandage you today, what can you do about it? Zhongli Chun looked bewildered, and even Dong Qianxiu was taken aback. Fan Xiaohua was particularly assertive today. After a thorough bandaging, Fan Xiaohua finally breathed a sigh of relief. As she stood up to wash her hands, she asked, Assistant Dong, what exactly happened? How could she be injured in such a short time? If it's all this woman's fault. Dong Qianxiu glared at Zhongli Chun. Did you two fight? Then who exactly is this tall sister? Zhongli Chun, Dong Qianxiu said coldly. Zhongli Chun. Fan Xiaohua felt the water from washing her hands turn icy. Could it be that Zhongli Chun? That's right, she is the Zhongli Chun you imagine. Oh my god! Fan Xiaohua exclaimed. I was just bandaging Zhongli Chun. Fan Xiaohua couldn't believe that this sister who looked extraordinary and beautiful was the infamous ugly Zhongli Chun. But everyone said that Zhongli Chun not only had a hideous appearance, but also an exceptionally irritable temperament, often beating people up without warning. However, this sister didn't seem like that kind of person. Zhongli Chun sat up, looked at her bandaged body, and found it difficult to lift her hands, then expressionlessly remarked, what a hassle, being wrapped up like this is so troublesome. Just then Du Yu knocked on the door. Sisters, may I come in? Zhongli Chun immediately showed a smile, her face filled with anticipation as she looked at the door. Of course, come in quickly. You think you're welcome? Fan Xiaohua was speechless when she saw Zhongli Chun, who had just been bandaged, clearly wearing nothing. She hurriedly grabbed a piece of clothing and draped it over Zhongli Chun, saying, Sister, even if you are Zhongli Chun, you can't be so unkempt. What a hassle. Zhongli Chun's expression suddenly turned cold. You wrapped me up like this and I can't even move my hands and feet. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. Du Yu couldn't hear what was happening inside and opened the door to come in. How's the bandaging? Du Yu asked as he looked at Zhongli Chun. Sigh. This sister. Fan Xiaohua sighed and shook her head. Just as she was about to say something, Zhongli Chun suddenly spoke up. The bandaging is excellent. Very meticulous, and it doesn't hinder me at all. Zhongli Chun said excitedly. Huh. Fan Xiaohua frowned, having seen a lot in life, but this sister changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. Sister, did you study acting? Confused, Fan Xiaohua turned to look at Dong Qianxiu, who shrugged helplessly, also not knowing why. That's good, that's good. Du Yu said with a smile, pulling out an orange from his pocket. Look, I bought you oranges. For me, eh? Zhongli Chun's face radiated an uncontrollable happiness as she solemnly reached out to take it. That's great. This is the 3rd time you've given me something. 3rd time. Du Yu fell into thought. Xie Bian mentioned he had seen Zhongli Chun before, so this statement didn't seem baseless. Perhaps her answers could only be found in the Legend Management Bureau. So, have you two known each other for a long time? Fan Xiaohua asked in confusion. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't help but widen her mouth. Could it be that the two sisters fought over jealousy? Dong Qianxiu shook her head helplessly. Nonsense. Du Yu pressed down on Fan Xiaohua's head. Sister Insha, if you can't chat, we can just sit quietly. Hey. Fan Xiaohua pushed Du Yu's hand away. What are you doing? Bang bang. Just then there was a knock on the door while they were bickering. Huh. Du Yu wondered, thinking that no one should know they were here. Don't be so surprised, I ordered takeout. Fan Xiaowa waved her hand, opened the door, and a delivery person dressed in a black vest and wearing a black helmet stood outside with "Hungry to Death" written on their chest. "Hello, your takeout." Upon closer inspection, there were actually 4 cups of milk tea. "You seem to really love milk tea." Diyu asked. "That's right, milk tea is the source of my life," Fan Xiaowa said seriously, then handed out a few cups to the others. Milk tea. Dong Qianqiu looked at the strange-colored liquid with various additives inside, wondering if the young people today all drank this. "I've had milk and tea. What exactly is milk tea? You should try it too. It's full sugar with milk foam, super sweet and delicious," Fan Xiaowa said. Before Diyu could respond, Zhongli Chun suddenly spoke up. "Hey." "Huh?" Fan Xiaowa jumped in shock. "What's wrong? Are you looking for trouble?" Zhongli Chun slowly stood up. "Diyu doesn't like sweet things? Get the unsweetened tea and milk out." You're being unreasonable." Fan Xiaowa pouted. "Who drinks unsweetened milk tea?" After saying that, Fan Xiaowa pushed the milk tea she had drunk to Zhongli Chun, saying, "This one is still delicious, you should try a sip." "You dare to offer me leftovers?" Zhongli Chun suddenly looked a bit angry. Leftovers?" Fan Xiaowa found herself in a tough spot. This Zhongli Chun was too strange. No. Diyu stood up quickly. "It's not like that." Seeing Zhongli Chun's fierce demeanor, Diyu hurriedly reassured her. "Zhongli, this Sister Yinsha, is just being kind. She simply wanted to share something she likes with you. She along with Sister Qianqiu over there are all my friends or colleagues. You can't harm them." Is that so?" Zhongli Chun retracted her fierce expression, lowering her head. "Did I cause you trouble?" "Not at all." Diyu shook his head, picking up a cup of milk tea from the side. "You should treat them as friends too. Look, if she didn't consider you a friend, how would Sister Yinsha buy you a cup of milk tea?" Diyu inserted a straw and handed the milk tea to Zhongli Chun. "Try it." Zhongli Chun carefully took the milk tea and took a sip. A face filled with shock appeared. "What is this? So delicious." Fan Xiaowa couldn't help but laugh at Zhongli Chun's expression. Sister Zhongli is quite cute after all. After quickly finishing a whole cup of milk tea, Zhongli Chun still seemed unsatisfied. She took a deep breath and let out a super loud burp. Fan Xiaowa felt a bit embarrassed. "Sister Zhongli, you're so beautiful, you shouldn't burp so loudly." Zhongli Chun looked confused and asked, "I'm full, why can't I burp?" Diyu found it quite amusing that a tall beauty was seriously burping. The contrast of the scene was simply too funny. As the few of them chatted noisily in the room, Dong Qianqiu's phone rang. "What's wrong, Sister Qianqiu?" Diyu asked. "Something must have happened. Only people from the Legend Management Bureau know this phone number," Dong Qianqiu said as she took out her phone. "If there's something, then answer it." Dong Qianqiu glanced at Diyu, saying, "Diyu, we've gone AWOL." Diyu scratched his head. "That's true. Answering it will inevitably lead to scolding." Dong Qianqiu was afraid of being blamed, but was more afraid that something really happened, so after hesitating for a long time, she still answered the phone. "Hello, Xiao Dong." An old voice came from the other end of the line. "Director? It's me. Have you all enjoyed yourselves enough?" Dong Qianqiu was taken aback. "Would you like to give you another day off?" No. It's not necessary." He Shua smiled. "Xiaodong, even though this is your first outing in nearly 1,000 years, and I would like you to rest a few more days, there has been too much work accumulated over the past 900 years that needs operators to handle." "Understood." Dong Qianqiu asked a few more questions in detail before hanging up. "Do we have to go back?" Diyu nodded. "All right." Dong Qianqiu stood up, walked over to Fan Xiaowa, and said to her, "Xiaowa, I might still need to trouble you." The few of them got into the car and sped towards the direction of the unreturning mountain. After driving for a while, Fan Xiaowa finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. "I said, it's really no trouble for me to take you back." Fan Xiaowa glanced at Zhongli Chun in the rearview mirror. "But why does Sister Zhongli also want to go to the Legend Management Bureau?" Diyu also asked. "Yeah, Zhongli, don't you need to go home?" "Home?" Zhongli Chun asked. "What is home?" "Home." Diyu pondered for a moment and said, "Home is a place where you can relax. It's where you don't have to pretend to be strong, and there are people in your heart that you care about." "Home." Zhongli Chun listened to Diyu's description, then slowly revealed a smile. She pointed at the van and asked, "So according to what you're saying, this place is home, right?" "This place?" Diyu looked around, unsure how to respond. Was this place more comfortable for Zhongli Chun than her real home? Did she have anyone to care about in this car? "Diyu, you can't communicate with her like this. Let me ask." Dong Qianqiu waved her hand at Diyu, then looked at Zhongli Chun and asked, "Zhongli Chun, where do you usually live?" "Where do I live?" Zhongli Chun thought for a moment. "When I feel sleepy, I sleep on the street. When I'm hungry, I rob wild ghosts for their money to eat. When I'm dirty, I take a bath in the Wanchuan River." Fan Xiaowa pouted and asked, "So you don't take care of your skin at all?" "Sister Yinsha, is that the point?" Diyu said with displeasure. "Is your favorite thing to kill the vibe besides milk tea?" "Mind your own business." Fan Xiaowa muttered as she glanced at Diyu, then continued to drive. "Living like that, don't you feel sad?" Dong Qianqiu asked. "If I'm sad, then I just eat something sweet." For some reason, Diyu felt that Zhongli Chun was somewhat pitiful, so he asked, "You're a girl, and you're wandering the streets like this?" "Girl?" Dong Qianqiu almost thought she had misheard. Can Zhongli Chun even be associated with the term girl? Female demon would be more fitting. "Is this called wandering?" Zhongli Chun listened seriously to Diyu, contemplating, then shyly replied, "I thought everyone was like me." "Far from it, sister." Fan Xiaowa interjected again. We also have to take care of our skin. Why is your skin so good if you don't care for it? Focus on driving. Do you kick the front seat? Is this about skincare? Have you slept on the streets or bathed in the river? But I just want to know. Fan Xiaowa glanced at Dong Qianqiu. What do you think, Assistant Dong? I also want to ask. Dong Qianqiu looked at Zhongli Chun very seriously. Don't you take care of your hair? The two sisters. Why don't we just stop chatting and sit in silence instead? Du Yu covered his forehead and said. Before long the group arrived at the Legend Management Bureau at Unreturning Mountain. Dong Qianqiu knocked on the door and a staff member came out to greet them. Upon seeing Zhongli Chun, the staff member's expression visibly changed, but quickly returned to normal. Assistant Dong, the director wants to see you and the operator. Fan Xiaowa said goodbye to a few people before driving away in that old van. Dong Qianqiu, Du Yu, and Zhongli Chun, under the guidance of the staff member, soon met Hou Yi, who was enjoying reading a copy of Things You Should Know About the Underworld. Du Yu patted Zhongli Chun's shoulder and said, hey, it's okay. Your injury hasn't healed, yet you need to rest. Hearing this, Zhongli Chun reluctantly agreed. By the way, could you take my jacket to the room? Thanks. Du Yu took off his outer garment and handed it to Zhongli Chun. Zhongli Chun embraced the jacket, gently holding it close to her chest, and slowly left with the staff. All right, let's get back to the main topic. Hou Yi stroked his beard and said the tasks aren't that urgent, but there are quite a few. Quite a few. Indeed, the legends accumulated over the years are countless, mostly of the C grade. Since we now have an operator, it's best to gradually resolve these legends to eliminate future troubles. Hou Yi waved his hand and a pizza box appeared before him. He pointed at the box and said, take a closer look at these legends. The first one is called Rich Cheese Pizza, Legend. Director, it seems your condition has worsened again. What you summoned is a pizza box, not a screen. Dong Qianqiu adjusted her glasses and said, is it a? Hou Yi squinted at the box, quickly tossing it aside and pulling over a display screen, casually saying, take a good look. I've roughly categorized these legends into 3 types. They are the Inchai type, the Shunchai type, and the historical figures type. The Inchai type mostly consists of familiar faces around us. If there are issues with these legends, it could prevent these familiar faces from becoming Inchai, altering the structure of the underworld. The Shunchai type mainly refers to the deities of the heavenly court. Their legendary tales are numerous, hence the probability of issues is high. As for the historical figures type, it includes legends about individuals like Miss Zhong Li who were mortal from birth to death. Du Yu glanced at the display screen filled with names akin to a KTV song list, dozens of legends of various sizes, some of which he had never even heard of. I believe the urgency lies in resolving these 2 legends first. Hou Yi pointed, Chui Ju Duan Hu and the Black and White Impermanence. Dong Qianqiu nodded, seemingly understanding the director's intention. The great judge Chui Ju and the Black and White Impermanence had clearly extended an olive branch to the Legend Management Bureau, and now that their legends faced issues, it was a good opportunity to solidify their relationship. By the way, do you remember the matter the great judge entrusted you with? Dong Qianqiu asked with some concern. I remember. But, Du Yu glanced at the screen. I don't intend to deal with the issues of those 3 first. Hou Yi also looked at the screen. What's the matter? Do you have other choices? Du Yu extended his hand, pointing to a name in the corner of the screen, Weianju. This Weianju must be Zhongli Chun, right? Du Yu inquired. Yes, Hou Yi nodded. It is indeed Zhongli Weianju. I want to see what exactly happened between her and me. Du Yu thought to himself, this person really piques my curiosity. Oh, ignoring the matters of the great judge and the other 2, you plan to address Zhongli Chun first. Hou Yi pondered for a moment before saying meaningfully, I wouldn't recommend that you do so, you need to think it through. Du Yu looked at Hou Yi, not understanding his meaning. The legend of Zhongli Chun is rather troublesome. First, she was born in the Warring States period where there are many mortal legends, all intricately linked with one thread pulling the whole tapestry. Second, she is a relatively rare long-term legend. Although it's a low-difficulty C-grade task, it requires the operator to descend multiple times in her decades-long life, which is quite resource-intensive. Is that so? Du Yu contemplated and then asked, are there many such long-term legends? While not very common, there are indeed a few. Yes, Hou Yi replied. Legends of figures like Yang Jian and Sun Wukong are all long-term legends. In that case, I might as well take this opportunity to practice with this C-grade legend. Wouldn't that be perfect? You are the operator. Naturally, it's up to you to decide. We are merely offering suggestions. Hou Yi nodded and said, in that case, we will officially enter the legend of Weianju starting tomorrow. It's getting late today, so let's rest first. After finishing speaking, Hou Yi remembered something and pulled something from his pocket, handing it to Du Yu. Alright, as an operator of the Legend Management Bureau, you should have your own phone. This is provided by the Bureau. Take it and use it. Du Yu took it and examined it carefully. After a long while, he couldn't help but say, Director, this is a remote control. Hou Yi fished around in his pocket for a while and finally pulled out a phone. This one is correct. Du Yu thanked Hou Yi and then walked to his room with Dong Qianqiu holding the phone. Sister Qianqiu, do we have any empty rooms here? Are you planning to settle Zhongli Chun? Yes, it doesn't seem right for her to stay in my room all the time. I'll take her to stay with me later, Dong Qianqiu said. We don't have many mortals here, most of whom don't need sleep, so there's only that one guest room available. However, I have an independent office that Zhongli Chun can stay in. The two entered the room and found Zhongli Chun curled up quietly on the bed resembling a well-behaved kitten. She was holding Du Ye's clothing and sleeping peacefully, but curiously there were still tears at the corners of her eyes. My. Du Yu looked at Zhongli Chun and said, Sister Qianxiu, didn't you just say that only mortals need sleep? If I remember correctly. Zhongli Chun is indeed a mortal, but for some reason she is unwilling to reincarnate and has stayed in the underworld. You mean? Du Yu looked at Dong Qianxiu in disbelief. You were nearly dispersed by a mortal today. Yes, although it sounds unbelievable, Zhongli Chun cannot be understood with ordinary logic. She seems to grasp some cultivation techniques, yet without systematic training, she has directly wielded celestial power in her mortal form. The specifics are unclear to me. I've never cared much about Zhongli Chun's legend before. As they were speaking, Zhongli Chun slowly opened her eyes. You're back. Her gaze skipped over Dong Qianxiu and directly fell on Du Yu. I didn't mess up here, did I? Don't worry, Du Yu said with a smile to Zhongli Chun. Even if you did mess up, no one would blame you. Zhongli Chun also managed to squeeze out a smile for Du Yu. Zhongli Chun, Dong Qianxiu said. After all, you and Du Yu are a man and a woman alone here. It's not appropriate for you to stay together. I'll take you to stay with me. My. Zhongli Chun glanced at Dong Qianxiu. Why is it inappropriate? Why? Dong Qianxiu asked, slightly irritated. Do you lack common sense in life and even moral understanding? Zhongli Chun, though unable to comprehend, felt that Dong Qianxiu was scolding her. She looked at Du Yu and asked, Do you hope I leave? Off. Du Yu was caught in a dilemma. He quickly waved his hand and said, Miss Zhongli, you need to understand I'm not asking you to leave because I think you're a nuisance, but because it really isn't suitable for you to be here. Miss Zhongli. Zhongli Chun looked at Du Yu like a child who had done something wrong. You call me Miss Zhongli. If I leave, will I never see you again? Never see me again? Du Yu was taken aback. How could that be? I still have to stay here for 100 years. As long as you want to see me, you can come to see me. 100 years. Zhong Weiyanja murmured. Is 100 years enough? To see you again? I have already waited for 2,300 years in this dim underworld. Miss Zhongli, what are you saying? Du Yu asked. Nothing. Zhongli Chun didn't answer Du Yu's question for the first time. She seemed to be choked up, glanced at Dong Qianxiu and said, Hey, take me to your place. Before the two left, Dong Qianxiu threw a piece of paper to Du Yu and said, Now that you have a phone, here's my number. Also, you have the phone numbers of the other two. Oh, let's add each other on Ghost Message so we can keep in touch. Add what? Du Yu thought he misheard. Ghost Message. Yes, don't you mortals use it? This is too much. Du Yu said, We don't name anything we use with such a ghostly name. After sending off the two, Du Yu lay on the bed fiddling with his new phone. Although it was called new, it was evidently secondhand, showing clear signs of use. From the difficult conditions of the Legend Management Bureau, Du Yu was certain this phone was discarded by some employee, but fortunately, it had all the necessary functions. Du Yu searched around and opened the Ghost Message app with a black icon featuring a white little ghost. The interface was almost identical to the one he used in the mortal realm, just filled with an underworld vibe, such as features like Find Nearby Ghosts and Ashes Driftbox. That sounded abnormal. Du Yu opened the friend request section, entered the phone numbers of Dong Qianxiu, Xie Bian, and Fan Wujiu, and sent requests. Unexpectedly, Xie Bian agreed in less than 3 seconds. Oh, isn't this the esteemed operator? Xie Bian sent a message directly. Seventh Master, stop teasing me. Just call me Brother Du instead. All right, little Du, I'm truly honored. Am I your first friend? It seems so. Shortly after, Xie Bian stopped replying, and Du Yu finally had some peace to check other functions of the phone. Speaking of which, this underworld phone was quite similar to a mortal one, equipped with various apps like short video software, social media browsers, and even photo editing software. Before long, Du Yu suddenly noticed that his Ghost Message app was bombarding him with messages. He opened it to find dozens of friend requests flooding in. Hey, what's going on? While Du Yu was puzzled, the friend requests kept pouring in, and within a short time, over 30 people had sent requests. Du Yu looked at the Ghost Message app in confusion and opened the Moments section. He saw that Xie Bian had just posted a dynamic update 3 minutes ago. The newly appointed operator of the Legend Management Bureau's Ghost Message ID. I've personally tested it. It's absolutely real. If you need it, directly transfer ghost currency, first pay, then get the ID. What the heck? Du Yu never expected Xie Bian would directly start his own business with his ID. Seventh Master, this is too much. Have you made other friends so quickly? Xie Bian asked in surprise. Thanks to Seventh Master, I'm expanding my circle of friends. You're welcome, you're welcome. But Seventh Master, I'd like to ask you something. What is it? Du Yu smiled slightly. How are we going to split the earnings? Split? Xie Bian on the other end looked confused. Little Du, why should I split the money I earned through my own efforts with you? Well, in that case, Du Yu thought for a moment and said, I'll just reject all these friend requests since adding them doesn't benefit me at all. No. Let's talk this over. Xie Bian panicked. If you don't add them, then I'll be a fraud. So I'll say I don't want much, or we'll split it evenly. For every payment I receive, I'll add one person. Sigh. I, Xie Bian, have been smart all my life, yet today I've been tricked by you, little brat. Seventh Master, how could that be? Du Yu comforted Xie Bian. To add so many friends and greet them, I've put in effort too. Feeling heartbroken, Xie Bian transferred money to Du Yu. The amount stunned Du Yu. A single transfer was for 100 million. After thinking about it, ghost currency is likely to have a large denomination, so 100 million wouldn't hold much purchasing power. Du Yu didn't care how much he received and began to accept all these friend requests. Some were recognizable deities or spirits, while others were names he didn't recognize, likely ordinary Inchai or scattered immortals. In a short, while Du Yu's friend count had increased by nearly 100 and was still rising. Looking at the diverse crowd, one could truly say, for Heavenly King's divine soldiers and generals, master of chains, master of seals, and kitchen god. Du Yu mechanically added friends for a while when suddenly he was attracted by a name. Change Fairy. Right, I won't transfer money to Change Fairy since I didn't ask her for it. I offered it to her myself. Yes. Miss Change. It's me, Du Yu said awkwardly. He did not know how to face Change now, and he had not even fulfilled the one promise he made to her, taking good care of Du Yi. That's wonderful. I don't know many people, and you're one of them. It's really great to see you again, Change said with a bright smile, as if meeting an old friend. Is that so? You look so happy. Yes. Strangely enough, the moment I heard that the Legend Management Bureau had a new operator, I felt a wave of unease, as if I had known this operator for a long time. It is said that the Bureau travels back in time to set the legend straight, and for some reason I immediately thought of you. Change smiled and said, at that moment a bold thought crossed my mind. Could it be that Brother Pang Meng is from the Legend Management Bureau? Once I thought of that, everything made sense. But, Du Yu said, somewhat puzzled, Miss Change, may I ask a question that perhaps I shouldn't? When was the last time you saw me? It's been over 4,000 years, I suppose. Change pondered for a moment and replied, over 4,000 years you've been in the Palace of Eternal Cold. Don't you feel a bit lonely? After all, I didn't fulfill my promise to you. I didn't let Brother De accompany you. Change covered her mouth and laughed. Actually, I don't know why, but the old me was always filled with sorrow, dissatisfaction, loneliness, and anxiety. However, starting a few days ago, it seems like I suddenly understood many things, and I recently discovered an incredible secret. A secret? That's right, Change said with a mischievous smile. Actually, my husband has always been here. Du Yu said in shock. Was this the beginning of a ghost story? In the empty Palace of Eternal Cold, has De Yi's resentful spirit always been present? Change waved her hand, and a plump, white rabbit suddenly popped its big face into the frame, grinning mischievously at Du Yu. Is this the Jade Rabbit? Du Yu, who had seen the legends, knew that everyone was aware of the Jade Rabbit being by Change's side, but why did this rabbit look so casual, almost like a person? Brother Pang Meng, you did it, Change said. A few days ago, I suddenly noticed that the Jade Rabbit, which has accompanied me for 2,000 years, has 4 small characters on its neck. The moon is bright. Du Yu exclaimed, Brother De Yi. Yes. Change said with a smile, the appearance of my husband might be related to that remaining half-spirit herb. No wonder this Jade Rabbit has always been able to understand my thoughts and desires. I don't know if it was originally Da Yi or if it became Da Yi because of your appearance, Brother Pang Meng, but in any case, I now have many beautiful memories from these past 2,000 years. Is that so? Du Yu's tears flowed down, and he saw the little rabbit give him a cheeky smile and a thumbs up. Du Yu murmured, that's great. That's great. Yes. Change laughed through her tears, so the two of us decided to have a chat with you unexpectedly, turning it into a video call. I've never quite understood this high-tech stuff. Du Yu felt genuine happiness for the first time after arriving in the underworld, saying, seeing you both like this truly makes me so happy. The Jade Rabbit is this is a secret, you know, Change said, and nobody except me knows this secret. The Jade Rabbit was stunned upon hearing this, patting Change, and then itself. Alright, my husband knows too, he might be able to transform into human form in just a few years. Change said, so Brother Pang Meng, you must keep our secret. Du Yu smiled and said, of course. After hanging up the video call with Change, Du Yu smiled and lay down on the bed. This is truly wonderful. The sky was already dark. Du Yu accepted some friend requests, received a red envelope sent by Xie Bian, set his phone to silent, and fell asleep. After this video call with Change, Du Yu slept exceptionally soundly. The next day, Du Yu arrived at the work area with familiarity and met Dong Qianxiu, but Zhongli Chun was still being kept outside by Hisua. It seemed that not seeing oneself in legends was a strict rule. The last time the legend of Yi shooting down the 9 suns was rushed, we didn't have time to hold a preparatory meeting. This time we can be more formal, Dong Qianxiu said. Du Yu followed Dong Qianxiu and several staff members to a round table where everyone began to organize their materials. Goodness. Du Yu muttered to himself, is there really a round table preparatory meeting? Things are getting more formal. Let's cut the chit-chat, Dong Qianxiu said, glancing at one of the staff. Shao Jin introduced the legend synopsis. The boy named Shao Jin looked small, but had exceptionally bright eyes. He glanced at the materials in his hands and said, Zhongli Chun, daughter of a general from the state of Qi during the Warring States period, tall, in stature, born in Wuyuan, Shandong province, hence also known as Zhongli Zhongwen and Wuyuan girl. From birth, she was missing 4 of the 7 souls: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, desire, leaving only the 3 souls of anger, sorrow, and hatred. To cultivate her heart, her parents sent Zhongli Chun to Giga Mountain to learn from Giguzi, becoming Giguzi's 5th disciple and his only female disciple for life. Zhongli Chun mastered military strategy, politics, and martial arts on Giga Mountain, and after finishing her studies, she remained single, unable to marry until she was 40. When the state of Qi was in decline, she married King Xian of Qi, offered wise strategies, quelled rebellions, and successfully saved the state from peril, becoming a legendary figure. Dong Qianxiu nodded, then turned to another girl and said, Hou Yi explained the current issues with the legend to the operator. The girl named Hou Yi nodded and timidly began. In this legend, Zhong Li Chun's general father was unfortunately killed in battle during her childhood, and her mother Hua Shi was forced to remarry a scholar. Zhong Li Chun had a terrible temperament and was despised by her stepfather, enduring long-term abuse and even almost being violated by him. Fortunately, she had the ability to protect herself, preventing her stepfather from getting too close. However, continuing like this, she would inevitably be unable to go up the mountain to learn and would spend her life in vain, and there would be no more Zhong Li Wuyan in the world. Is this stepfather a scoundrel? Du Yu asked angrily, but he quickly realized that Zhong Li Chun was born during the chaotic warring states period, where who among the men and women was not a floating reed in the turbulent times. During that era, a scholar could easily kill a foster daughter without facing punishment. As a foster daughter after her mother remarried, she might not even outrank the household maids. Do you have any questions regarding the legend's synopsis? The group looked at Du Yu in unison. Not for now. Du Yu said, I just want to know how many times I need to descend and how long each time will be. There is no difference between long-term and short-term legends, but each time a legend descends, it cannot exceed 7 days. Generally, long-term legends will descend 3 to 5 times, depending on the actual situation, each time lasting 1 to 5 days, and they cannot take away captured souls. Otherwise, it would incur extremely high costs for the operation of the Legend Management Bureau. All right, Du Yu thought for a moment and said, he'll descend once first and see what the situation is. Then he'll decide how to proceed later. Dong Qianxiu looked at Du Yu with some concern and said, Du Yu, the historical legends and anecdotes from the Warring States period are astonishingly numerous, and they are all closely linked. I hope you will prioritize the bigger picture at critical moments. To put it bluntly, even if there was no Zhong Li Chun in history, it wouldn't have a significant impact on modern society. So you must not let your emotions regarding Zhong Li Chun affect any legend. Okay, I understand. Dong Qianxiu said while inserting various tubes into Du Yu. You also know that the scars from the legends will reflect on you, so you must pay attention to safety. The first descent of a long-term legend only lasts for 1 day, so you must be mindful of the time. Just as all preparations were complete, and Du Yu was about to lie down on the equipment, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Qianxiu sister, can you prepare 2 more things for me in that time travel gift package? Time: the chaotic era of the Warring States. Location: the land of Qi and Lu. Identity: a servant named Wu descends. Du Yu opened his eyes and found himself standing in a corridor of a deep courtyard wearing coarse clothes and holding a broom made of bamboo. Goodness, this time my identity is a servant. Du Yu looked down at his outfit and said, Qianxiu sister, can you arrange for me to have a more prominent role? Roles with status can disturb the other legend stories, and for the operator, the less noticeable the identity, the better. Sigh, fine. Du Yu threw the broom away and asked, where's Zhong Li Chun now? Du Yu, watch your back. Before Du Yu could react, he was kicked hard in the rear. What the? Du Yu fell to the ground and turned to see a burly man with a bearded face glaring at him. You brat, are you crazy? The burly man cursed. You're not working and you just threw the broom aside. Who are you? Du Yu asked irritably. Who am I? Are you really crazy? The burly man stared at Du Yu in disbelief. Do you even know where this is? This is Zhong Li Chun's residence, Du Yu replied. Zhong Li Chun. The burly man hurried over to check Du Yu's head. Have you been hit in the head? Who did this to you? Big brother will stand up for you. Du Yu's mind raced. Big brother. He then concocted a scheme, leaning against his forehead and gradually collapsing. Oh, Wu, what on earth is wrong with you? The burly man rushed forward to help Du Yu up. Big brother. I don't even know what's wrong with me. I can't remember anything. Du Yu said weakly. Am I suffering from amnesia? Am I going to die? The burly man suddenly burst into tears. Oh, Wu, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have hit you. And I certainly shouldn't have brought you here to be a servant. If only you had stayed home farming, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Big brother. I only have one wish before I die. I want to meet Zhong Li Chun. Sigh. The burly man cried. Oh, Wu, I understand what you're saying, but who exactly is Zhong Li Chun? What did you say? Du Yu suddenly stood up, wasting my acting skills. Doesn't Zhong Li Chun live here? Oh, Wu. You. The burly man looked at Du Yu, who had revived in shock, unable to speak. Hey, big brother. There's really no one. The lady who came here with her daughter to remarry her daughter is named Zhong Li Chun. Huh. The burly man clearly looked shocked. That pig girl. Pig girl. Du Yu was somewhat puzzled. He thought for a moment and decided to play along. That's right. She's the pig girl. Du Yu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I have long been in love with her, willing to share life and death, no matter what. I must see her once. In love with the pig girl. Willing to share life and death. The burly man looked at Du Yu with concerned sigh. Heavens, why did my brother have to get such a strange illness? Enough of the nonsense, big brother. Hurry and take me to see her. The burly man, unable to refuse, Du Yu took him through the front yard, past the main hall and side courtyard, directly to the back kitchen. The burly man opened a small door at the back kitchen, revealing a pigsty behind it. He bent down and went inside. Du Yu had a bad feeling, but still followed the burly man inside. Upon entering, a terrible stench assaulted his senses. These pigs had been eating, drinking, and relieving themselves in this small space, and the smell was exceptionally foul. Oh, isn't this a da and a Wu? What brings you to the pig pen? A filthy-looking man said while scratching his flabby belly. I need to feed them now, so don't get dirty. After saying this, the man picked up a wooden bucket and dumped a pile of rotten food mixed with various unidentifiable weeds and wild vegetables in the middle of the pigsty. Hou barely held back his urge to vomit. Even this food would be a disgrace to the pigs. The pigs in the sty did not seem to mind rushing towards the pile of rotten and smelly food. Big brother, what are you bringing me here for? Before Hou could finish, a human figure suddenly dashed out from the corner of the pigsty, pushing past several pigs and diving into the pile of sticky food, shoving handfuls into her mouth. It was a frail young girl who looked only about 15 or 16 years old. She was wearing a tattered dress, her body covered in mud and pig excrement emanating a foul odor. She seemed oblivious to anyone around her as she ate. Zhong, Hou was shocked and speechless. Miss Zhongli, Wu, are you saying? You and this 10-year-old pig girl are in love? 10 years old. Hou was also surprised that Zhongli Chun, who looked to be in her teens, was actually just 10. Hou slowly approached her regardless of how dirty she was and grabbed her, saying, "You are a person. You are not a pig. You can't eat this stuff. Look at me, do you still remember your name?" To Hou's surprise upon seeing him rush over, Zhongli Chun immediately bared her teeth and glared fiercely at him, as if protecting her food. Well, Hou muttered to himself, lamenting his extraordinary misfortune, having been struck twice within barely 10 minutes of his arrival. "Wu, are you all right?" "Good heavens." The burly man called Hou rushed forward to check his injuries, only to recoil instantly, overwhelmed by the foul stench radiating from Hou's body. "Mercy, it's unbearable." "I'm fine." Hou glanced at Zhongli Chun, who stood rigid, her posture fiercely protective, like a wild beast guarding its prey. Her face was caked with mud and grime, had it not been for those cold, piercing eyes, familiar even in their grimness. Hou would never have recognized her as Zhongli Chun. "Little Zhongli, you're human, you're no swine girl." Clutching his chest, Hou stepped slowly forward. "Can you truly bear this life?" Zhongli Chun watched him approach, and struck again, her fist slamming into his face. Though he had anticipated the blow, Hou noticed something vital this time. Her punch lacked its earlier ferocity. Though staggering on the edge of collapse, Hou steadied himself and held his ground. "Hou, I strongly advise against approaching Zhongli Chun like this. She has lost her humanity. Only you will suffer harm. Sister Chinchou, have you ever trained a dog? If you show weakness when a wild creature asserts dominance, you'll never enter her world." Ignoring Dong Chinchou's warning, Hou drew near once more, unwavering, undeterred, no matter how fiercely Zhongli Chun bared her teeth, and snarled. "Little Zhongli, you see, I'm not trying to steal your food. Brother Do, what's wrong with your younger brother? Since when did Wu take an interest in the swine girl?" The pig farmer frowned in bewilderment. Hou advanced slowly. Zhongli Chun assumed a fighting stance, but remained motionless. Baring her teeth, she continued to menace him, fierce and unyielding. "You are human, not a swine girl," Hou murmured softly. "Baring your fangs may frighten soulless beasts, but it cannot repel those who truly wish to care for you." He stepped before her and reached out, gently stroking her hair. To everyone's astonishment, Zhongli Chun offered no resistance. She simply stared at him, stunned and silent. She was only 10 years old. What kind of parents could be so cruel as to raise her like livestock? "Brother, I'm taking her with me." "Taking her?" Hou blinked in disbelief. "Surely you don't mean it. You're smitten with the swine girl. She's not only foul and plain, but just 10. If you seek a wife, I'll gladly arrange a proper match for you. No further discussion. I will not allow little Zhongli to remain here and suffer any longer." "Brother, as you know, I've lost my memory. I'd like to ask, what is my position in this household?" Hou asked calmly. "I'm a household guard." "Excellent," Hou replied. "Then your status as a guard is more than sufficient to cover my actions." With that, Hou lifted Zhongli Chun into his arms. Though she tried to resist, she sensed the tenderness in his movements, the warmth of his hands, the faint, clean fragrance clinging to his skin. Once, long ago, someone else had held her like this. His hands had been just as warm, his touch just as gentle. That figure wore gleaming armor, imposing, unsmiling, yet only ever softened his gaze for her. Closing her eyes, Zhongli Chun strained to recall his face, but heard only his voice echoing tenderly in memory. "Chun-er, come here. Chun-er, father has picked persimmons for you. Chun-er, do you prefer poetry or blades? Chun-er, shall I teach you to ride? Chun-er." Yet his face remained stubbornly elusive, beyond reach. For the first time in 5 years, since she'd been confined to the swine pen, Zhongli Chun wept. Cradling Zhongli Chun, Hou slipped out through the rear gate. Under Dong Chinchou's guidance, they walked steadily southward. Passers-by cast scornful glances, some even covered their noses, but Hou ignored them all, striding resolutely onward. Along the way, Zhongli Chun gazed about with wide-eyed wonder, as if the world itself were newly revealed, vibrant and strange. After half an hour, they reached a quiet river beyond the city walls. Hou set Zhongli Chun down gently and said, "Little Zhongli, remember this, you are human. When you grow dirty, come here, to this river, to wash." As he spoke, he began carefully removing the dried mud and filth from her body. At first, Zhongli Chun shrank back from the water, but Hou lifted her tenderly and placed her bare feet into the cool current. The water flowed softly between her toes, chill and soothing. A faint smile finally touched her lips. She cupped a handful, then laughed aloud, flinging it high, watching droplets cascade over her shoulders and chest. Very good, Hou chuckled. "Wash yourself clean here. I'll go find something useful." With that, he vanished into the grove beside the riverbank. Sister Chinchio, did people in ancient times use soapberries for bathing? Yes. But, what do soapberries look like? Du asked. Dong Chinchio hesitated. How could one describe such a thing? They resemble oversized edamame pods and smell faintly of waxberries. Knowing her description was vague, she offered it nonetheless. Yet, guided by her clues, Du actually found soapberries on a nearby tree, plump pod-like fruits. He squeezed one inside, tiny seeds rattled softly. Under Dong Chinchio's direction, Du plucked a broad leaf, filled it with water, and dropped in several crushed soapberry seeds. As the mixture simmered, the water turned pale gold. Once cooled, Du carried the fragrant liquid to Zhongli-chan. She was still splashing joyfully in the shallows. After demonstrating how to lather and rinse, he respectfully withdrew to give her privacy. Though only 10, Zhongli-chan stood tall, nearly the height of a young woman. In no time, she washed herself thoroughly, clearly remembering the motions instinctively. Du gazed at her freshly cleansed face, breathing in the delicate scent of her damp hair, and smiled. Gently guiding her to the water's edge, he pointed to their reflections. Little Zhongli, look, you and I are both human, not swine. Human, she echoed quietly. Exactly, Du nodded. No one, not ever, shall dare mistreat you. Understand? Zhongli-chan said nothing, only gazed silently at their twin reflections, uncertain whether she saw herself or him, or both entwined in the shimmering surface. Oh, Du suddenly remembered something. I have something special for you. Reaching into his waist pouch, he rummaged until he produced several candies. Look, he waved the cheap fruit candies before her eyes. Zhongli-chan stared, utterly perplexed. A friend once told me, when your heart feels heavy, sweetness lifts it. As he peeled open a wrapper, Du explained, I didn't know what sweets existed in your era, so I asked Sister Chinchio to bring these for you. May these little treasures brighten your spirit. Here, you try one. He placed the unwrapped candy into her small palm. Open wide, Du coaxed. Zhongli-chan obediently opened her mouth, mimicking him precisely. Du popped the hard fruit candy onto her tongue. For a heartbeat, she froze. Then her expression transformed into pure, incredulous awe. In all her life, nothing had ever tasted so exquisite. Once she'd scavenged a rotting fish head from pig slop, and believed in that moment she devoured a delicacy fit for royalty. Yet that memory dissolved beneath the brilliance of this single humble candy. Could this truly be an immortal elixir? You remind me so much of my friend. Du said. When she's sorrowful, she always reaches for something sweet. Sweet? Zhongli-chan spoke, and exhaled the candy's bright floral aroma. Yes, sweet things, Du affirmed. This is very sweet, she whispered, pointing to her own mouth. Of course. Du grinned, pulling another 7 or 8 candies from his pack and pressing them all into her hands. Here, take them all. Zhongli-chan's eyes widened. She believed such bliss existed in only one singular piece. To hold so many felt like holding stars. Let's go. Du took her small hand in his. I'll show you even more delicious things. They re-entered the city. Though her clothes remained ragged, her freshly washed face radiated quiet grace, and passers-by paused, captivated by her presence. Zhongli-chan still trembled faintly, but Du strode boldly into the tavern, dragging her along. Innkeeper, bring forth your finest fare. Mountain delicacies, sea treasures, poultry, game. Serve it all immediately. Bewildered, the innkeeper wondered who were these two. They bore no marks of wealth, yet spoke with such commanding authority. Sir. A waiter approached with a practiced smile. Your order is quite extensive. It will cost a considerable sum of gold. Gold? Do you doubt my means? Du slammed his satchel onto the table with a resonant thud. Listen, what sound is that? Off. The waiter paled. So long as it isn't stones inside. Preposterous. Du reached in and withdrew a handful of bronze knife coins. Is this stone? Before descending into this realm, Du had entrusted Dong Chinchio with 2 essentials candies and kissed 8 knife-shaped currency. At once, sir, coming right up. The kitchen erupted into frantic activity. Soon copper bowls and wooden platters arrived, laden with Warring States-era fare, mostly boiled or steamed, yet rich in quality. Mountain fungi, rare seafood, game birds, and succulent meats. Zhongli-chan stared entranced as dish after dish appeared. Du seized a venison haunch and devoured it, openly indifferent to onlookers' stares. Not bad, though rather bland, he mumbled, mouth full. Zhongli-chan sat frozen, watching him feast, until after he finished gnawing a bone, she tentatively reached toward it. Put it down. She jerked her hand back, startled, and the bone clattered to the floor. Her face crumpled with anguish at its loss. From now on, never eat leftovers. Never. If anyone offers you scraps, strike them without hesitation. He tore off a generous hunk of meat and placed it firmly in her palm. This is what you deserve. Even as he spoke, a stray dog darted and snatched the discarded bone and vanished. See, scraps belong to beasts. We are human. Zhongli-chan stared at the meat in her hand, her whole being trembling with exhilaration. Was this, truly, the life of immortals? She copied Du's motions and bit deep, savoring each rich, savory mouthful. The taste was magnificent, yet her heart fluttered with unease. Was this radiant joy fleeting, a blossom blooming only for a breath? You? Zhongli-chan struggled to speak. Will you stay? With me always? Du stiffened. His descent lasted only one day. He would depart soon. He paused, silent for a long moment. I cannot remain forever. I must leave today, but fear not, I will return to you swiftly. A quiet ache settled in Zhongli Chun's chest, but she dared not show it, only watched him with fragile, watchful eyes. Together they devoured every morsel on the table, until her small belly swelled with fullness. Burp. Du Yu belched loudly, startling Zhongli Chun. Little Zhongli, listen. He drew breath, then released another booming, resonant belch. Burp. That proves you're full. Full, eh? She looked down at her rounded stomach, indeed pleasantly taut, then imitated him, inhaling deeply and releasing a soft, delicate burp of her own. Ha ha ha. Du Yu roared with laughter. Exactly. I told you, you're like my friend. Every time she's full she lets out a thunderous burp. Dong Qianqiu shook her head in weary resignation. Couldn't you teach her something more refined? Du Yu waved dismissively and summoned the waiter. Young sir, settle our bill. The waiter hurried over, beaming. Gentlefolk, your account is ready. 77 knife coins in total. Du Yu gave a cool, knowing smile. Not expensive at all. He reached for his satchel and froze. His fingers met only empty air. The satchel, just moments ago resting on the table, had vanished. Huh. Du Yu scanned the room. The satchel was gone without trace. Sir, is something amiss? The waiter smiled, a slow, knowing curve of the lips. Du Yu met his gaze and understood. He'd walked into a den of thieves. In such chaotic times, black ins were commonplace. Glancing at Zhongli Chun, 10 years old, small, vulnerable, he knew confrontation was folly. Little Zhongli, I'll teach you one final indispensable trick, he whispered. When you've eaten your fill but lack coin to pay, use this. A trick. Slowly Du Yu clasped Zhongli Chun's hand and shouted, run. Two people sprinted frantically down the street, with Zhongli Chun still clutching a bone between her teeth. Dozens of thugs surged after them in a dark, roaring tide. Well now, dine and dash with takeout. Impressive ambition. Du Yu glanced at the bone wedged in Zhongli Chun's mouth as they ran. Rulla. Zhongli Chun mumbled. I can't understand a word. Spit out the bone first, then speak. Du Yu recalled vividly from television dramas that innkeepers running illicit establishments rarely pursued victims beyond city limits. After all, such pursuits were criminal and inherently risky. Yet here they were already outside the city walls, chased relentlessly by over a dozen men. They dashed all the way to the small river where Du Yu had once bathed Zhongli Chun, yet the pursuers still refused to relent. Huh. Du Yu stared at the broad river before him and the advancing mob behind. This scene struck him with eerie familiarity. Am I about to reenact Farewell, My Concubine? Prematurely. 13 black-clad henchmen, clubs raised, closed, and slowly. At their head stood the very same waiter from the inn. Honorable guest, you departed rather hastily. You've already taken all our money. What more do you want? Du Yu snapped. What more? The waiter shook his head. Let me speak plainly, we're cut from the same cloth. You mean to sell this girl sooner or later? Why not sell her to us directly? She's comely, worth a handsome price. Du Yu thought it absurd these men had mistaken him for a trafficker. Yet upon reflection the suspicion was understandable. A stranger unconnected by blood or kinship suddenly bringing a ragged girl into an inn for a lavish meal. It bore every hallmark of a final feast before sale. Moreover, though Zhongli Chun was only 10, her bearing and stature resembled that of a 15 or 16-year-old maiden, the very profile favored by slavers. Xiao Zhongli, Du Yu called out. These are villains. Now I'll teach you how to apprehend. Know how to punish them. Hey Du Yu. I have a strong feeling Zhongli Chun's ascent to top 10 evildoers begins with you. Dong Qianqiu couldn't help but question Du Yu's approach to child mentorship. Qianqiu Jia, do you realize how dire this moment is? This is life or death. Du Yu pointed squarely at the gang and addressed Zhongli Chun now. I say a line, you repeat it word for word. Zhongli Chun nodded, still gripping the bone between her teeth, and mimicked Du Yu, pointing boldly at the mob. You wretched villains. Du Yu snarled the line with venom. Yumun Ji Kun Erlin. Zhongli Chun echoed, bone still clenched. Surrender your grain and coin, immediately. Gondai Xian Yang Gao Chu Ne. And I shall spare your lives. Wago Yao Iman Bushik. Spit out that bone now. Bone Jiwa Tuli. Listen, Jia. Spit out the bone. Du Yu seized Zhongli Chun's shoulders. This undermines your entire presence. What is the essence of combat? It is presence, unshakable, commanding, absolute. Zhongli Chun gazed up at him, eyes wide with reluctant sorrow, as if silently pleading, must I truly relinquish the bone? Du Yu's expression remained grave. With a sigh, Zhongli Chun withdrew the bone, carefully wiped away the saliva, and tucked it reverently into her inner pocket. Though she'd eaten well today, tomorrow offered no guarantees, and this bone would sustain her at least for a while. Brother, isn't that girl a bit simple-minded? One thug whispered to the waiter. Simple. No matter. She's easier to control, the waiter replied. In all my years in this trade, I've never seen finer stock. We cannot let her escape. Du Yu stepped forward, poised and calm. Is it truly your intention to fight, with so few among you? Oh, the waiter smirked. 14 of us. How many do you imagine you could best? Humph. Du Yu's cold laugh hung in the air. Then do not blame me for what follows. Brother, why does this man show no fear of us? Could he truly be a master? A master? The waiter scoffed, eyeing Du Yu's plain attire. Would a true cultivator serve as a household retainer? Du Yu turned calmly to Zhongli Chun. I'll handle the leader. You take the remaining 13. Understood? Zhongli Chun nodded solemnly. Brother, did he just say what? The thugs exchanged bewildered glances. Did he reverse the roles? The waiter blinked, then swiftly recovered. No matter. Seize the girl first. I'll dispatch him in 2 breaths. Before the words faded, Zhongli Chun launched herself like a spring-top bow, plunging straight into the throng. Before the waiter could react, Du was already before him. Remarkable audacity, Du said. You dare raise your hand against me? You, who are you? If your elders still walk this earth, go ask them what cultivation art felled the 9-headed serpent during Emperor Yao's reign. Emperor Yao. The waiter stared incredulous, as if confronting a lunatic. Are you mad? Madness. You'll know soon enough. Du Yu's lips curled into a frost-laced smile. He formed hand seals, chanted incantations, and roared, Qianxiu divine art. Huh. Dong Qianxiu miles away recoiled in horror. What on earth does this have to do with me? Fight your own battles. They're just one person. Huh. Qianxiu, aid me. Ignoring Dong Qianxiu's protest, Du Yu continued chanting, my injuries aren't healed. I can't endure it. I can't. I can't. I can't. Dong Qianxiu sighed deeply. One day I will turn you into the white dragon horse. The waiter never imagined that this seemingly ordinary retainer's shouts would conjure genuine sorcery, nor that a weary, exasperated woman's voice would begin echoing insistently in his ears, hey grandson. Du Yu exploited every hesitation, darting sideways, landing punch after punishing punch. Within moments the waiter's face was swollen, bruised, and bleeding. What dark art is this? I told you, Qianxiu divine art. Du Yu studied the battered man. Shall we continue? The waiter knew he was outmatched, and prayed his underlings would subdue the girl and rush to his aid. But when he turned, his breath caught. Of his 13 men, only 2 trembled upright. The rest lay motionless, unconscious on the ground. Zhongli Chun strode toward the last 2. With a swift, brutal uppercut from her right fist, one man launched skyward, spinning wildly before crashing down with a sickening thud. Truly heaven sent. The waiter murmured, awestruck. The final thug shrieked, dropped his club, and fled into the dusk. Enough. Today I am utterly defeated. The waiter looked at Du Yu. What was it you said earlier? Earlier? Du Yu frowned. Why ask that now? He paused, then replied, I asked you. You've taken all our money. What else do you want? No, not that. Go further back. Du Yu hesitated, then said, Xiao Zhongli. I say a line, you repeat it. Almost there. Keep going. Surrender your grain and coin. I'll spare your lives. Yes, that's it. The waiter swallowed hard. Does that still hold? Du Yu's eyes flickered shrewdly. It holds, absolutely. Relief washed over the waiter. He fumbled in his robe and produced a string of ancient knife coins, handing them to Du Yu. We left in haste. This is all we carried. Your satchel remains at the inn. If you're not in a hurry, leave your address. We'll deliver it to your residence. No need. There's nothing of value inside. Those coins will cover the meal. Huh. The waiter blinked, certain he'd misheard. Excuse me, sir, but may I ask, are you committing robbery right now? Of course we are. Du Yu slipped the coins into his sleeve. We've assaulted you. By definition, it's robbery. The waiter dared not press further. Robbers who paid their bill. This defied all logic. Sir, the waiter ventured. May we withdraw? Go. Leave now. Du Yu waved dismissively. The waiter scrambled to rouse his dazed men, and they stumbled away into the distance. Xiao Zhongli, did you see? Du Yu tossed the string of knife coins to Zhongli Chun. This is coin. With it you may buy food, delicious, nourishing food. She caught it. Its weight solid, real, promising. So easily. Could sustenance truly be bought so simply? The sun dipped low, amber light spilled across the land. They sat side by side beside the river, silent, watching the water flow, neither speaking. Long after the silence settled, Du Yu spoke. Xiao Zhongli, I must depart soon. Until I see you again, you must care for yourself. Do you understand? Zhongli Chun gazed at him, deep knowing, wordless, then nodded. A pause lingered. Then she asked softly, how long? How long? Do you mean, how long until I return? I cannot say, but I will return. He paused, then added quietly, do you know of Gigazi? No, Zhongli Chun replied. Du Yu's mind raced. To restore Zhongli Chun's destined path, she must ascend Giga Mountain and train beneath Gigazi. Yet time was scarce, and the mountain's location unknown. How then could he ensure she reached it? Suddenly, a spark ignited in his thoughts. Right, I have a plan. Qianxiu Jia, how much time remains before I must return? Dong Qianxiu checked her watch. At most 2 or 3 hours. That's enough. I can get her to the mountain, though it demands risk. Oh, Dong Qianxiu leaned in, intrigued. Another scheme. Precisely, and I need your help once more. Du Yu rose gently, placed a hand atop Zhongli Chun's head. Xiao Zhongli, I'm leaving now. In the coming days, if anyone comes seeking you, to take you to Giguzi, you must go with them. Refuse, and you will never see me again. Off. Zhongli Chun stood too. Her first farewell, her first taste of parting. She did not know how to bear it without sorrow, and so stood mute, trembling slightly. Remember, Giguzi. Zhongli Chun nodded. Giguzi. Again she nodded. Du Yu, still uneasy, urged, say it. Once more. Giguzi. No. Du Yu cried. He is your future master. Show him reverence. Gigazi Gu Gu. Gigazi. Zhongli Chun repeated softly. Yes, that's perfect. Well done. Having reassured Zhongli Chun, Du Yu slipped into the city under cover of night, winding through alleys until he reached the mansion where Zhongli Chun's stepfather and birth mother resided. He entered the sleeping quarters, finding no one. He moved to the main hall and saw a middle-aged man leering at a maid, likely Zhongli Chun's stepfather. Du Yu ignored him entirely and pressed onward. At last, in a sacred ancestral hall, he found a woman in sumptuous robes, kneeling before a shrine. To his surprise, she was praying. This surely was Zhongli Chun's birth mother, Lady Hua. Lady Zhuangmu, grant your mercy. Protect this pitiful woman. Let me live free of hunger and peace and comfort until my final days. Humph. Du Yu's contempt rang sharp. You abandon your own daughter and expect Zhuangmu to bless you. Lady Zhuangmu, should I dwell in peace in my twilight years, I shall ensure your shrine burns eternally with incense and offerings. Du Yu shook his head and asked quietly, Qinxiujia, can you see her? Yes, I see her clearly. Good. Proceed per plan. I speak, you echo, word for word. Moonlight silvered Lady Hua's face. She could never imagine that the Zhuangmu she worshipped daily had on this night truly descended. Hua, mother of Zhongli Chun, stepped forward. Oh. Lady Hua lifted her gaze, searching wildly. No figure stood nearby. Only the goddess could speak thus. Lady Zhuangmu, you speak. I, your empress, command you. Come closer. Dong Qianqiu's voice boomed in her ear, stern, regal, unyielding. Lady Hua hurried forward, pressing her face near the statue. Disaster. She's moved too close. I can't see her anymore. Dong Qianqiu panicked. Without sight, transmission failed. Huh. Du Yu blinked. Fine, I'll move nearer. You handle the rest. He edged forward until Lady Hua reappeared within Dong Qianqiu's field of vision. Dong Qianqiu instantly instructed, Lady Hua, apologies, but please step back just a little. Lady Hua wondered at the goddess's odd request, but dared not disobey. She knelt and shuffled backward on her knees. Yes, that's perfect. Hold there. Qianqiujia. Du Yu whispered urgently. You're Zhuangmu. Speak with dignity, not like some street vendor. I know, don't lecture me. Just tell me, what's next? Dong Qianqiu cleared her throat and intoned voice resonant and divine. Lady Hua, why did you cast your daughter into the pigsty, abandoning her to starvation and death? Lady Hua burst into tears. Lady Zhuangmu, I did not wish it. It was my husband. Preposterous. As Zhongli Chun's mother, do you hold no authority to remove her from that sty? Does your husband's cruelty absolve you when you stand idly by a? Lady Zhuangmu, I am truly helpless. I cannot plow fields. I cannot embroider. Without a man's protection, I would starve in the streets. So I remarried. Yet even then my status here remains low. If I defy my husband, I too shall be cast out. Du Yu, listening from the shadows, shook his head in quiet despair. In this world, some women, like she sure, sold tofu to feed their families alone, and others like Lady Hua survived only by clinging to men. Enough, Qinxiujia, spare her further. Let us proceed to the heart of the matter. Hua, sure, what I am about to say is of utmost importance, so you must listen carefully. Dong Qianqiu continued in the tone of the Queen Mother. Your daughter Zhongli Chun will one day become a person of great renown throughout the 7 kingdoms. You must not raise her in a pigsty, or else you will surely face divine retribution. Divine retribution? Hua Shi hurriedly kowtowed. I dare not. Zhongli Chun is camping by the river outside the city tonight. You need to send someone to find her quickly and take her to Guegu Mountain to study under Mr. Guegu. In a few years, she will undoubtedly become a figure of great fame in the world. I understand. Hua Shi whispered as she knelt on the ground. Du Yu, is this sufficient? Dong Qianqiu asked, seeing that Hua Shi had agreed. Du Yu carefully observed Hua Shi's expression and felt something was off. Her expression did not seem like one of agreement, but rather hesitation. No, Qianqiujia, this woman is even more treacherous than I imagined. She is likely not thinking about how to send Zhongli Chun to Guegu Mountain, but rather whether Zhongli Chun will seek revenge after becoming famous. Although I know Zhongli Chun would disdain such actions, it is different in this woman's heart. Could there be such a thing? Dong Qianqiu asked in surprise. Aren't they mother and daughter? This woman would throw her daughter into a pig pen just to secure her own luxurious life. I cannot trust her, Qianqiujia. Let's continue. I have more to say to her. Dong Qianqiu nodded, and thus you spoke a line, and she echoed it. Hua Shi, your intentions are not pure. Upon hearing the Queen Mother's words, Hua Shi was so frightened that she knelt on the ground trembling. I dare not. I will bet with you. If you do not find Zhongli Chun and send her to Guegu Mountain in the shortest time possible, not only will your current husband be demoted to a commoner, but you will also spend the rest of your life in a pigsty, living in filth and stench until you grow old and starve to death. Du Yu grew more animated. In the future, you will descend to the 18 layers of hell, experiencing each one for a duration of 100,000, 80,000 years, never to be reborn. All the ghosts in hell will meet you and beat you once. 100,000, 80,000 times each year. Qianqiujia, you must speak up. Du Yu, you are a bit harsh. That's not quite appropriate. Dong Qianqiu said awkwardly. Du Yu thought for a moment and realized that in his excitement, he had begun to curse the woman. I won't say any more unnecessary words. You should manage your own affairs. That's enough. This woman is completely intimidated. For her, a promise that her daughter will be renowned is less impactful than the threat that she will have no peace for the rest of her life. Du Yu opened his eyes and saw Dong Qianqiu beside him. She was carefully removing various tubes from his body. Was everything smooth? It was fine, Dong Qianqiu nodded. The staff are already conducting accelerated observation. The next day, Hua Shi found Zhongli Chun and set off for Gu Mountain. Wow, can your observation machine fast forward? Do you ask? Of course, otherwise how could you observe her multiple times throughout her life? That makes sense. Du Yu stood up, twisted his neck, and walked toward the display screen while asking, what happened next? Did Zhongli successfully become a disciple? Just take a look for yourself. There were some minor hiccups. Du Yu sat in front of the screen, which displayed Zhongli Chun's figure being escorted by a group of attendants to a misty mountain. At the mountain peak, there were several small bamboo houses. As soon as the attendants delivered her to the location, they turned and left, leaving Zhongli Chun standing alone. Zhongli Chun ignored the attendants and walked straight towards the bamboo house. At the entrance of the house, two young men were discussing strategy on paper. Brother Pang, your strategy of cutting off supplies is truly brilliant, but the young man placed a chess piece on the map. If I were to abandon supplies and launch a surprise attack from 3 directions to capture this city, what would you do? Brother Pang glanced at the map, his expression showing some displeasure, and said, you calculate well, son Shitty, as if you have seen through my military strategy. What are you saying, Brother Pang? Your military strategy is indeed superb, but after all, we are fellow disciples, and sometimes I can just sense your thoughts. Humph. Brother Pang snorted coldly, threw the chess piece aside. Forget it. Son Shitty also smiled just as he was about to put away the map and pieces. A delicate face suddenly leaned over from the side, staring at him intently and softly, saying 3 words, Gikei. Oh dear! Son Shitty shouted in fright, and even Brother Pang almost fell to the ground. Who are you? The two quickly stood up, realizing they were facing an exceptionally beautiful young girl, and they couldn't help but feel relieved. Miss, who exactly are you? Zhongli Chun did not answer as she looked at Brother Pang and asked, are you Guzi? This girl is here to look for the dog. Brother Pang said in confusion. She looks as silly as can be. Oh, let's just drive her down the mountain. No. Son Shitty hurriedly waved his hand. It's too dangerous for a girl to go down the mountain alone at night. Brothers, what happened? 2 slender young men heard the commotion outside and also walked out from the house. They quickly spotted the extraordinary Zhongli Chun. Wow, such a beautiful girl. One young man said, gazing at Zhongli Chun. A madwoman has come. Brother Pang said irritably. Brother, don't talk nonsense. Su Shitty, Zhong Shitty, go report to the master first. The young man named Sun called out, then approached Zhongli Chun, bent down, and softly said, Miss, my name is Sunbin. This is my brother Pang Wan, and behind me are my 2 junior brothers, Su Qin and Zhang Yi. May I ask for your name, miss? Du Yu was drinking water and silently nodded. Sunbin Pang Wan. So when Zhongli Chun went up the mountain, these 2 had not yet completed their training. Yes, they are the 4 disciples of Mr. Gu Pang Wan, Sunbin, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi. Each of them is a renowned figure in the Warring States period. I feel a bit ashamed for not having studied history well. Wasn't Pang Wan the one who dug out Sunbin's kneecap? Now that I think about it, they actually killed each other as fellow disciples. Du Yu remarked. Not only that, but Su Qin and Zhang Yi are also rivals. Dong Qinxiu said meaningfully, this means that Mr. Gu's disciples are quite disunited. Du Yu replied, thinking for a moment. He asked, I haven't heard much about Su Qin and Zhang Yi. What have they done? Du Yu, I've heard that when you study history in the mortal realm, you have to take exams. What scores do you usually get? Du Yu awkwardly smiled. Qinxiu, Jie, you are putting me in a tough spot. Let's put it this way, I haven't had the subject history since high school, and as for middle school, the highest score I got was just 20 points away from passing. Dong Qinxiu sighed, helplessly flipped through the materials in her hand, and said, then let me tell you. The most famous event involving Su Qin and Zhang Yi is the alliance of vertical and horizontal states. The powerful Qin state once faced a near-extinction crisis when all 6 other states attacked Qin on the same day, known as the Alliance of the 6 States. The Alliance of the 6 States. Du Yu exclaimed in surprise. Why would these 6 states unite to attack Qin? Do they have such a good relationship? The relationship among the 6 states was certainly not that good. This brings us to Su Qin. Su Qin single-handedly persuaded the 6 states, gathered the seals of the 6 states, and commanded the military symbols of the 6 states. In other words, on that day, he acted as the chancellor for 6 countries simultaneously. Thus, the 6 states launched their attack simultaneously, all by Su Qin's command. This is the strategy of alliance he learned from Mr. Gu. Impressive. But that doesn't make sense. Du Yu pondered. If that's the case, why wasn't the Qin state destroyed? The reason the Qin state wasn't destroyed is that before the alliance they had just recruited a strategist named Zhang Yi. He devised intricate troop deployments to secure the borders and offered several schemes to break the alliance, even forming alliances with a few states that had broken from the alliance to counterattack Su Qin. This was the horizontal strategy he learned from Mr. Gu. The alliance. And horizontal strategies. Du Yu muttered, how could such remarkable individuals only be disciples of Mr. Gu? The world has 4 characters to evaluate the 2 horizontal and vertical in the world. With just the 2 of them, they could shake the entire landscape of the Warring States period. Dong Qinxiu adjusted her glasses and said, thus Mr. Gu, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi are also referred to as the strategists, and there are many legends about them. Therefore, you must be cautious in this task. You cannot only care about Zhongli Chun alone. Suddenly, it feels a bit tricky. Du Yu muttered as he looked at the screen, where Zhongli Chun began to speak. I am Zhongli from Wuyuan, looking for Guzi to become a disciple. The 4 of them were a bit stunned after hearing this. Guzi. Could it be referring to Master Guegu? Just as everyone was at a loss, an old man holding a wine gourd slowly walked out from the house. Though the old man was aged, his eyes were particularly bright. He scanned the surroundings, and his gaze landed on Zhongli Chun. Young girl, are you looking for me? Are you Gue Guzi? I am Wang Su because I reside in this Gue Valley. People also call me Master Gue Gu. That's right. Zhongli Chun seemed to remember something and nodded, saying it's Gue Guzi, not Gue Guzi. Brother Pang quickly walked up to Master Gue Gu and said, Master, do you think this girl is foolish? Master Gue Gu remained silent, extended his right hand to calculate, and revealed a profound expression. Born with a flawed soul, a troubled destiny, she has the potential to become a talented individual, yet also the potential to become a wicked bandit. Upon hearing this, Diyu hurriedly nodded, saying this Master Gue Gu is truly unfathomable. She only glanced at Zhongli Chun and already knows her issues. Dong Qianxiu also nodded, saying there are many extraordinary people in this world. You will encounter more in future legends. Master Gue Gu slowly approached Zhongli Chun and asked her, Young girl, I ask you, why do you wish to become my disciple? Zhongli Chun thought for a moment and shook her head, saying, I don't know. Oh. Master Gue Gu became interested and continued to ask, if you learn the skills, what do you wish to do? Zhongli Chun shook her head again, I don't know. Master Gue Gu pondered for a while and said, in that case, I cannot accept you. Not accept me? On what grounds? Zhongli Chun stared at Master Gue Gu, her face fierce. Just on the grounds that you don't even know where to go from here. Master Gue Gu smiled meaningfully and said, Wuyan girl, I neither accept you nor will I send you down the mountain. You may contemplate on your own. If you figure out what you want, come to see me. If not, you may spend your days on this mountain until you grow old. After Master Gue Gu finished speaking, he took several disciples into the house. Zhongli Chun stared blankly at the sky. Yes, why did I come to this valley? Dong Qianxiu pressed the fast-forward button and said, Zhongli Chun's contemplation lasted 6 months. Although she lived on the mountain, Master Gue Gu and the other disciples seemed unable to see her. They had no interactions. Diyu felt somewhat worried and said, I truly cannot imagine what Zhongli Chun wants. This question is quite difficult for her. Dong Qianxiu said, among the 3 souls and 7 spirits, one spirit is called desire. Zhongli Chun was born lacking this spirit. And in the end, Diyu asked, what is it that Zhongli Chun wants? Dong Qianqiu's expression showed some sadness as she pressed fast forward and said, it is you. Mie. Dong Qianxiu slightly nodded and said what Zhongli Chun realized after 6 months is simply, I want to see you. After finishing, she pressed the screen, and Zhongli Chun's voice came through, old man, I figured it out. Good, tell me what you have thought of. Master Gue Gu seemed to have timed it perfectly, as he was already waiting outside the door for Zhongli Chun. I want to see a person. He said that as long as I learn the art here, I will definitely be able to see him. Zhongli Chun said slowly. After hearing this, Master Gue Gu's expression became exceptionally strange. He first took a deep breath, then calculated again, and finally frowned repeatedly. Master, what is it? Sun Bin, who was beside him, asked. This is truly strange, Master Gue Gu said with a puzzled look. According to the hexagram, this Wuyuan girl's ambition should be to pacify the Qi state. But now she has given me another answer which is very strange. My hexagrams rarely miss. Zhongli Chun's expression was blank. Pacify the Qi state. What does that have to do with me? Then Master, what do you think? My junior sister has already lived in the woods of this mountain for 6 months. That's tough enough. Sun Bin said with concern, just let my junior sister enter the fold. Master Gue Gu contemplated deeply, realizing something felt off. Wuyuan. Quickly thank your master. Sun Bin shouted, he has acknowledged you as my junior sister. Zhongli Chun had not yet reacted to what was happening, but it seemed that this Sun Bin had played some clever trick. Oh, you little rascal, are you trying to trick me? Master Gue Gu angrily threw the wine gourd at Sun Bin. Master, you taught me that the way of war is deceit. Zhongli Chun finally felt a weight lifted off her heart, bowing her head to the ground. I pay my respects to my master. Diyu felt a bit more relaxed upon seeing this scene. Sun Bin is quite a good person, Diyu said, which aligns with my impression of him. It sounds like you know him personally. Of course, he is one of the few historical figures I actually know, Diyu yawned. The first day has ended perfectly. Let's prepare to get off work. Get off work? Come here first. There are several important points I need to show you. Dong Qianxiu selected several time periods, playing them while explaining. After Zhongli Chun joined Mr. Gigu neither taught her the art of maneuvering nor passed on military strategies to her. Instead, he taught her a set of Ningxinju. Oh, Ningxinju. Diyu looked at the screen as Giguzi earnestly said to Zhongli Chun. Wuyuan, if you wish to cultivate your character, you must first cultivate your heart. Your soul is not complete by nature. This technique can help you refine the remaining 4 souls. No matter how long it takes, once you have completed the 7 souls, I will certainly assist you in becoming a dragon among men. Zhongli Chun expressionlessly accepted the technique and said, all right then. Giguzi rubbed his forehead and said, it seems I will have to wait until your 7 souls are complete before you become humble and courteous. Dong Qianxiu pressed fast forward, skipping a full 20 years. Wait a minute, Qianxiu Jia. Diyu was a bit confused. Why did you skip ahead 20 years all of a sudden? Isn't that a bit much? When is my next arrival? Precisely 20 years later. This time, you have 3 days. Dong Qianxiu said. In this year, Sun Bin and Pang Wan descended the mountain and officially joined the chaotic world. Then, Do you felt something was off? Isn't the time almost here? You have 10 minutes of break time. The second arrival happens after 10 minutes. Goodness. Do you force to smile? No one ever told me this task was so time-sensitive. Do you hurry to the restroom initially wanting to meet Zhongli Chun, but he couldn't find Dong Qianqi's office? By the time you staggered back to the operation room, Dong Qianqi was already impatiently waiting. Hurry up, we've been waiting for you. I'm coming. Do you said as he laid down in the instrument, this is so sudden. Have you thought about what to bring this time? Dong Qianqi asked. How could I have the time to think? Do you said somewhat irritably. You only gave me 10 minutes. He quickly pondered for a moment and asked, Qianqiu, Jia, what gifts do men and women usually give when they reunite after a long time? Flowers. Dong Qianqiu sneered. You asked me. Do I look like someone who understands romantic feelings? Well, do you hesitated then said, how about sending flowers? Flowers. Dong Qianqiu clearly seemed displeased. All right, I understand. Hurry and go. The era was set in the chaotic warring states. The location was the land of Qi and Lu. The servant A Wu had descended. It was the coldest winter and the cold wind blew fiercely across the mountains. After landing, Du felt something was off. Clearly this time, he descended at Giga Mountain, yet he was still dressed as a servant holding a broom. Qianqiu Jia, did I take the wrong number? Why am I still a servant? There's no way around it, Dong Qianqiu said. The area is sparsely populated. Giguzi and his 5 disciples cannot allow you to disguise yourself. Just deal with it for now. Du opened his time travel gift pack only to find it empty except for a small white flower. A small white flower. Du pouted and asked, Qianqiu Jia, do girls like receiving such flowers? A white one is acceptable, but there's only one. So what? Dong Qianqiu said angrily. Having one is already good. If you want to send it, then send it. Strange. Du was frightened into silence. Why is she angry? Du habitually threw the broom away, pretending he wasn't a servant, and walked towards the bamboo house on the mountain. After all, he had seen the terrain here on the screen before, and Du easily found Mr. Guiga's residence. While pondering how to appear without awkwardness, he realized there was a cacophony inside, so he quietly approached the window to eavesdrop. Wu, what? How did you become like this? As soon as Mr. Giga spoke, all 5 disciples fell silent. Master, what happened to the junior sister? Sun Bin asked with concern. Du slowly lifted the bamboo window and looked inside. Zhongli Chun was kneeling on the ground surrounded by her 4 senior brothers, while Mr. Gigu sat opposite her constantly calculating. Du glanced at Zhongli Chun, noticing that besides being taller and more beautiful, she had not changed in other ways. Clearly already 30 years old, yet why does she still look like a young girl? Du pondered in his heart. It's truly strange. Mr. Gigu continued to count on his fingers, his face full of confusion. Although Wu Yuan has completed her 7 souls, why are the remaining 4 souls all love souls aside from anger, sorrow, and evil? After calculating for a long time and confirming there were no mistakes, he asked again, Wu Yuan, where are your joy, fear, and desire souls? What were you thinking in your heart while cultivating Ningxinju? A person, Mr. Gigu asked with both worry and anger. Who is so important to you that they can directly influence your soul? What is their surname and name, and where are they? I don't know. You? Sa. Mr. Gigu was troubled. He originally thought that by having Zhongli Wu Yuan complete her 7 souls and teaching her the art of maneuvering and military strategy, she would succeed. However, it seemed that although Zhongli Wu Yuan had completed her 7 souls, she remained incomplete. She would never know what joy, fear, and desire were. Also, Mr. Gigu asked, how long has it been since you last ate? I don't remember, probably over 30 days. Oh, Su Qin and Zhang Yi exclaimed. No wonder we can't find you during meals. Junior sister, aren't you hungry? Not hungry. Oh, I've been quite full lately, but I can't burp. Zhongli Chun answered seriously. Wu Yuan, come closer. Hey, let me check you. Mr. Giga said. Zhongli Chun stood up expressionlessly and walked in front of Mr. Gigu. Compared to Zhongli Chun's height, Mr. Giga looked like a child. Mr. Gigu grabbed Zhongli Chun's pale wrist and began to take her pulse, but after a short while he wore an astonished expression. Wu Yuan, have you entered the Qi refining realm? Qi refining. Not only was Zhongli Chun confused, but the 4 disciples also completely did not understand. What is that? Mr. Gigu was puzzled. He had taught Zhongli Chun a heart-cultivating technique, yet how did she become immortal? Wu Yuan, tell me, has there been any change in your body recently? Zhongli Chun pondered for a long time about how to express it, then pointed to her lower abdomen and said, I feel a bit bloated here, and then with a bang, I don't need to eat anymore. Hey, Sun Bin felt it was somewhat familiar upon hearing this. Isn't this a sign of poor digestion? When my digestion is bad, I also do this. What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Gigu scolded. This is energy entering the body. Your junior sister has already entered the realm of a cultivator. Oh, a cultivator. The 4 senior brothers couldn't believe their ears. No wonder I saw junior sister chopping wood without an axe. She just used her hands. Zhang Yi muttered. Zhang Yi, I've been chopping wood with my hands since I was little, Zhongli Chun coldly stated. Zhang Yi felt embarrassed. Junior sister. I've told you many times to call me senior brother. Master, isn't this a good thing? Sun Bin regained his senses and said, our Gigu sect is about to produce an immortal. Sigh. Mr. Gigu shook his head. What a pity that heaven has its favorites. Although Wei Yuan possesses extraordinary talent and cultivation, able to transform a heart-cultivating technique into an immortal technique, being incomplete in the 7 souls means she cannot become immortal. She is destined to remain immortal. This shallow cultivation might only enhance her physique and maintain her appearance. Off. The 3 senior brothers felt greatly regretful, while only Pang Wan snickered and said, I knew it. How could there be such good fortune? A foolish woman still dreams of becoming immortal. Pang Wan, how long has it been since I last hit you? Zhong Lichun shot a cold glance at Pang Wan. Hey, let's agree on this first. A gentleman don't strike without words. Pang Wan hurriedly hid behind Mr. Gigu. Master, look at her as she's about to rebel again. Sigh. Why do you always speak about junior sister like this? Sun Bin shook his head and said, Junior sister has never hit me. Humph. Pang Wan snorted coldly. Master, don't bother with this foolish woman. You called us here today for another matter, right? Mr. Gigu nodded, calming his thoughts, and said, Indeed, you 4 have been studying for a long time now, and the world is chaotic. Do you have any thoughts of descending the mountain? Descend the mountain. The 4 brothers had thought about it, but they didn't know how to express it to their master. Now that their master had brought it up, it was a great opportunity. Who among the passionate young men wouldn't want to make a name for themselves in the chaotic world? Master, I want to descend the mountain. Pang Wan knelt down with a thud. Seeing Pang Wan, kneel, Sun Bin Suchin and Zhang Yi also knelt down. Master, we want to descend the mountain. Mr. Gigu smiled faintly as if he had anticipated this. You 4 go pick a flower for me, and I will agree to your descent. A flower? The 4 brothers looked at the winter scenery outside. Where could they find flowers on this mountain? Pang Wan thought for a moment and readily answered, Master, I'm going now. Seeing Pang Wan walk away, Sun Bin and the others became nervous. Such a great opportunity was right in front of them. They couldn't let it slip away. In a flurry, the remaining 3 disciples also rushed out of the house. Wei Yuan, you should go too. Mr. Gigu gently said to Zhong Lichun, you have also completed your 7 souls. Now go find a flower for me, and I will clarify your path for the future. Zhong Lichun stood up expressionlessly, feeling that it was a bit troublesome. She glanced at Mr. Gigu and then turned to leave. Now she felt a strange energy accumulating within her. Although her strength was growing, allowing her to withstand the harsh winter and scorching heat, there were things she could not endure. She had been at Giga Mountain for 20 years, wasn't that too long? Zhong Lichun walked with her head down, turning a corner when a servant-like person appeared before her. Little Zhongli. My. Zhong Lichun's expression suddenly became very complicated as she looked over. Born lacking the joy soul, she truly didn't know how to express the feelings of a long-awaited reunion. She furrowed her brow, opened her mouth, and after a long time managed to squeeze out a faint smile, softly saying, You came. Have you been well? Diyu asked. Having just heard Mr. Guega's words, his mood was also somewhat complicated. I don't know. Zhong Lichun lowered her head. After a while, she took something out of her bosom, and upon seeing it, Duyu's expression dimmed. It was a piece of cheap candy whose packaging had faded, and after so many years the candy inside had melted and solidified, then melted again, completely changing its shape. Zhong Lichun lowered her head and said, You told me that when I feel sad I should eat something sweet. This way, I will feel better. She slowly placed her hand on her chest. But whenever I think of you, I feel distressed here. Zhong Lichun pointed at her heart, slowly shedding tears. She raised her head and looked at Duyu with a wronged expression, a fleeting glance that shattered hearts. Why is it? Why does it hurt so much here? Is it really so painful to want to see someone? I want to eat this last pillow, it would make me feel a bit better, but I'm afraid you will never appear again. This pill is my life's longing. The cold wind was howling, and the entire bamboo forest crackled. It was the first time Duyu heard Zhong Lichun speak so much as if she had poured out all her emotions. Little Zhongli, Duyu felt something strange in his heart. I, due to some special reasons, cannot always be with you. But you must believe me, everything I do now is to help you become yourself. Help me become myself. Zhong Lichun was confused. That's right. If you don't do as I say, you might very well vanish, and we will never meet again. Zhong Lichun's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible light. In the future, will we still be able to meet? Yes, as long as you do as I say, you will meet me many times in this life. I promise you that. What do you want me to do? Zhong Lichun slowly approached Duyu, and the atmosphere became somewhat strange. What do you want me to do? Duyu was puzzled. Zhong Lichun slowly reached out and untied her skirt ribbon. I've heard from the senior brothers that I am a woman, and men upon seeing women like me want to undo my skirt. If I do this, will you never leave me? Zhong Lichun's dress slowly slid to the ground, revealing her flawless skin. The cold wind blew over her body, as if it were a jade statue expressionlessly gazing at Duyu. Due to the energy entering her body, Zhong Lichun's physical form was forever frozen at her most beautiful moment. The fragrance of the soap pods mixed with the biting cold wind hit Duyu's face mercilessly. Duyu suddenly felt sad. Did Zhong Lichun become like this because of my appearance? Was she once such a person? Duyu picked up Zhong Lichun's clothing from the ground and draped it over her. You can't do this. Duyu said sadly. I don't want you to do these things, I just hope you can live your life smoothly. In this world, no one can undo your skirt. The words he was about to say got stuck in his throat. No one can undo Zhong Lichun's skirt. No, Duyu understood one thing in his heart. Zhong Lichun would ultimately marry King Qi Xian. This was an unchangeable history. Giguzi sat quietly in his bamboo cottage gazing out the window at Du Yu and Zhongli Chun standing not far away. He raised his right hand and performed a subtle divination, then visibly recoiled in astonishment. Could such an extraordinary being truly exist in this world? Not long after, Giguzi swayed his head, gently murmuring softly to himself, mastering heaven and earth, transcending past and present. Legends across the realm bow before you. Yet freedom remains elusive, neither passion nor voice may stir. Giguzi burst into hearty laughter, then turned away from the two and closed his eyes to rest. Du Yu gently adjusted Zhongli Chun's robes and said, "Let us no longer dwell in sorrow. I have several days here. We shall savor them joyfully." Zhongli Chun gave a faint nod, forcing a delicate smile onto her lips. "Did Master Gigu not ask you both to gather flowers?" "Just so. I brought one for you." Du Yu drew forth a pristine white blossom from his interdimensional gift pack and offered it to Zhongli Chun. "This is the second time you've given me something," she murmured, accepting the flower with quiet delight, cradling it as if it were sacred. "Ah, little junior sister, what are you doing here?" Sunbin approached, holding a porcelain vase in hand. "And who is this man?" "He is..." Zhongli Chun began to introduce him, but faltered, realizing she did not even know Du Yu's name. "Oh, I'm merely a household retainer sent by my master to check on Miss Zhongli's well-being." Du Yu interjected smoothly. "Please, Master Sun, don't trouble yourself over me. Carry on with your duties." Du Yu added with practiced ease. "Oh, very well then. I say, wait, how did you know my surname was Sun?" Sunbin scratched his head, baffled by the stranger's uncanny intuition. "Disciples, if you've gathered flowers, enter now and take your seats," Giguzi called from within the cottage. Hearing this, Sunbin hurried inside without delay, cradling his vase. "Little Zhongli, you go in first," Du Yu urged. "I'll wait outside. This time I'm in no rush to leave. We'll have time to catch up." Zhongli Chun glanced at Du Yu and replied, "I won't go in. I'll stay with you." Just as Du Yu hesitated, Giguzi's voice drifted out from the cottage. "Wei Yin, bring your retainer inside too. The wind grows fierce outdoors. We must not let him fall ill." "Off." Du Yu blinked in surprise. "Isn't this your family affair, Master Gui? Is it proper for me to enter?" Giguzi smiled faintly. "Precisely because it is our family affair, your presence is all the more essential. Come in." Du Yu could not fathom the master's intent, but he sensed clearly if he refused to enter, Zhongli Chun would not go in either. "Very well, Master Gui. I'll come in, though I fear I'm imposing." "Do not call me Master Gui. My surname is Wang." "Understood, Master Wang." Du Yu took Zhongli Chun's hand and stepped into the bamboo cottage. After a while, Pang Wan returned. Entering the cottage, he saw the assembled group, said nothing, and simply took an empty seat. He had half a mind to inquire who Du Yu was, but seeing the man stand silently behind Zhongli Chun, he lost interest entirely. Last to arrive were Su Qin and Zhang Yi. Their voices echoed from afar, bickering playfully, as if locked in spirited debate, yet their tone held the warmth of camaraderie. "Oh, a guest," Su Qin remarked upon spotting Du Yu. "Show respect. Both of you sit down." Giguzi fell silent, surveying his 5 disciples seated neatly before him, then asked, "I asked each of you for a single flower. Have you all brought one?" Each disciple wore a distinct expression. None revealed whether they had succeeded or failed. "Wan begin. You present your flower to me." Giguzi turned his gaze upon Pang Wan. Pang Wan grimaced slightly and replied, "Master, I found no flower." Giguzi paused, then spoke calmly. "Then what lies concealed within your sleeve?" Pang Wan knew his master's insight was unfathomable and deception futile. He had intended to return with a radiant dew-kissed bloom, but the season offered none. With resigned dismay, he withdrew a withered, discolored flower from his sleeve and handed it over. "Master, please inspect it." Giguzi studied the desiccated bloom, then mused aloud. This flower withered beneath the sun of Gigu Mountain, Gui and Wei side by side in its fate, foretelling your rise to prominence in the state of Wei. Yet you should not have lied to me. Your ambition burns fiercely and you favor cunning over sincerity. Thus I warn you, your triumphs and your downfall will both spring from deceit. I bestow upon you these 8 characters: prosper with the goat, perish with the horse. Remember them well. Pang Wan immediately knelt in deep gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for revealing my destiny." "Descend the mountain," Giguzi replied, his gaze lingering upon Pang Wan with quiet gravity. "Yes." Pang Wan trembled with exhilaration. After years of waiting, today marked the dawn of his ascent into the world. Watching Pang Wan depart, Giguzi turned to Sunbin. "Biner, it is your turn." Sunbin nodded and lifted his porcelain vase. Inside rested a chrysanthemum he had plucked last summer, now utterly desiccated. Sunbin had kept it for its austere beauty, storing it in his chamber. Knowing his master sought a flower, and aware none bloomed on the mountain at this season, he had simply brought the vase from his room. Giguzi examined the brittle chrysanthemum and said, "Biner, your nature is pure and unpretentious. You shun rivalry and contention. Thus it is unsurprising you offer this faded, lifeless bloom. I foresaw it. Yet this flower, though withered, once bloomed in summer, and now endures defiantly through winter's harshest frost. So too shall you endure affliction, emerging whole from brokenness. And someone, like this very vase, shall shield you when you face annihilation. I give you this brocade pouch. Should your life hang in the balance, open it and read what lies within." Sunbin felt a profound weight settle upon his heart, sensing his path would be fraught with hardship. Trembling, he accepted the pouch with reverent hands. Senior Sister Qianqiu, Master Gigu is truly extraordinary, Yu whispered. What manner of power is this, to divine a person's fate from a single flower? It is the art of physiognomy, Dong Qianqiu replied. Many in history mastered such arts, but most paid dearly in lifespan. Today Master Gigu willingly breaches celestial law, for his disciples' sake alone. I am curious, Yu asked. What does the pouch contain? He had once received a similar pouch from Master Zhuge, and felt inexplicably drawn to its mystery. My colleague assigned to Sun Bin has already checked. It reads, loyalty to kin and duty to state cannot coexist, feign madness to survive. This pouch would one day save Sun Bin's life, when Pang Wan sought to destroy him utterly. Yu nodded silently, words failing him. Perhaps the most anguished soul was Geguzi himself, watching his disciples destined to clash, kill, and betray one another. Had he foreseen this from the beginning? Master, Sun Bin ventured. May I descend the mountain now? Not yet, your hour has not arrived. Wait until spring returns when blossoms awaken anew. Then you shall depart of your own accord. Hearing this, Sun Bin dared not object. He bowed deeply and retreated to the side. Qiner, what of you? Geguzi turned towards Su Qin. Su Qin and Zhang Yi stepped forward together. From his robe, Su Qin produced a grotesque bloom. Two flowers fused unnaturally, one upright, the other horizontal. Master, we searched long and hard. This is the only one we found. Does it count as two? Zhang Yi added hopefully. Geguzi lowered his gaze in contemplation. That this flower proved so elusive foretells a long period of obscurity, until at last your brilliance is recognized by the world. Its vertical and horizontal stems signify that your mastery of the vertical and horizontal stratagems shall shake the realm. And since Su Qin presents it, he shall pioneer this art. Zhang Yi shall follow in his wake. Yet now is not your time to descend. When you choose to leave, that decision rests solely with you. Su Qin and Zhang Yi instantly knelt in gratitude. At last Geguzi turned to Zhongli Chun. Weiyan, where is your flower? It is in my bosom, she replied coolly. I will not give it to you. Geguzi shook his head. I do not require your flower. I only wish to see it. Truly. Reluctantly, Zhongli Chun withdrew the small white blossom Yu had gifted her, and held it before Geguzi's gaze. Yu's pulse quickened. If Geguzi could discern cosmic truths from a single bloom, what meaning would emerge from this flower born not of this world, but gifted by him? Geguzi studied the blossom in Zhongli Chun's palm, and smiled. This flower belongs to no era known to men. That Weiyan possesses, it signals the presence of a noble benefactor. It traverses millennia untouched by decay, just as your heart shall remain unchanged across centuries, pure and immaculate as this white bloom. Zhongli Chun hastily tucked the flower back into her robes, guarding it fiercely. Old man, when may I descend the mountain? When you have mastered all my teachings, the art of war, statecraft, and the vertical and horizontal stratagems. Humph, she scoffed. I've heard you recite them daily. I learned them long ago. What a... Sun Bin gasped. Junior sister, you overreach. Can mere listening grant mastery of master's profound wisdom? Zhongli Chun cast a glance at Sun Bin, then pointed to Yu behind her. I have mastered them all. I am leaving, with him. Oh, Geguzi's curiosity stirred. He knew Zhongli Chun had never uttered a falsehood in 10 years. Biner, among my disciples your command of strategy is unmatched. Challenge Weiyan to 12 rounds of theoretical warfare, shall we? This, I obey, master. Yu stood bewildered, though Zhongli Chun's departure was inevitable upon mastery had she truly attained it. What none anticipated was that the entire afternoon would become Sun Bin's most harrowing ordeal. 12 rounds of strategic discourse, and except for one narrow victory by Zhongli Chun, she dominated all 11 others. Incredible, incredible. Sun Bin gestured at the scattered game pieces on the map. You commanded fewer troops, yet divided them into 6 columns, deploying 6 distinct stratagems simultaneously, launching feints and the final assault, at once striking straight at my base camp. Has such a method of warfare ever existed? On the battlefield map, Sun Bin's main force remained locked in combat at the front, while his base camp had been overrun by a mere 600-strong detachment. Zhongli Chun asked coldly, shall we continue? Sun Bin shook his head. No more. Junior sister, I yield utterly. Your skill rivals any man's. May heaven spare us from meeting on the field of battle. Master, we beg permission to test ourselves as well. Su Qin and Zhang Yi, unable to contain their excitement, stepped forward. A strategist who defeats Sun Bin 12 times in succession. Surely this defies belief. Junior sister, your command of tactics is divine. Together the two of us, masters of vertical and horizontal, surely stand a chance. Zhongli Chun's expression remained impassive. How tedious. Very well, begin. Su Qin and Zhang Yi deployed every technique they possessed, and still the contest ended in perfect equilibrium. We're about to win, Zhongli Chun murmured, then seized a tiny piece she'd hidden near their base camp and launched a sudden devastating strike. Assassin Corps, engage. Su Qin paled, but Zhang Yi had anticipated this. With a swift flip of the base camp's wooden plaque, a concealed piece emerged, a 3,000-strong unit perfectly camouflaged. Junior sister, I foresaw your move. Thus I bore the burden of keeping 3,000 troops stationed at the base, no matter the cost. Zhongli Chun said nothing, merely placed her 100-strong unit atop Zhang Yi's 3,000 piece, and tapped it lightly. The larger piece shattered instantly. Hey, 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 Zhang Yi cried. You're cheating. You can't break pieces with brute force. I used no force, merely proximity. Any force confronting my assassin unit is doomed to defeat. Preposterous, Zhang Yi retorted. Tell us, how does 100 slay 3,000? What stratagem did you employ? What policy did you enact? Zhongli Chun lifted her small piece in silence and pointed. All eyes followed her base camp held no general's banner, meaning the commander was absent. Yet the assassin unit piece bore a tiny, unmistakable general standard. The truth struck them like thunder. Su Qin and Zhang Yi stared dumbfounded. You, commander of an entire army, led the assassin unit to personally strike the enemy's general. Why not? Zhongli Chun tossed the piece aside. Do you truly believe 3,000 men could stop me? Silence fell, profound and absolute. Indeed, could 3,000 men halt Zhongli Chun? No one dared answer. Ha ha ha, marvelous, exquisite. Giguzi roared with laughter. This art of war transcends mortal limits, and only Wu Yin possesses the spirit to wield it. Do you join in the laughter? You laugh, you understand it. Dong Qinqiu asked. I don't comprehend it, but I am profoundly awestruck. Giguzi slowly approached Zhongli Chun. Wu Yin, descend the mountain. Your fate shifted the moment this retainer appeared. Truly, for the first time genuine joy lit Zhongli Chun's face. Indeed, Giguzi nodded, his heart heavy with quiet reflection. Perhaps among all his disciples only Wu Yin would find peace in the end. This was only the second farewell Zhongli Chun had ever faced, and a strange nameless ache filled her chest. Junior sister, you truly are leaving. Sun Bin's voice trembled. Will we never meet again? Su Qin whispered. Write to us, junior sister. Zhang Yi pleaded. Zhongli Chun bit her lip, the sorrow rising like tide, but wordless, formless beyond articulation. Old man, Sun Bin, Su Qin, Zhang Yi. She named them one by one, her eyes lingering on each face. My. They all turned to her. It's bitterly cold. Were more layers. Edge. They exchanged glances. Was Zhongli Chun concerned for them? Taking Du Yu's hand, Zhongli Chun walked silently toward the door, then paused, turned, and bowed deeply. For these 20 years, truly, thank you all. Watching her vanish into the distance, Zhang Yi burst into tears and wailed, from now on, you'll call me senior brother, you little rascal. Sun Bin and Su Qin quietly wiped their eyes. They glanced at their master, whose cheeks were already streaked with silent ancient tears. Where shall we go next? To bathe in the river? To feast on delicacies? Or to plunder wealth? Zhongli Chun's joy was irrepressible as she persistently tried to strike up a conversation with Du Yu. Seeing her radiant delight, Du Yu felt deeply moved. Du Yu recalled the legends after mastering her arts at Giga Mountain. Zhongli Chun had remained unmarried and secluded. Returning her home now was the wisest course, though it would demand some effort. Home? What is home? Zhongli Chun asked. I mean, returning you to your mother and stepfather. Zhongli Chun paused, stunned. Then, as if sifting through buried years, her expression hardened. The long-forgotten memories surged back, endless days of darkness, cohabiting with swine, surviving on rotting scraps. Last time we met, you rescued me. Now you wish to send me back, she murmured softly. Though my heart aches, if this is your will, I shall return. Oh, Du Yu hastily waved his hands. No, not at all. Little Zhongli, I do not intend to return you to that pigsty. This time no one shall dare lay a hand upon you. You have not only mastered profound arts, you have attained the half-immortal body. None shall dare oppress you ever again. My. Zhongli Chun glanced at Du Yu. Is this truly so? It is. Du Yu nodded solemnly. Even should they attempt to harm you, I shall never permit it. It took nearly a full day for the two to reach Wu Yin, but fortunately Zhongli Chun still remembered the path. From afar, Zhongli Chun spotted the small river, the most cherished memory of her past decade. Bathed in the golden light of sunset, they walked along the riverbank into the city. Zhongli Chun had blossomed into a graceful, captivating young woman, and every man, woman, and child along the street halted in awe. Indeed, her face was breathtakingly beautiful, yet her stature was unusually tall. They arrived at Zhongli Chun's childhood place of sorrow. Expecting to send a servant to announce their arrival, they found the gate deserted. Though lamplight spilled warmly from within, not a single retainer was in sight. Strange. Where has everyone gone? There's movement. Zhongli Chun pointed toward the main hall. There. Oh, Du Yu heard nothing, but if Zhongli Chun said so, it could not be false. Let us investigate. They approached the main hall quietly. Inside, a dense crowd stirred. Du Yu pushed open the door, and clamor spilled forth. Within, servants and maids clustered around like spectators at a spectacle. At the center knelt a frail woman clad only in undergarments. Her body lacerated, her eyes hollow with despair. Beside her stood a middle-aged woman, none other than Zhongli Chun's birth mother Hua, sure now aged and weathered. In her hand, she gripped a rattan cane, striking the woman relentlessly. I'll teach you to be base. Hua sure spat. Do you dream of soaring high like a phoenix? Do you plot to cast me down from my throne? The cane fell like rain upon the woman's flesh. Du Yu glanced further. Zhongli Chun's stepfather, the lecherous scholar official, sat coldly upon the master's seat, watching impassively. You think your petty beauty grants you license to shamelessness? Very well. I shall strip you bare before them all, so they may behold the truth of your vulgar flesh. Hua sure lunged to tear away the woman's garments, but the girl clutched herself tightly, thwarting her assault. I knew it. Xiao Xia looks just like a fox spirit, whispered a maid beside. Do you? Who knows how many men she's ensnared? Exactly, another maid chimed in. Beauty makes her special. She's still just another maid, like us. Du Yu glanced at the male servants nearby, faces flushed eyes riveted upon Xiao Xia's form. As if her alleged transgression mattered not at all, they only craved the moment her garments would fall, waiting with ravenous anticipation. Speak up. Hua Shi jabbed a finger hard against Xiao Xia's forehead. Have you gone mute? Xiao Xia lifted her head and whispered, Madam, I am truly innocent. Innocent? Hua Shi shrieked, seized Xiao Xia's hair, and delivered 2 brutal slaps, then hurled her to the floor. Xiao Xia grunted, blood welling at the corner of her mouth. Slowly she raised her gaze, desolate, unblinking, toward the scholar official seated upon the dais. Master, she said, voice trembling yet clear, speak truthfully. Did I seduce you? Or did you violate me? Violate you? The official sneered. Preposterous. With my rank and standing, what woman could I not possess? Why would I deign to touch you? Du Yu let out a contemptuous snort. Wretch, 10 years ago I saw you with my own eyes leering at a maid. Poor Xiao Xia, how ill-fated to fall into your clutches, you and your vile spouse. Xiao Xia rose silently and wiped the blood from her lips. Though I was born humble, I was raised in virtue and propriety, and would never commit such disgraceful acts. Now falsely accused of adultery, I lack the strength to defend myself, so I choose death to affirm my purity. Before anyone could react, she dashed headlong toward a pillar. Thud! A deafening impact silenced the hall. Then, out of nowhere, a tall statuesque woman appeared, her pale palm outstretched between Xiao Xia and the pillar. Zhongli Chun frowned inwardly. The force behind that impact was staggering. Even her palm braced against the pillar throbbed with pain. Had she not intervened, Xiao Xia would surely have perished. Do you gaped? Little Zhongli, when did you even dash forward? Is it worth it? Zhongli Chun asked Xiao Xia. Dazed and disoriented, even cushioned by that palm, Xiao Xia's head still spun. Who are you? Off. Who dares intrude upon an official's residence? Death penalty. The scholar official shot upright. Several guards rushed in, brandishing wooden staves. The official studied Zhongli Chun, then smirked cruelly. Hold. Capture her alive. Hua Shi stared at the towering woman, familiar yet elusive, her memory failing her completely. Zhongli Chun surveyed the guards with icy disdain. One guard roared and swung his staff. Zhongli Chun didn't flinch. With 2 fingers she flicked it lightly. The moment contact was made, the staff snapped cleanly in 2, and the guard flew backward stunned. Her effortless display of divine might left the hall breathless. None dared advance again. The elder told me take life only when absolutely necessary, Zhongli Chun declared, sweeping her gaze across the room. But should any still seek battle, I shall show no mercy. Wait, mistake. All misunderstanding. Du Yu stepped forward, leaping into the crowd. We're family, no fighting. Ewu. A gut-wrenching cry pierced the air, and from the throng burst a burly man. Du Yu recognized him instantly. Dagu, big brother, now gray-haired and worn with age. Brother, Du Yu called out. Dagu charged forward and kicked Du Yu squarely in the rear. Du Yu yelped in pain. Where have you been these past 20 years? Do you know how long I've searched for you? And why? Why haven't you aged a day? Ah, brother, don't fret. I've returned precisely to set things right. Du Yu offered warm nods to the assembled crowd, then turned to Hua Shi. Madam, I've spent these past 20 years accompanying Miss Zhongli at Giga Mountain. Today she descends from Master Gigu's tutelage, mastering statecraft, military strategy, and the art of persuasion, and possesses peerless martial prowess. Miss Say, servants exchanged bewildered glances. Was it not common knowledge that the master remained heirless? Where had this miss sprung from? Aunt, one servant suddenly recalled. Who said there was no miss? Gee, another began to shout, then choked it back. Uttering that word now would be suicide. Though unspoken, the memory surfaced in every mind, yet none dared voice it. Truly, the miss has returned. A servant murmured softly. The most astonishing expressions belonged to the master and Hua Shi. She forced a jubilant smile, then dabbed non-existent tears with a handkerchief, an irony sharpened by the blood-smeared cane still clenched in her grip. She had assumed the wild child she abandoned on the mountain had long since perished, never imagining she would reappear like thunder from a clear sky. You are the one surnamed Zhongli. The master rose slowly, his gaze complex, astonishment warring with a faint, unsettling lechery. Hua Shi hurried to his side. Master, do you recall? Sending that girl to the mountain earned you immediate promotion. Could the Queen Mother of the West's prophecy truly be true? There is no Queen Mother of the West. Though he spoke dismissively, his heart raced. The very next day after banishing Zhongli Chun, he'd been elevated by King Wei of Qi, and for 10 years his household had known uninterrupted prosperity and unchecked privilege. Better to believe in spirits than risk disbelief. Madam, do you step close to Hua Shi? Miss Zhongli's return is a cause for celebration. Why chastise servants in the main hall? Hua Shi's face twisted, then flared with anger. I had no choice. This wench seduced the master. Enough. Zhongli Chun's voice cut like frost. From today onward this maid serves me alone. No one shall harm her. She turned to Xiao Xia. What is your name? I am surnamed Xia. I have no given name. Xiao Xia replied timidly. Xia Shi. Zhongli Chun nodded, committing it to memory. The servants stared. Hou Yi transformed overnight into the Mrs. Personal Attendant. Many glanced uneasily at Hua Shi, uncertain how this drama would resolve. Though humiliated, Hua Shi dared not defy Zhongli Chun, whose presence radiated chilling authority, eyes devoid of warmth, aura edged with quiet lethality. This. Hua Shi stammered, then relented. Since the miss has chosen you, I spare your life. Yet a lady's personal maid must bear a name. I bestow one upon you. Hua Shi paused. Calculating swiftly, appeasing this long-lost daughter was paramount. Let it be Ying Chun, welcoming spring. Let today's chaos serve as her homecoming celebration. Do you nearly dropped his jaw? Xiao. Ying Chun. Wu, what's wrong? De Gu asked beside him. Du Yu's pulse quickened. An ancient proverb echoed in his mind. In crisis summoned Zhong Wu Yan, in peace seek Xia Ying Chun. Legend held both were consorts of King Xian of Qi, summoned only when the realm faced peril, while he indulged nightly with Xia Ying Chun in tranquil times. Xia Ying Chun would become Zhongli Chun's greatest rival, not taught in history texts, but dramatized vividly in operas and scrolls. Yet what could he do? This was history itself, immutable, unalterable. The master and Hua Shi assigned Zhongli Chun an exquisitely refined chamber, its elegance surpassing even the pigsty of her youth and far exceeding the rustic bamboo hut atop Giga Mountain. Xia Ying Chun became Zhongli Chun's personal attendant. Wu, having accompanied the miss in her cultivation, was appointed her personal guard. Back in Zhongli Chun's chamber, her expression remained inscrutable, distant, unfocused, as if unaware of her own actions. Yet her gaze often drifted deliberately toward Du Yu. Miss Xia Ying Chun entered and sank gracefully to her knees. First, I offer my deepest gratitude for saving my life. Du Yu and Zhongli Chun exchanged startled glances, uncertain of her intent. Zhongli Chun waved her hand gently. No thanks are needed. I saw in you a reflection of my younger self, reviled by all in this house, and could not bear to watch you die. Regardless, I vow to repay your grace with my utmost devotion. Moreover, I humbly decline the honor of serving as your personal attendant. Xia Ying Chun bowed her forehead to the floor, her voice thick with sorrow. Du Yu blinked. Was this not the famed green tea immortalized in chronicles? How could she appear so reverent, so profoundly grateful? Decline? Why? Zhongli Chun asked. Because I harbor deep hatred toward the master and madam, and fear I might dishonor you with such resentment. Though I cherish your mercy, I cannot serve you with a heart so poisoned. I shall depart this estate lighting 3 sticks of incense daily, praying without cease for your well-being and fortune. If that is your resolve, I accept it. Zhongli Chun said calmly. I too bear profound hatred toward them. From now on you serve only me, and need respect them no longer. Edge. Xia Ying Chun froze, utterly unprepared for such an answer. Shao Xia rise. Du Yu could not bear the sight. Though you I know you were unjustly accused. That master's character, I know it well. Tears streamed down Xia Ying Chun's face as she struck her forehead hard upon the floor, blood blooming where it met the wood. Your boundless kindness. I shall remember it until my final breath. The name Ying Chun, if it displeases you, you need not use it. Zhongli Chun murmured, absently surveying the chamber's furnishings. No, Xia Ying Chun lifted her head, gazing at Zhongli Chun with unwavering sincerity. From this day forward my life belongs to the miss, and exists solely for her. Zhongli Chun brought a basin of water and carefully wiped Xia Ying Chun's face. Little Xia, don't be so foolish in the future. It's not you who deserves to die, but them. Ying Chun is not as powerful as the young lady. Except for dying to prove her innocence, I can't think of any other way. There are other methods, Xia Ying Chun said with tears in her eyes. Zhongli Chun looked at the now clean face of Xia Ying Chun, paused for a moment, and suddenly turned to Du Yu, saying, Hey, isn't she very beautiful? Off. Du Yu was taken aback. What did you say? I can't tell. Zhongli Chun shook her head, pointing at Xia Ying Chun and asking Du Yu, isn't Xia Ying Chun very good looking? Du Yu looked at Xia Ying Chun's face, and although she was slightly inferior to Zhongli Chun, she could still be considered a beauty. Indeed, quite good looking. Du Yu said. Zhongli Chun nodded and said, Xia Ying Chun, you are so beautiful. Why did you become a maid? Young lady. Xia Ying Chun was a bit confused. What does being a maid have to do with being good looking? Zhongli Chun thought for a moment and seemed to agree that it didn't really relate. Young lady, please don't wipe my face anymore. Ying Chun can't take it. It doesn't matter what you can or can't take. We are the same kind of people. Xia Ying Chun cautiously looked at Zhongli Chun and then asked, Young lady, may I ask you a question? Ask. They say. You are already 30 years old. Is it true? I don't know. It should be true, right? Zhongli Chun said nonchalantly. But you look. Why do you only seem to be 17 or 18? I don't know, Zhongli Chun replied. Du Yu, watching from the side, interjected, because she is half an immortal cultivator, she can maintain her appearance, and her lifespan is longer than that of ordinary people. All right. You two continue your conversation. Oh, I won't stay here. You are leaving. Zhongli Chun turned to look at Du Yu. Off. Du Yu shook his head. Little Zhongli. I mean, young lady, I have to go outside and keep watch. After all, I am the bodyguard. Zhongli Chun nodded, said nothing, and watched Du Yu leave the boudoir. Young lady, you are an immortal. Xia Ying Chun blinked her big eyes at Zhongli Chun. Oh my, so young lady, you can be beautiful forever. Zhongli Chun paused in her actions, looked at Xia Ying Chun, and asked uncertainly, Am I beautiful? Yes. Xia Ying Chun said, joyfully dancing with her hands. You are beautiful, kind-hearted. I really don't know who will be so fortunate to marry you in the future. Marry me. As a wife. Zhongli Chun pondered for a moment. What does that mean? Off. Xiaoying Chun was stunned. Young lady, you don't know. I don't know. To marry you as a wife means to become your spouse, to be together forever, growing old together. Xiaoying Chun smiled and said he will call you wife, and you will call him husband. Oh. Marry. Zhongli Chun's face instantly turned red. Yes, young lady. Xiaoying Chun looked at Zhongli Chun's expression and couldn't help but reveal a sly smile. Do you have someone you like? Someone I like. Zhongli Chun suddenly felt a tightness in her heart, a feeling she couldn't describe. Xiaoying Chun chuckled. To be liked by the young lady must be a wonderful person. Zhongli Chun rarely revealed an extremely beautiful smile. Little Xiaoying seem to have someone I like. Hey. Xiaoying Chun, disregarding her various injuries, hurriedly grabbed Zhongli Chun's hand and eagerly asked, quickly tell me, who is it? Du sat outside the house, only able to hear the chattering inside, but he didn't know what they were specifically saying. During the Warring States period, the spiritual energy in the world was clearly not as abundant as during the time of Emperor Yao. Do you felt a bit sleepy? Sister Qianxiu. Du called out. Here, what's up? Dong Qianxiu replied immediately. It's nothing. Du slowly closed his eyes. It's just that I haven't called you in a long time, so I called you. You're sick, Dong Qianxiu said bluntly. If you're tired, just take a nap. Hearing Dong Qianxiu say this, Du slowly opened his eyes again. Sister Qianxiu, I suddenly thought of something. Du said with some doubt. What do you do every time I fall asleep? Me. Dong Qianxiu said in a cold tone. I watch you waiting for daybreak. Off. Du was taken aback. So every time I rest, you don't rest? Yes. Then how can that be? You won't be able to take it if you keep this up, and Du shook his head saying, it feels strange for you to watch me sleep like this. It's my duty, Dong Qianxiu explained. As your operator, I cannot relax for a moment. If danger arises while you are asleep, I will wake you immediately. Du felt a bit uncomfortable after hearing this, and said, Sister Qianxiu, you should also take a rest. If you get tired, who will be the communicator? I'm not tired. I will rest after you come back. Sigh. What a stubborn woman. At dawn, Du was awakened by a series of light footsteps. He opened his eyes and saw Xiaoying Chun smiling at him before running out of the courtyard. Hey. Du had just woken up and had not yet reacted to what was happening when Zhongli Chun also came out of the room. Little Zhongli. Du rubbed his eyes and asked, did you sleep well yesterday? Zhongli Chun with a red face and head down said softly, I didn't sleep last night. I learned a lot from little Xia. Du suddenly became alert. Little Zhongli, you can't learn from her, that's Xiaoying Chun. Du suddenly choked on his words. He had to be very careful with his wording to avoid changing history. Should he now tell Zhongli Chun that little Xia is not a good person? What do you mean by little Xia? Nothing. Nothing at all. Du didn't know how to reply? Zhongli Chun pondered for a moment and said, I've always wanted to ask, what is your name? My name is. Du felt troubled in this legend. He could not reveal his real name, yet he did not want to deceive Zhongli Chun by telling her his name was Wu. I can't tell you my name right now. Du shook his head, but one day you will know my name, and I will tell you everything about me. Zhongli Chun nodded and said, all right, I believe you. Little Zhongli, what do you want to do today? Du asked, whatever you want to do, I will accompany you. Today? Zhongli Chun shook her head. I don't want to go out today. Can you wait for me here? Wait for you? That's right after little Xia comes back. I have something to say to you. Du looked in the direction where little Xia had just left, unsure of what Zhongli Chun wanted to do. He could only nod and say, all right then. After waiting for about half an hour, little Xia finally returned, panting and holding a bundle in her arms. Young lady, I'm back. This is what my mother left for me. Little Xia. Zhongli Chun called out nervously, no. Aunt. Xiaoying Chun glanced at Du and said in a panic, yes. What is it? Du was somewhat confused. What are you doing? Zhongli Chun pulled little Xia and the two entered the room. Before entering, little Xia turned back to close the door and said to Du, you absolutely can't come in. Watching the door close, Du was somewhat stunned. Sister Qianxiu, what's going on? I don't know either. Let me take a look for you. Dong Qianxiu said after all her view could not only see Du, but also the main character of the legend. Did you see it? After a long while, Du found that Dong Qianxiu still did not respond, so he asked. This? Dong Qianxiu was at a loss, as she had never anticipated such a situation and suddenly didn't know how to express it. Do you? Dong Qianxiu stammered for a long time, thinking of countless ways to say it, and finally could only say, why don't you just run away? Du's mind was a bit chaotic. Run. What exactly is going on? Is Zhongli Chun going to hit me? Before Du could take a step, the door slowly opened, and little Xia came out with a smile followed by Zhongli Chun. Du stared in shock. Zhongli Chun was dressed in a deep red brocade dress, wearing a magnificent phoenix crown, her makeup meticulously done. She silently knelt down on the spot, performed a deep bow to Du, then looked at him affectionately, and said, I, Zhongli Chun, wish to become your wife from today onwards, to grow old together, never to part. The entire air fell silent. Du looked at the scene before him, utterly at a loss. He had never felt so helpless, even when facing 9 sons. Little Zhongli. Du thought for a long time, genuinely unsure how to refuse. Upon seeing Zhongli Chun's current appearance, his mind went blank. After all, he knew that he could only stay here for one more day, who knows how many years it would be until they meet again. Sorry. Du Yu mumbled and turned to run out of the courtyard. Oh. Little Xia, seeing Du Yu run away, was furious. What is wrong with this person? Young lady, wait. As soon as she finished speaking, little Xia also chased after Du Yu, leaving Zhongli Chun silently kneeling there, biting her lip, her eyes filled with suppressed disappointment. Stop right there. Little Xia shouted while chasing. Hearing little Xia pursuing, Du Yu couldn't help but feel angry as he stopped and turned back to ask, Xiaoying Chun, what exactly do you want to do? What do you mean? Little Xia was taken aback. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Why did you run away? Du Yu pointed at himself and said, she is the young lady, I am a servant. Do you think it's appropriate for her to do this? What exactly have you taught her? Isn't this making everyone look at her like a joke? Look at her like a joke? Little Xia said angrily, do you think the young lady doesn't know these things herself? I told the young lady all the pros and cons. This is her own choice. What? Du Yu was somewhat confused. I not only told the young lady about your differences in status, but also that historically no woman has ever taken the initiative in marriage. After understanding all the pros and cons, the young lady still willingly wants to marry you, but what about you? I even gave her the wedding dress that my mother left me. Just thinking about her marrying someone like you makes me want to explode. Little Xia's face turned purple with anger, and she wished she could choke Du Yu to death right now. After hearing this, Du Yu still felt it was very absurd. No matter what, I absolutely cannot marry her. But why? Little Xia was puzzled. Last night the young lady told me all about you. She said you saved her from the pig's den, making her a real person. She said you took her to the mountains to learn skills, making her a useful person. For the past 20 years, the young lady has missed you every single day. Do you know what that feels like? Now that she has finally waited for you, she only wants to marry you regardless of anyone else's opinions. But you ran away directly. Are you even a man? Du Yu didn't expect little Xia to be so eloquent, and he had no way to refute her. Little Xia, you look to be about 15 or 16 this year, and there are many things you cannot understand. Yes, I don't understand. Isn't the young lady good? Doesn't she have talent? Doesn't she have looks? Is she not worthy of your affection? Little Xia asked. That's not the issue at all. Du Yu shook his head. Little Zhongli is indeed wonderful, but she absolutely cannot marry me. Looking at little Xia's face turning purple with anger, Du Yu murmured, I will go find little Zhongli and explain clearly. When Du Yu returned to Zhongli Chun's side, she was still kneeling at the door. Little Zhongli. Zhongli Chun looked up, her expression complex. You came back. I have some things I must clarify with you. As Du Yu spoke, he walked up to Zhongli Chun and helped her up. At that moment, little Xia also walked into the room, looking extremely angry, ignoring Du Yu entirely. Du Yu let Zhongli Chun sit aside. She was wearing a wedding dress, looking dejected, unsure of what to do. What do you want to tell me? Du Yu organized his words. Little Zhongli, there is a very wide river between us. This river separates us. We cannot be together. River? Zhongli Chun murmured. What kind of river is it? To cross this river it will take over 2,000 years. Du Yu looked at Zhongli Chun's disappointed expression, feeling very complicated. You and I are on opposite banks of the river. If you marry me now, you will never be able to cross this river. I don't understand. Zhongli Chun's eyes glistened with tears. You said it takes 2,000 years to cross this river. How could I possibly see you on the other side? How did you cross the river? Why can't I keep you on this side of the river? Du Yu tightly gripped his clothes. He had never encountered such a situation and didn't know how to resolve it, feeling like he had experienced heartbreak without even being in a relationship. To be honest with you, Du Yu said, somewhat frustrated, if you do as I say, after you pass away, we will meet again. Pass away? Before Zhongli Chun could speak, little Xia exploded with anger. What nonsense are you talking about? You mean I can only be with you after I die? Zhongli Chun asked. Although I can't say we will be together forever, I will certainly be by your side. Do you accept it? Young lady, you must not believe this man's nonsense. Little Xia said somewhat angrily. No, I believe him. Edge. Great. Du Yu finally felt relieved. Then what should I do with my life next? Little Zhongli. I want you to marry Qi Xian Wang when you turn 40. Marry King Qi Xian. Zhongli Chun bit her lip. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaoying Chun was equally baffled. Are you saying that the young lady won't marry until she is 40 and marry the king to become a queen? Xia, do not listen to this person's nonsense. Such a thing is absolutely impossible. Xia, I believe him. Zhongli Chun looked at Xia and reiterated her stance, then turned to Du Yu, stating, although it saddens me to do this, this is your request, and I am willing to comply. Miss? Xia was nearly frantic. You cannot agree. A woman marrying at 40 is a waste of her youth. Without him, it's not just a matter of youth. I might not even be alive now, Zhongli Chun said with conviction. Xia, you once said your life is mine, and mine is his. Zhongli Chun's tone was laced with sincerity, and Du Yu could hardly bear to listen, but he had to fulfill this task. He continued, little Zhongli, marrying King Qi Xian is just the first step. You will also need to assist him in stabilizing and unifying the Qi state. This is the task of your life. Okay, I understand, Zhongli Chun confirmed to Du Yu, so I can cross that river and see you right. Yes. Du Yu, feeling a tinge of sadness, nodded and said to Zhongli Chun, little Zhongli, you may think of me as selfish, but I want to tell you that everything I do is not for myself. If you do not marry King Qi Xian, the Qi state may even perish. I am not exaggerating, and I cannot tell you how I know this. Zhongli Chun smiled and replied, I understand. I knew from the very beginning that you had your secrets, and when you want to tell me, I will listen carefully. Du Yu smiled faintly. That smile was bittersweet. This time there was only 3 days of presents, and now it was the last day. Xiaoying Chun prepared several dishes in the kitchen, and Du Yu and Zhongli Chun had their first proper meal together, yet the atmosphere at the table felt strange. Du Yu seemed preoccupied, and Zhongli Chun did not appear happy either. Is what I am doing really right? Du Yu felt a mix of emotions. Should I have let someone else save Zhongli Chun back then? As night fell, Du Yu took the initiative to bid farewell to Zhongli Chun and Xia. The last time Du Yu had left was also at night. Zhongli Chun knew it would be the same again, watching Du Yu leave and wondering how many decades it would be until they met again. She felt as if a part of her flesh was about to detach from her, making it hard to breathe. Upon returning to the Legend Management Bureau, Du Yu remained silent for a long time. Dong Qianxiu knew he must be feeling some discomfort, so she did not disturb him. Sister Qianxiu, how much time do I have? You can rest a little longer this time, about half an hour. Can you take me to find Zhongli Chun? Dong Qianxiu lowered her head, biting her lip, and said, Du Yu, you must know your identity. If you develop feelings, I know I just want to see her. Dong Qianxiu, feeling helpless, took Du Yu to her office, where Zhongli Chun was quietly sitting inside, holding the outer garment Du Yu had given her earlier. Are you done? Zhongli Chun stood up happily upon seeing Du Yu. Sister Qianxiu, could you step out for a moment? I want to talk to her. Dong Qianxiu silently nodded and closed the door behind her. Du Yu looked at Zhongli Chun and after a long pause finally uttered 3 words, Little Zhongli. Upon hearing these words, Zhongli Chun's eyes filled with tears and she frowned, breaking down in sobs. I thought I would never hear those words again. Zhongli Chun gasped as she cried, crouching down and hugging herself. I thought you had forgotten everything between us. I would wait 2,000 years, 1,000 years, but I am so afraid. I fear you will call me Miss Zhongli and that you will forget me. Du Yu hurriedly went to support Zhongli Chun, allowing her to lean against him. Little Zhongli, I will no longer call you Miss Zhongli. I remember everything now, Du Yu said through gritted teeth. That's great. Zhongli Chun cried out loudly, as if releasing 2,000 years of grievances. After a long while, Du Yu asked again, Little Zhongli, I came this time to ask you one thing. Have you ever regretted it? Regretted it? Yes, Du Yu nodded. After waiting for me so long, have you ever felt even the slightest regret? I have never regretted it. Zhongli Chun replied, without hesitation, each word like a gust of wind blowing into Du Yu's heart. She had never regretted it, even after wandering alone in this dark underworld for 2,000 years, she had never regretted it. Du Yu felt a sense of relief, but looking at Zhongli Chun's tear-streaked face, he still felt sadness. Little Zhongli, I will finish my work soon, and then I will accompany you to any place you wish to go to do whatever you want to do. I will make up for everything I owe you. Du Yu said earnestly to Zhongli Chun. Zhongli Chun nodded vigorously, as if her entire life was worth it. Du Yu regained his spirits and returned to the hall. Sister Qianxiu, how are the legends going? There are a few key time points I need to show you. Dong Qianxiu did not ask any questions about Zhongli Chun, just focused intently on the screen and pulled up several images. Zhongli Chun sat in her boudoir, while Xia was combing her hair. Miss, yesterday we just sent off the people from the Qin Zhu and Lu families, and today the matchmakers from the Ouyang Sun and Yin families have come to propose again. Xia said. Zhongli Chun pondered for a moment and replied, Xia, I don't understand. Since returning home, I have never left this room. These young masters have never seen me, so why do they want to marry me? Miss. Xia continued to comb Zhongli Chun's hair. Sometimes 2 people getting married does not necessarily require mutual affection or even having met each other. As the daughter of a scholar and a disciple of the Ghost Valley Master, these titles alone cause various nobles to want to take you as their bride. Lord Pang Wan and Lord Sun Bin have already made a name for themselves, and as a fellow disciple of the Ghost Valley Master, you have already gained fame even without doing anything. Then, Zhongli Chun was taken aback for a moment and asked, Is there any way to make men completely uninterested in marrying me? Impossible. Xia shook her head. With your beauty, even if you were not the daughter of a scholar or a disciple of the Ghost Valley Master, there will definitely be people wanting to marry you. Zhongli Chun raised an eyebrow and murmured, Beauty. Xia nodded. Yes, miss, your beauty far surpasses mine. If you show your face on the street, there will probably be even more matchmakers than there are now. That's great. Zhongli Chun thought for a moment and said to Xia, Xia, help me spread the word that I am extremely ugly. Oh. Xia was so frightened that she dropped her comb. Miss, why are you doing this? Because I can only marry King Qi Xian. Zhongli Chun said seriously. You? Xia didn't know how to advise her, only knowing that the miss had an obsession. Miss, forgive me, I cannot comply. Such rumors will ruin you. I do not care. Zhongli Chun shook her head. Xia, I do not need you to comply. I have never regarded you as a servant. You are my only sister in this world. I just want to ask you for a favor, and I hope you can agree. But, Xia shook her head again. No. I simply cannot bring myself to say it, miss. You are truly beautiful. I do not even know how to describe you as an ugly woman. It's simple. I will write it for you, and you just need to say it. Zhongli Chun picked up a pen and quickly wrote several lines, handing it to Xia. Xia glanced at it and was left speechless. Heavens, miss. What you wrote is simply not even human. Xia, I hope you can help me. Zhongli Chun earnestly repeated. A month later, rumors began to spread in the streets. Some said that Zhongli Wuyan with a sunken forehead looked like a hollow, and her eyes were deep-set, like two holes. Her skin was as dark as if it had been burned by charcoal, and she had a nose that turned up and a larger Adam's apple than most men. Others claimed that Zhongli Wuyan had a belly that appeared pregnant, her head was big and fat, and her hair was thinning. Passers-by often discussed this topic with great interest. Have you heard about Zhongli Wuyan's appearance? Zhongli Wuyan. I think it should be Zhongli Wuyan instead. Huh. What is Zhongli Wuyan? Do you saw this and took the documents handed to him by Dong Qianxiu, which prominently featured a passage from Lu Xiong's Biographies of Women. Zhongli Chun is the daughter of Qi Wuyan, the rightful queen of King Xian. She was exceedingly ugly with a deep forehead and protruding eyes, a tall and stout figure, a bulbous nose, a thick neck with little hair, and a skin as dark as lacquer. Sigh. Do you side? Why do you have to go through this? There's one more thing I need to show you. Dong Qianxiu pressed a few more buttons, and another image appeared. As soon as the world began to spread rumors of Zhongli Chun's unparalleled ugliness, the one most anxious was her foster father. He had originally thought to use this daughter, who fell from the sky, to climb up the social ladder, but to his surprise someone started spreading rumors that Zhongli Chun was an ugly woman. Her foster father had not been shy about coveting Zhongli Chun's beauty and naturally had full confidence in her appearance. In a fit of anger to dispel the rumors, he invited many noble young masters to his home, determined to let them see his stunning foster daughter. The young masters sat in 2 rows in the main hall, but waited for a long time without seeing Zhongli Chun appear, leading to a discussion among them. Is it a scam? Probably we have been waiting for an hour. Wasn't she said to be stunning? Would a stunning beauty be afraid to meet people? The crowd engaged in this back and forth. Zhongli Chun's foster father was anxiously watching the door, wondering why Zhongli Chun had not yet appeared despite having sent someone to call for her. Before long, a refreshing fragrance wafted from outside, and the young masters all turned to look. A remarkably beautiful girl stepped gracefully through the door, surveying the crowd with bright eyes, smiling and bowing slightly in greeting. Oh, Miss Zhongli. The crowd exclaimed. This girl was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. The girl slowly raised a hand to hush the noisy crowd and said, Gentlemen, do not misunderstand, I am merely the young lady's personal maid. Before the crowd could react, the maid stepped aside to reveal the person behind her. The young masters turned to look, only to see a tall figure with her face covered by a black veil, rendering her features invisible. You? A scholar suddenly stood up. Zhongli Chun, what are you doing? Quickly remove the black veil and let us see your beauty. You want to see my beauty? On what grounds? Zhongli Chun exerted herself and waved her arm, causing the entire hall's floor to crack open, startling all the young masters into disarray as if they had encountered bandits. Xiao, who was closest to Zhongli Chun, nearly lost her balance, but Zhongli Chun quietly steadied her. You weaklings think you are worthy of marrying me, Zhongli Chun. A monster. This woman has strength like an ox and is utterly disrespectful. The young masters began to tremble and cause a commotion. Listen well, I, Zhongli Chun, will only marry high-ranking officials or nobles. Do not disturb me again. Zhongli Chun said coldly. We will never come again. Do you watch the screen for a while and turn to Dong Qianxiu? Sister Qianxiu, in which year will I descend next? Dong Qianxiu hesitated and said, You only have one last chance to descend now. There are 2 time points available for you to choose from. This can be chosen. Exactly, Dong Qianxiu nodded. The first descent point is the year Zhongli Chun turns 40, where you will ensure she marries King Qi Xian. The second time point is the second year after Zhongli Chun becomes queen, when the states of Qin and Zhao simultaneously attack Qi, and there is a probability of Zhongli Chun dying in battle. Wait, Zhongli Chun dying in battle? Do you was puzzled? That can't be right, Sister Qianxiu. If this battle is recorded in history, it means that in every legend Zhongli Chun has experienced this battle. She shouldn't die in battle. Yes, in every legend Zhongli Chun has experienced this battle, but the problem is in the past legends Zhongli Chun always went to war with her father, each leading a force to confront the enemy. However, in this particular legend Zhongli Chun's father has passed away, and in the end, she will lead the troops alone against the invading forces of 2 states. The technical department colleagues analyzed the probability, and Zhongli Chun has a 60% chance of dying in battle. 60%. Do you shook his head? That's too high. So what do you think? Which time point do you plan to descend at? Do you thoughtfully consider the 2 time points of both were indeed very important? If Zhongli Chun does not marry King Qi Xian in the year she turns 40, or if King Qi Xian does not want to marry her, everything will be in vain. But that's 60% chance of dying in battle. Do you fell into deep thought? After a long pause, do you finally spoke? I think the safest approach is to arrive on her 40th birthday. As for the invasions from the Qin and Zhao states, you can simply use your voice transmission to help her escape. I believe this is the most suitable plan. Dong Qianxiu nodded in agreement. You are right. Even if the Qi state suffers a great defeat, the pattern of the world may not change. Although the completion of the legend might be lower, it can still be considered accomplished. Having agreed on a strategy, Dong Qianxiu set the time for the arrival on the day of Zhongli Chun's 40th birthday and began preparations. Do you lay on the device, contemplating various possible scenarios and devising countermeasures? He waited for a long time, only to find himself still in the Legend Management Bureau. What's wrong, Qianxiu? Did something go wrong with the arrival? Do you come over and take a look? Upon hearing Don Qianqi's words, Yu quickly got up and approached the screen. On the screen, Zhong Lichun and Xia Yingchun sat quietly in the boudoir waiting for dawn. Zhong Lichun's appearance remained unchanged, looking like a 17 or 18-year-old girl, while Xia Yingchun had blossomed into even more stunning beauty. After 10 years, she was now in her mid-20s. Xia Ying, is it dawn yet? Not yet, miss. After a moment, Zhong Lichun asked again, is it dawn yet? It is dawn, miss. Let's go. Both stood up simultaneously. Zhong Lichun threw on a cloak, and the two headed straight out the door, making their way to the palace of the Qi state. To avoid causing any commotion, Zhong Lichun kept her cloak pulled low to conceal her face, with Xia Yingchun trailing behind her. They arrived smoothly at the palace, only to be stopped by the guards. This is the palace. Commoners are forbidden to enter. With a flick of her hand, Zhong Lichun sent 2 guards flying and proceeded directly towards the main hall with Xia Yingchun. As numerous guards rushed towards them, Zhong Lichun avoided harming anyone except for those blocking their path, and ensured Xia Yingchun's safety. Yu was utterly stunned by the scene. Anyone else would face severe punishment for such actions, but Zhong Lichun was a different story. When Zhong Lichun reached the grand hall, where King Xian of Qi sat, countless guards followed behind her. They had never encountered someone with such formidable skills and dared not approach. King Xian of Qi was watching a large group of musicians play the Yu, and when he saw the scene before him, he nearly fell from his throne in shock. Who goes there? Protect the king. Protect the king. King Xian shouted. Though the guards were reluctant to throw their lives away, remaining indifferent in the face of such a situation would still lead to execution, so a few daring guards shouted and charged forward with long spears. Zhong Lichun slightly sidestepped, avoiding the sweeping spear, then grasped the spear's shaft, giving it a gentle shake, causing the guard to lose his grip. With a firm pinch between her fingers, she snapped the spearhead off, instantly turning the spear into a simple stick. With just a stick in her hand, she began to swing it rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the approaching guards were all knocked to the ground. Before anyone could react, Zhong Lichun hurled the stick forward, driving it into the wall behind King Xian, with half of it embedded in the wall. Seeing this, King Xian fell silent. An ordinary person would find it difficult to even throw a spear with a spearhead, let alone achieve such force. I am Zhong Lichun of Wuyuan. If anyone dares to approach, do not blame me for my rudeness. Zhong Lichun of Wuyuan. King Xian felt as if he had heard this name before. Are you the infamous Zhong Li who is said to be unattractive? That is me. Zhong Lichun nodded. King Xian looked at the tall woman before him. Her height was indeed intimidating, but her cloak concealed her true appearance. What does the daughter of an official want with me? King Xian stammered. I have come to be your queen. Off. King Xian was at a loss for words, his anger rising. I have hundreds of beauties in my harem. Why would I marry you, the notorious ugly woman, as my queen? King Xian, if you do not take me as your wife, the Qi state will perish. Zhong Lichun said coldly. Perish? King Xian exploded with rage. Absurd. Under my governance, the country flourishes. How could there be talk of perishing? Zhong Lichun remained silent, glancing at the large group of musicians in the hall, and asked King Xian, Your Majesty, do you enjoy listening to the Yu? Yes. Indeed. I love listening to the Yu, which is why I assembled a 100-person Yu orchestra. King Xian replied, somewhat confused, not understanding Zhong Lichun's intentions. Zhong Lichun walked straight up to a musician and asked, What is your name? I am Nangua. Zhong Lichun nodded and said, Others do not need to play, you play solo for me to listen. Mr. Nangua instantly panicked. I. Zhong Lichun snorted coldly and said, Your Majesty, this man cannot play the Yu at all. If you cannot even tell that he is a fraudulent player, how can you govern the entire Qi state? The civil and military officials exchanged glances, not daring to speak further. In their hearts, they thought that Zhong Li, the unattractive woman, was indeed impressive, able to discern a fraud among 100 musicians, so how could she not hear their whispers? A civil official beside King Xian hurriedly stepped forward and whispered, Your Majesty, this woman possesses extraordinary abilities. Moreover, it is rumored that Gue Guzi is highly skilled in divination and Zhong Li is one of his disciples. Her words must be heeded. King Xian found himself in a dilemma. My dear minister, even if you say this, you know I can never marry an ugly woman. Oh wait. Zhong Lichun suddenly recalled something and began to step closer to King Xian. What are you doing? King Xian was quite frightened, yet he could not easily leave his throne. However, the civil and military officials beside him were different. Seeing Zhong Lichun approach, they all hurriedly fled from King Xian's side. Zhong Lichun walked step by step to stand before King Xian, and then removed her cloak, revealing a flawless face like jade. Xiaoying told me that you are quite lecherous and insisted I take off my cloak for you to see. Zhong Lichun fixed her bright eyes on King Xian, and then pondered, saying, Xiaoying also mentioned that if you marry me, you will also have her. This deal is not a loss. Zhong Lichun's voice was soft, audible only to King Xian. Upon seeing Zhong Lichun's beauty, King Xian was momentarily stunned. Her eyes resembled a clear pool resting upon a delicate face with neatly arranged hair cascading down with a fragrant scent. As her eyes gently moved, King Xian's heart also stirred. Where did this fairy come from? Not to mention marrying her, even to part with his entire harem for her, would be worth it. The world does not recognize Zhong Li, the unattractive woman. She is indeed Zhong Li, the beautiful celestial being. King Xian silently mused, but then asked, Who is Xiaoying? Surely the infamous ugly woman is not the Xia Ying you speak of. Zhong Lichun silently pointed behind her, and King Xian secretly looked over, discovering a girl standing not far behind Zhong Lichun. Though she kept her head lowered, she was undoubtedly another celestial beauty. After a long time, King Xian slapped himself hard across the face. Am I dreaming? Are you saying both of you will marry me today? Indeed. Good. King Xian suddenly shouted. I have decided to marry Zhong Lichun as my queen today. Off. The civil and military officials, though unaware of what the two had discussed, were astonished by the king's rapid change of attitude. Your Majesty, I don't understand. Have you been threatened by this person? A civil official hesitantly asked. Zhong Lichun glanced at King Xian and quietly said, Do not let others find out my secret. She then pulled her cloak back on and retreated. My dear minister. You do not know, but just now Zhong Li, the unattractive woman, told me about the shortcomings of the Qi state. It was like a sudden enlightenment. I am truly ashamed. Marrying her would benefit the development of Qi state. King Xian feigned sincerity. But that Zhong Li is extremely ugly. Your Majesty. King Xian waved his hand. Marrying her as my queen is proof of my determination to reform myself. I will not only marry an ugly queen, but also dismiss all the singers and dancers. Once this was said, it was to be executed immediately. The civil and military officials were utterly baffled. The king, who usually adored beautiful women, had suddenly decided to marry a notorious ugly woman and also to dismiss all singers and dancers. Zhong Lichun and Xia Ying exchanged knowing glances, realizing they had succeeded. That night, King Xian and Zhong Lichun were wed. King Xian hosted a banquet for all civil and military officials, while Zhong Lichun and Xia Ying sat together in their room. Xia Ying, I've told you many times you don't need to come with me. Zhong Lichun said. Miss, I've also said many times that my life belongs to you. I must follow you. Zhong Lichun shook her head. This was originally my own obsession. Why should I drag you along? Xia Ying smiled slightly. Miss, don't worry. I am content to accompany you for life. As time passed, the moon climbed high in the sky. From afar, Zhong Lichun could hear King Xian's footsteps. He's coming. Zhong Lichun murmured. Is he here? Xia Ying stood up, bowed silently to Zhong Lichun, her eyes glistening with tears. Miss, thank you for your care over the past decade. Now is the time for me to repay you. Xia Ying, if you regret it now, it's not too late. I have no regrets. Xia Ying shook her head, turned, and exited the room. She walked slowly to the center of the courtyard and sat down. Soon a drunken King Xian stumbled in, immediately spotting Xia Ying sitting on the ground. Oh, aren't you? Xia Ying, who entered the palace with the queen today. King Xian slurred. Your Majesty. Xia Ying lifted her head to silently gaze at King Xian, her eyes filled with tears. Your Majesty, do you think there is something wrong with me, eh? King Xian was taken aback. How could that be, beautiful one? I think you are perfect in every way. Then why? Xia Ying wiped her tears. Do you only throw a lavish banquet for the queen, but not grant me a title? I'll give you one. King Xian slapped his forehead. From now on, you are my royal consort. Xia Ying nodded quietly. Your Majesty, it's cold on the ground. Would you like to take me somewhere warmer? King Xian's eyes brightened. Of course, my dear consort, wherever you wish to go, I will take you. Xia Ying said, I want to go to the king's bedroom. It's cold here. Oh dear, beautiful one. King Xian scooped Xia Ying up in his arms. Let's go. Zhong Lichun quietly listened from inside her heart, filled with mixed emotions. Soon Xia Ying arrived at King Xian's bedroom, guiding him to lie down gently and extinguishing the light. From this day forth, Xia Ying was no longer a maiden. Although tears glimmered in her eyes, she sweetly coaxed King Xian. Miss, I will do everything in my power to protect what you wish to safeguard. The next day before dawn, Xia Ying rose early, prepared a basin of warm water, and arrived at Zhong Lichun's room. Zhong Lichun sat quietly, as she had the previous night, neither changing her clothes nor lying down. Miss, did you not sleep all night? I'm here to comb your hair. Xia Ying smiled, but a hint of sadness lingered in her brow. Xia Ying, from today onward, you need not groom me before the mirror anymore. Xia Ying was taken aback. Why? You are a good girl, Xia Ying. Now that you have joined the royal family, you deserve a better life. No, I cannot. Xia Ying burst into tears. Miss, I have been styling your hair for 10 years. Please do not send me away. Xia Ying. Zhong Lichun turned to look at her, her expression gentle. I am not sending you away, but just, you are no longer my maid. Xia Ying never felt like a maid beside the miss. Every day was very happy for her. That's enough. Zhong Lichun bit her lip and said, I have already wronged you enough. There is no reason to make you serve me anymore. Xia Ying was at a loss for what to do. She could offer her purity for Zhong Lichun as long as she could stay by her side. Beautiful one. King Xian shouted from afar. Xia Ying, where did you go? Go on, Xia Ying. Zhong Lichun smiled gently. Remember to live a better life. No, I can't. Xia Ying shook her head, crying. If I knew I would have to leave the miss, I would never have let you come to the palace. Zhong Lichun clenched her hands, feeling extreme sadness. At that moment, King Xian suddenly pushed the door open and happened to see Xia Ying tear-stained and Zhong Lichun with a stern expression. What happened, my two beauties? King Xian asked. Before Xia Ying could respond, Zhong Lichun suddenly stood up and slapped Xia Ying across the face. Wretched girl, how dare you cry? If it weren't for you stealing the king away on my wedding night, I would not have to endure loneliness. Xiao Chun was startled. She covered her face with her hand and tears streamed down like torrential rain. She knew how strong Zhongli Chun was, but this slap bore no pain. It was clear that the miss had held back her strength deliberately, putting on a show for King Xian, making Xiao Chun's heart ache even more. No, that's not it. You mustn't say that. Saying so will make the king misunderstand. Xiao Chun cried out, I understand. Miss, I will do as you said. You mustn't do this anymore. That's good to hear. Hurry up and get lost, Zhongli Chun said coldly. Xiao Chun was at a loss, knowing that if she didn't leave, the miss would surely do something more detestable in King Xian's eyes. So wiping her tears, she hurriedly ran off. King Xian looked at Zhongli Chun and then at the fleeing Xiao Chun, naturally thinking that Xiao was easier to handle, and promptly chased after her. Beautiful one. Hey, beautiful one, wait for me, King Xian shouted as he ran. Xiao Chun looked at King Xian, unsure of what to say. Beautiful one, don't be angry. That fierce woman doesn't want you anymore. Isn't there still this king to pamper you? You mustn't call the miss a fierce woman. Xiao Chun's heart ached beyond words. Perhaps no one in the world knew better than her just how gentle Zhongli Chun truly was. Xia Ing Chun. Do you pronounce each syllable slowly? It seems the chronicles are not always truthful. This girl called Xiao Chun is truly kind at heart. It appears there is no need for you to descend this time. Dong Qianxiu scanned the screen and fast-forwarded several months. After Zhongli Chun became queen, she applied herself to governing the state of Qi, purging many treacherous ministers, revising the laws, and in her rare leisure, she drilled troops in the parade ground, scarcely pausing for breath. Xiao spared no artifice. Whenever King Qi Xian attempted to visit Zhongli Chun's bedchamber, Xiao would burst into tears, make a scene, even threaten to hang herself. In time, the king abandoned his designs on Zhongli Chun. Zhongli Chun maintained an icy expression, whereas Xiao was eloquent and skilled in song and dance. Even if Xiao's beauty fell slightly short of Zhongli Chun's, King Qi Xian preferred the easy gratification and did not pursue a hopeless infatuation. King Qi Xian lavished attention on Xia, desperately protected Zhongli Chun, and Zhongli Chun devoted herself wholly to politics. Qi prospered, and the king therefore found more time for nightly revelry with Xia. Such a peculiar and stable triangle of affections. Had you not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it possible. Do you seem to have realized something? Sister Qianxiu, if I do not need to descend now, should I instead descend when Xiao Zhongli confronts the forces of Qin and Zhao? Exactly. But Sister Qianxiu, do you hesitated? It seems we have overlooked a problem. Dong Qianxiu said nothing. She already knew what he meant. Even if I descend, I might be of no help. This is a cold weapon battlefield with only my personal strength. Do you? Dong Qianxiu's face clouded. My real advice is, do not go this time. Do you? Bowed his head in silence. What Sister Qianxiu said made sense. Could he possibly change the tide of a mass slaughter on an ancient battlefield by himself? The technical department recalculated if Zhongli Chun takes the field, her chance of dying is as high as 80%. The best current plan is to send a voice transmission to persuade her not to join the battle. Do you thought for a while and still felt uneasy? If Zhongli Chun were to give up fighting, the state of Qi might collapse more quickly. Would Zhongli Chun's legend even come to be? Sister Qianxiu, may I ask you to prepare something for me? What do you want? A rocket launcher, hand grenades, and a Gatling gun that spits blue flame. Dong Qianxiu shook her head. Do you? Leaving aside whether you could carry so much at once, even if you could, how would a single person stand against tens of thousands? Qin's famed crossbows and Zhao's iron cavalry cannot be met by mere firearms. It's fine. I have a few tricks up my sleeve. If things become dire. Tricks? Dong Qianxiu sighed. Do you honestly think the two commanders, Bai Qi of Qin and Lianpu of Zhao, will be undone by your little tricks? Bai Qi, Lianpu, do you gaped? Those two are that formidable. They are clearly figures of legend. So I still advise you, do not go. I will find some way to help Zhongli Chun escape. No. Do you? Shook his head in the end. Sister Qianxiu, let me go. If any danger arises, recall me at once. Besides, I promised Xiao Zhongli. Dong Qianxiu spent half a day trying to dissuade him and finally reluctantly consented to his request. Do you? One last reminder, the operator's life is far more important than a Class C legend. If we detect danger, we will recall you immediately. I understand, Sister Qianxiu. Era: the chaotic warring states. Location: the plains of Qilu. Foot soldier, a Wu descends. Do you? Snapped his eyes open, the muscles of his face twitched uncontrollably. He felt as if he stood at the heart of a vast sandstorm with no hint of sky above. It was unbearably hot. He stood amid tens of thousands on a slaughtered field, ears filled with deafening cries, the clash of weapons, and the roar of battle. The torrent of sound made him reel. The sweeping dust robbed him of all sense of direction. He could not tell how many men stood before him, nor where to retreat. He gripped his spear with trembling hands and prepared to shout, but as he inhaled, he smelled blood mingled with sweat rot and the scent of torn entrails, an odor that would never leave his memory. A dark object whistled through the air. Do you? Reflexively reached out and caught it. It was warm and slick to the touch. Upon closer inspection, it lay in his arms like a human head, mangled, riddled with wounds, hair matted to the face, strands even embedded into fresh gashes. He staggered to his knees and vomited violently. The crushing oppression, the blood-soaked stench, the earth-shuddering violence. These were the singular terrors of a cold weapon age. Countless soldiers ran past him without a glance. On such a battlefield there were 1,000 reasons for a man to fall to his knees. Do you? Mind your back. Dong Qinqiu shouted. Do you had no time to react? A gust of wind, a flash of motion. Someone grabbed him and hurled him aside. He rolled, looked back, and saw a bald giant of a man swing a great blade empty-handed. In that instant several Qi soldiers thrust spears through the giant's body. One soldier pulled Hou Yi to his feet panting. Which squad are you from? Have you been separated? Squad. Hou is the smallest combat unit in ancient warfare. 5 men, 1 squad leader, and 4 members, Dong Qinqiu explained. Hou Yi looked at the vast battlefield, bewildered and unsure where to find his squad. He shook his head and told the man, my squad was wiped out. Only I remain. Perfect, we were down to 4. The man slapped Hou Yi's shoulder. Join us. Survive first and talk later. We must try to find a Shichong or a centurion. Hou Yi rose and found 3 others nearby. Without exchanging names, they took their positions back to back and met the Zhao soldiers. Brothers, I am the squad leader called Ditsong. What is your name? I am a Wu. Good, a Wu. The leader swept his spear and pushed back the nearest foe. He told the others, our orders are to hasten north to reinforce a trapped 1,000-man detachment. Follow the standard and move northward. If we can find a 10-man leader or a centurion, our chances of survival will improve greatly. The greatest scrap Hou Yi had experienced in his life was a school brawl between 4 classmates, a contest utterly incomparable to the present chaos. Back then their fiercest weapon had been a straight edge, and none of them truly wished to kill. Fortunately, the squad leader Ditsong was seasoned. He did not seek glory or slaughter. He coordinated the 5, so they protected one another and struck only to clear the way. Because they avoided entanglement, their pace was faster than most squads. Leader, Hou Yi, drenched in sweat from running and close combat, panted. What is the location of our supreme commander? Who can say? Ditsong shot him a glance. Is this your first time on a real battlefield? Once battle begins, one can barely tell direction, let alone the supreme commander. Our movements are all directed by the banners. Hou Yi fretted. He feared he would not reach Zhongli-chun in time. Yet the leader's words had truth. The plain was thick with rising sand and blood mist, visibility only a few dozen meters. To discern the course of the whole battle, there was no easy way. Move quickly, we are close to that trapped 1,000-man detachment. Leader, one soldier shouted. Are we approaching the enemy camp? Why are Zhao forces everywhere? The squad leader scanned the surroundings. The number of Zhao troops had doubled, yet he had no clear sense of their own position. He only knew he must obey orders. Several squads were converging on this point. Some had moved faster, and soon more friendly units would arrive. Do not waver. We will break through and link with the 1,000-man detachment. If we remain trapped as a single squad, we will only await death. The squad shouted and forced their way forward. United, the 5 struck only at obstacles before them and soon carved a bloody path. Yet the enemy was everywhere. Each man had been wounded. Beyond the crowd loomed a monstrous mound of corpses stacked in layers. Atop that summit stood a single figure looking down with a cold, detached gaze. The soldiers enclosing the mound were cowed by the display of that lone warrior. None dared to approach. Xiao Zhongli, Hou Yi cried out. Zhongli-chun seemed to have heard the familiar voice. She looked down the slope and met Hou Yi's eyes. Brother, a Wu, who is that? Is he one of our 10-man leaders? The squad leader asked upon seeing Hou Yi's recognition of the woman. You must be confused. A private said. To beat so many enemies, he must be at least a 1,000-man commander. What 1,000-man commander or 10-man leader? Hurry forward and protect her. This woman is our supreme commander. Hou Yi cried, already scrambling up the corpse mound and paying no heed to the bodies beneath his feet. Oh, the queen, the men exclaimed. One private glanced at the tall woman and could not believe his eyes. Weren't the rumors that the queen was hideous beyond compare? This woman is unbearably beautiful. Now is not the time for such talk. The leader kicked the private and hurried with Hou Yi toward the summit. When do you reach the top? Zhongli-chun gave a faint smile. Only 12 years have passed, and you have arrived. Hou Yi studied her and saw that she bore wounds. Xiao Zhongli, how have you been hurt? Zhongli-chun ground her teeth. My own failure. After I assassinated the Zhao deputy general, I was hemmed in and fought my way out. I have killed anyone who came at me. I have been fighting for 3 whole days. 3 days? Hou Yi glanced down at the corpse mound. It numbered not 10,000, but perhaps 8,000. Xiao Zhongli, you have gone mad with blood. At the Zhao camp, a burly middle-aged man in armor sat erect. Before him stood a pale young general. The air between them was strained. General Lien, 3 days ago you said you had surrounded the Qi Supreme Commander's 1,000-man detachment. Now 3 days have passed, and the encirclement holds. Would you care to explain? The pale young general demanded coldly. By Qi, when I first went to war, you were still wetting the bed. Do I need to report my conduct to you? The middle-aged man answered with some anger. I am not here to direct you. I only ask when I can see the head of the Qi commander. Bai Qi's impatience was plain. If I behead her earlier, I can return to Xianying and report to the king sooner. Humph. That Qi queen Zhongli-chun is indeed as formidable as rumor suggests. Her 1,000-man detachment was consumed by our encirclement until only she remained, yet she has managed single-handedly to slay 1,000. Lien Per remarked. Do not flatter me with such words, Bai Qi scoffed. That only proves the Zhao soldiers' incompetence. Incompetent? Lien Per slammed the table in anger. My soldiers are men born of mothers and fathers. Knowing this woman is dangerous, why should I send them to die needlessly? My plan was to surround and wait. Sooner or later, she would collapse from hunger. Again, Zhao soldiers are incompetent. Bai Qi sneered. War demands victory. For the sake of victory, one must make sacrifices. What are you saying? Lian Pa bristled. You are a Qin general. Do you not regard your men's lives as precious? Lives of subordinates. Bai Qi's face hardened. Lian Pa, if warfare cannot be won, the whole nation will suffer. Then what becomes of concern for a few soldiers' lives? If our states go to war and the king commands it, I would not hesitate to sacrifice even civilians. You. Lian Pa rose to his feet. Bai Qi, are you deliberately naming Zhao to enrage me? I would not dare, Bai Qi said, shaking his head. General Lian's renown is far-reaching. Would he quarrel with a newly appointed youth like myself here? With a curt farewell, Bai Qi left the tent. That Qin general Bai Qi is fearsome. If Zhao truly confronts him. Lian Pa could not bear to imagine and merely shook his head. He was middle-aged. Bai Qi had only just taken command. Should such a day come, he hoped he might still don his armor and stand on the field. On the corpse mound, Du Yu and the 4 others positioned themselves to shield Zhongli Chun facing enemies on 5 sides. Heavens! To think following the banner would bring us directly to the queen herself. The leader said, turning to Du Yu. Oh, you seem to know the queen already. Leader, set that aside. My mission is to protect the queen. Du Yu bit his lip. He knew his purpose, yet he had no clear idea how to accomplish it. You should go, Zhongli Chun said. This battle is lost. Lost? The leader and the privates could not believe it. How can the battle be lost? Many Qi soldiers still fight scattered across the field, and the queen herself has not fallen. Although I do not know the identities of both enemy commanders, they are masterful in their deployments and match me stride for stride. I have been besieged for 3 days without orders. Qi's formations must be in utter disorder. Defeat is only a matter of time. Zhongli Chun looked at Du Yu. I cannot allow you to be wounded. Leave quickly. No. If you go, I go with you. Zhongli Chun ground her teeth. Even if I escaped from here, Qi would still need a commander skilled in strategy to join me. Only together could we hope to win this war. Alone I cannot counter the formations arranged by those 2 opposing generals. Du Yu clenched his teeth. He was neither adept in martial combat nor learned in the art of war. This battle seemed to leave no room for hope. Sister Qianqiu. Du Yu gazed at the vast mass of enemy soldiers nearby and whispered, can your Qianqiu divine art handle them? Do you mean the few thousand men surrounding you? Dong Qianqiu sighed helplessly. At this scale of warfare, I am truly powerless. Du Yu's mind raced as he weighed options. Sister Qianqiu, of those items I asked for, how many did you prepare? I put 822 military grenades in your transmigration pack. The rocket launcher and the Gatling you mentioned were simply too large to bring. For grenades, very well. Du Yu nodded, thinking fast, and suddenly a plan formed. Junior sister. Du Yu suddenly shouted, startling, everyone, Master Giguzi sent me to check on you. I didn't expect you'd really be in such trouble. The Zhao soldiers below muttered in alarm. One Zhong Lichuan was already troublesome and now a senior brother. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you Sun Bin or Su Qin? Even if they arrived, they couldn't handle this situation. We must leave, Zhong Lichuan said with concern. What? Junior sister? You ask whether my cultivation has increased. Du Yu ignored Zhong Lichuan and continued, are you mocking your senior brother? Huh. As fellow cultivators, your senior brother's cultivation is of course superior to before. Since that is so, let me show you a trick. The nearby Zhao soldiers murmured in suspicion. They had no notion who this man truly was. The footmen at his side were also taken aback. An immortal. He had come this far without any sign. How could they have failed to notice? Du Yu fumbled quietly in his waist pouch. Sister Qianqiu, how does this thing work? Next time can you ask me before playing the hero? This is a little embarrassing. Stop dawdling and tell me. There's a keyring-like piece on top. First pinch the iron-like safety to compress the spring, then pull off the ring. Releasing the safety ignites the fuse. It detonates 5 seconds after being thrown. Understood. Du Yu looked coldly down at the Zhao soldiers. If you continue the encirclement, don't blame me for being ruthless. If any of you wish to stay alive, leave now. Though harsh, the order held, the Zhao soldiers dared not retreat haphazardly. Very well then. Du Yu bellowed. Shaolin ultimate art. Huiyin palm. Those beside him froze. Shaolin. At the cry of Huiyin palm, a small black sphere flew from Du Yu's sleeve and hurtled into the ranks, striking a Zhao soldier squarely in the face. Ouch! The struck soldier screamed as if an iron weight had smashed his nose. Du Yu watched the grenade land among the crowd with a stab of regret and shouted, if you don't want to die, run. Before the Zhao troops could comprehend, the grenade blossomed among them. Boom! A tremendous explosion. The modern grenade's devastating blast threw several men into the air. Dozens more were grievously wounded by shrapnel, crying out on the ground. Du Yu single-handedly tore a bloody breach through the Zhao army's encirclement. Ow! The Zhao soldiers recoiled in horror and fell back. The blow was horrifyingly brutal. Du Yu had acted on impulse, throwing the grenade without thought for consequence. Now more than a dozen lives lay at his hand, and he went numb with shock. Du Yu, this is war. Dong Qianqiu shouted, snapping him out of his daze. Their purpose was to kill you. You killed them. Don't dwell on it. Du Yu slapped himself, staring at the mound of bodies, and roared, I don't want to strike again. Lift your encirclement, and I guarantee your safety. What on earth did you just do? Zhong Lichuan was bewildered, pressing at her wound. I've never seen you wound so many with a single move. It was an emergency. Oh, I can only use that move a few times. The urgent task is to get you away. No, their target is me, not you. Your chance of escape would be higher if you go alone, Zhong Lichuan said. Impossible. Du Yi roared. Have you forgotten our promise? If you die here, how will you ever cross that river? Zhong Lichuan fell silent. She worried for Du Yi's safety, yet she was terrified at the thought of never seeing him again. Seeing the scene, the Zhao troops below began to withdraw slowly. The technique used on the summit had been too savage, to continue the fight would end badly. That's good, they're pulling back. Little Zhongli, let's go. Du Yi seized Zhong Lichuan's hand to break through the lines when a shout rose from the distance. From afar they saw a banner bearing the character Qin suddenly raised behind the uniformed Zhao ranks. The Qin army is here. Sergeant Wu cried in alarm. We're being double encircled. They're reinforcements. Zhong Lichuan bit her lip. This time there is truly no escape. The distant Zhao lines parted and a pale-faced young general rode forward slowly on an armored warhorse. You are Zhong Wuyan? The young man asked, glancing at those on the hill and fixing his gaze on Zhong Wuyan. Are you the Qin commander? Zhong Wuyan replied coldly. Indeed, I am. Before Bai Qi could finish, Zhong Lichuan vanished, and in the next instant had darted before him, her punch aimed obliquely at his throat. If they could sever the head of the Qin commander here, the war might yet find a sliver of hope. Bai Qi's face darkened. He raised his heavy blade to block, yet horse and rider were flung through the air. The warhorse twisted mid-flight to right itself and bore Bai Qi down to a steady landing. Du Yi's heart leapt. No wonder Bai Qi was famed. Even such a rapid surprise attack had been parried. Just as the rumors say. Bai Qi rubbed his sore hands and offered a wry smile. If I could slay someone like you, Bai Qi would be one step closer to high command. Bai Qi slowly retreated. Zhong Lichuan shouted, where are you running? Before anyone could give chase, several Qin soldiers sprang forward. Unlike the Zhao troops, these were battle-hardened close guards who had long stood beside Bai Qi. They struck from perilous angles. Zhong Lichuan, already wounded, narrowly evaded and sent several assailants flying. I may not be your equal, but today you will die here. Bai Qi sneered and ordered loose the archers in the distance. Shoot Zhong Wuyan and these Zhao soldiers down. At first the Zhao soldiers thought they had misheard, but moments later a rain of arrows truly descended. Danger! Zhong Lichuan cried out and immediately shielded Du Yi beneath her. Your Majesty the Queen. Danger! Sergeant Wu leapt forward to stand before Zhong Lichuan. Before Du Yi could react, a tremendous roar like falling hail filled the air. After the crackling storm, Du Yi slowly opened his eyes. Little Zhongli, Du Yi cried when he saw Zhong Lichuan cradling him. I'm fine. She began, then coughed up a mouthful of blood before finishing. Du Yi took in the scene. 2 arrows were lodged in Zhong Lichuan. Though Sergeant Wu had stood before her, Zhong Lichuan's large frame could not be entirely shielded. Sergeant Wu. Only then did Du Yi realize Sergeant Wu had suffered the gravest wounds. He had stood in front of Zhong Lichuan and taken dozens of arrows in his not tall frame. He had no time for a last word and collapsed rigidly. Du Yi scanned the perimeter. The footmen who had fought beside him lay dead beneath the arrow storm, and a great number of Zhao soldiers had fallen as well. In the distance, the Qin army's second wave advanced, a great host of spear-bearers moving slowly toward them. What do we do? What do we do? Panic seized Du Yi. He bit his lip, glared at Bai Qi, and fury rose within him. As the proverb says, take the leader first. Du Yi could think of nothing else. He pulled a grenade from his pack, yanked the pin, and flung it at Bai Qi from afar. Du Yi, do not kill Bai Qi. Dong Qianqiu cried out in alarm. If the famed Qin general Bai Qi were slain, history itself might veer in a perilous direction. The grenade fell at Bai Qi's feet. Though unfamiliar with the device, he sensed something amiss and tugged his horse's head. The steed reared as the grenade detonated. The blast struck the horse's chest, hurling Bai Qi through the air and leaving the animal grievously mangled. What trick is this? Bai Qi wondered. A small pebble-like thing could unleash such force. Lord Bai Qi, beware. Rumor has it those two are cultivators. Bai Qi scrambled to his feet, cursing under his breath. Even cultivators can be wounded. Archers and spearmen pressed the attack. Today I, Bai Qi, will slay these so-called immortals before all. Watching the spear-armed Qin soldiers approach, Dong Qianqiu made a swift decision. Du Yi, abandon this. We will begin your recall immediately. Now, Du Yi looked at Zhong Lichuan. She bore many wounds, 2 arrows in her back. If he left now, she would be slain at once. No, Sister Qianqiu. Du Yi, unusually unsettled, pleaded. Is there truly no other way? Can you transmit to the enemy commander and make them withdraw? Or could you send me a few souls now? Du Yi, Dong Qianqiu snapped, angered. The Legend Management Bureau will not wager an operator's life for the protagonist of a mere crade legend. Du Yi ground his teeth, stared at the closing host, and produced another grenade. Whoever comes forward dies. He roared, and the advancing Qin troops faltered. Whoever halts dies. Bai Qi also bellowed, his voice full of imperious authority. The Qin army hesitated in a painful dilemma, yet they all knew General Bai Qi must not be provoked. Reluctantly, they pressed forward. The man's so-called immortal art was fierce, but it could not slaughter them all in a single breath. At last a soldier crept close to Du Yi with his spear, and when Du Yi's attention momentarily slipped, he lunged to stab. At that instant, Zhong Lichuan suddenly awakened, snatched the spear, and with a reverse motion drove it through the soldier, killing him. Xiao Zhongli. Zhong Lichuan slowly pushed Du Yi away and said, it seems I cannot sleep yet. At the very least, I must send you away from here first. Seeing the two ready to fight, the Qin soldiers surged with renewed ferocity. From somewhere, Zhongli Chun erupted with power, wielding the spear with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, she slit the throats of 7 or 8 men. Gritting his teeth, Du picked up a fallen spear and guarded Zhongli Chun's back. As a mere mortal, Du had to focus every nerve on watching every movement if he was to avoid being pierced. But the enemy was far too many. In a careless moment, Du was struck in the shoulder and the weapon flew from his grasp. We're doomed. Zhongli Chun spun to see him, and horrified, she slaughtered the soldier before Du. Yet another enemy seized the opening and slashed across her back. Xiao Zhongli, watch out. Du leapt and clashed with the foe who threatened Zhongli Chun's rear. In the chaos, he felt several more blades pierce him, pain flooded his body, and he could no longer tell precisely where he had been wounded. The encirclement slowly tightened, and the stench of death crept near. Zhongli Chun hastily hauled Du to his feet. Back to back, they stared at the closing ring of enemies. Du, watching the two on the monitor, Dong Qianqiu was about to speak, when she suddenly called out, "Who is that?" Du felt a peculiarity in Dong Qianqiu's voice, but could scarcely look elsewhere. "Sister Qianqiu, what's happening over there?" he managed. Dong Qianqiu no longer answered, and the line went dead. In the Chuanqiu Management Bureau, Zhongli Chun was bursting into the main hall. Several staff rushed to block her and were thrown aside. "Zhongli Chun," Dong Qianqiu roared. "What do you think you're doing? You cannot come in now." Zhongli Chun's eyes flickered with complex pain. "My heart suddenly aches. Could he be in danger?" she asked. "Whether he is in danger or not, this is the Bureau's work, and we will handle it ourselves," Dong Qianqiu declared. "Let me in," Zhongli Chun pleaded. "No," Dong Qianqiu bellowed. "One does not witness oneself in a legend. It's the Bureau's rule." "What legend or not?" Zhongli Chun retorted. Zhongli Chun pressed on. "Do you possess the power to send people elsewhere? Then send me to him now, and I will help him." "Don't be foolish," Dong Qianqiu snapped. "If we could casually send people to his side, we would have done so already. But that does not mean you can place him in further danger." As their words sharpened, Hou Yi walked over with a faint smile. "Zhongli Chun," he said softly, "do you know? You are not the only one in this world who cares for Du. Perhaps within this very room the person who most wishes to save him is the Dong Qianqiu standing before you." Zhongli Chun glared coldly at Dong Qianqiu. Hou Yi continued by squabbling, "Here you may of your own volition seal, Du yes fate. All you can do now is return to your room and wait quietly," he advised. Zhongli Chun's expression twisted as she took a hesitant step back. Dong Qianqiu no longer restrained herself. She shouted, "Prepare the soul summoning team immediately. Use the wide-range rapid soul absorption method." A staff member warned, "The rapid soul absorption is preparing. It should be ready in about 5 minutes." Under the assault of intense energy, except for the operator, the souls of living people within a 100-meter radius will be affected and may be scattered. "We cannot wait for that," Dong Qianqiu cut in. Zhongli Chun took a step backward. She had clearly heard Du Yes screams beyond that closed door. Why would they bar her entry? For the first time, her heart panicked, as if something dearly important was slipping away. She had felt similar unease before, but never so acutely. "Do you?" Zhongli Chun mouthed his name in silence. She had only just learned it. Was this the last chance she would ever have to speak it aloud? "You promised that when this was over you would go anywhere with me, do whatever I wished, and remain by my side." Zhongli Chun's face showed grief, her heart pierced. She felt 2,000 years of waiting dissolve into futility as those dim, cherished visions began to fade. When she recovered her senses, she was already back in Dong Qianqiu's office. She sank into a chair, forlorn, clutching the coat Du had once handed her, overwhelmed by a sense of loss. If she could, she would trade her life for his, but what means remained? "Huh, what's this?" A small black object in Du Yes' pocket caught her eye. Dong Qianqiu shouted through the line, "Do whatever you can to stay alive. Use Zhongli Chun as a shield if you must. We are executing a rapid recall. The spell should be cast in about 5 minutes." "Du hoarse with exhaustion, managed, "Sister Qianqiu, what are you saying? Xiao Zhongli has been wounded protecting me. How can you ask me to use her as a human shield? Once the rapid summoning begins, those near you will die. Their survival cannot be preserved," Dong Qianqiu said bluntly. "They will all die." Du Yes' eyes widened. "No, Xiao Zhongli cannot die." This decision has been made." Dong Qianqiu bit her lip. Over recent days, she had watched Zhongli Chun's devotion to Du and longed to save her if she could. But now there was no possibility. Even if everyone nearby perished, the operator's life had to be preserved. For the sake of all future legends, Zhongli Chun's soul could only be allowed to be scattered here, though that would mean the Zhongli Chun of the mundane world would vanish with her. Du glanced back at Zhongli Chun. She was utterly spent. 3 days and nights without sleep had left her hollowed and drained. "Xiao Zhongli, can you hold on? I will not fall until you walk away from here alive. No, both of us will leave alive together." Though Du spoke those words, he had no plan, no answer. Watching the enemy close in, Du lobbed another grenade. The soldiers, however, seemed to anticipate the ploy. They threw nearby corpses forward as shields. Though the bodies were blown to gore, the number of wounded among the living was greatly reduced. Du clenched the last grenade in his pocket and forced a bitter smile. Could there possibly be a way? He imagined using that one grenade to kill the enemy commander, then annihilate the few thousand nearby, then the tens of thousands still on the field, and finally, holding Zhongli Chun, escape unscathed. Though Du fancied himself quick-witted, he could not conjure such a plan. On the dust-blown battleground, he saw only the shadow of his own death. Bai Qi regarded the two and knowing their fate was sealed walked toward them with slow steps. I must say to have comrades like you would be a rare delight, he said coldly. Alas, our causes diverge. Today, I will send you on your way. Do you? Shouted Bai Qi. May I speak with you? Speak. Bai Qi blinked. Interesting. Are you begging for mercy? Yes. I will trade my freedom for yours. Tell me, and I will reveal to you your future. My future? Bai Qi raised an eyebrow at that. Do not forget we are both disciples of Mr. Gigu and I. I am skilled at physiognomy. I can divine your future, when you will slaughter 400,000 Zhao troops, and when you will die. At the mention of slaughtering 400,000 Zhao soldiers, Bai Qi's expression visibly shifted. So do we have a bargain? Do you ask? Bargain? Ha ha ha. Bai Qi laughed louder and louder, dismissing him entirely. You are amusing to think that by telling me my future you would buy my mercy, Bai Qi sneered. When you say I will slaughter 400,000 Zhao troops, I am disappointed. If I knew in advance I would lose the joy of war. Du Yu was stunned. The man before him seemed unhinged. Do you know what gives me pleasure on the battlefield? Bai Qi asked. Pleasure on the battlefield. There are but two delights for someone like me. The first is the anticipation of not knowing who I will slay today. The second is the tension of not knowing when I myself will fall. Only living within those extremes does the battlefield's allure seize me. Do you? Thought Bai Qi, mad, a gambler reveling in war. No, perhaps only such a temperament could forge a great general. Since you know my future, I cannot let you go, Bai Qi finished. As he spoke, the air turned unevenly cold and the sky dimmed. Has the weather changed? Many soldiers looked up at the sky, a chill prickling their spines. What's happening? Dong Qianqiu stammered. A strange gust has risen in the legend. Could it be the soul absorption device? No, Assistant Dong. The device still needs 2 minutes to complete. A staff member replied. This gust has an unknown origin. Do you? That wind feels sinister. Try to shelter behind others. Well, investigate and report back. Do you? Dong Qianqiu's calls met no response. No matter how she shouted, Du Yu stood motionless as if untouched by her voice. What has happened? Bai Qi raised his hand and commanded the sky turns. Behead Zhongli Chun at once. The soldiers obeyed and rushed forward with their weapons. Then an eerie scene unfolded. Zhongli Chun and Du Yu turned in perfect unison, mirroring one another's movements, as if one soul animated two bodies. They fixed Bai Qi with the same gaze, stretched out a hand together, and in identical voices asked, You think you can sever my head, and that will suffice? Huh. The crowd looked at the two individuals, bewildered by the current situation. Their gazes were identical, filled with murderous intent and an icy demeanor. Despite their differing heights, their tones, expressions, and even movements were completely synchronized. An inexplicable and eerie atmosphere began to spread. Dong Qianqiu stared at the incredible scene on the screen, his mind filled with question marks. Du Yu? What are you doing? As Dong Qianqiu anticipated, Du Yu showed no reaction. Bai Qi was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, telling his subordinates, These cultivators must have gone mad, quickly eliminate them. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Yu suddenly appeared before Bai Qi, mirroring the way Zhongli Chun had just flashed over. Bai Qi had been observing for quite some time and never expected this man to possess such skills, causing him to react a beat too late. Before he could raise his weapon to defend himself, Du Yu threw a punch that struck Bai Qi squarely on the nose, sending him flying. A crisp sound rang out. Bai Qi's nose was likely broken. The soldiers, just regaining their senses, picked up their weapons and charged at Du Yu. Seeing this, Du Yu suddenly employed a ghostly technique, dodging all the tricky attacks and seizing a long spear, swiftly killing over a dozen men. The soldiers relentlessly pursued Du Yu, who toyed with them as if they were children. Despite being surrounded by thousands, Du Yu wielded a spear, swiftly dispatching foes while remaining unscathed. In an instant, a significant portion of the Qin army had fallen. What on earth is happening? Dong Qianqiu stared incredulously at the screen before snapping back to reality and instructing the staff, Pause the soul absorption device. Quickly have the technical department come over. Du Yu lightly leaped to Zhongli Chun's side, gazing at her with a complex expression before coldly asking, Can you still move? Zhongli Chun nodded. For some reason, she felt a familiar aura emanating from Du Yu. All right, let the two of us fight our way out together. Du Yu deliberately emphasized the phrase the two of us, leaving his intentions unclear. Du Yu assisted Zhongli Chun to her feet, both wielding long spears. The sight sent chills down the spines of the Qin soldiers, and with a gust of wind, the two vanished from their positions. The two seemed like opposite ends of a mirror, perfectly mirroring each other's movements. Suddenly, cries of agony erupted among the Qin soldiers and panic ensued as they attempted to retaliate, yet they couldn't see where the enemy was. All they felt was their comrades falling one after another. Dong Qianqiu awaited the technical department's arrival, urging them to analyze the current situation. Based on his description, they discovered a perplexing issue. What did it mean for Du Yu to have completely transformed after a gust of wind? The technical staff analyzed for a long time, searching through various references, yet they couldn't comprehend the cause of this phenomenon, which had never been seen in the history of the Bureau of Legends. It feels as though there are two Zhongli Chuns appearing at the same time. One technician blurted out. Two Zhongli Chuns. Dong Qianqiu seemed to suddenly connect the dots instantly, putting down his work and rushing out of the hall, sprinting toward his office. The answer to the problem could only lie with one person. Zhongli Chun. What have you done? Dong Qianqiu gritted his teeth. Bai Qi lay on the ground, watching in horror as his elite troops were slaughtered. Was there really someone so formidable that the Qi army had two of them? On a battlefield that relied on strategy and tactics, these two individuals were single-handedly annihilating an entire army with overwhelming force. If so, what was the point of fighting? What was the purpose of conscription? What was the purpose of seizing this world? The military strategies he had learned since childhood and the experiences he had accumulated felt like mere jokes. Who are you? Bai Qi stammered, gazing at the two, feeling as though he was closer to death than ever before in his life of battle. I am the Queen of Qi Zhong, Wu Yin Zhong, Li Chun quietly replied. And you? Who are you? Bai Qi trembled, pointing at Du Yu and asking, a figure as powerful as you, why have I never heard of you? Me? Du Yu let out a cold laugh, saying, I am simply a ghost guarding the 8 directions. Dong Qianqiu sat slumped in his office, shedding tears. Where was Zhong Li Chun? All that remained was Du Yu's outer garment, which had accompanied Zhong Li Chun over the past few days, and a scroll of the 8 directions ghost record spread out on the ground. On the Death Gate direction of the 8 directions ghost record, there was a bloody signature, as if someone had recently bitten their finger and signed their name here. From then on, the signer would protect the owner of the 8 directions ghost record guarding the Death Gate, never to be reincarnated until their soul disintegrated. Zhong Li Chun. Dong Qianqiu slowly picked up the 8 directions ghost record, weeping uncontrollably. Didn't you cross that river? Didn't you still want to go to many places with Du Yu? In the entire room, only a dazed Dong Qianqiu remained alongside the cold name on the 8 directions ghost record. 1,000 years ago, in the 7th layer of hell, the Mountain of Knives. Sister Dong, you must help me this time. Ma Mian said with a worried expression to Dong Qianqiu, otherwise I really don't know what to do. Fourth Master, we've only just met for half a day, please don't be so familiar. Dong Qianqiu replied expressionlessly, it makes me feel belittled. Sister Dong, as long as you can help me deal with this prisoner, I will call you whatever you want from now on. Dong Qianqiu looked up and was horrified by the scene before her. A tall woman was bound naked to a stone pillar amidst a mountain of blades. Her body was pierced with knives. The immense pain seemed to have numbed her, leaving her face devoid of expression. The woman lifted her head, coldly glancing at Dong Qianqiu and then at Ma Mian, saying, what torture is this today? Bring it on. Sister Dong, look at this. This woman's resentment was too deep. No matter the punishment, her soul could not be shattered. It seemed she had practiced some technique to enhance her soul in life. But curiously, her soul was extremely pure, unlike the usual chaotic 3 souls and 7 spirits. Ma Mian looked anxious and subtly glanced at Dong Qianqiu, noticing that she seemed to misunderstand his meaning, so he had to be direct. So Sister Dong, please have the Bureau of Legends go back in time to help me deal with her. At the very least, we need to find out how she ended up like this to find a solution. The fastest would be 100 years later. 100 years? Ma Mian was troubled. Do we really have to keep her locked up for 100 years? That would wear us out every day. Fourth Master, what crime did this woman commit? This woman is named Zhong Li Chun. Ma Mian said helplessly. About 1,000 years ago, when she crossed the Naiha Bridge, she refused to drink the Mengpa soup and smashed the Mengpa stall in public, a truly unprecedented incident that angered the kings of hell. Now she has encountered my brother Niu Tu on the street, and after he accidentally bumped into her, they got into a fierce fight, almost causing my brother to self-destruct his nascent soul. Self-destructing his nascent soul. Dong Qianqiu was surprised that the seemingly robust Niu Tu could be pushed to such an extent by a wandering ghost. Sister Dong, why do you think this woman is unwilling to drink the Mengpa soup? That means she has something she doesn't want to forget. Dong Qianqiu adjusted her glasses. Since she has suffered enough, why don't we just let her go? Let her go. Ma Mian had thought about it too, but was afraid she might cause trouble again after being released. But what if she causes chaos again after being released? If she causes chaos again, we will capture her again. Dong Qianqiu looked at Zhong Li Chun, who was covered in wounds, feeling pity. Fourth Master, she has endured the Mountain of Knives. You have no reason to continue torturing her now. That's true, but it's very troublesome to capture her every time. We lost 6 envoys this time, and my brother was injured, and is now in seclusion to recover. Only then did we finally manage to subdue her. I will speak impartially. At this juncture, it would be wise to quickly strengthen your own cultivation and train more powerful envoys. We can't just capture this woman and then refuse to let her go. If the higher-ups find out, there will be issues too, right? Ma Mian was troubled and said, Sister Dong, you do have a point. Since we have already used the punishment of soul disintegration and she still hasn't been shattered, we can't be blamed for that. Dong Qianqiu slowly approached the woman. Hello, I am Dong Qianqiu, the newly appointed assistant of the Bureau of Legends. I am here to help you escape this sea of suffering. May I ask, what is your obsession? Obsession? The tall woman glanced at Dong Qianqiu and coldly replied, I have no such thing. So you don't even realize that you have become a malevolent ghost? Dong Qianqiu adjusted her glasses and said, then let me rephrase, you have wandered this underworld for so long, what is the reason you still refuse to be reincarnated? The tall woman slowly raised her head, blood trailing down her cheek. She spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground and slowly said, I want to cross a river that has lasted for 2,000 years to find someone. On this ever-changing battlefield, had it not been for the sudden order from the vice-general of the Qin kingdom to shoot a large number of arrows to separate Bai Qi from those 2 monstrous beings, Bai Qi would have already perished. Although he was hastily taken away by the arriving reinforcements, Bai Qi knew that this battle was likely a lost cause. After all, those two had already retreated unscathed, and they would soon regroup and come back to attack. Du Yu and Zhongli Chun did not pursue Bai Qi. Instead, they snatched 2 horses and raced toward the main camp of the Qi kingdom. You? Zhongli Chun glanced at Du Yu and said, "You seem a bit strange." "Strange? How so?" Du Yu replied coldly. "Familiar yet unfamiliar. Is that so?" Du Yu nodded noncommittally. "One day you will be just as strange as I am. For now, let's win this battle first. This battle cannot be won by me alone. At least I need a vice general of commander level. No problem, am I not here? You? Don't worry. This battle is as good as won for us." Du Yu declared, pulling on the horse's reins, picking up a Qi kingdom general's flag from the ground and rushing into the crowd. "I am the vice general just appointed by Zhongli Chun. All Qi soldiers heed my command." Du Yu shouted. "All squad leaders raise your battle flags." The intact squads move south with the blue flag, while the incomplete squads move west with the red flag. "Execute immediately." Seeing Du Yu's commanding presence, Zhongli Chun realized he indeed bore the demeanor of a commander, but what was going on? With the army advancing, Zhongli Chun could no longer hesitate. She too yanked on the horse's reins and rode in another direction. "All squad leaders heed my command. I am the Qi General Zhong Wuyan. Immediately reorganize your squads and reform the formation. There should be a distance of 10 steps between each squad. Execute immediately." The exhausted Qi soldiers suddenly saw the figure of their general, and the energy they had depleted slowly returned to them. "The queen has returned. Our general is still alive." Although the queen appeared to be gravely injured, she was indeed alive. The general of the Qi kingdom was still among them. "Squad leaders, gather your teams and come with me." Du Yu shouted. "If anyone wants to survive, start running." Though the soldiers did not know Du Yu, his commanding aura was unmistakably that of a general. Du Yu galloped to the aid of several Qi soldiers in peril, piercing through the enemy to rescue them. Many squad leaders immediately began to absorb their teams, and the previously scattered crowd quickly formed into a proper formation. "All squad leaders, raise your hands." A few people raised their hands from the crowd. "Is that all there are?" Du Yu murmured to himself. The number of squad leaders was a bit low, but he quickly regained his composure and shouted, "All squad leaders, I hereby temporarily promote you to captains. The remaining squad leaders will all be promoted to squad leaders and merge with the teams beside them. We will launch a general assault today. Form 1,000-man squads immediately." Du Yu's command was orderly, quickly reorganizing a large group of disordered Qi soldiers. At that moment, a young man in armor rode in from a distance, followed by many cavalry. Upon seeing Du Yu issuing orders, the young man felt a sense of doubt and rushed forward to question, "Who are you? What is your rank?" Du Yu looked at the young man before him and couldn't help but smile. It was interesting, as he hadn't seen this person in 2,000 years. "Huangzhong, I remember you are a 1,000-man commander now, right? So is this all that remains of your 100 men? You?" The young general named Huangzhong did not know where Du Yu came from, but he seemed to know him well. However, his tone was rather arrogant. "Don't speak nonsense. For the past 3 days I've led the troops to reinforce the battlefield, and this balanced situation has cost the lives of my subordinates." "Oh," Du Yu raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Then I truly thank you. Listen well, I now appoint you as a commander of 3,000 troops. Immediately regroup and prepare for a fierce assault with me." 3,000 commander. Huangzhong was somewhat confused. "But who are you? On what basis do you promote my position?" "Huangzhong," Du Yu shouted, "have you forgotten how you agreed to my terms?" "Off." Huangzhong was puzzled. "You once told me that if you were to be called upon in times of crisis, you would defend the military orders with your life. If we are to survive this battle, do not ask too many questions right now." Du Yu pulled on the horse's reins. "I give you 1 hour to assemble 3,000 men. When you feel the timing is right, charge directly into the Zhao army camp." "The Zhao army?" Huangzhong thought for a moment and said, "To speak bluntly, the Zhao army's current offensive is not strong. The most vigorous force these past 2 days has been the Qin army, led by Bai Qi. We should first break this troop. Bai Qi's personal guard has been completely annihilated, and Bai Qi is also injured," Du Yu replied coldly. "Our target is now solely the Zhao army camp." "Off." Huangzhong could not believe that such a formidable troop had ceased to exist, but he quickly realized another issue. Even so, the terrain surrounding the Zhao army camp is complicated, with 3 routes available for entry and exit. Even if we launch a surprise attack, Lien Po will surely escape through the other routes, and with the returning Zhao army's support, it will be my army that is instead surrounded. "Don't worry," Du Yu said expressionlessly, his eyes particularly cold. "At that time, 3 troops of 3,000 men will simultaneously launch attacks from 3 different roads, leaving Lien Po nowhere to run." 3 troops. Huangzhong pondered for a moment and then asked, "Also, you said I should mobilize my troops at the right time. What exactly is the right time?" "I already told you." Du Yu looked at Huangzhong. "At the moment you find it appropriate." Lien Po would never expect that the Qi army's tactics would suddenly become so unpredictable. The previously scattered Qi soldiers began an orderly retreat, leaving only some highly mobile cavalry to engage with the Zhao army, while the remaining infantry slowly withdrew. Although Lien Po sensed a hint of conspiracy, he could not pinpoint where the problem lay. Before he could react, the western mountains where the Zhao army camp was located suddenly fell to a surprise attack from 3 troops. Even with 20,000 soldiers defending the camp, they could not withstand the assault of these 3 forces of 3,000 each. What kind of tacit understanding must exist to allow 3 troops to simultaneously launch an attack from such distant locations? What kind of general unaware of whether others would mobilize their troops would lead a force of 3,000 into a camp of 20,000 without hesitation? This question puzzled Lien put to no end. The sun set in the west. The 3 kingdoms of Qin, Zhao, and Qi all retreated. Although they had driven back the main generals of Qin and Zhao, the Qi kingdom had suffered even greater losses. Lien managed to endure and even changed into the clothing of infantry to escape amid the chaos. At the same time, Bai Qi chose to call off his troops after learning of Lien Pa's retreat, uncertain of what he feared. Thus, the entire Qin-Zhao coalition army retreated comprehensively. This battle became the only bizarre victory among the 70-some battles Bai Qi had fought in his life. From the process, the Qin and Zhao armies were defeated, while from the outcome, the Qi kingdom had lost. The leaders of the 3 troops of 3,000 gathered at the mountaintop, raising their arms in triumph. This battle was fought with difficulty, but it was executed beautifully. Hey. Suddenly, as Hou raised his arms in victory, he felt a twinge of confusion. What am I? You? Zhong Lichun looked into Du Yu's gentle eyes as though he had transformed into another person. You've returned. Du Yu nodded. Although the memories of what had just happened lingered, it seemed he had no control over his body during that time, as if another person was manipulating him. We won. Didn't we? Yes, we won. That's great. Du Yu smiled bitterly. Du Yu had descended for 3 days, but in the remaining 2 days he had spent almost all his time bandaging wounds and recuperating. Zhong Lichun was not much better off. Since Zhong Lichun was now residing in the palace, it was quite troublesome to hide Du Yu. Fortunately, Zhong Lichun had a peculiar temperament, and usually did not have many visitors, allowing them some rare peace. Speaking of which, that King Xian of Qi is really something. Du Yu said while applying medicine to himself. While you're out leading troops in battle, he doesn't care, but now that you've returned victorious and are injured, he completely ignores you. So what? Zhong Lichun said dismissively. My relationship with King Xian of Qi has always been one of cooperation. Du Yu understood what Zhong Lichun meant, so he did not press further. At that moment, a very faint knocking sound came from outside the door. Looking closely, there was a lantern hanging outside. Who is it? Du Yu felt a bit anxious. Don't worry, the only person who would come at this time is Juan. The door slowly opened, and Xiao Xia walked in with a worried expression. Miss? How are you? I came to help you with your wounds. Oh. Xiao Xia spotted Du Yu and screamed, Who are you? Why are you here in the middle of the night with the miss? Huh, you are. Du Yu smiled slightly, and said, That's right, it's me, the servant you slapped. Heavens. Xiao Xia looked at Du Yu in disbelief. After 12 years you haven't changed at all. Are you truly the same person as the miss? How should I put it? There are still some differences, I suppose. Du Yu shook his head. Even if we are old acquaintances, you can't just stay here. Xiao Xia turned around to close the door. The miss is injured, how will you help her treat it? Well, I suppose I can step outside. No worries. Zhong Lichun shook her head, and said to Du Yu, If you feel awkward, just turn your back. This palace is not like the courtyard you stayed in before, it's dangerous for you to be outside. Oh. Du Yu silently nodded, facing the wall. Faintly he could hear Xiao Xia helping Zhong Lichun loosen her clothing and bandage her wounds. The two of them did not speak, and Zhong Lichun did not cry out in pain. Only the sound of the small knife cutting the gauze and the clinking of the medicine jar could be heard. In the flickering light of the candle, the 3 of them were unusually quiet. Du Yu called out to Dong Qianxiu several times, but received no response. However, with the experience of the last time, Du Yu was not as anxious. He guessed she was probably busy with the aftermath. Little Zhongli, Du Yu said softly, I will soon have to leave again. This time when I leave, I will not return to find you. I understand. Zhong Lichun's heart skipped a beat, but she still said blandly, so we agreed next time. You come to find me. You need to live this life, well, understand. Du Yu gently said, facing the wall. I will. After thinking for a while, Du Yu continued. If 2,000 years are too hard, you can give up at any time. Don't force yourself. It won't be hard for me. Zhong Lichun shook her head. If I get tired, I can just sleep on the street. If I'm hungry, I can steal food from bad people. Oh, if I get dirty, I can wash in the river. 2,000 years will pass by in a blink of an eye. It's not like that. Du Yu gritted his teeth and said, What I worry about is that you will be sad. It's okay if I get sad, I'll just eat something sweet. I am Zhong Lichun. The coffee shop I found today has an interesting name. It reflects my current state, called Bitter Waiting. I don't know when it started, but everything I eat has lost its sweetness. Every day, I feel worse than the day before, yet I can't find anything sweeter to suppress my sadness. How long has it been? 2,300 years perhaps. 300 years beyond the agreed time. I am so afraid that one day I will forget the reason for wandering in this underworld, and when that time comes I might just be lost forever. But why hasn't he appeared on time? Is it because I haven't done what he said? Is it because I was once sad? I promised him I wouldn't be sad, but how can I not be sad? I took a bite of the dessert on the table. The staff said it was the sweetest in the shop, but I couldn't taste it. My heart truly feels bitter. The man at the next table has been staring at me. Is it because of my sad expression? I cannot let anyone see my sad face. I hit that man and now I can't control my emotions. This time I hit too hard, and he crashed through the door and flew out. The staff asked me why I assaulted someone. I told her it was because I was in a bad mood, although I said that I felt quite sorry. Another ghost suddenly appeared outside, cursing loudly and causing a commotion. I wanted to hit him too, but a madwoman suddenly emerged to block me. This madwoman seems somewhat familiar. I met her a long time ago, but who exactly is she? I can't remember. Today everyone saw me looking miserable, and I cannot let them leave. This madwoman suddenly produced a shield for some reason. For me it didn't matter, I shattered that shield in just a few blows. I am sorry, although I have no grievance with you, I really cannot let you leave today, because I do not want to see him again and have him hear from others that I was once sad. I must hurry and finish this, then eat the dessert, otherwise I will feel even worse. Stop! I suddenly heard a loud shout, and I froze. This voice I have waited for over 2,000 years. I turned around and saw that person. He was unchanged from the first time I met him. He seemed to say many things, but my mind was blank, and I heard nothing. I only knew that my heart was no longer bitter. I wanted to share the sweetest dessert on the table with him. But why did he refuse? Could it be that he forgot me? He told me not to move here, that he would go buy some oranges for me. Oranges, I know those are sweet too. It seems he hasn't forgotten. He remembers me. He truly still remembers. The last time I didn't listen to him, and often let others see me sad, so he was late by 300 years. This time I will absolutely not move again. I will be obedient, though I will wait for him here until he returns. Little Zhongli, we agreed that next time you will come to find me. I recalled what he had said back then. Yes, I found you just as we agreed. Sister Qinxiu, do you called out after waking up? This is great. Did you arrange for me to have some powerful soul possession? Sister Qinxiu, do you called a few times, but found that Dong Qinxiu was not there? This was the first time he opened his eyes and noticed Dong Qinxiu was not in front of the screen. Where did she go? Do you stood up and searched around? What puzzled him was that the staff members also seemed evasive, as if they were hiding something from him. Shao-Chi, do you stop? The girl who had attended the roundtable preparatory meeting with him, stop, right there. Shao-Chi was startled, and the materials in her hands fell to the ground. Where is Sister Qinxiu? I don't know. Shao-Chi, are you lying to me? No. Shao-Chi answered timidly, not daring to look at Du Yu. What exactly happened? Du Yu looked at Shao-Chi seriously. If there's really a problem, I will handle it. We are colleagues now, but you shouldn't hide anything from me. Shao-Chi glanced at Du Yu's side and said, Sister Qinxiu is in her office. You should go find her. In the office? Do you not agree? I'll also go see Xiao Zhongli. After hearing this, Shao-Chi said nothing and quickly ran off. Du Yu felt a bit strange, but didn't know what had actually happened. He passed through the lobby of the Bureau of Legends and entered the corridor, quickly finding Dong Qianqiu's office. The door was open and Dong Qinxiu sat quietly inside, but there was no sign of Zhongli Chun. Sister Qinxiu. Du Yu was taken aback when he saw Dong Qinxiu. Where's Xiao Zhongli? Du Yu walked around the room and found no one else besides Dong Qinxiu. In her hands, she held a black scroll, and upon closer inspection he realized it was the record of 8 directions ghosts, though it looked different from when he had first obtained it. It seemed as though someone's name was written on it. Do you come sit down? I have something to discuss with you, Dong Qinxiu said slowly. Du Yu's heart sank, and he felt an ominous premonition. No, I can't. Du Yu's voice trembled. He forced a bitter smile and said to Dong Qinxiu, Sister Qinxiu, don't tell me anything. I haven't found Xiao Zhongli yet. I'll go find her first. No, I must tell you. Dong Qinxiu bit her lip. No, you can't say it. Du Yu aimlessly wandered around the room. Xiao Zhongli, come out, don't scare me. Dong Qinxiu knew Du Yu had realized something, so she slowly stood up and gently placed the record of 8 directions ghosts down. In this world, only you can see her now. If you want to talk to her, she is deep within your heart. Dong Qinxiu slowly walked out. After a long time, Du Yu finally slumped down. Is it true? Have you ceased to exist in this world? Du Yu looked at his jacket on the floor, still carrying Zhongli Chun's warmth and fragrant scent. He slowly picked it up, hugging it to his chest like Zhongli Chun had done before. Where do you usually stay? When I'm tired, I sleep on the street. When I'm hungry, I take food from wild ghosts. When I'm dirty, I bathe in the river of forgetfulness. Don't you feel sad doing that? When I'm sad, I eat something sweet. Those past memories kept surfacing in Du Yu's heart, like a knife stabbed into him, twisting and turning. Du Yu looked down and found several items pressed beneath the jacket. A piece of wrapping paper that had completely lost its color, enclosing a candy that had melted countless times. A white flower that had turned yellow and completely dried out. An orange that looked still fresh but had not been peeled. Seeing these items, Du Yu could no longer hold back and burst into tears. On the table in Dong Qianqiu's office, there were plenty of candies and snacks. The staff had specially brought them in after hearing that Zhongli Chun liked sweet things. But for some reason, Zhongli Chun hadn't eaten any of them. Perhaps she felt she no longer needed sweet things. She would no longer be sad, right? Du Yu cried, bitterly grabbing a bunch of candies from the table and shoving them into his mouth, yet he could taste no sweetness, only endless bitterness. So, eating something sweet when feeling sad is completely useless. Director, I have something to say to you. Dong Qinxiu found Hou Yi speaking to him with a serious tone. Xiao Dong, what's wrong? I believe Du Yu is not suitable for the operator position. Oh, Hou Yi raised an eyebrow and said, why is that? His heart is too kind. The legendary things will have a profound impact on him. It was like this when he shot down the 9 suns, and it's the same with the Lady of No Salt. Dong Qinxiu could hardly imagine if he experiences too much, I'm afraid he will collapse. So, you can't bear to see him collapse. Hou Yi saw through her words. Dong Qinqiu was at a loss for words. Xiaodong, all things in this world have causes and effects. Hou Yi said lightly when I showed all the legends to you, he chose the Lady of No Salt. Do you think if he hadn't chosen the Lady of No Salt, would Zhongli Chun still remember him? Director, I don't really understand. Zhongli Chun would wait faithfully for Du for 2,000 years, so Du would definitely want to return to the legends to explore. And once Du returns to the legends, Zhongli Chun would surely wait for him for 2,000 years. Because of Du's nature, he could never abandon Zhongli Chun, so the fate of Zhongli Chun and Du is already predetermined. Is that how it is? Let me ask you, in the same situation, would Zhongli Chun fall in love with Zhang Qixing? Zhang Qixing. Dong Qinqiu thought seriously for a moment, and said no, if Zhang Qixing were the operator this time, he might complete the task in 2 days, because he has celestial magic for protection, so he would never put himself in danger. But he wouldn't be able to develop feelings for Zhongli Chun. He might not even enter this legend at all. That's right. Hou Yi said it's precisely because Du has emotions that ordinary people possess that he can achieve an unprecedented level of completion in these 2 legends. Everything that happens to him is already destined because he is who he is. So you mean, it's precisely because Du values emotions more than anyone else that he is more suited for this position? Huh. Hou Yi chuckled. I didn't say anything, just explain the cause and effect in this world. Du stood in a pitch-black open space where a large character, Ghost, was written in the center with 8 blood-red lines extending outward. He didn't know where he was. Ever since Zhongli Chun disappeared, every time he closed his eyes he could see this scene, something that had never happened before. After walking for a while, Du noticed a figure in the distance. The figure seemed just as puzzled about this place as he was looking around curiously. As he approached Du's, tears streamed down his face. Xiao Zhongli. With a loud shout before the figure could react, Du rushed forward and hugged her. Huh. Zhongli Chun slowly turned her head, then instantly broke into a smile. Du. Zhongli Chun also slowly extended her arms to hug Du. This was the first time she called his name and the first time she embraced him. Xiao Zhongli, I'm sorry. I thought I was helping you, but in the end you were the one who helped me at the last moment. Sorry for me. Zhongli Chun blinked her eyes and said to Du, how could it be? I'm now in your heart. We are together forever. This is the closest I have been to you in over 2,000 years. Du cried for a long time before slowly coming to his senses. He and Zhongli Chun sat down together. Xiao Zhongli, can we talk properly? Over the years, do you have many things you want to say to me? Zhongli Chun nodded vigorously, revealing an incredibly beautiful smile. Assistant Dong, Du hasn't moved for 3 days now, should we really not care about him? Xiao Qi asked worriedly in Dong Qianqi's office. Look at how he is smiling, and does he look like he has a problem? Dong Qinqiu knew that Du had entered his inner world and might be meeting Zhongli Chun, so she didn't have the heart to disturb him. Let's not disturb him. There are many legends waiting for us to transmit messages. Let's go. Dong Qinqiu patted Xiao Qi's shoulder and led her away. In ancient times, reporting to the West Queen Mother, a divine official bowed to the West Queen Mother. The guardian animals of the 12 earthly branches have been selected. Please review it. West Queen Mother. The West Queen Mother gazed at the sun in the mortal realm, seemingly deep in thought, but quickly regained her composure and said, I shall not look further. You may recite it for me to hear. As you command. The divine official produced a scroll, slowly unfurling it, and began to recite. The guardian animals of the 12 earthly branches are as follows. At the hour of Z, it is the rat. At the hour of Cho, the ox. At the hour of In, the tiger. At the hour of Mao, the cat. At the hour of Chun, the dragon. At the hour of Si, the snake. At the hour of Wu, the horse. At the hour of Wei, the goat. At the hour of Shun, the monkey. At the hour of Yu, the rooster. At the hour of Su, the dog. At the hour of Hai, the pig. I do not quite understand. How did you select these 12 guardians, my minister? If the West Queen Mother wishes to hear more, I will certainly explain. The rat at the hour of Z represents abundance in clothing and food, as rats are born when granaries are full. The ox at the hour of Cho symbolizes hard work and diligence, as oxen are born to toil in the fields. The tiger at the hour of In represents invincibility in battle, as tigers are born to be kings. The cat at the hour of Mao symbolizes a bountiful harvest, as cats are skilled hunters. The dragon at the hour of Chun embodies divinity. Wait a moment. Hearing this, the West Queen Mother interrupted slowly, saying, let me think it over. The divine official lowered his head, not daring to speak further. As for the other guardians, I find no fault, but the cat must be dismissed. The West Queen Mother frowned and said, for some reason my heart is unsettled upon hearing the word cat. A shadow always lingered before the West Queen Mother. Whenever it appeared, 2 words echoed in her ears, big cat, big cat, big cat. The divine official, not daring to contradict, clasped his hands and said, West Queen Mother, your wisdom is unparalleled. But it may be difficult to find another suitable animal to temporarily replace the cat. Let it be the rabbit. The Queen Mother said lightly. The rabbit. The divine official looked somewhat puzzled. Since the West Queen Mother has decided I should not voice any objections, but the rabbit is not known for its affinity with humans and appears rather cold in nature. Do not speak foolishly. The Queen Mother interrupted. Who dares to say that a rabbit cannot have feelings? I have seen emotional rabbits surpassing many in this world. I will obey your decree. The divine official nervously knelt and left, leaving the West Queen Mother alone in the vast hall. The West Queen Mother gazed thoughtfully at the moon of the heavenly realm and then at the sun of the mortal world. She was uncertain about the well-being of the rabbit on the moon as well as the conditions of the mortals under the sun. Changed since you attained immortality in a mortal body, I know you still harbor attachments to the mortal world. A tall man clad in a jade robe sat at the center of the heavenly court and spoke to Henge with a sonorous voice. Therefore, I will be lenient and have messengers deliver regular tidings from the mortal realm to you. What would you wish to know? Henge bowed slowly and replied, to report to Hou Yi. If it may be permitted, I would like to receive regular news of one person. Who is it? This person is called Da Yi. He lives in Dongxing Shinzhou's Dongyi State, and once was the hero who shot down 9 sons. Very well. Hou Yi nodded and said to Taibai Jinxing, go at once and fetch information about Da Yi and deliver it regularly to change at Guanghan Palace. Taibai Jinxing standing beside Hou Yi counted on his fingers and frowned. There is no one called Da Yi among mortals. Immortal change, might you be mistaken? Henge felt a sharp pang in her heart upon hearing this. Could Da Yi already be dead? Hou Yi, seeming to perceive Henge's turmoil, said, Taibai, transmit to Hutu and ask whether Da Yi has registered in the underworld. At once, Taibai closed his eyes slightly. Henge dared not interrupt, for she was truly afraid of hearing dreadful tidings. Strange. Taibai shook his head and turned back, reporting to Hou Yi. Huden Yang says this day he has not reported to the underworld either. Absurd. If he is neither in the underworld nor among the living, has he become an immortal? Hou Yi waved his hand and said, enough. Henge, I have given you the chance, but you have squandered it. Withdraw. No. Henge panicked. Surely something is wrong. How could Da Yi be neither among the living nor in the realm of the dead? Wait. A figure approached from afar. Dao Tianzuan Taishang Laojun. Hou Yi inclined his head in greeting. Taishang Laojun bowed and spoke slowly. I have heard that Yao's sovereign of the mortal realm took from the archer's village a man named Yi. However, that man is not called Da Yi, but Hou Yi. I wonder whether immortal change seeks this man. Hou Yi. Change was puzzled. The name sounded familiar, yet she knew there were no others named Yi in that village. Hou Yi asked with an authority that brooked no refusal. Immortal change, have you decided? Do you wish to receive regular news of this man, called Hou Yi? In the vast emptiness of Guanghan Palace, Henge sat quietly holding a white rabbit and gazed into the distance as if awaiting something. Soon a small black speck flew swiftly from the direction of the mortal realm. Ah, it's coming. Henge danced with joy. The speck grew larger and revealed itself to be a small bird entirely black. The bird held a silk letter in its beak and gently placed it before Henge. She unfurled it with care. Upon it was written a single sentence. Hou Yi accompanied Yao on his western campaign and achieved a great victory. Though it was only a single line, Henge read it 7 or 8 times. She then folded the silk tenderly and placed it among the other letters. Those simple words were the sole solace of her heart. You too. Henge stroked the white rabbit in her arms. How strange. You always share my joy and my sorrow, yet when news of my husband arrives, you are unusually cold. The white rabbit glanced at the silk letter with an unreadable, expressionless face. You had not stepped out of his room for 4 days, and it seemed that everyone in the Legend Management Bureau had an unspoken understanding, as no one dared to disturb him. Dong Qianqiu still monitored every potential problem with the legends in front of her screen every day. If there was any deviation, she would transmit messages to the characters in the legends. After Du Yu's guidance, Dong Qianqiu often impersonated the Queen Mother to make transmissions, significantly increasing the success rate of the legends. On this day, a low and deep knocking sound echoed through the normally functioning Legend Management Bureau, signaling the arrival of a guest. A staff member naturally went to open the door. Generally, guests at the Legend Management Bureau were rare, but ever since Du Yu arrived, things had noticeably changed. It was likely someone trying to make connections. Dong Qianqiu initially paid no attention, thinking it was yet another underworld messenger delivering gifts to Du Yu. However, shortly after, the staff member who went to open the door was unexpectedly pushed down, falling right in front of Dong Qianqiu. Everyone in the Legend Management Bureau froze. In the thousands of years since its establishment, no one had ever dared to cause trouble here. Who is so bold? Dong Qianqiu turned around and saw 2 people standing at the door. One was a tall man, bare-chested with strange tattoos all over his body and 2 deer horns protruding from his head, exuding an extremely eerie aura. Beside him was a scantily clad woman possessing a similar aura, but with an added touch of wicked charm. Dong Qianqiu knew she had never seen these 2 in the underworld and could not think of any notable figures matching their appearance, so she decided to observe quietly. She slowly helped the staff member who had fallen to the ground and asked, "What happened?" "I don't know either." The staff member rubbed his head and said, "I told him we were working and couldn't receive guests, and then that man suddenly pushed me down." "This is outrageous." Dong Qianqiu muttered to herself. Even the Heavenly Court of old did not dare to confront the Legend Management Bureau openly. Who on earth are these 2? Since they had the confidence to barge into the Legend Management Bureau, it was clear that their intentions were not good. "You wait aside." The staff member nodded and stepped aside. "Where is the director?" Dong Qianqiu turned to another person and said, "Hurry and call the director." "Assistant Dong." "I haven't seen the director these past few days," the staff member replied awkwardly. At that moment, the 2 slowly walked into the room, surveying their surroundings, and asked, "Who is Dong Qianqiu?" Dong Qianqiu was taken aback. She had thought they were looking for Du Yu, but it turned out they were after her. However, since it was like this, there seemed to be nothing to worry about. Dong Qianqiu stepped forward and said, I am Dong Qianqiu. Very good. The man nodded slightly. Come with me, someone wants to see you. Come with you? Dong Qianqiu shot him a cold glance. What if I refuse to go? Don't be ungrateful. The man twisted his wrist. If you don't want this place to be flattened, it would be better to come with us. Flatten this place. Dong Qianqiu could hardly believe her ears. Hey, speak properly. The wicked woman beside him, also with a pair of horns, lightly tapped the man and turned to Dong Qianqiu, saying, Sister Qianqiu, don't worry, we won't harm you. A big person wants to see you. Dong Qianqiu could not discern the cultivation levels of these two, so she dared not act recklessly. However, having worked here for 1,000 years, she had few acquaintances and had never made enemies with anyone. Why would someone want to abduct her? Sister Qianqiu cannot go with you. A voice came from afar, and a figure appeared in the corridor. Do you? Dong Qianqiu glanced at him. Are you all right? Indeed. Do you? Smiled faintly, looking quite pleased. I talked with Hou Yi for a long time and have come to understand many things. That's great. A stone finally fell from Dong Qianqiu's heart. Now let's not worry about that. We should deal with the trouble at hand first. Du Yu waved his hand and looked at the two before him. Who are you? Some matters are not convenient to discuss here. The man shook his head. Moreover, it's none of your business. With that, the man reached out his hand towards Dong Qianqiu. As she gathered her energy to shake his hand away, she found that the man's strength was exceptionally overwhelming, gripping Dong Qianqiu's wrist, rendering her unable to move. Stop. Du Yu's gaze instantly turned cold, a murderous aura spreading forth. Let go of Sister Qianqiu. Oh. The two raised their eyebrows upon seeing Du Yu's change. 8 directions ghost record. So it's you. Humph. Ignoring them, Du Yu seized the man's wrist with great force. An ant dares to shake a tree. The man said, coldly, releasing Dong Qianqiu and then throwing a punch at Du Yu. The fist flew towards Du Yu's face like thunder. Du Yu's expression darkened. Although he borrowed strength from Zhongli Chun, this person's power was evidently above his own. He crossed his arms in front of himself to block, retreating a few steps. Before Du Yu could stabilize himself, the man reached out again, unleashing a wave of black, ominous wind towards him. Du Yu was lifted off the ground and crashed against the wall. Du Yu let out a muffled groan. Although this person's strength was indeed formidable, it seemed they were not trying to kill him. He immediately stood up using Zhongli Chun's ghostly techniques, and in an instant flashed behind the man, using all his strength to strike at the back of his head. The man slightly tilted his head to evade the strike, then extended his hand to hit Du Yu. Bang! A tremendous sound rang out, and Du Yu was pushed back a few steps. Not bad. The man glanced at Du Yu. You can now use strength without being possessed by a ghost. It seems the ghost you chose trusts you greatly. The alluring woman standing beside him bent down, looking at Du Yu with a grin, and said, Du Yu, you still cannot fully harness the ghost's power. If you need me to help you fight him, just ask, and I might consider it. Who exactly are you? Du Yu moved his injured wrist, thinking that the man's strength was even above Zhongli Chun's. Given this, he must be a prominent figure in the underworld. Although the woman beside him had not made a move, her strength clearly matched that of the man. We are merely unremarkable messengers. The man displayed a dismissive attitude. Dong Qianqiu, will you come with us now? Dong Qianqiu was already shocked by the scene before her, and quickly said, I will go with you, but you must not harm Du Yu. Very well. The man nodded, turned, and was about to leave when a fierce gust of wind surged toward him. Boom. The man raised his hand to block the gust. The entire Legend Management Bureau shook. Great judge. Du Yu and Dong Qianqiu simultaneously looked towards the door where a man in splendid attire stood. This is quite rare. Cui Ju walked into the room without changing his expression and coldly said, Is there really someone who dares to cause trouble at the Legend Management Bureau? Cui Ju. The man recognized him at a glance and said, I advise you not to interfere in this matter, otherwise it will be hard to resolve. Oh, Cui Ju sneered. Is there anything in the underworld that I cannot handle? Aside from the absurdities of the 10 halls of Yama battling the 5 ghost emperors, there is nothing I cannot settle. Heh. The man smiled slightly. In your eyes is the battle of the 10 halls of Yama against the 5 ghost emperors the greatest chaos. Your perspective is rather limited. You? Cui Ju was somewhat confused. This person had such a bold tone, but he truly did not recognize him. Being able to withstand his palm, this person's strength must at least be on par with the 8 great Yin messengers, making it necessary for him to take this seriously. Cui Ju ceased speaking, producing the soul hook pin with his right hand, channeling his power. The soul hook pin immediately surged with ominous energy, and the talismans affixed to it all peeled off, with thousands of wailing souls flying from all directions into the pin. The temperature dropped sharply around him, and the giant soul hook pin instantly glimmered with spiritual light. Death summoning order. Cui Ju shouted, and the soul hook pin flew into the air, swiftly writing a line of symbols flying towards the man before him. Oh, the man frowned. This could get a bit troublesome. Do you really want to go all out with me here? The man stomped on the ground, revealing an astonishing aura, continuously forming seals with his hands. Blood energy surged into the sky, and everyone could smell a faint metallic scent. Blood wave decisive. The blood light on the man exploded, instantly colliding with Cui Ju's death summoning order. Following an earth-shattering sound, both powers dissipated into blue smoke. Du Yu, Dong Qianqiu, and the others were left dumbfounded. Such a level of combat was beyond their reach. The two before them were evidently at the true immortal level. With a sudden rupture in the void, two more figures arrived, landing to find that it was Niu Tu and Ma Mian. Who dares to touch my brother Du? As soon as Niu Tu landed, he shouted loudly, while Ma Mian beside him still had traces of blood on him, clearly having just been torturing a prisoner in hell. What's going on? Why are they all here? Dong Qianxiu was somewhat perplexed. She turned around to see Du grinning, holding his phone, realizing that he had secretly sent a few ghost messages to call for help. Ma Mian's eyes darted around, assessing the situation, and he quickly grabbed Niu Tu, saying, "Third brother, what's happening? Should we ask for clarification?" "Ask? What to ask?" Niu Tu snorted. Since ancient times, the Legend Management Bureau has been the protected object of all the immortals, and anyone who dares to cause trouble can be directly dispersed. That's the rule. Oh, the wicked woman looked at the scene in front of her and couldn't help but laugh. This is the end. Chigawei, you just promised to complete the task cleanly, and now 3 of the 8 great messengers have arrived. What are you going to do now? Otherwise you can beg me to help you. A joke, the man scoffed coldly. Even if all 8 great envoys came, could they stop me? Ma Mian forced on a smile and hurried forward to ask, "May I ask, exalted immortals, what is your cultivation rank? Or whose subordinate of some Deluo golden immortal are you?" The man sneered. "Begone." "Oh." Ma Mian smiled faintly. "Venerable immortal, you are indeed quick to anger. This little immortal will take his leave." He clasped his hands and bowed, and from his back a slender object shot forth toward the man's face. Startled, the man snatched at the dark streak. When he looked closely, it was a snake-shaped shadow formed of energy. "Xian detonate." Ma Mian shouted. The black serpent in the man's hand burst apart, and a tremendous wash of energy rolled over him. "Third brother now," Ma Mian cried, and Niu Tu obeyed. With a surge of will, his horns swelled to twice their size, and he rammed into the man hidden within that black haze. "Old Ox is here," came a thunderous voice. From the mist, a palm shot forth, firmly seized Niu Tu's horns, and with a gesture scattered the surrounding energy. "Petty tricks," the man said, exerting a little force. The horn that had been surrounded by immortal arts suddenly revealed faint cracks. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Niu Tu was terrified and cried out, "Let go of me." Cui Ju felt alarm. This cultivator clearly surpassed him. Even with Niu Tu and Ma Mian, they could not easily drive him off. Since Du had sent a distress signal, he trusted Old 7 and Old 8 would arrive soon. For now his task was to stall. With that thought, Cui Ju produced his Gaoan pen. Wujian Purgatory Array. Cui Ju traced several talismans with the pen and sent them flying toward the man. The runes did not strike him directly, but landed around him instead, intertwining until they sketched a containment formation. Once the array completed, the man felt something coil about him, seeming to siphon away his strength. He loosened his grip on Niu Tu. The Oxman took the chance to roll away and exit the formation. "Wujian Purgatory Array," the man said, looking around coldly. "Do you know where I cultivated into immortal? What is such a purgatorial array to me?" He strode to the edge of the array where Cui Ju's illusionary talismans hung, suspended, and waved his hand. The runes trembled violently, yet Cui Ju had poured tremendous power into the formation, and it would not be undone in an instant. A beguiling woman laughed softly. "How amusing. Cui Ju did not aim to kill you. He spent all his power sustaining this array, as if buying time." She advanced, black light rippling from her palms. With a single motion, she shattered one rune, and the entire array collapsed. She smiled and said, "Apologies, little brother Cui, but time is the one thing we lack. If you still resist, we will have to deal with you." "All of you stop," a cold voice thundered from above. Cui Ju's face brightened. "Wonderful, they have arrived." 2 figures, one black and one white, descended and took their place among the group. "Old 7, Old 8 join forces with us and deal with these 2. Cui Ju shouted, preparing to reforge his array. But the black and white figures ignored the combatants and instead walked past Du to stand before Dong Qianxiu. "Old 7, Old 8. You." Bai Wuchang stood silent for a moment, then said slowly, "Assistant Dong, you must come with us." Dong Qianxiu thought she had misheard. "Seventh Lord, what did you say?" Niu Tu roared. "Old 7, what nonsense are you speaking? Old 8, do you agree?" Niu Tu fumed. "Those 2 came to the Legends Bureau to see someone. We sent 5 of the 8 great envoys, and they still let them take the person. Third brother." Bai Wuchang Xiebian looked at Niu Tu and said, "This matter is graver than you imagine. Everyone cease fighting. Old 8 and I will stake our heads to guarantee Assistant Dong's safety." Hei Wuchang sighed. "Assistant Dong is Xie said we will protect you, but this time you must go with us." Du Yu bristled with anger, but seeing the solemn expressions of Hei and Bai, he quickly understood there was more at stake. "Is their patron very powerful?" he asked. "Very powerful, far greater than you imagine," Xiebian nodded. "Who is it then?" Du Yu demanded. "If we do not know where Qianxiu will be taken, I will never agree to this." Xie turned to the pair of spirits and asked, "Chigawei, Megawei, may I tell them?" The woman called Megawei smiled. "This was meant to be secret, but since it has come to this, if we do not tell them, we cannot leave either." Xiebian nodded, then addressed the group. "Assistant Dong, Du brother, eldest brother, third brother, fourth brother, stand down. These 2 are Chigawei and Megawei. Their master is the founder of the underworld, Hou Tu Nyang Yang." "Hou Tu Nyang Yang," everyone gasped. Du Yu, most shaken, recalled how Dong Qianxiu had once explained the divinities of the underworld. Though Hou Tu founded the realm, she disliked day-to-day rule and entrusted governance to the Fengdu Emperor and the Dongyue Taishan Emperor. Under them, the 10 Yama kings and 5 ghost emperors were installed, while Hou Tu herself lived in semi-reclusion. Why now had she appeared to forcibly take Dong Qianxiu? Hou Tu Nyang wishes to see me. Dong Qianxiu asked, bewildered. Qigui nodded. It was meant to be confidential, but now that so many know, I will have difficulty explaining when I return. Meigui kicked Qigui and cursed, yet Qigui remained impassive. Meigui scolded him. Why did you have to use force? Talk to people properly. Qigui replied coldly. I cannot speak, action is quicker. But why? Dong Qianxiu protested. I do not even know Hou Tu Nyang. The reasons we cannot disclose, Meigui said, stepping forward and patting Dong's shoulder. But Qianxiu, trust us, Hou Tu Nyang would not summon you to harm you. Were that the intention, you would not be alive now given our power. The remark was harsh, but not without reason. As Hou Tu's personal guardians, Qigui and Meigi's cultivation likely rivaled the 10 Yama kings. Ordinary immortals could not hope to contend. Taking a life here would be as easy as reaching into a pocket. Very well. I will go with you, Dong Qianxiu agreed, then turned to a staff member. If you meet the director, please inform him. One more thing, Qianxiu, Meigui murmured with a slight smile. Hou Tu Nyang has ordered that you will not return for a short time. If the new operator wishes you back sooner, it would be best to do Hou Tu a favor. Here is a jade pendant. She handed the pendant to Du Yu. Keep it on you and descend into the legend of the 8 great envoys. At the crucial moment, Hou Tu will speak to you through it. Du Yu took the pendant and examined Qigui and Meigui with suspicion. Is Hou Tu Nyang using Qianxiu as leverage? Are you taking her as a hostage? Meigui laughed coquettishly. Not exactly a threat, but something like it. You simply need to do your job properly. Do my job? Du Yu snapped. How am I to do my job without Qianxiu? That I cannot say. This concerns your Legends Bureau, Meigui shrugged. We have taken who we were to take. The rest is for you to handle. With a gesture, Meigui led Dong Qianxiu and Qigui. The 3 vanished where they stood. Du Yu watched them go, stunned. What on earth was that? Old 7, old 8, are you sure this is all right? He asked. Do you know Hou Tu Nyang? He added anxiously. Do not speak for the 2 of us alone. Each of the 8 great envoys was personally selected by Hou Tu Nyang, Fan Wujiu's side. Only we know Qigui personally. Du Yu remained uneasy and pressed on. What kind of person is Hou Tu Nyang, and why take Qianxiu? Fan Wujiu considered for a moment. I do not know her reasons for taking Assistant Dong, but I believe Hou Tu Nyang is not a wicked woman. Assistant Dong should be all right. Also, Du Yu, the volume of the Bafang ghost record you carry was entrusted to me by Hou Tu Nyang. Du Yu was stunned. He remembered Dong Qianxiu had said the Bafang ghost record was a technique from Hou Tu's founding of the underworld. Why had Hou Tu given that manual to him through Fan Wujiu? What motive lay behind it? Xie Bian broke in. If that old matron wanted to harm you, she would not have handed you the Bafang ghost record. So let us place our trust in her. Du Yu felt trapped. Dong would not return soon. Could the descent of legends continue without her? After Niu Tu and Ma Mian saw the matter resolved and exchanged farewells with Du Yu, they departed. At that moment, Hou Yi's shaky figure hobbled up from a distance. Director. Du Yu rushed forward as if he had seen salvation and recounted the events to Hou Yi. Hou Yi's expression shifted. You say Hou Tu Nyang has taken Dong Qianxiu? Yes. What should we do? Du Yu asked. Hou Yi pondered, then said, very well. I do not think Xiao Dong will come to harm. Continue with our work as usual. But without Qianxiu, who will relay the messages? Du Yu fretted. Relax. There are many transmitters. The one you know as Little 7 is among them. Hou Yi continued calmly. Hou Tu Nyang seldom issues orders. Since she has requested this, prepare the legends of the 8 great envoys. At present, the problematic legends are those of Grand Judge Cui Ju and of He, and by Wu Cheng, we have already sealed both. The remaining legends, the Niu Tu and Ma Mian pair, Marshal Judge Zhong Kui, and Jia Yi and Sui Yi, have not encountered issues, Hou Yi added. Du Yu looked at Hou Yi with a question. Director, do you truly trust Hou Tu Nyang? You seem unfazed, as if nothing has happened, or as if you expected this to occur. Me. Hou Yi stroked his beard and smiled. How could that be so? Director, where have you just been? When such a big incident occurred in the Legend Management Bureau, the emissaries from various places in the underworld rushed to help immediately, yet you did not appear. Hou Yi chuckled awkwardly and explained, I am getting old and my movements are slow. Du Yu did not press further, but felt something was off. Little doozy, Xie Bian touched his own face and said, you are after all an employee of the Legend Management Bureau. You shouldn't be so disrespectful to the director. Hou Yi quickly interjected. Yes, we need to prepare for the legend. Today's legend is related to a few of you. There is an ancient rule in the Legend Management Bureau. One cannot see oneself in the legend, otherwise I will no longer keep you all here. After saying this, Hou Yi turned and entered the room. Just as Du Yu was about to follow, Cui Ju called him back. Do you, my little brother? Cui Ju said in a low voice. Have you considered the matter I entrusted to you last time? Du Yu pondered slightly. In fact, he had been contemplating it for days, as Cui Ju's request was indeed perplexing. Leader. Du Yu thought for a moment and said, can you tell me why? When everyone came to ask for my help, they hoped I could return to the past to assist them, making their futures better. Yet you want me to go back and disrupt your legend, preventing you from becoming the Grand Judge. I truly cannot comprehend. Little do you. Cui Ju forced a smile and said, becoming the Grand Judge is indeed wonderful. Not only do I possess supreme magical power, but I have also attained immortality. However, in exchange, I lost the most important person. If possible, I would like to experience another life. Another lovesick person, Du Yu murmured to himself. So, have you agreed to my request? Cui Ju asked. Du Yu hesitated. Leader, it's not that I don't want to agree to you. You also know that if you do not become the judge, not only will a large amount of Tai Shu be produced, but the structure of the underworld will also change. I think if I do not become the Grand Judge, surely someone else can take on the role. Big brother. Fan Wujiao seemed to have understood the matter. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, Big brother, what do you think? Don't you want to be an emissary anymore? Cui Ju also showed a difficult expression. There is always a knot in my heart that cannot be untangled or circumvented. Boss. Xie Bian also stepped forward. Since you cannot make a decision, why not ask your past self? Oh, yes. Du Yu suddenly thought, let's not make the decision for you. Just like Dei and Change, I will ask your past self to let you make your own choice. Cui Ju fell silent for a long time and said, I guess this is the only way. Little do you I entrust this to you. Du Yu bid farewell to the three and entered the Legend Management Bureau, where he found Shao Qi and Shao Jin waiting at the round table. Du Yu, this preparatory meeting will be conducted by the two of us. The short Shao Jin smiled at Du Yu and took out the materials in his hand. With Dong Qianxiu gone, Du Yu felt a void in his heart. However, as a veteran figure of the underworld, Hou Yi had taken Dong Qianxiu away, and there was nothing he could do. The first legend to be entered is Cui Ju cuts the tiger, and I will introduce the legend summary. Shao Jin adjusted his glasses and said, Cui Ju is the current Grand Judge of the Yin-Law Division in the Underworld, and in life, he was the magistrate of Qixin County Luozhou, now Qixin County, Hebei City, Henan Province. In the 19th year of the Jingguan era, an old woman's son was eaten by a ferocious tiger. The old woman beat the drum at the government office to seek justice. Cui Ju then dispatched the captain Li Neng to capture the tiger, held a trial, and asked the tiger several charges. The tiger nodded in agreement. Seeing that the tiger had the intention to repent, Cui Ju did not hold it accountable and assigned the tiger to the old woman as her adopted son. From then on, the tiger took good care of the old woman and never harmed anyone again. After Hou Yi heard of this, she deemed that this person could distinguish right from wrong, understand good and evil, and thus appointed him as the head judge. Are there any questions? Du Yu felt it was absurd. How could there be someone who could hold a trial for a tiger? What was even more absurd was that the tiger confessed. No questions. Du Yu understood that this was after all a legend, and to know what really happened one could only see it for oneself. Next, Shao Qi spoke softly. I will introduce the current problems in the legend. Du Yu perked up his ears to listen carefully. Shao Qi's voice grew quieter, and Du Yu had to concentrate harder to hear, but he could only hear her mumbling something softly. After a while she said, that's the problem that has arisen in the legend. What? Du Yu was taken aback. Sister Qi, I can't hear you at all. Can you speak a bit louder? Shao Qi seemed startled and looked very nervous. This kind of personality made Du Yu quite worried. Could she really become the announcer? I'm sorry, it's my first time working with an operator, and I'm a little nervous. Let me say it again. Shao Qi raised her voice, but compared to ordinary people, it was still soft. The problem that has arisen in this legend is that after the old woman's son was eaten by the tiger, the old woman did not choose to report to the officials. Shao Qi said timidly, therefore Cui Ju has not yet held a trial for this matter. Is that so? Du Yu thought carefully for a moment and asked, is this also a Class C task? The reason he asked this was that Du Yu felt this legend was a bit too simple. It seems that to complete this task, they could just let the old woman report to the officials directly. Yes. Shao Jin nodded. Although the difficulty of the task is very low, if not handled properly, it could very likely lead to the Grand Judge disappearing from the present world. Therefore, the severity cannot be underestimated, and it is ultimately classified as a Class C task. Indeed. Du Yu said, all right, let's start preparing as soon as possible. Shao Qi said softly, you should lie down over there, and pointed to the incoming equipment. We can begin. Du Yu thought for a moment and said, did you forget something? According to the procedure, shouldn't you ask me what I need to take with me? What to take? Shao Qi laughed awkwardly and said, I'm sorry. I don't have that ability. Sigh. Du Yu sighed, Sister Qianxiu, if you don't come back soon, I think I might die in this legend. Du Yu composed himself and asked again, is this a long-term legend or a short-term legend? Short-term legend, it only descends once and lasts for 7 days, Shao Jin said. Du Yu nodded. All right, let's begin as soon as possible. In the era of the Tang Dynasty, the prosperous age. Location, Qixin Luozhou. The evil person Jiangqin descends. Du Yu opened his eyes and found himself dressed in a black outfit resembling that of the Jinui, looking well-made, but made of ordinary materials, currently standing in the courtroom. You three evil people, come and bow to Master Cui Ju. From now on you will serve him. A captain in red said. Evil people. Du Yu looked at himself and then raised his head to look at Cui Ju sitting in the courtroom. His appearance had not changed, only his gaze was not as deep as it was now. Before Du Yu could react, the people beside him all bowed their heads in reverence. Du Yu hurriedly followed their example and clasped his hands, thinking, Goodness, the plot is advancing faster and faster now. No need to be so formal, Cui Ju smiled and said, what crimes have you all committed? What exactly are evil people? Do I still have to commit crimes? Hou Yi, what does it mean to be an evil person? What crime should I have committed? Usually, a faint voice came, they committed a crime. And then that is called an evil person. You speak too softly. Before Du could finish asking, the captain in red beside Cui Ju stepped forward and pointed at Du saying, you go first. Oh. Du had just been thinking about whether he could mimic others and say a few crimes, but now it seemed he could only brace himself and go ahead. Me. Leader, if I were to say what crimes I committed, it would truly be. Men would weep and women would have their hearts broken. Oh. Cui Ju, who had initially looked bored, suddenly became interested upon hearing Du's words, but then he realized something. What did you just call me? Leader. After calling out, Du felt regret. Who calls officials leader in this era? Interesting, you continue. Cui Ju smiled. Du no longer hesitated and spoke up. At the beginning, I gathered a few brothers and killed a bully called Jiaoying at Xiangshui. That bully was quite formidable. After a fierce battle, we managed to determine the victor. If it weren't for my little brother named Xiaoba sacrificing himself, I would probably not be able to meet you now. Cui Ju fell silent after hearing this. Du didn't know what it meant and could only continue. Leader, don't be anxious. There's more. Later, I joined a gang called the Qi family gang. We have two deadly rivals, the Qin family gang and the Zhao family gang. I had a romantic interest who was the female leader of the Qi family gang. As luck would have it, she accidentally got surrounded by thousands of men from the Qin and Zhao gangs. To save her, I disregarded everything and rushed into the crowd, unleashing my Shaolin ultimate technique, the Fire Cloud Palm, and killed no fewer than 100 people, finally bringing her to safety. Cui Ju's expression fluctuated, and he turned to look at the red-clad captain. Both their faces were strange. Is that not enough? Du thought to himself what kind of crime was substantial enough to be considered serious. Moreover, leader, after returning to the gang with that romantic interest, I felt unsatisfied, so I brought thousands of people back to the Qin and Zhao gangs, killing several tens of thousands of them. Cui Ju finally interrupted. Du rubbed his temples and looked very troubled as he said to the red-clad captain, Li Neng, are you sure this person is an evil person sent from Chang'an? My lord. The captain called Li Neng felt troubled. I wouldn't dare to lie. These individuals are indeed evil people sent from Chang'an, but I also did not expect that there would be such a savage criminal among them. Criminal? Du looked around and said, are you referring to me? Cui Ju felt a headache coming on. If what you say is true, the crimes you have committed would warrant the extermination of 3 clans under the law. How could you possibly be classified as an evil person? Execute the 3 clans. Du froze. Did I say too much? Hou Yi looked embarrassed and stammered, I'm sorry. I was just so nervous. Please don't be angry. I'm not angry, but your transmission operator is as good as ornamentation. Can she really handle this? But transmission operators have always been scarce, and besides senior sister Chinchio, I've been on duty the longest. Please don't be angry. Oh, never mind. Du shook his head. I'm not angry, it's you who should take some time to adjust. Cui Ju asked again, what is your name? My name is. Du faltered hurriedly, sending a thought to Hou Yi. By the way, Hou Yi, you didn't tell me during the meeting. What is my name? Hou Yi checked her notes, and in a very soft voice said, Buliang Ren Jiangqin. Jiangqin. Du felt on the verge of panic. If he had offended someone, let the chief judge him. Just don't give him a transmission operator with such a tiny voice. I really can't hear you. Buliang Ren, the gentleman, is asking you a question. Du caught only fragments and could only bluff. My name is Buliang Yuan Xiangqin. Buliang Yuan Xiangqin. Cui Ju scratched his head. A rather odd name, but sounds like a young woman. And a foolish young woman at that. Du forced a laugh, his face flushed with embarrassment. Enough. I will deal with your matter later. What about the other 2? What offenses have they committed? I knocked a man's tooth out in the street, one Buliang Ren said. I was starving and stole a chicken, the other Buliang Ren said. When they finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Du. What? Du was stunned. That's all it takes. Petty theft and street brawls qualify one to be a Buliang Ren. Yes, Hou Yi said. You joined the Buliang Ren, not a heretical cult. Du thought to himself that this was becoming hard to handle. If he had known a transmission operator would one day be this Hou Yi, he would have bothered to brush up on history. Xiangqin. Cui Ju called to Du. What's the matter, Jishu? Du replied. Jishu. Nothing. Please go ahead, sir. Cui Ju sighed and said, I know that as Buliang Ren you each surely carry your own secrets. If you do not wish to speak, that is all right. He continued, Qi County lacks manpower. I specially petitioned the court to have you brought here to assist. Now that you have come to Qi County in the days ahead, we will be like a family. I hope you will learn to trust us slowly. Whenever you wish to tell me of your past, I will listen attentively. Just do not try to fool me with the old storyteller's tricks of the Jianghu. Cui Ju's voice was not loud but warm. If the 3 of you have any problems in the future, you may always come to me, or to Li Dudu. It is getting late, go and rest. From tomorrow, Li Dutu will take you on duty. Du nodded, inwardly relieved. Cui Ju had not believed his rambling story. Otherwise, his first day on the ground would have been a disaster. Du thanked Cui Ju and stepped out of the high hall. The immediate task was to find that old woman whose son had supposedly been eaten by a tiger. No, that was not the true priority. The real matter was to deal with another person. Hou Yi, we need to talk, Du said after stepping outside. I'll talk about what? Why is your voice so tiny at crucial moments? I already told you. Hou Yi trembled as she said, I'm a little nervous and am a bit afraid. So it's not that your voice is small, but that your courage is Du said. It's odd. Suddenly I recall, every time I called to you from behind you jump like a startled cat. What is there to be afraid of? I'm the one who walks into legend, not you. If something goes wrong, I will be the one standing in front of it. But I've only been on the job 100 years and have never cooperated with an operator before. I'm afraid I will make mistakes. Du sighed and shook his head. Hou Yi, don't worry. I even accomplished the feat of shooting down the 9 suns. This crank task will not be difficult. Besides, you want senior sister Qianxiu to return soon, don't you? Du Yu knew that although Hou Yi appeared unreliable, she bore no malice. All he could do was encourage her. Hou Yi patted her own cheek and told Du Yu, it was my fault earlier. I won't make the same mistake again. Du Yu smiled. That's better. Now I am going to that old woman's home. Please guide me there. Hou Yi nodded. All right, the old woman's house is. Though her voice remained faint, Du Yu at least could make out the directions. After much effort following Hou Yi's directions, Du Yu arrived at the old woman's dwelling. It turned out she did not live inside Qi County at all, but at the foot of a mountain outside it. Reaching Qi County from there would take half a day's travel. No doubt one reason she had not reported the matter was the distance. Her aged body could hardly manage such a journey. This mountain looks familiar, Du Yu murmured, glancing up at it. He had the vague impression he had been here not long ago. Perhaps all mountains simply resemble one another. Hou Yi said, Du Yu, this is Yunming Mountain. Even now you can see it near Hebei City in Qi County. In the Warring States, it was called Gigu Mountain. Ah, Master Gigu. Du Yu had not expected 2 legends to be associated with the same mountain nearby. He wondered if it was coincidence or fate. Then again, this was the Tang dynasty. About 1,000 years had passed since the Warring States. It was unlikely any reclusive sages still dwelled on this mountain. Du Yu knocked on the simple door at the foot of the mountain. Is anyone inside? After a moment, an old woman's voice called out, Who is at the door? Bringing warmth to a lonely widow, Du Yu said. The old woman hesitated. Visitors were rare. After thinking for a moment, she opened the door. Du Yu looked closely. The old woman had a head of silver hair and keen eyes that still shone with spirit. Her frame was thin, but neither stooped nor unsteady. She appeared surprisingly robust for her years. Are you an official? The old woman asked, eyeing Du Yu's clothing with a trace of disdain that quickly faded. What business does an official have with an old woman like me? Du Yu smiled faintly. County Magistrate Cui Ju sent us to count the number of lonely elderly in the town. At the years, there will be some relief distributed. Is it just you at home? The old woman answered, No, I have a son, and reached to close the door. Du Yu moved quickly and slipped a foot into the doorway to stop it. Du Yu whispered to Hou Yi, puzzled, Did I arrive at the wrong time? Her son is still alive. Hou Yi, her voice still barely audible, but clear, replied, The old woman's son was devoured by a tiger. If that is so, why did the old woman lie? Is she senile? Du Yu burst through the door without another word. Official, what are you doing? The old woman asked, both puzzled and angry. Who barged into a private home without permission? Mother, I mean you no harm. I only wish to ask where your son is now and when he will return. Du Yu sat down in a chair, as if he were a familiar guest, taking no heed of formalities. The old woman looked at Du Yu with a meaningful glance, and then said, My son went up the mountain. As for when he will come back, this old woman does not know. She spoke and then busied herself tidying the scattered bowls and the chicken bones left on the table. Du Yu continued to observe her. Her mind seemed clear and her reasoning coherent. She showed none of the signs of senility. Yet the clarity and composure reminded him of others he had known whose illnesses were severe. Madam, listen to me. I suspect your son is dead, Du Yu said bluntly. The old woman did not even turn her head. She replied calmly, Is that so? Du Yu thought the old woman's reaction was far from normal. A typical response would be anger, denial, or a demand that he leave. Instead, she behaved as if the matter did not concern her. Seeing the woman intent on concealing something, Du Yu did not press further. He rose and looked about the room. Madam, you have just finished eating, he asked. Yes, she said lightly. I did not expect an official to come, otherwise I would have prepared another set of bowls. So you live with your son, but only set a place for yourself. The woman's movements paused. She turned and looked at Du Yu. Official, I have already told you. I do not know when my son will return, so I did not prepare his bowl. Du Yu raised an eyebrow. How many days has it been since your son returned? 3 or 4 days, I suppose, the old woman said after a moment. Then she amended, no more than 3 or 4 days. He heard that an immortal had appeared on the neighboring mountain and went up to seek him. I see. Du Yu glanced at the chicken bone she had cleared and said, Your son has been up the mountain for 3 or 4 days, yet you were still able to go out and hunt and bring back a mountain fowl yourself. That is not easy. Hearing this, the old woman ground her teeth. Official, what do you mean by that? The more Du Yu looked, the more he believed the woman was not simple. She seemed to be hiding far more than he had imagined. He said, Madam, if your son is dead, then as representatives of the administration, we must handle it. If you conceal it, you are breaking the law. Breaking the law, the old woman frowned. I do not understand the law. I only know that I did not report it, so official, do not waste your concern. It will get dark soon. Be on your way. Strange indeed. Du Yu thought rapidly. The old woman clearly had serious questions. Her son was indeed taken by a tiger, yet why would she fail to report it? Images from the more than 1,000 crime shows he had watched flooded his mind. Was this a case of murder framed as an animal attack? But it did not make sense. Why would a mother use a tiger to kill her own son? Du Yu pondered for a moment, then rose and told the old woman, "It is getting late, I will take my leave now." Du Yu stepped out, beginning to ponder the suspicious aspects of the old woman. Like last time with the 9 sons, he listed all the inconsistencies to help him find a clue more quickly. First, the old woman clearly knew her son was dead, but did not report it to the authorities. Second, she showed no sorrow. Third, that mountain chicken. Even if the old woman was physically strong, it was impossible for her to catch the fast-moving mountain chicken. Hou Yi listened to Du Yu and wrote everything down to avoid forgetting. "So Du Yu, what should we do now? Should we tell Cui Ju?" Hou Yi asked tentatively. "No, we can't go to Cui Ju yet. There's a key person we haven't met." "Key person?" Hou Yi was confused. "You've met the old woman Cui Ju and evenly Du Yu. Who else haven't you met?" "The fierce tiger." "Fierce tiger?" Hou Yi was taken aback. "What do you want to do?" "Cui Ju can hunt tigers, but I can't." Du Yu smirked coldly. "I want to see what kind of beast that man-eating tiger really is." After saying this, Du Yu headed towards Yunming Mountain. After 1,000 years, although the mountain had changed, its shape remained the same. Du Yu walked slowly up the small path leading to the mountain. Over the course of 1,000 years, countless flowers have bloomed and withered on Yunming Mountain. I wonder if the great mountain has feelings. Xiao Zhongli. Du Yu closed his eyes and found Zhongli Chun sitting right in front of him waiting for him. "Du Yu." Zhongli Chun smiled and said, "I've heard everything. Don't worry, I will protect you." "Huh?" Du Yu chuckled foolishly. "That's not what I meant. I wanted to ask, how do you feel about being back here?" "Feelings?" Zhongli Chun looked out through Du Yu's eyes, feeling somewhat melancholic. After a moment of silence, she said, "I never thought I would return here one day. I almost forgot this place. But now that I see it, my heart feels warm." "Yes, indeed. This is the beautiful memory in your heart. Each of us has beautiful memories within us." "Beautiful memories," Zhongli Chun echoed. "Speaking of which, I really miss the old man's son Bin Suqin and Zhang Yi." "Moi." Du Yu felt something was off. It seemed like someone was missing. "What about Pang Wan?" "Pang Wan? Who is Pang Wan?" "Ha ha ha." Du Yu laughed heartily in the deep mountains. "You really are something, Xiao Zhongli. Forgetting him is fine. Just remember the other 4. Du Yu wandered in the deep mountains for 2 hours. It was already late at night, yet he still could not find a trace of the fierce tiger. "Hou Yi, is this fierce tiger in this mountain?" Du Yu asked. "Yes." Hou Yi scratched his head and said, "You might not have explored all the areas. Let me draw a map for you." "Draw a map?" Du Yu was both angry and amused. "Drawing a map is not a problem, but how will you show it to me?" Just as Du Yu finished speaking, a map suddenly appeared before his eyes. He was startled and reached out to touch it, but found he couldn't grasp it no matter how hard he tried. "What's going on?" Hou Yi timidly said, "The reason I can be a messenger is because I have the ability to transmit images." "Transmit images?" Du Yu looked at the map, blocking his view. It indeed depicted the entire mountain. "This is amazing. Can you send me some comic books?" "Du Yu," Hou Yi said angrily. "Are you done looking? If you are, I want to retract it, otherwise it will block your view." "I'm done." Du Yu smirked and said, "I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Sister Qianxiu doesn't have this ability. How can it be the same?" Hou Yi whispered, "Sister Qianxiu indeed cannot transmit images, but her ability is also special. She can allow you to take small items when entering legends." Du Yu finally understood that it wasn't possible to take items every time one entered a legend. Only when the messenger was Dong Qianxiu could it be done. So the Legend Management Bureau is indeed an interesting place. Each messenger has different abilities. "Yes," Hou Yi said, "but most of the time you will only interact with Sister Qianxiu, so the abilities of others aren't that important." After hearing this, Du Yu fell silent, following the map Hou Yi had drawn in his mind to find several hidden paths in the mountains. However, no matter how loudly he called out in the mountains, he could not see any trace of the fierce tiger. Could it be that the fierce tiger was sleeping so soundly? Doesn't it want to eat a living person here? Zhongli Chun had been sitting in Du Yu's heart, looking out through his eyes. Those unaware of the situation might think Zhongli Chun was in a cinema, as the entire dark venue had a bright screen, and Zhongli Chun sat in front of it, intently watching the movements on the screen. "Du Yu," Zhongli Chun suddenly called out. "Hey, what's wrong, Xiao Zhongli?" Du Yu paused and replied, "Turn left here." "Left?" Du Yu turned his head to the left and saw a thicket of weeds. "There's no path to the left, are you sure?" "Sure." Zhongli Chun nodded. "This direction leads to a stone cave. The old man used to love staying in that cave. If we can't find the fierce tiger anywhere on the mountain, we might as well check there." "Stone cave?" Du Yu slapped his forehead. "Right? Xiao Zhongli, you know some hidden spots on this mountain. Perhaps you can really help a lot this time." Du Yu pushed aside the weeds and walked deeper into the mountain. After walking for about half an hour, a hidden stone cave suddenly appeared. It seemed no one had tended to it for a long time, as the weeds at the entrance had completely blocked it. If it weren't for Zhongli Chun guiding him, anyone would think it was just an ordinary cliff. Du Yu cautiously approached the cave entrance to look inside, but found it pitch black and could see nothing. "Du Yu, it's too dangerous here. I'll lend you my strength." Zhongli Chun said coldly. "I heard a breathing sound inside." "Is it really inside?" Du Yu paused, closed his eyes, and opened them again, his gaze suddenly turning cold. "Let's go, Xiao Zhongli." Du Yu lightened his footsteps and slowly walked into the cave. What he didn't expect was that the cave was not only exceptionally deep, but the terrain was also intricate. At this rate, we'll get lost. Du Yu looked at the fork in the path ahead and asked, which way should we go next, Xiao Zhongli? I'm not sure. I only know the location of this cave, but I've never been inside. Du Yu could only proceed slowly in the darkness, guided by the sound of breathing Zhongli Chun heard. To his surprise, he soon saw a light. Someone. Du Yu never expected there would be candlelight in this pitch-black cave. Hearing the rustling noise from around the corner, Du Yu felt extremely tense. Could there really be someone living here? Now to find out the answer, he had no choice but to move forward. Du Yu steeled his courage and walked toward the light around the corner. After all, with Zhongli Chun's strength, whether it was a person or a tiger, there was nothing to fear. However, when Du Yu actually turned the corner and saw the candlelight, he still felt a bit scared. Whether it was a person or a tiger didn't matter, at least it was within the realm of understanding. But the tiger before him was holding a candle, sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, carefully examining the writing on the wall. What an odd situation this was. It was neither a tiger nor a human. The fierce tiger suddenly caught a scent, quickly turned its head, and locked eyes with Du Yu. Who? The fierce tiger's strong voice suddenly spoke human words. Du Yu was startled. What the hell is going on? Why did you speak first? Xiao Qi, seeing this scene, seemed to understand something, and said to Du Yu, this tiger seems to have gained intelligence, and is cultivating to become a demon. Tiger. Demon. Du Yu began to understand. So monsters do exist. In an era rich in spiritual energy, it is easiest to produce demons or spirits. Moreover, Yunming Mountain was once the residence of Master Gigu. With such abundant spiritual energy, it is not surprising for a demon to arise here. Xiao Qi said. So what should I do? Exterminate the demons. Du Yu asked tentatively. Let's first observe the situation. Xiao Qi whispered. Although demon creatures are born from the essence of heaven and earth, animals are inherently kind and usually do not harm others. Do not harm others. Du Yu found this a bit absurd. This tiger demon had eaten the old woman's son. But then Du Yu thought, could it be that the old woman didn't report it because of this tiger demon? Who exactly are you? The fierce tiger stared at Du Yu with its green eyes, cautiously observing him. Du Yu had never thought about how to handle such a situation and felt a bit at a loss. Tiger brother, wait a moment, let me think about how to answer. Hurry up and leave, this is my territory, the fierce tiger said to Du Yu. If you don't leave, I won't be polite. Du Yu scratched his head, not expecting this fierce tiger to be so courteous. If that's the case, then he didn't need to be polite. Du Yu walked straight to the fierce tiger's side, sitting down on the stone bed. Tiger brother, it's rare for someone to come find you, don't rush to chase me away. What are you reading? The fierce tiger immediately bared its sharp teeth and glared fiercely at Du Yu. What's this? Du Yu casually glanced at the writings all over the stone wall and was left dumbfounded. The wall before him was inscribed with the 7 characters, 13 articles of the School of Diplomacy. Below were densely packed smaller characters. Gazing around the cave, it not only contained the life of Master Gigu, but also his various theoretical works, including 13 articles of the School of Diplomacy, the secret techniques of the Yin symbol, O, and the inner transmission of Guanlingyi, encompassing all of Master Guegu's lifelong studies. After seeing this, Du Yu couldn't help but shed tears. Tiger brother, you are reading the works of Gigu at midnight by candlelight. You are truly a role model for our generation. If I had your determination, I would have been in a prestigious university by now. The fierce tiger was also a bit confused after seeing Du Yu's strange demeanor. What you said I don't understand. Can you understand what is written on this wall? I often don't understand the words on this wall either. The fierce tiger said somewhat shamefully. Tiger brother, forgive me for being blunt. You have just gained intelligence and the things you read are too profound. When we humans are young and learning to speak, we start with things like the 3-character classic or 100 family surnames. Who starts with Gigu right away? 3-4 classics. Menghu asked with a frown. The 3-character classic, Du Yu repeated. Xiao Qi suddenly felt uneasy and said, Du Yu, you are in the Tang dynasty now. The 3-character classic was written by Wang Yinglin in the Southern Song. Xiao Qi, I often get these things confused, you'll get used to it, Du Yu murmured. Oh, Xiao Qi agreed, but then hesitated, sensing something amiss. No, wait, you said it wrong. What am I supposed to get used to? Du Yu stopped answering Xiao Qi and patted Menghu on the shoulder. Brother Menghu, I know you are curious about the human world. If you wish, I can come often to keep you company, tell you stories, and teach you things. Years from now, if you manage to take a human form, it will make things easier. You are not afraid of me. Menghu looked at Du Yu and asked. Afraid? Du Yu smiled. I once fought alongside a Tenzhanglong serpent as a comrade. How could I fear you, a little tiger? But everyone fears me, Menghu stammered. That's all right. The serpent I knew could speak too. Really? Menghu's eyes brightened. Are there in this world other animals that can speak with humans? Plenty, Du Yu nodded. There are many I know of. In fact, 4 disciples once traveled in your era, and they rode on talking beasts all the way to the west. Menghu's eyes shone with astonished light. Really? It seems you know nothing at all. Du Yu sighed. All right, I'm not in a hurry today. Let me explain properly how animals cultivate into Yao. Menghu nodded eagerly. It had so many questions and no one could answer them. It had gleaned scraps of knowledge only from the remnant works of Giguzi. But Menghu waited a long while, and Du Yu stayed silent. Xiao Qi was puzzled. Du Yu, why aren't you speaking? Du Yu snapped at Xiao Qi's sister. What happened to our tacit understanding? How would I know anything about how animals become Yao? You have to tell me. 1 sentence and I'll repeat it. Xiao Qi blinked. He felt Diyu's point was fair, though he could never quite track Diyu's train of thought. So Hou Yi began to explain the principles by which animals cultivate into Yao, and Diyu related word for word to Menghu. This was as much Menghu's lesson as it was Diyu's own learning process. For a full hour Diyu talked without pause, and Menghu nodded again and again. If your Tao works are sufficient to form an inner elixir in your body, you may condense your power to assume a human form. But for an animal to turn human runs contrary to heavenly law, it will attract the 9 heavens thunder, a transformation, heavenly tribulation. Transformation, heavenly tribulation. Yes, most Yao and spirits cannot withstand this tribulation, their souls are scattered, or they are cast back to their original forms. But if you can endure the 9 heavens lightning, you will succeed in true cultivation. An animal path can also attain immortality. Watching Menghu's hungry, studious expression nearly made Diyu laugh aloud. Amazing, Menghu nodded. So I, by absorbing spiritual energy on this mountain, became a Yao. Exactly, Diyu agreed. Is the transformation heavenly tribulation powerful? Menghu asked again. Very powerful. The greater the sins a Yao has committed, the heavier the tribulation. Sins. Yes. By sins I mean things like eating the old woman's son down in the valley. At those words the tiger's eyes widened, and its pupils constricted. You know? Diyu nodded but could not understand. Brother Menghu, you do not seem like a vicious monster. Why did you go down the mountain to eat people? The tiger bowed its head and whispered, I cannot say. Then forget it. Diyu waved his hand. Since I have poured my heart out, and you refuse to tell me anything, let's leave it. You remain your tiger, Yo, and I shall remain Yuan Xiangqing. Diyu rose to leave, but at that moment the tiger extended a claw and caught him. No, it's not that I don't want to tell you. I only promise someone else, the tiger said slowly, syllable by syllable. Anyway, you never regarded me as a friend. Diyu sighed. I came up this mountain in the dead of night to impart teachings and answer your doubts, and you. Ah, fine. Menghu grew anxious and hurriedly waved its great paw. No, having someone to speak with makes me happy. Then will you tell me? But I truly cannot say. I promised the maid. The maid. Diyu raised an eyebrow. There was a maid in this tale. Is she important to you? Very important. Menghu nodded vigorously. Diyu thought for a moment. To break this knot he would need to find a little girl called the maid. Brother Menghu, I have a request. I hope you will agree. What request? You said people fear you. I have a way to let you walk among humans with a proper name, so they will no longer be afraid. Diyu said seriously. Then you will not need to stay on this mountain all day. You can go find that maid and play with her whenever you like. Really? Menghu looked delighted. Really? Diyu nodded. All you must do is admit to having eaten the old woman's son. Soon she will sue, the county magistrate will summon you to trial, and in court you must confess no matter what is said. He will then rule you as the old woman's adopted son, and you will live among humans legitimately, free to be with the maid at any time. Diyu's explanation was abstruse. Menghu only understood one thing clearly: if it admitted to eating a person, it could live among humans and with the maid. It's late, Brother Menghu. Diyu stood. I will return soon. Know that my coming this late is not to deceive you. Menghu stood dumbly, its thoughts soaring in imagination. Could it truly live with the maid? Diyu bade the tiger farewell and descended Yunming Mountain. Inchao Difu. Dong Qianxiu sat within a vast stone cave lit by many ghostly flames. A great stone table at the center was laden with delicacies from mountains and seas. Staring at the feast before her, Dong Qianxiu could not help but feel puzzled. Facing her was a woman in her 30s, hair piled into a high bun and wearing martial attire. Her handsome features and fitted garb combined a daughter's charm with a son's heroic bearing. Had it not been for the Qigui and Meigui standing behind her, Dong Qianxiu would not have believed this was the highest figure of Inchao Difu, Hutu Nyongyong herself. You are Hutu Nyongyong, Dong Qianxiu ventured. Indeed, I am Hutu, the woman replied with a vexed look, repeatedly shaking her leg as if annoyed. Hutu. Dong Qianxiu was startled by her tone, then composed herself and asked Hutu Nyongyong, why have you summoned me? Sigh. Hutu Nyongyong struggled for a moment. I'll be blunt. Hey. The tall Qigui at her side interrupted. How can you be so blunt? Didn't you prepare a careful plan? But I can't help it. Hutu Nyongyong slapped the table. I have always been direct. Being asked to plot such a grand scheme makes me unbearably restless. Qigui bristled. You foolish woman, are you too willful? I had to spar with the 8 underworld messengers for your plan. Now you abandon it without a word. Did I tell you to take action? Hutu Nyongyong shot back. Enough arguing. Meigui stepped forward as if to mediate. I think Qigui is right, you are being excessive. Fine, Meigui, you two are united again, are you? I help reason, not kin. Are you asking for a beating? Come then. Do you think we fear you? Dong Qianxiu could not make sense of it. Weren't Qigui and Meigui subordinates of Hutu Nyongyong? The 2 lieutenants were loudly quarreling with the highest authority in the underworld and seemed on the verge of striking each other. Esteemed immortals, Dong Qianxiu could no longer hold back. Your quarrel is your private business, and I should not interfere, but why have you brought me here, and what does this have to do with me? The 3 fell silent and turned toward Dong Qianxiu. Crazy woman, speak, Qigui, he said irritably. You insisted on bringing her, now explain. Oh, I am truly at my wit's end. Hutu Nyongyong waved a hand. Listen, Dong Qianxiu, do you understand? The underworld is doomed. The underworld doomed. Dong Qianxiu could not grasp it. What do you mean, Nyongyong? Hutu Nyongyong scratched her head. I brought you here for 2 reasons. 1, I want to ask where the Chuanchua Management Bureau stands. 2, I want to assess the skill of the new operator. Dong Qianqiu shook her head, still baffled. Hou Yang, I do not understand the first matter. What do you mean by the Chuanchua Management Bureau's stance? What stance should we have? Hou Yang collected her thoughts and asked, suppose, only suppose, Fengdu Dadi of the Northern Underworld were to go to war with Dongyue Taishan Dadi. Which side would the Chuanchua Management Bureau take? Dong Qianqiu's mind went blank. She had expected a simple talk. She did not expect Hou Yang to speak so startlingly. The two supreme rulers of Yinchao Difu might go to war. Hou Yang, is this merely a hypothesis, or? Dong Qianqiu asked, alarmed. If Fengdu Dadi truly fought Dongyue Taishan Dadi, the underworld's collapse would be far worse than doomed. Innumerable souls would be unadministered and could even escape into the human realm. If souls spilled into the human world, heaven would be forced to intervene. Any unrest in the underworld would ripple through heaven, earth, and the human realms. You guessed it. This is not hypothetical. Hou Yang replied. 7 days ago, Fengdu Dadi was wounded in an assassination attempt by Zhuanlun Wang. Zhuanlun Wang, one of the 10 Yinluo. Dong Qianqiu was stunned. Why would a Yinluo attempt to assassinate a Dadi? Even you find it suspicious, do you not? Hou Yang sighed, and said, in my view, a Yinluo would not dare such a thing on his own, as someone above him must be responsible. I see. Dong Qianqiu understood. You mean Zhuanlun Wang acted under the orders of Dongyue Taishan Dadi with the purpose of killing Bane Fengdu Dadi? Hou Yang shook her head. That remains unknown for now. The judges are intensifying their interrogation of Zhuanlun Wang, but in any case, this is an unprecedented and grave event in the history of the Yinchao Difu. Dong Qianqiu finally grasped the seriousness of the matter. Hou Yang, I understand, he said. You wish to know if war truly breaks out, whom the Chuanchua Guanli Ju would support. If that is the case, you should ask the director rather than an assistant like me. Why is that? Hou Yang curled her lip. I do not like that man. You do not like him. Yes. My intuition has always been keen. I can usually judge a person's nature at a glance, but Hou Yi is inscrutable to me. Dong Qianqiu smiled bitterly. That does not prove the director is evil. I never said he was evil, Hou retorted. Hou Yang recovered her composure and asked Dong Qianqiu, stop digressing. Tell me what your choice is. Dong looked at the three of them and said, well, Hou Yang, what would you choose? Hou did not expect to be put on the spot. She sneered and replied, when two children quarrel, I will of course punish the one who struck first. Her meaning was clear. She pointed at Dongyue Taishan Dadi. Dong Qianqiu nodded. I see. Although we have spoken candidly, I must apologize. The Chuanchua Guanli just duty has always been to preserve the past rather than to take the initiative in battle. Even if war breaks out, we can only fulfill our own responsibilities. Hou Yang sighed. So it is. You would neither assist Bane nor Dongyue even if this underworld were to be destroyed. We have witnessed too many destructions, Hou Yang. Dong Qianqiu remained composed. If this war truly erupts, it may itself become legend in time, like when Yin Di and Huang Di led the gods to war. Though countless lives were lost, a moving legend was born. That is when our remit truly begins. Is that so? Hou Yang said with worry. However, Hou Yang, what I just expressed is only my personal stance. I cannot speak for the new operator, do you? Dong Qianqiu added. Hou paused. He might choose differently. Though to you appears irreverent, I know he is more sentimental than anyone. Perhaps his lonely upbringing has made him cherish people's feelings. He repays the smallest kindness with great devotion. When Dei was bitten by the Jiaoying, Du charged at them with a single arrow simply because he considered Dei a friend. When Zhongli Chun faced death in battle, Du, knowing there was a way out, still would not abandon her, simply because she had kept him in her heart. I do not know his final choice, but if war comes, Du would most likely stand with Cui Ju, Fan Wujiu, and Xie Bian. Hou Yang suddenly laughed. Just as Wang Liang predicted, to win over an operator, one must first win over the body Yinchai. The reason I had Du enter the legends of the body Yinchai first was to test their loyalties. If they harbor treachery, I will have Du alter their histories so they can never become Yinchai. Eradicate them at the root. Dong Qianqiu shook his head. Du would not necessarily obey such an order. Which is why Hou Yang looked at Dong Qianqiu. I kept you here, did I not? Dong Qianqiu was taken aback, sensing the atmosphere had turned. Oh, was he truly a hostage? Just then a small boy bounded in from the doorway, innocent-faced with a pair of antlers, no more than 7 or 8 years old. Old woman, the child shouted as he ran. A little Wang Liang has returned. How fares it? Hou asked. The child called Wang Liang grabbed an apple from the table and bit into it, saying they got it out of him. Zhuanlun Wang acted on the orders of Dongyue Taishan Dadi to assassinate Bane Fengdu Dadi. Is that true? Hou Yang turned to Dong Qianqiu. The war has already begun. Du you stood before Cui Ju, who wore a contemplative expression. Were you serious just now? A man-eating tiger, and the old woman did not report it. Truly, sir. Du you nodded with conviction. He had thought it through. There was no need for the old woman to report it. If Cui Ju knew and the tiger cooperated, everything would fall into place. Cui Ju, following the legend's account, would dispatch Li Neng to capture the tiger, bring it to trial, and ultimately award the old woman an adopted son as recompense. The legend required only Cui Ju and the tiger. The old woman was not essential. Cui Ju nodded and told Du you may leave. I will handle this immediately. Du was in high spirits. Intervening in legends had become familiar to him. Sometimes a little ingenuity solved what seemed difficult. As Du left the yamen, he pondered quietly. For some reason something felt off. This task was plainly simple, yet unease lingered. Especially the doubts surrounding that old woman. No, you thought uneasy to be safe, I must go see her. A few steps later he ran into Li Dutu. Isn't this Yuan Xiangqin who arrived yesterday? Li Dutu asked. Oh Li Dutu, I have business near Yunming Mountain. Let's talk later. Watching Du hurry away, Li Dutu called after him, return early. Just now the Lord summoned me saying there is an urgent task. I know I'm going to Yunming Mountain for that very matter. We'll meet there later. At the wooden hut at Yunming's foot, Du found the old woman for the second time. Official, did my words last time lack clarity? The woman opened the door and showed obvious displeasure upon seeing Du. She moved to shut it, but Du hurriedly blocked the door with his hand. They were clear enough, Du said. I no longer care why you did not report it, I have already told the county magistrate for you. He promised to deal with it immediately. This matter will be resolved soon. You said what? The old woman's eyes widened. I said I have reported it, Du repeated. The old woman stood stunned for a long while, then turned and began searching the table in silence. Watching her back, Du felt ever more puzzled. He understood her less and less. After fumbling, she found a boning knife on the table. She suddenly spun and slashed toward Du. Oh, Du leapt in surprise. Luckily, recent hardships had sharpened his reflexes. He rolled aside and put distance between them. Annie, what are you doing? Murder. Du snapped. You. The old woman's hands trembled violently with anger. You actually reported it, that dog official. Dog official. Before Du could make sense of the words, Li Dutu's voice came from behind. Yuan Xiangqin, you're here. Behind Li Dutu were the two rough youths from yesterday. All three carried bows and knives. Come with us. By Lord Cui Ju's order, the man-eating tiger on this mountain will be executed on the spot. Du blinked, thinking he must have misheard. Executed on the spot. Impossible. The old woman shouted, seizing the boning knife and rushing out of the house. Du froze. What was happening now? The old woman trembled, standing before Li Neng and his two companions with the short boning knife, and the three men drew their blades in response. How dare you? Li Neng barked. What do you think you're doing, woman? Du hurried to shield her and said, Li Dutu, put your blades down. Let us ask and clarify first. Drawing weapons against officials is already a crime. Oh, what is there to clarify? Li Neng snorted, showing no intention of letting the old woman go. Neng Ji, calm down. Du implored, protecting the old woman for fear she might be harmed. Then he turned to her. Please put the knife down, ma'am. It would be terrible if things escalated. No, the old woman shouted. I cannot let you go up the mountain to harm Si Huang. Si Huang. Du faltered, his doubts only multiplied. It became clear this matter would not be easily resolved. Li Neng stared at the old woman for a long moment, then a trace of puzzlement creased his face. You. Could you be the woman who reported it 3 years ago? The old woman said nothing, gripping the knife more tightly until she shook. 3 years ago, she had reported it. As Du wondered how this might, Li Neng slowly sheathed his blade. So it really is you. Li Neng's expression was complex, half amusement, half scorn. If you're a mad woman, this Dutu won't trouble himself further. Lord Cui Ju said an old woman's son was eaten by the tiger. Was that son yours too? We tried to warn you back then, and you would not listen. Now you've suffered, have you not? The old woman seemed struck to the core. Tears began to fall like beads, and she soon collapsed into a silent heap of grief. Yuan Xiangqin, leave this woman be. We must hurry up the mountain. If we delay, night will fall. With that, Li Neng and his two men turned and trod the path upward. Knowing she could do nothing, the old woman wept silently where she sat. Ma'am, rest assured. Before he left, Du told the old woman, I will not let them kill that tiger. It matters to me. The old woman's clouded eyes brightened a little. Really? Truly, said Du. I came here precisely to resolve this matter. Moreover, we have already met twice. Have I ever once declared my intent to take the tiger's life? The elderly woman seized Du's arm. You must save it. Save Si Huang. Si Huang. I've noted the name. Du nodded reassuringly, calmed the woman, and followed Lieutenant Li and his men into the mountains. Silence hung heavy along the path. Du remained lost in thought, particularly over Lieutenant Li's earlier phrase, execute on the spot. How could Cui Ju have issued such a decisive order? Was he truly intending to kill the tiger outright? No. Du recalled a truth: only execution on the spot reflected the judgment of an ordinary official. To hold a trial for a tiger would be extraordinary indeed. Yet it was precisely Cui Ju's defiant unconventionality that had earned him the title of Chief Judge of the Netherworld, was it not? What mattered now was ensuring these three men could never locate the tiger. The mountain bristled with narrow, winding trails. Du himself had wandered the entire night before finding that cave. Without his guidance, they would surely fail to discover the hidden grotto. Under the blazing midday sun, the four men trudged across the mountain slopes for hours, their throats parched and dry. Lieutenant Li, where exactly is this mountain tiger? We've been searching for so long already. One constable asked. Rest assured, I have a way to draw it out. You too ready your bows and arrows. The moment the tiger appears, strike it down, without mercy. Lieutenant Li paused, then stepped deliberately into the center of the mountain path. A method? Du frowned inwardly. Even I couldn't devise a plan. What does he have in mind? Before his thoughts could settle, Lieutenant Li suddenly bellowed, Si Huang. Your little girl has come up the mountain to see you. His voice thundered across the valley. No. Du's heart sank. Clearly Lieutenant Li had encountered the tiger before, and knew more than he let on. Sure enough, rustling stirred the underbrush, a low rhythmic shush-shush, as something drew near. Moments later, a tiger's head cautiously emerged from the foliage. Hesitant. 3 years ago, someone had lured it forth with identical words, nearly killing it on the spot. Yet the moment its gaze fell upon Hou Yi, an unmistakable smile flickered across its feline face. Its wariness dissolved. It stepped fully into view, knowing at last that its friend had arrived. Don't come closer. Run now, Hou Yi roared. Simultaneously, 2 arrows shot forward like vengeful spirits. The tiger reacted too slowly, dodging one arrow but taking the second deep in its foreleg. Roar. With a deafening roar, it lunged toward the 2 archers. No, you must not, Hou Yi shouted, rushing forward to embrace the beast. Brother Tiger, you cannot kill them. Have you forgotten what I told you? If you slay them here, celestial retribution will fall, not only condemning you, but severing forever your chance to live beside the girl. But the tiger began, only for Hou Yi to gently cover its mouth and whisper, one more thing. Never speak before those you do not trust. Yuan Xiangqin, what in heaven's name are you doing? Fraternizing with a man-eating tiger? Have you lost your wits? Lieutenant Li snapped, anger flaring. Brother Tiger, stay calm. Let me handle this. All right. Watching the tiger gradually settle, Hou Yi loosened his grip, then turned to Li Nong. Lieutenant Li, this tiger must not be killed. I must bring it before Magistrate Cui Ju. That won't be necessary, Li Nong scoffed. The magistrate's command is clear, execute it. Because certain facts remain unexplained to him. Grant me just a little more time. Hou Yi said, do you not understand? I said, it is unnecessary. Lieutenant Li's voice sharpened with irritation. If you persist in defiance, I'll charge you with obstructing imperial officers and execute you alongside it. Execute me? Hou Yi gave a cold laugh. Then let us wager. A wager? Precisely. I shall fight all 3 of you, 1 against 3. Should I win, you grant me 1 more day. Should I lose, you may kill both the tiger and me. Lieutenant Li sneered. Yuan Xiangqin, do you truly intend to lay hands on me? I am a martial examination laureate personally recruited by Magistrate Cui Ju. And what of it? Hou Yi retorted coolly. I too was personally recruited by Magistrate Cui Ju as an operator. An operator? What manner of title is that? Li Nong demanded. Your rank is too low to know. Pretentious nonsense. Enough, Hou Yi. I'll step in now. Zhongli Chun's voice echoed suddenly within Hou Yi's mind. No, little Zhongli, if you intervene, all 3 will perish. That would shatter the legend entirely, and we're not yet at that precipice. Huh? Zhongli Chun blinked in surprise. If I don't act, how will you possibly defeat them? Hou Yi laughed aloud and addressed the 3 men directly. Go home. If your elders are still alive, ask them what cultivation art defeated the 9-headed serpent in Emperor Yao's era. Emperor Yao's era. Lieutenant Li and the 2 constables exchanged baffled glances. Are you mad? Hey, Thousand-Age Divine. Hou Yi froze mid-incantation. Far away, Shao-Chi also froze. Thousand-Age. She cried silently. Sister Qinxiu isn't even here. Hou Yi, please don't rely on me. I simply can't do it. She stammered, voice trembling. Now I'm truly trapped between tiger and cliff. Hou Yi knew full well Shao-Chi's timid shout of, hey grandson, would go unheard by anyone. Shao-Chi, wait, I just remembered, you can transmit images, right? Hou Yi pleaded urgently. Yes. Then find any image, preferably monochromatic, dark-colored. Where on earth should I find one? Or, I could paint one for you with watercolor. This? Hou Yi hesitated. Fine, go ahead. How long? A minute or 2. Shao-Chi murmured. I only have red watercolor. Is that acceptable? Anything, just hurry. Lieutenant Li watched Hou Yi closely, puzzled. The man seemed to be conversing with someone unseen, his expressions shifting wildly. Ignore this lunatic. Seize him. Lieutenant Li ordered. Yes. At once the 2 constables charged Hou Yi. Hou Yi instinctively stepped back? That's cheating. You haven't even called the start. But the constables paid no heed. Drawing their blades, they slashed toward Hou Yi. He dodged sideways, evading each strike, while calling out, Shao-Chi. How much longer? Almost done. I've painted half. Half a. Hou Yi ducked again, narrowly avoiding a blade. These fellows are lucky to be mere disreputable civilians. Untrained, utterly unlike warring state soldiers. Another assault surged forward. Hou Yi evaded the slashes, and seizing the opening, swept one constable's legs out from under him. But the kick proved too forceful. He nearly lost his balance. Such clumsy fists dare boast. Li Nong observed for a moment, then saw clearly Hou Yi possessed no true martial skill. Rolling up his sleeves, he drew his sword and advanced. As a martial examination laureate, Li Nong's stance and power dwarfed the constable's. Hou Yi quickly found himself overwhelmed. Sister Qi, aren't you ready yet? Hou Yi cried. Almost. Just 1 corner left. Forget the corner. Hou Yi bellowed, show him the image, now. Just as Lieutenant Li raised his blade to end Hou Yi's life, his vision flooded crimson, blinding absolute. His sword halted midair. My. He assumed something had obscured his eyes, and reached out blindly. But his fingers grasped only empty air. What's happening? Seeing his plan succeed, Hou Yi smiled coldly, then lunged, driving a single punch that sent Li Nong sprawling. Huh? Hou Yi laughed triumphantly. Go home, if your children are still young. Ask them what cultivation art empowers a mute messenger. What sorcery is this? Li Nong gasped, eyes wide, but seeing nothing, only blood-red void. Sorcery? Huh? This is divine arts, of the immortal realm. I hereby name this technique The Crimson Chi art. Crimson Chi art. Hou Yi furrowed her brow. Wait. Doesn't Crimson Chi art sound oddly familiar? Like some beggar's name. Not just any beggar. The Beggar King, Du declared proudly. Seizing Li Ning's distraction, Du rushed in and landed several swift kicks. Seeing their comrade falter, the other constables rushed to assist. Crimson Chi art, shift, Du shouted. The first constable instantly lost sight. Du struck and felled him. The second, spotting an opening, lunged for Du's blind spot, only for his own vision to drown in red. One by one, Du laid them low. Though none bore grave wounds, terror bloomed deeper in their hearts with every fall. This man truly wields some arcane art. Breathless and spent, Du finally demanded, "Do you yield? Shall we continue?" They dared not advance. Li Ning asked, voice subdued, "Who are you truly?" "My identity matters little." Du panted heavily. "If you truly serve Magistrate Cui Zhu's interest, you must not slay this tiger. I will escort it to him myself." Lieutenant Li and the constables exchanged uneasy glances. He'd never submit to brute force. Yet after this humiliating, inexplicable defeat, a graceful retreat suddenly seemed wise. Though suspicious, you fought unarmed all this time, never drawing the sword at your waist. That suggests you are no villain. Lieutenant Li gestured toward Du's scabbard. Huh, Du glanced down. Oh right, I do have a sword. Given the circumstances, I'll grant your request, for now. I'll report directly to Magistrate Cui Zhu. Take the tiger and descend the mountain at once. With that, Lieutenant Li departed with the two constables. Du hurried to the thicket where the tiger crouched. Brother Tiger. How are you? The tiger gazed at him uncertainly. You told me, if I confessed to eating men before the officials, they'd let me live with the girl. As Du dressed the wound, he replied, in theory, yes. But something went awry. Come with me down the mountain. I'll resolve this myself. The tiger nodded slowly. Du added, Brother Tiger, if you truly wish to integrate among humans as I advised, you must tell me everything. Everything. Yes. The man you consumed, the girl you mentioned, Si Huang. All that binds you to this world. I cannot speak of it. Take me to the girl. She will tell you. Du paused, then nodded. Very well. I'll take you to her. Hou Yi blinked. Do you even know who the girl is? 9 times out of 10, I do. Du finished bandaging the tiger spirit's wound and led it down the mountain. The tiger spirit followed closely behind him, eyes sharp and watchful as they scanned the surroundings. Soon Du brought it to a humble wooden cottage at the mountain's foot. Before knocking on the door, Du glanced back at the tiger spirit and saw it staring fixedly at the cottage, its expression taut with unmistakable tension. So my suspicion was correct after all. Du rapped lightly on the door and said, Little one, I brought Si Huang. Slowly the cottage door creaked open and an elderly woman peered out, her eyes swollen and red as though she had just wept bitterly. Si Huang. At the sight of the tiger spirit, the old woman lunged forward and the tiger spirit's face softened into profound sorrow. Human and spirit clung to each other, weeping uncontrollably. Du watched in silence for a long while before speaking softly, I have fulfilled both your wishes. I protected Si Huang and I brought him to you. Now shall you not fulfill mine? The old woman lifted her tear-streaked face and asked, What is it you desire? Du paused for a moment, then said, I wish to know everything. The truth of you, both the fate of your deceased son and all that transpired between you and the county magistrate. Hearing this, the old woman slowly rose, opened the door wider, and invited Du inside. Then she poured him a bowl of fragrant floral tea. Honorable officer, you have shown us great kindness. If you truly wish to know, then let this old woman tell you. A flicker of weathered sorrow passed through the old woman's eyes as she parted her lips and began in measured melancholy tones a tale of extraordinary grief. 44 years ago, a family of hunters settled beneath the Yunmeng Mountains. Though called a family, there were only 2 souls, a frail elderly man and a girl of 11 or 12, dwelling alone in that dilapidated wooden cottage. The old man was named Zheng Lu, the girl had no name, only the title Little One by which he called her. Villagers assumed them father and daughter, but soon learned the truth. She was no kin, but a child he had abducted from somewhere unknown, intended as his future wife. Every other day, Zheng Lu would ascend the mountain with bow and arrow to hunt, while the girl gathered wild vegetables near the cottage. Their life was austere yet sufficient, neither starving nor wanting. Zheng Lu was a masterful hunter. Each expedition yielded abundant game. This rhythm endured until one winter when he captured a young tiger deep in the mountains. The cub wandered alone, motherless and bewildered. So Zheng Lu struck swiftly, piercing its hind leg with a single arrow, then bound its 4 limbs with rope and cast it into the rear courtyard. As heavy snow threatened to seal the mountain passes, Zheng Lu studied the sky and calculated how many days the cub's flesh might sustain them. Perhaps its golden pelt could even be fashioned into a new hat for himself. But the girl grew fascinated by the cub. When Zheng Lu's back was turned, she would slip scraps of dried meat to it, tenderly dress its wound, and apply healing herbs. Within that solitary cottage, perhaps the cub became her sole companion. She named it Si Huang, for its fur gleamed like burnished gold. One day, gazing at the blizzard outside, Zheng Lu frowned and told the girl, Little one, we cannot climb the mountain for days. Tomorrow we'll slaughter the cub for meat. Her heart clenched at his words. Wind howled, snow raged, and outside the cub trembled violently in the white fury. Unable to bear the thought of its death, the girl untied the ropes binding Si Huang's limbs that very night and set it free. When Zheng Lu discovered this, he flew into a rage and beat her mercilessly. His fury stemmed not only from the loss of precious provisions, but from a cardinal sin among hunters releasing a tiger back into the wild. Come spring, the cub would grow fierce and surely descend the mountain for vengeance. Yet a darker question gnawed at him: would their meager stores even last until spring? For a fleeting, terrible moment, he contemplated killing the girl and eating her. After long deliberation, Zheng Lu donned his wind cloak and plunged into the storm-choked night, chasing the wounded cub into the Yunmeng Mountains. After all, its injured leg and starvation meant it could not have fled far. He never returned. The girl waited all night, haunted by a strange, unshakable premonition: from this day forth, she would never see that wretched old man again. Indeed, he did not return the next day, or the day after. Even when the snow ceased, he remained absent. She survived on snowmelt, her body wasting away, skin sallow and bones stark. She felt nothing, not quite sorrow, not quite relief, yet tears refused to fall. On the fourth morning, rustling sounds outside roused her. She wrapped herself and opened the door, only to see the lively young tiger bounding toward her, clutching a freshly killed hare in its jaws. It dropped the hare at her feet, then vanished into the snow without looking back, its plump little form leaving delicate paw prints across the white expanse. She cradled the still warm hare, heart churning with indescribable emotion. That hare saved her life in the harshest season. From then on, every 2 or 3 days, the tiger returned with fresh prey. She watched Si Huang mature into a mighty beast, while Si Huang witnessed her transform from a child into a young woman. Before she knew it, she had grown accustomed to Si Huang's periodic offerings, as if the tiger were simply another hunter returning home from the mountain. All changed on a single day. As usual, Si Huang deposited its latest catch at the cottage door, rubbed its back gently against the wood, and departed. The girl stepped outside, and her face drained of color. This time the prey was a human infant barely clinging to life. She snatched the child indoors, warmed its tiny body, prepared thin rice gruel, and fed it carefully, watching breath held as its shallow breathing steadied. Only then did her racing heart settle. But where had this infant come from? She climbed the mountain to find Si Huang, determined to learn the source of the child. Though she feared no beast she had known since childhood, she could not speak its language. Unable to uncover the truth, she walked door to door through Qixin County, yet found no family missing a child. Instead, rumors spread like wildfire: the reclusive girl beyond the city walls had borne a bastard child, whose father remained unknown. Enraged, she left the county, and resolved to raise the child alone, far from slanderous tongues. Years passed. The boy turned 10, and for all those years she concealed his origins, claiming herself as his mother and telling him his father had gone hunting on the mountain long ago and never returned. She named him Mengshan, giving him no surname, uncertain what to bestow. Remembering he came from the tiger of Yunmeng Mountain, she chose the name Mengshan, Dream Mountain. She poured every ounce of love into Mengshan, yet he proved to be a specter of doom. From earliest childhood, he delighted in capturing insects, then methodically tearing off their legs, watching them writhe in silent agony. As he grew older, he noticed Si Huang's regular visits, and began ambushing the tiger with sharp blades. Having watched Mengshan grow since infancy, Si Huang refused to harm him, fleeing instead, bewildered and wounded, unable to voice its pain to the girl. One night the girl awoke to a sharp, searing pain in her arm. Opening her eyes, she saw Mengshan holding a blood-stained pair of scissors, and her own arm slashed deeply. Stunned, she pulled him close and pleaded, "Mengshan, you must never harm another person, especially not your own mother." He stared back coldly and asked, "Why must I not harm people? Why may humans harm beasts yet not each other? And why, because you are my mother, must I spare you?" Her heart froze. This boy was only 11 years old. No matter how much love she gave Mengshan, he offered none in return, and as he aged, the dread deepened. At 20, Mengshan yearned for the bustle of the county town, its carriages, crowds, and vivid life, far surpassing the quiet wooden cottage beneath the mountain. There he heard vile gossip about the girl, lewd jokes about her supposed lovers, fabricated tales of seduction. He laughed along, and later repeated them all cruelly to her face. Hearing such filth pour from her own son's mouth, she wept ceaselessly, wondering why her life had been cursed with such unbearable sorrow. First abducted as a child by a vile old man, then granted a fragile solace, only to discover it was another harbinger of ruin. Day after day she felt utterly alone, surrounded by crushing loneliness, helplessness, and despair. Then one day Si Huang spoke. When the tiger first uttered words, the girl showed no reaction. Perhaps grief had already fractured her mind. How could a beast she had watched since childhood suddenly speak? Only much later did she grasp the impossibility of it, and accept the truth: Si Huang truly possessed speech. She felt no fear, only joy. At last she had a companion. Not some malicious, scheming human, but Si Huang, who had stood beside her for over 20 years. Si Huang soon realized that each time it spoke, the girl's face lit with delight, so it began visiting her regularly just to talk. Yet it puzzled Si Huang deeply: whenever it approached hunters on the mountain and addressed them, they fled in terror. Were they not all human? Why did they react so differently from the girl? Still newly awakened to sentience, Si Huang could not comprehend it. Yet its presence gave the girl reason to live, and she ceased caring for Mengshan, who nearing 40 idled away his days wandering the county. Mother and son became strangers, silent for years, until an event occurred 3 years ago. Even now, recalling it, the girl shudders. That day Si Huang came as always carrying a mountain pheasant in its jaws to the woman's cottage, but it suddenly stepped into a trap. Someone had dug a large pit on the path Si Huang always took and covered it faintly with an overhead door of woven vines. At the bottom were many sharpened bamboo stakes thrust upward, as if determined to consign whoever fell into death. Si Huang clutched the rim of the pit with its forepaws while its hind legs scrabbled against the earthen walls, but its massive frame was straining and on the verge of collapse. Inside the cottage, the woman felt a sudden unrest all that night. Hearing an odd commotion not far off, she hurriedly set down what she was doing and ran out. From some distance, she saw only half of Si Huang exposed above the earth and was filled with shock. She immediately reached for the tiger's forepaw, but Si Huang was a fierce beast, and its weight was far beyond what a frail woman could budge. How could she give up? Si Huang was the only thing she held in this world. She gripped its forepaw with all her strength, drawing on every reserve until her teeth ground together and broke. Si Huang roared for her to leave quickly. The woman cried back that she would not go, but she felt Si Huang slipping down, and the surge of despair closed in on her. She panicked utterly for a moment. Then suddenly she found a way. She let go, examined the knot-deep pit, and deliberately leapt down into it. Dodging the bamboo spears, she moved to Si Huang's hind legs, placed them upon her shoulders, and heaved herself up with all her strength. She urged Si Huang to step upon her back and push out of the pit. Si Huang felt something beneath its feet, and in a rush of panic sprung with enormous force. The beast leaped clear of the pit, but the hundreds of pounds were too much for the old woman. She heard a brittle crack and felt as if her shoulder shattered. Pain racked her body, and she nearly fainted. Si Huang turned back, extended a claw as if to pull her up. She stretched out her hand with every ounce of strength, but could not reach the tiger standing just out of reach. In its frantic attempts to help, Si Huang's claws cut her hands, leaving ragged wounds. Resignation filled her face as she whispered that he should go. Si Huang, distraught, insisted he would not leave without saving her. The woman urged him not to bother, blaming Meng Shan for the trap and telling Si Huang to go. Her voice was feeble, as if surrendering herself to fate. After repeated entreaties, Si Huang finally left with tears in his eyes. The woman, leaning against the pit wall, fell asleep from exhaustion. When she opened her eyes again, she found Meng Shan standing at the lip of the pit. Enduring a tide of agony, she raised her head and pleaded with Meng Shan to save his mother, telling him she was wounded. Meng Shan looked at his mother with bewilderment and asked why he should save her, as if the notion were absurd. He told her that his plan to skin a tiger and sell the pelt had been ruined by her intervention, and that the trap was now wasted because of her. The woman had never imagined her son of more than 40 years would be so indifferent to her life. Rage and disbelief settled over her like a frost. Meng Shan said he had always wanted to see what the dead looked like. People said corpses were covered with worms, and now he intended to experiment on her. He told her he would go to sleep, and that when she died, she should not forget to call him. He turned and stalked back to the cottage, leaving the woman alone in the pit to weep. She cried to heaven, asking what sin she had committed to deserve this. She stayed in the pit for a full day without food or water. On the second day, Si Huang returned with a rope in its mouth. It tossed one end down to her and held the other with its teeth, finally hauling her out. Si Huang meant to carry her to a cave on Yunming Mountain to recover, but the woman refused to go. She sent the tiger back to the mountain and with great effort dragged her broken body to the yamen of Qi County to strike the grievance drum and seek justice. Because she could not raise her arms due to her shoulder injuries, she used her silvered head to beat the grievance drum again and again. Each resounding strike seemed to echo the years of her broken heart. In that moment, she no longer regarded Meng Shan as her son. She resolved to sever the accursed bond forged over 40 years. An old woman in her 60s accused her son Meng Shan publicly of matricide. County Magistrate Cui Ju was shocked when he heard and immediately opened the court, dispatching men to seize Meng Shan. Before the court, the woman enumerated her son's crimes, and Cui Ju grew grave, casting frequent glances at the accused. Cui Ju struck the gavel and declared that the mother had listed her son's transgressions. He asked Meng Shan if he knew his guilt. With the mother's testimony and the visible wounds upon her body, it seemed Meng Shan had no hope of escaping imprisonment. But as Cui Ju prepared to order the arrest, Meng Shan broke into a great theatrical sob. His crying halted Cui Ju's hand and even startled the old woman. Meng Shan wailed that he was being wronged, crying aloud that he was innocent. At the word wronged, Cui Ju's expression shifted like that of a child caught in fault. He hastened to ask how. Wiping his eyes, Meng Shan implored Cui Ju to understand his mother had grown senile and fanciful with age, constantly convinced he meant to harm her. He claimed she had come to believe he was a beast and had taken a tiger on the mountain for a son. Her madness left him bewildered and helpless. The old woman trembled with fury, asking what lies the son dared invent. Cui Ju considered and told Meng Shan that his claim was one-sided. If the mother had indeed gone mad and taken a tiger for a son, what proof did he possess? Meng Shan pointed at the woman and offered to have the physician examine her wounds to determine whether they were caused by human hands or a tiger's claws. The woman froze as if struck by thunder. She cried out that her wounds could not be examined. Her outcry convinced Cui Ju that the woman's mind might indeed be unsound. Li Dutu, standing nearby, believed he understood the matter and stepped forward to tell Cui Ju that an ordinary examination could be done without summoning the physician and that he himself would carry it out. Cui Ju agreed, and ordered Li Dutu to inspect the woman's injuries without delay. Li Dutu assented and men restrained the woman despite her fierce resistance. He examined her wounds carefully and after a long moment sighed. He reported to the magistrate that the woman's palms were streaked with blood consistent with claw wounds. Her shoulders were dislocated in a manner not caused by human violence, but as if a massive creature had trampled and pinned her. He ventured that a beast had forced her to the ground, and when about to strike with its forepaws, she had raised her hands to block the attack. The woman could scarcely believe her ears. This adjudication seemed the very image of impartial justice. Still clinging to hope, she pleaded that she bore many old scars, proving that Meng Shan had once tried to harm her cuts from blades and burns. Meng Shan countered that he had other evidence showing the mother had gone mad years before and had already taken the tiger for a son. Cui Zhu pondered and, looking from the woman to Meng Shan, found Meng Shan's account more plausible. He asked Meng Shan to present whatever proof he had. Meng Shan said if the magistrates went up the mountain and called aloud, Si Huang the tiger would answer. He explained that Si Huang had been the woman's pet name for him since childhood. He recounted that as a child he was simple-minded and always called his mother Yatu, and because the mother worried about his pallid, scrawny appearance, she had nicknamed him Si Huang. Over time, that name lodged in her memory. He urged the magistrates to summon the tiger by calling Si Huang. If it responded, his words would be vindicated. The old woman shrieked that he was a monster and asked how he could speak so cruelly. Meng Shan replied coldly that she had mistook identity. He was her son, while the mountain creature was the monster. Cui Zhu shook his head and admitted he had nearly misjudged the case. He ordered Li Neng to gather brave men from the county with a reward of 2 taels and to kill the tiger the next day. Li Neng saluted and accepted the command. The woman, desperate and alone, raged from the public court that they must not go up the mountain to slaughter the tiger. Cui Zhu sighed and told Meng Shan to care for his mother. He would handle the tiger himself. He admonished the woman to recognize who truly belonged to her and who was a treacherous creature, lest she wound herself further. Furiously, she cursed him, calling him a corrupt official, and swore he would burn in hell. Cui Zhu, convinced he had made the wisest decision, was nonetheless unsettled by the woman's madness and her imprecations. As Meng Shan pretended to help the woman from the court, he whispered that one day he would kill her with his own hands. The woman bit down hard and swallowed a tooth she had broken. She vowed she would not die easily, forcing herself not to weep as fury burned within her. She wondered whether the world had changed or whether it had always been this cruel. That question haunted her. Had the world become stranger, or had it always been so? That night the woman slipped up the mountain to call Si Huang and earnestly instructed the tiger never to reveal itself to anyone who came searching and to stay away from her for months. Si Huang, though ignorant of the cause, always trusted what the woman said. When she returned home, she hid a sharp pair of scissors beneath her pillow. A few days later, she saw a band of men bearing weapons ascend a mountain. Though frightened, she could not show it and prayed only that Si Huang might escape. From then on, she lived in constant dread, sleepless by night and restless by day, haunted whenever she closed her eyes by the memory of a young Meng Shan standing at her side with scissors. Meng Shan showed his twisted nature. Without pretense, he cut off her food supply, hoping she would starve. The woman refused to yield and went out at night to forage for unknown plants, stuffing them into her mouth to survive. Those days of torment endured like a private hell and stretched on for 3 years. The old woman's spirit finally shattered. That night she rose slowly to her feet, having come to a grim decision in her heart. If Meng Shan did not die, she would. If Meng Shan must die, she would strike first. Watching Meng Shan sleeping not far away, she furtively drew a sharp pair of scissors from beneath her pillow. She trembled as she approached Meng Shan's bed. The tenderness she once felt for him in childhood had vanished, replaced by the ferocity of one intent on slaying a demon. "Today I will kill you, wretched spawn. If Lady Hutu condemns me to hell, so be it," she muttered to herself. She reached out to pierce Meng Shan's throat when he suddenly opened his eyes. "Well then, you old creature who refuses to die," he barked. Meng Shan roared, kicked the old woman aside, and years of malnutrition left her powerless to resist as he savagely stamped on her while she lay on the floor. "I was going to see whether you, always eating like livestock, would starve to death in the end," he sneered. "And you plan to kill me ahead of time." Meng Shan's face twisted with cruelty as he seized her hair, preparing to dash her skull against the ground. "I'm in a fine mood today. I suddenly wonder what brains look like. Perform for me, let my head blossom." At that life or death instant, the wooden door flew open. A great tiger revealed emerald eyes glaring at Meng Shan with fierce malice, its expression a wordless thunder of anger. "Oh, is that not Si Huang? Do you also want to see what brains look like?" Meng Shan jeered. "Don't be impatient. They'll feed you this old carcass." A deafening roar rent the air as Si Huang lunged at Meng Shan with a speed that blurred the world. That night the tiger could not recall what it had done. When it came to itself, Meng Shan's body was reduced to half a skull. Under the pitiless moonlight, the old woman clung to Si Huang and wept with a heart-rending, convulsive grief. Du Yu listened in silence as the old woman finished her long tale, clenching his fist. "My lord, you should know what follows," she said. Her eyes were dry of tears. The story had left her not merely sorrowful, but hollowed by pain. Far away at the Bureau of Legends, Shao Qi too showed a mournful expression after hearing the account. "So for some, living itself is a kind of hell. Du Yu, that woman is truly pitiable." Shao Qi murmured softly. "Elder, I need to see your wounds," Du Yu said. The old woman did not shy away as she stripped off her clothing, exposing a landscape of shocking injuries. Cuts, bruises, and burns scarred her body. Years of malnutrition had hollowed her belly so that her ribs stood out like ridges at her sides. Hou Yi, you called? I'm here, came the reply. How likely is it that Si Huang lied? Si Huang lied. Hou Yi paused and understood Du Ye's implication. Generally, a spirit newly awakened to intelligence would scarcely comprehend the concept of lying. I have no doubts. Do you turn to the old woman and Si Huang? Elder Si Huang, you will both come with me. My lord. What will you do? The old woman asked. Today I will seek justice for you. Du Yu snapped, flinging the door open with eyes smoldering with anger. The old woman followed, trembling, and asked anxiously, Justice. My lord, what are you saying? I wanted to kill Meng Shan, and Si Huang ate Meng Shan. For us, not being punished is the greatest justice. Nonsense. Du Yu shouted. Will you carry such guilt through the rest of your lives? I will go to Cui Ju and demand the truth. Do nothing. Come with me. The old woman and Si Huang exchanged helpless looks. The official, who usually appeared jocular, seemed like a different man now. Du Yu led the old woman and Si Huang straight toward Qi County. Along the road, Si Huang frightened many townsfolk, but Du Yu paid them no heed and quickened his pace toward the county yamen. Hey, Yuan Xiangqin. Li Neng, standing outside the yamen, suddenly spotted Du Yu. Did you bring the great tiger down the mountain? I already asked Lord Cui Ju about this. His view was that a tiger is still a tiger, and bringing it into court would. Go away. Du Yu cast Li Neng a cold glance. Off. Li Neng flinched. The aura on Du Yu was entirely different from before. Du Yu shoved past Li Neng and strode into the main hall. Cui Ju, come out, he bellowed, but no one answered. My lord. The old woman stammered, timid. Perhaps we should let it go. Si Huang nodded anxiously at her side. Let it go. Du Yu ground his teeth. I am furious. I will not let it go. Follow me. He charged to the rear residence where Cui Ju and his family lived. Cui Ju, come out. Du Yu shouted. Hou Yi watched the screen, tension knotting his stomach. Du Yu, what are you going to do? Do not forget your identity, and do not forget the purpose of coming to this realm of legends. Hou Yi, I will make Cui Ju into a true judge. Li Neng followed and flanked by two rough men. Yuan Xiangqin, aren't you going a bit far? He asked. Anyone who interferes today will die, Du Yu replied coldly. Du Yu's gaze turned ice cold, and a terrifying murderous intent burst forth, so overwhelming that Li Neng and his two companions dared not advance. Even Hou Yi fell utterly silent. Du Yu strained his hearing and detected a sound in one of the rooms. Thanks to Zhong Huayan's cultivation ally keen senses, he quickly found Cui Ju. With a kick, Du Yu burst the door open and indeed found Cui Ju inside, seated beside an elegantly dressed elderly woman. Juer, who is this? The woman asked. Yuan Xiangqin. What are you doing here? Without a word, Du Yu stepped forward and struck Cui Ju with a loud slap. Smack. Cui Ju had never been hit so hard. He stared at Du Yu in stunned anger. What are you doing? Have you gone mad? Du Yu sneered fiercely. Cui Ju, I once admired you and thought you were a man who could tell right from wrong. Because you once did me a favor, I must rouse you from your complacency. He struck again, sending Cui Ju sprawling to the floor. Madam Yuan, don't be unreasonable. Sensing the danger, Li Neng lunged forward with his knife and slashed at Du Yu's face. Du Yu did not flinch. He steadied the blade between two fingers. With the blade pinched in Du Yu's grip, Li Neng could not draw it back. Li Neng, I'll say it once more, this is between me and Cui Ju. Whomever meddles will die. Du Yu spoke coldly, then kicked Li Neng hard in the abdomen. Li Neng flew backward and crashed into the wall. He had endured Du Yu's kicks before, but this blow was incomparable. His entrails churned as if to be torn apart, and he nearly blacked out from the force. The elegantly clad old woman, seeing the scene, was stricken with terror and dropped to her knees. Ah, great hero. Though I do not know what my son has done, you are magnanimous. Spare his life, she cried. Mother, get up, do not kneel. Cui Ju shouted. Du Yu's expression shifted as he stepped forward and helped the woman to her feet. Madam, you need not fear. I am here to make your son understand what is right and wrong, not to take his life, Du Yu said gently as he steadied her. Teach me. What is right and wrong? Cui Ju rose slowly, affronted. Absurd. I have served as an official for over 10 years and have never misjudged a case. By what authority do you presume to teach me? Never misjudged? Du Yu's anger flared anew. Cui Ju, you have the gall to say that. Today I will re-examine one of your cases. Do you dare? A retrial. Cui Ju bristled. Every case I judged is clear in my memory. Oh, I remember them all. There were no mistakes. Very well. No tears until the coffin is seen, is it? Du Yu stepped aside, revealing the old woman and the tiger behind him. Do you recall these two? Cui Ju glanced at the tiger and flinched, then forced himself calm and nodded. I remember. A madwoman claimed a man-eating tiger as her son and dragged her own child before the court, and in the end she caused the death of her blood. Tigers are by nature bloodthirsty. What meaning is there in a retrial? The old woman and Si Huang grew colder at Cui Ju's words. Du Yu gave a hard, bitter smile. It seems I have come too late. Had I been present in the court, then I would never have allowed you to bully a helpless old woman so. What do you mean by that? Cui Ju demanded. Du Yu fell silent, walked to Si Huang, rolled up his sleeve, and bared his arm. Si Huang, do you wish to eat me? Du Yu asked. Si Huang, taken aback, shook his head slowly. Why would he want to eat Du Yu? Since you are said to be bloodthirsty. Du drew his waist blade and carved a cut into his arm. Blood welled and flowed, and he held the wound out to Si Huang. Now, do you wish to eat me, eh? Seeing the gaping wound, concern flooded Si Huang's face. He wanted to protest, but recalling Du Ye's earlier instructions, he could only shake his head, frantically desperate for Du to stop harming himself. Cui Ju stared in astonishment. This tiger could respond with human understanding. Du snorted, sheathed his blade, and faced Cui Ju. You concluded this was a man-eating tiger without ever meeting the case's most important witnesses. If people call you a dog of an official, is that not well-deserved? Cui Ju, though shaken by the scene, quickly recovered his composure. That only proves the tiger is capable of human feeling. It does not prove that Meng Shan intended to kill the old woman back then. And afterward, after hearing the old woman's testimony, did you examine her long-standing wounds? Du demanded angrily. And that Meng Shan, a man past 40, idle and accomplished in nothing, wandering the streets. How could he possibly support his elderly mother? An aged woman without a son's support. Where did her food come from? Did you send anyone to learn what kind of man Meng Shan truly was? If he were as upright as you claim, why did he not immediately bring his mother for treatment, instead of forcing her wounded body to walk half a day's journey to the county yamen? If the old woman were truly deluded or mad, why would she, disregarding her own condition, batter her forehead against the drum of grievance? Cui Ju fell silent. He had never considered such questions. Jur, Cui Ju's mother said anxiously as she looked at the old woman. Did you not promise your mother you would be a just official who understands right from wrong? How can you, mother? Cui Ju faltered, tormented by the possibility that he had indeed misjudged the case. Cui Ju's mother wore a troubled expression as she slowly approached the group and said to Du, Hero, this is entirely my fault for not teaching properly. If you still harbor grievances, you may take my life first. I only seek justice. Cui Ju's mother forced a smile. In this world there is no true justice. I encouraged Jur to study hard from a young age, hoping he could become a good official in the future and bring justice for more people. Hero, I have fully experienced the harshness of the world. How could I raise a child who cannot discern right from wrong? Du interjected, but this case is a monumental miscarriage of justice. You too are a woman. You should understand how tragic it is if a son is not cared for, living each day in hunger and fear. Cui Ju's mother's expression clearly softened as she glanced at the elderly woman behind, noticing that her features resembled her own and that she was even a few years younger. However, their attire and overall appearance were vastly different. The elderly woman appeared much more haggard with time, leaving cruel marks upon her. Jur, I believe this case should indeed be re-examined. If this woman truly has a grievance, you must restore her innocence. If not, I trust this hero would not harm you. Cui Ju's mother said heavily. But, Cui Ju looked troubled. The key figure Meng Shan is already dead. This case will yield no results, even if retried. Who says so? Du stepped forward and said, if you were wrong, will you just let it continue as a mistake? Do not quibble here, Meng Shan is dead. Who do you want me to retrial? Retrial the old woman. Retrial the tiger, Du replied. Retrial the tiger. Cui Ju's mother was somewhat taken aback and murmured, Hero, that seems too absurd. Cui Ju, however, stared at Du, lost in thought. Indeed, who said a tiger cannot be retried? After pondering for a long time, he turned back to bow to his mother, then looked at Du, the elderly woman, Si Huang, and Li Nong. Issue my orders. The old case shall be retried. Summon the tiger for trial. Yes. Du looked at Cui Ju, thinking this is the great judge I envision. He then glanced at the elderly woman and said to Cui Ju, Leader, to ensure nothing goes awry, I have a few matters to discuss before the trial. Mighty. A loud commanding voice resonated as Cui Ju took to the stand. Residents in the county flocked to watch because this trial was truly extraordinary. In the courtroom, an elderly woman knelt with a fierce tiger lying down beside her. Elderly woman in the courtroom, please present the case before the gathered townsfolk. The old woman obeys. The elderly woman opened her mouth and recounted everything that had transpired. Her words were powerful, her thoughts clear, and her logic coherent. Anyone who listened would not think her mad. She began with her arrival at the foot of Yunming Mountain and recounted how the fierce tiger had devoured people. Under Du Ye's instruction, she concealed the fact that Si Huang could speak, yet this did not mean her words were false, for she detailed Meng Shan's wrongdoings one by one. When she spoke emotionally, the elderly woman lifted her clothing to show the villagers her numerous old scars, some from scissors, some from sickles, some from long-standing bruises, and others from severe burns. These wounds could not possibly have been inflicted by wild beasts. Cui Ju nodded gravely, and most of these things were news to him. It seemed he had indeed made a huge mistake 3 years ago. After contemplating for a moment and recalling Du Ye's instructions, he said to the elderly woman, Elderly woman, you repeatedly claim this tiger is sentient and knows gratitude for being saved by you. Do you have any evidence for this? The old woman can demonstrate to you, my lord. The elderly woman turned to the tiger and said, Si Huang, bow to my lord. The tiger obediently nodded and then lowered itself before Cui Ju. The gathered elders were in awe. This tiger truly seemed to possess human-like qualities. Si Huang bowed to Captain Li as well. The elderly woman continued. The tiger surveyed the crowd, found Li Nong, and bowed once more. Wow! The crowd gasped. This tiger can even distinguish who is the lord and who is Captain Li. Si Huang recognizes everyone clearly. The elderly woman slowly said, but it has a kind nature and never harms people. If the villagers do not believe this, let them recall that Si Huang has lived on Yunming Mountain for 44 years. Has it ever harmed you? The villagers exchanged glances. Indeed, they had never heard of this mountain tiger harming anyone. My lord, the old woman's words are concluded. Please make your decision. Cui Ju nodded, looking at Si Huang, then said, Si Huang, do you understand what I am saying? Si Huang nodded. Did you truly eat Meng Shan? Si Huang nodded again. You ate Meng Shan to save this elderly woman. Si Huang nodded for the third time. Cui Ju remained silent for a while before saying, in that case, although you ate Meng Shan, considering your gratitude and loyalty, I have decided to impose a light punishment on you. This matter will not be pursued further. You are commanded to return to Yunming Mountain and not descend again. Do you have any objections? Si Huang seemed troubled by this and quietly glanced at Du Yu. My lord, I have something to say, Du Yu said, clasping his hands to Cui Ju. Oh, Cui Ju had already noticed that Du Yu was not an ordinary person, so he asked, what is it? Since this elderly woman is old and alone, and since Si Huang has eaten her son, why not judge that it becomes her adopted son? Cui Ju was taken aback, not expecting this unconventional thought from Du Yu. However, it was not without merit. To judge the tiger as an adopted son for the elderly woman. Cui Ju still had some reservations. After all, Si Huang was a tiger, and there has been an old saying, raising a tiger brings disaster. However, Si Huang was not like other wild tigers. What was this elderly woman planning? Elderly woman, I ask you, if Si Huang were to be judged as your adopted son to care for your life and support you in your old age, would you be willing? The elderly woman's body trembled slightly as she said, if this could truly happen, I would be deeply grateful for your great kindness, my lord. Si Huang also became excited upon hearing this, almost speaking out. Seeing this, Cui Ju finally felt relieved and nodded in satisfaction. The gathered villagers began to cheer. This trial was destined to become a legend. Far away in the Legend Management Bureau, Shao Qi smiled with satisfaction at this scene, realizing that this legend was coming to a close. You should find a secluded place. Oh, we need to call you back. Call me back. Indeed, the legend is ending and the operator can return. That can't be right, Shao Qi. You pondered for a moment. There is still one crucial thing that has not happened. Indeed, just as Cui Ju finished judging the tiger, a sudden gust of ominous wind swept through the courthouse, and thereafter the courtyard was filled with brilliant light as a woman dressed in brocade descended slowly from the sky. She has arrived, Du Yu smiled faintly. The villagers were all stunned by this scene, as such a spectacle had never appeared in their understanding. The woman in brocade floated in midair, slowly looking down upon the masses. Where she stood, golden light radiated, making it impossible to see her features clearly. She extended her hand and spoke with a celestial voice. I am the daughter of Gong Gong, known as Hou Yi. Upon hearing this, the villagers all knelt down, realizing that indeed a divine being had descended. It is Lady Hou Yi. Even Cui Ju hurriedly got off his chair and knelt before Lady Hou Yi. Who among them did not know that Lady Hou Yi was the deity who governs the underworld? To avoid standing out too much, Du Yu also knelt down. He silently contemplated what kind of person Lady Hou Yi was, who had used forceful means to take Dong Qianqiu away. Lady Hou Yi paused for a moment and said, I know this palace has just witnessed everything that transpired, and I cannot help but feel immense joy. I never expected there to be such discerning individuals in the mortal world who can distinguish right from wrong, understand righteousness, act courageously, and possess clever minds, allowing this tragic human incident to conclude satisfactorily. I know this palace is deeply moved. The crowd knelt in the dirt facing the ground and dared not raise their heads as they listened to Lady Hou Yi's slightly authoritative voice. The deity who is constantly prayed to by thousands had truly descended to the mortal realm. Please rise, mortal beings, Lady Hou Yi said lightly. Only then did everyone slowly lift their heads to behold her true form. Lady Hou Yi was different from the kind elderly woman portrayed in folk paintings. She was a valiant and heroic female figure. This palace wishes to recruit this person into the celestial ranks, making them the leader of the Yin messengers, granting them magical powers and eternal life, and has come down to inform mortals of this. Du Yu smiled faintly. Oh, indeed, recruiting Cui Ju into the celestial ranks would mark the end of the legend. Lady Hou Yi slowly turned her gaze to the high platform, then extended a finger towards Du Yu and asked, would you be willing to become a Yin messenger? Huh? Who? Du Yu looked around and confirmed that Lady Hou Yi was indeed pointing at him. Me. Du Yu was taken aback. You want me to become a Yin messenger? Isn't that chaos? Indeed, your actions have been noted by me. You discern right from wrong, and as a person with a notorious past, you dare to confront a county lord. Du Yu hurriedly waved his hand. Wait. This is not acceptable. Just as he was about to speak, he found himself at a loss for words, as he had never anticipated such a situation and was completely unprepared. Lady Hou Yi was taken aback by Du Yu's interruption. It was the first time a mortal had interrupted her speaking. Looking at Du Yu's expression, Lady Hou Yi realized that he was completely different from other mortals. He showed neither astonishment at the divine being's descent nor any respect. Could it be? He is not a mortal. Lady Hou Yi tentatively sent a voice to Du Yu. Your aura is somewhat strange, or are you already a celestial being? Upon hearing the transmission, Du Yu finally felt a sense of calm. He could not speak outright due to lacking magical power, so he could only respond via transmission. Lady Hou Yi, I definitely cannot agree. My situation is quite special. Although I am not an immortal, I am certainly not immortal. If I had to say, I am sort of an external system celestial being. The Lady of Earth looked around at the many villagers who were watching her, pondering what to do. After a long moment, a clever idea suddenly struck her. Freeze. A loud command echoed, causing all the mortals in the county office to halt their movements. Du glanced around and noticed that besides the villagers Cui, Zhu, Li Neng, the old woman, and Si Huang were all frozen like statues, not moving at all. Oh dear, it's too hot for me. The Lady of Earth sighed in relief as she slowly descended. She lifted her skirt, revealing her fair and slender legs. Who said that when coming to the mortal realm one could only wear this? It's hot and stuffy. Du was taken aback. The Lady of Earth seemed like a completely different person, now making it easier to communicate. You there, come here. The Lady of Earth waved her hand impatiently. I'm coming, I'm coming. Du hurriedly approached her, asking, what do you need, my leader? What on earth is going on? The Lady of Earth fanned herself with her skirt. My freeze spell couldn't hold you, you're definitely not immortal, but who exactly are you? I've never seen you before. Du expressed his own difficulties, saying, my leader, my identity is too special, I can't work in the underworld. As for my identity, I truly cannot disclose it. This is really troublesome. The Lady of Earth said, so what should we do now? You publicly rejected me, and I find it hard to save face. It's easy to resolve. Du stepped forward and said, leader, let that Cui Zhu be an official, he would be perfect for the role. Who? That county magistrate. The Lady of Earth glanced at Cui Zhu. He looks decent, but he's too foolish, he couldn't even tell the lies from Meng Shan. Exactly. Du echoed, he was really foolish back then, and I was so infuriated by it. Right. I truly can't stand him. Several times I almost descended from the heavens to give him a good beating. The Lady of Earth rolled up her sleeves. Oh, by the way, while he can't move now, I should go kick him first. Du quickly grabbed her, thinking the Lady of Earth was quite impulsive. My leader, you are a great celestial being, it wouldn't be appropriate to pin down a mortal and then kick him, would it? True enough. If the Queen Mother of the West finds out about this, I'll probably be lectured for ages. But that Cui Zhu will indeed become an official in the future, and a very good one at that. Is that so? The Lady of Earth looked at Du suspiciously. I can't even predict this with my calculations. How do you know? This? Du hesitated. The Lady of Earth seemed reasonable enough, telling her should be fine. Let me be honest with you, leader. I come from 1,000 years in the future. My purpose here is to ensure that Cui Zhu follows history and becomes the head of the officials, the One Panguan. One Panguan. The Lady of Earth's eyes lit up. I haven't even decided how many people to recruit, and you already know he will be an official. You claim you come from 1,000 years in the future. How many officials did I recruit, then? Du, seeing the Lady of Earth's interest, sat down beside her and said, there are millions of officials, but you, Lady of Earth, personally appointed 8 as leaders, known as the 8 great officials, or the 8 lords of the underworld. The 8 great officials. The Lady of Earth raised her hand. Wait a moment. Du was puzzled as he watched her rummage through her clothes, taking out a small notebook, then waving her hand to produce a pen. You continue, which 8? Edge. Du was stunned. No, leader, what do you mean? Are you asking me to spoil the plot for you? Spoil the plot? The Lady of Earth looked puzzled. What does that mean? No, don't overthink it. I just want you to tell me directly who these 8 people are, then I won't have to search everywhere. I can just appoint those 8. That's called spoiling the plot. Du covered his face, not expecting the Lady of Earth to be this kind of person. Leader, I can't do that. You need to find those 8 people through various coincidences or by following your heart. The Lady of Earth pondered for a moment. So you mean I should select the 8 people based on my thoughts, and then they will be the 8 great officials? Is that right, leader? After all, this was a choice you once made. But I chose you today, and you said it's not possible. The Lady of Earth bit the end of her pen and thought for a moment. By this logic, I boldly speculate that as long as the people I choose are different from those in your world, you will have to come here to correct me. Oh. Du was taken aback. Although the Lady of Earth seemed a bit carefree, she was indeed the top figure in the underworld. Recognizing this layer of logic was not simple, indicating that her mind was very sharp. That's the point, leader. Well, I understand now. The Lady of Earth grinned mischievously. If you don't tell me who these 8 people are, do you believe I'll just choose 8 commoners from Qixin as the 8 great officials and make you run back and forth? Du didn't expect the Lady of Earth to play dirty and directly threaten him. Leader, that's unacceptable. You're deliberately making things difficult for me. Du felt 1,000 words of helplessness. If he had known, he wouldn't have revealed his identity to the Lady of Earth. It seems the rules of the Legendary Management Bureau must be followed. So just tell me, it'll save both of us trouble, right? The Lady of Earth nudged Du with her elbow. Isn't that right, little brother? No. Du shook his head, never expecting a deity of such high status to be so tricky. It may seem easier for me, but who knows what serious consequences could arise, eh? How about this, leader? Let's both take a step back. How to step back? I won't tell you who these 8 people are, but I can tell you the official positions of these 8 people. Then you can search for them based on their official roles, which will be a bit easier. Du thought for a moment and said, leader, if I'm not mistaken, you haven't thought of the 8 official positions yet, have you? The Lady of Earth looked embarrassed. Do these 8 people even need official positions? If it were up to me, they would just become sworn brothers. Oh, that's not possible. After all, they are 8 immortals. If they were sworn brothers, that would be 2. Du Yu was taken aback, suddenly realizing that these 8 people would indeed be sworn brothers. It seemed the Lady of Earth's line of thought had a profound influence on the underworld. Leader, just say whether you accept or not. If you don't accept, I'd rather run back and forth repeatedly, otherwise I'll have caused a huge mess. My leader, I still have a superior above me who will hold me accountable. All right, little brother. The Lady of Earth nodded. It's a deal. Go ahead. Du Yu recalled the structure of the underworld deities that Dong Qianxiu had once explained to him and stated the 8 positions. First and foremost, there are the Wen and Wu Pan Guan. The Wen Pan Guan oversees the law, while the Wu Pan Guan judges evil spirits. Next, there are the beast-faced Rakshasas who are responsible for capturing and punishing various malevolent spirits. The third is the golden and silver generals who are in charge of escorting souls in the underworld. The fourth are the black and white impermanences responsible for traveling between the mortal and the underworld, taking the departed souls with them. The Lady of Earth took out a small notebook and diligently wrote this down. This is quite troublesome. The Lady of Earth looked at her notebook filled with crooked writing. Does it really need to be so detailed? It would be much more convenient to just list them from 1 to 8. Du Yu shook his head. He had completely understood what kind of person the Lady of Earth was. My lady, think about it. If you don't divide it this way, no one will do these tasks, and in the end you'll have to do them yourself. Wouldn't that be even more troublesome? True enough. The Lady of Earth pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I've noted down these 8 positions, but what do we do now? Now, yes, everyone saw me pointing at you, inviting you, and you still rejected me. How do I save face? The Lady of Earth asked with annoyance. My lady, I see you're not someone who cares about face. Let's just pretend this didn't happen, shall we? Not caring about face. Hee hee. The Lady of Earth chuckled mischievously. That's a fresh adjective. Ooh, I quite like it. So what should we do? Let's do it this way. Resolved. The Lady of Earth shouted, and everyone resumed their actions. She remained floating in the air, while Du Yu was still kneeling beside Cui Ju. Huh, what just happened? Cui Ju asked, somewhat confused. He had felt something unusual just now, but couldn't articulate what had happened. The many villagers exchanged glances, but since they were at the scene of a celestial being descending, no one dared to speak. Cui Ju, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Have you made your decision? The Lady of Earth asked. Who? Cui Ju was taken aback. Waiting for my decision. Why are you waiting for my decision? The villagers were also confused. Wasn't it about recruiting that troublesome person into the celestial ranks? How did it turn into waiting for the county magistrate's decision? Yes, I just mentioned that you, as the county magistrate, discern right from wrong and understand good and evil, should be inducted into the underworld to serve as. The Lady of Earth paused, then secretly checked her small notebook, pretending as if nothing had happened before putting it away. As the Wen Pan Guan, you didn't hear that, did you? You didn't hear it incorrectly, did you? Now everyone was truly bewildered. Did they really just hear it wrong? But no one dared to ask questions in front of the Lady of Earth. This. Cui Ju was somewhat astonished. Can I really serve as an official in the underworld? If I say you can, then you can. The Lady of Earth nodded. If you agree, I will help you ascend right now. Du Yu smiled and nodded. This was the completion of the legend. I'm scared. The Lady of Earth personally descended. Ooh, I should undoubtedly comply, but the situation is special. I'm afraid I cannot comply. Cui Ju bowed and earnestly replied. Oh, again a rejection? The Lady of the Earth smiled with a hint of sarcasm, secretly cursing Cui Ju 1,000 times in her heart. Today my luck is truly unfortunate. If this continues, I will lose all my face. Despite feeling 1,000 grievances, the Lady of the Earth tried her best to keep her voice calm. Why do you refuse to become an underworld envoy? What is the reason behind it? I have someone I cannot let go of. I cannot abandon her. Cui Ju bowed his head towards the Lady of the Earth again. So it is difficult for me to comply with your command. Aunt, Du Yu suddenly remembered that before he came to this legend, the great judge had mentioned this. He said he had an obsession in his heart that he could not escape from. Du Yu hurriedly winked at the Lady of the Earth, hoping she could convey a message for him, but she did not understand. Little seven. Du Yu could only call for little seven in his heart. What's wrong? Please help me convey a message to the Lady of the Earth. Ooh, I cannot actively send a message myself. Now all hope relied on little seven. Little seven looked somewhat terrified. I have never spoken to such a high-ranking deity before. You must overcome this psychological barrier. The Lady of the Earth is quite approachable. Then, all right, what should I say? He'll say a sentence and you repeat it. Du Yu organized his words and said, Lady of the Earth, Cui Ju indeed has attachments he cannot let go of. Please give me some time. I will return tonight, and whether it succeeds or fails, I will give you a response then. After Du Yu finished speaking, he stared at the Lady of the Earth, waiting for little seven to convey this message. How was it? Did you finish? I finished it, little seven answered timidly. Did she reply? She did. What did she say? She said, Who are you, you little brat? Don't send messages to me, get lost. Du Yu sighed. That truly sounded like something the Lady of the Earth would say. Tell the Lady of the Earth that this message is from the young man 1,000 years later who asked me to convey it to you. Soon the Lady of the Earth, floating in midair, raised an eyebrow and glanced in Du Yu's direction, nodding slightly. Cui Ju. The Lady of the Earth pondered for a moment and said to Cui Ju, becoming an underworld envoy is a significant matter. Do not rush to give me a response. I will give you more time. I think it over carefully. I will descend again tonight. By then, please give me an answer. Cui Ju dared not refuse upon hearing this, and hurriedly bowed his head to express his gratitude. The many mortals in the county office also bowed their heads, bidding farewell to the Lady of the Earth. Seeing the deity flying away, the mortals hurriedly followed her out of the office, bowing every 3 steps and kneeling every 5 steps, chasing her all the way out of the county. After thanking Du profusely, the old woman and Si Huang set off towards Yunming Mountain, escorted by Li Dudo. Only Cui Ju and Du remained in the court exchanging glances, and Cui Ju spoke first. Xiangqin, that slap you gave today truly woke me up. If it weren't for you, I might still be lost in my own thoughts. Du smiled shyly and said, Leader, you have done me a great favor. If it weren't for your appearance, I might have already reincarnated by now, unable to receive fair treatment or witness so many captivating legends. Oh, Cui Ju was momentarily taken aback. I don't quite understand. Have we met before? Speaking of which, the first time I saw you, you slapped a big man in front of me. Thinking back, that slap might have been learned from me. Do you reminisce about Cui Ju's figure adorned in brocade? His arrival brought both justice and hope. How strange. Cui Ju pondered slightly. Your narration is so vivid, yet I have no recollection of this matter at all. Of course you wouldn't remember, Leader, as all of this happened before you became an underworld envoy. I became an underworld envoy. Cui Ju asked, so will I become an underworld envoy in the future? How do you know this? Du lowered his head and pondered for a moment, saying, since I have already violated the rules by revealing my identity to the Lady of the Earth, it is no harm to tell you once more. I come from over 1,000 years in the future and have been entrusted by you to help you resolve your heart's knot. Entrusted by myself. Cui Ju was striving to understand the meaning of this statement. Indeed, 1,000 years later you have become an underworld envoy, enjoying longevity and possessing magical powers, yet you still have an obsession in your heart. You say you have someone you cannot let go of. If possible, you wish to experience another kind of life. Do you convey Cui Ju's words to him verbatim? Cui Ju pondered, is that so? The person I cannot let go of now will still be unable to let go 1,000 years later. Do you understood that helping Cui Ju with this matter might involve great risks? The worst outcome would be that Cui Ju truly chose not to become an underworld envoy. Do you? You shouldn't do this. Little Seven whispered, if the great judge doesn't appear, your life wouldn't exist. You would have crossed the Niha Bridge on the very first day of entering the underworld, and you might disappear directly from the underworld. If I disappear, it would be to reincarnate. Do you thought for a moment and said, just consider it a favor for Cui Ju. 1,000 years later, I still say, I have someone I cannot let go of. Cui Ju fell silent. Indeed, so, I want to ask, Leader, do you still have your beloved wife whom you cannot let go of? Do you had seen infatuated people like Yi, and Cui Ju was likely the same. Beloved wife. Cui Ju looked at Du hesitantly and said, my first wife passed away long ago. It has been 7 years now. Oh, Du was stunned. Was Cui Ju's attachment not to his wife? Then, Leader, do you have anyone else you like? After pondering for a moment, Cui Ju said no. I have been wholly focused on improving the law and order and development of Qixin these years and haven't remarried. Do you really wanted to slap himself when he heard Cui Ju say he had someone he couldn't let go of? He naturally assumed he was a lovesick person. But now Cui Ju was not attached to his beloved. What exactly was his heart's knot? Leader, then, who is the person you cannot let go of? Cui Ju smiled bitterly and said, it should be my mother. Oh, Do you began to understand? Could it be that Cui Ju did not want to become an underworld envoy because he feared no one would care for his mother in her old age? Thinking this way also made sense. After all, Cui Ju would immediately ascend after agreeing to become an underworld envoy. My mother has suffered countless hardships in this world, after raising me to be a county magistrate, she can finally enjoy the blessings of life. If I leave again, I cannot imagine how she will spend the rest of her life. So, wait a minute. Do you? Interrupted Cui Ju, saying, Leader, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I learned something from the legends: never make decisions for others. What do you mean? If you have doubts in your heart, it is better to ask her directly what she means. Du said, sometimes the decision you make from your own standpoint may not be the best choice for others. Cui Ju was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Is that so? You go ahead, I will wait here for you. Cui Ju walked slowly to the back courtyard, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts. When he came to his senses, he was already at the door of his mother's room. He had tried several times to raise his hand and knock, yet he did not know how to start. Ju, are you outside? The old woman inside slowly spoke. Yes, mother, your child is here. Come in. Cui Ju slowly opened the door and entered the room, still wearing a hesitant expression, unsure of how to begin. Today I heard that the Lady of the Earth has personally chosen you to become an underworld envoy. Cui Ju's mother said with a gentle smile. Unfortunately, I am too old to see the true form of the Lady of the Earth. Mother. A hint of sorrow appeared in Cui Ju's eyes. But Ju, why didn't you accept it? Cui Ju's mother, fiddling with a string of prayer beads, asked, Are you worried about me? Yes, your child must fulfill his filial duty and provide for you in your old age. Ju, or have you forgotten how I taught you? Cui Ju shook his head. I dare not forget your teachings for a moment. When I was young, my sister was stolen away by a hunter. I went to report it, but the official said women are worthless, no case will be filed. At that moment I decided that if I had children, I must make them officials, good officials. Ju nodded and said your child obeys your teachings, seeking to be a clean, just official, never daring to wrongfully judge a case. But about today's case. His mother did not reply, continuing, later I gave birth to my first child, who should have been your older brother, but he was also abducted by thieves. I clearly remember that thief's appearance, and when I reported it, although the official filed a case, they only found the thief's corpse and not your brother. They told me that the thief was injured by a beast and the child was also eaten, hastily closing the case. Even though a fortune teller once said that this child was fated to be alone, he was still my flesh and blood. Older brother. Ju looked up. Why have I never heard you mention this before? Ju's mother did not answer, only shaking her head and saying, I have always thought how wonderful it would be if there were a judge who could distinguish right from wrong in this world. They could see all that is right and wrong, never making a mistake. Judge, Jewer, isn't this a great opportunity? Ju's mother looked at her son. You can follow the Lady of the Earth and become the judge of the underworld, living in the underworld from now on, cutting through all the right and wrong in this world. Mother, I understand now. Go, Jewer. If you can promise to become the eternal judge of good and evil for me, that would be the best filial piety to me. Ju's mother stood up, gently stroking Ju's hair as she did in his childhood. Although the salary you have saved over the years is not much, it is enough for me to live out my days. Ju pondered for a long time, heavily bowing his head to the ground. So my mother had always thought this way. A heart knot that had not yet formed quietly opened here. Ju quietly waited outside the house, unaware that the sky had darkened. With a creaking sound, Ju slowly stepped out. His eyes no longer held the hesitation from before, replaced, instead, by a hint of resolve. Leader, have you consulted your mother? Ju asked. Yes, Ju nodded slowly. Mother hopes even more than I do that there is a just judge in the underworld. That's wonderful. It seems the legend has truly come to an end now. We just await Lady Hou to take you away. At that moment, Du suddenly received a transmission. Hello? Can you hear me? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Du exclaimed, Lady Hou. Yes, you know me, the other party replied with a calm tone. What's this? Leader, we met just this afternoon. How could you forget so quickly? This afternoon. Lady Hou pondered for a moment before saying, have you finished over there? Has Ju become a judge? Yes. Although Du felt something was off about Lady Hou, he nodded, saying, he has accepted your invitation, leader. Good, ask him a question for me. What question? Ask him if one day I command him to assassinate the Lord of the Underworld, would he be willing? Du was taken aback, as if he couldn't comprehend the meaning of that sentence. Leader, could you repeat that? I might have misheard due to poor reception. I said if one day I commanded him to assassinate the Emperor of Donghua Taishan, would he be willing? This time the words were crystal clear. Du would rather believe he misheard. Is this scene also something that occurs in the legend? Du called out to Hou Yi, feeling perplexed about the situation. Hou Yi. Du called, is there such a plot in the legend? Yet no matter how much he called, Hou Yi did not respond. How strange that Qianxiu and Hou Yi are just alike, disappearing right at the end of the legend. Leader, please think twice. I can ask him for you, but what if he refuses? If he refuses, I have my plans. Lady Hou said. Du contemplated for a moment and replied, all right then, he'll ask for you. He turned to Ju, organizing his words, and said, Leader, if one day Lady Hou commands you to assassinate a very formidable figure in the underworld, would you agree? Lady Hou wants me to be an assassin. Ju was taken aback, and after thinking for a moment asked, Xiangqin, are you serious? Sort of serious. This is the question Lady Hou asked me to relay to you. Du curled his lip. He certainly did not have the leisure to make such a joke. I can't say for sure. Ju replied earnestly. Firstly, I don't know Lady Hou very well. Secondly, I don't know the enemy she wants to assassinate. Though he didn't understand why Lady Hou would want to carry out an assassination, one must always consider right and wrong. If there's an issue, it should be addressed openly rather than resorting to assassination. Upon hearing this, Du felt that Ju made a valid point. Leader, Du said in his heart to Lady Hou, did you hear that? It's a bit too early to ask this now. Although I know you are direct, you shouldn't scare him. There is still 1,000 years ahead. I believe whether Ju is sincere depends entirely on whether you are a good leader. Lady Hou paused, surprised that this kid had some insight. Depends on me. In that case. She thought for a moment and said, let's just say that Ju's answer is it depends on the situation and consider it passed. Passed? What does that mean, leader? If it doesn't pass, what will happen? Du called out to Lady Hou for a long time, but she did not respond. After a long while, Hou Yi's voice slowly emerged in his mind. Are you okay? Hou Yi asked timidly. Me? I'm fine. Du came back to his senses. What about you? Where did you go just now? Why didn't you respond? I was here all along. It was just that your image suddenly disappeared. Huh, my image disappeared again. Du was surprised. Shouldn't you update your equipment? This is quite dangerous for me. Strange, our equipment has always been maintained. This situation has never occurred before. As they were talking, a golden light fell from the sky, and Lady Hou descended in her splendid attire. Du turned to look, leader. You. Lady Hou smiled, glancing at Du and Ju, and said, how about it? Am I on time? Ju, have you made your decision? Yes. I have decided to become a judge. But I feel a bit confused about what you just asked Xiangqin to relay to me. I feel a bit anxious. This palace asked someone to relay a message to you. Lady Hou looked puzzled. What message? Huh. Du was taken aback. No, leader, that's a bit unfair. Are you burning bridges after crossing them? Cui Ju was also stunned. Was that not the question Lady Hutu just asked? Lady Hutu was confused. How did I burn bridges after crossing them? What exactly was that message? Xiao Qi also wondered. Du, what happened just now? Du looked at the situation before him and seemed to realize something. The current Lady Hutu did not know what had happened just now. Could it be that the Lady Hutu from earlier was? Du took out a jade pendant from his bosom. This jade pendant was given to him by the current Lady Hutu through Mei Gui, saying that as long as he carried it, she would transmit messages to him at critical moments. Could it be that the one transmitting earlier was indeed the current Lady Hutu? No wonder the words felt strange. But this also doesn't make sense. Oh, why does the current Lady Hutu seem to not recognize him? If they had met before, Lady Hutu should remember him, just like Zhongli Chun does. Little brother, we get along quite well. Oh, wouldn't you like to work under me? Lady Hutu looked at Du again. I am from 1,000 years in the future. I cannot go with you. Du came back to his senses and spoke to Lady Hutu, his words unconsciously carrying a hint of caution. It's fine. Coming to see me 1,000 years later is also acceptable. Lady Hutu, not sensing anything unusual, continued speaking to Du. If you don't come with me today, then I will take my leave for now. Du nodded, saying, we will probably meet many more times. It could be 1,000 years later, or perhaps it could be the story of the next two Inchai. Lady Hutu slowly flew away with Cui Ju, not knowing where they were headed. Xiao Qi also activated the soul summoning device, bringing Du back to the Legend Management Bureau. When Du awoke, his expression was somewhat complex, and he still held the jade pendant in his hand. He couldn't help but think of something else. If only Dong Qianxiu could send items into legends, how did this jade pendant come to be with him in the legend? Xiao Qi, Du said, here. Where is Lady Hutu currently residing? What do you want to do? Xiao Qi asked, somewhat puzzled. I feel something is off. I need to see her. See Lady Hutu. Xiao Qi shook his head. If Lady Hutu doesn't appear on her own, no one in the underworld can see her. Du felt uneasy. If Lady Hutu wanted to kill the Emperor of Dongyue Taishan, it would likely be a tremendous event that would shake the entire underworld. When she informed him of this matter, she severed her connection to the Legend Management Bureau, indicating that she understood the severe consequences if too many people found out. No wonder Lady Hutu insisted on the arrival of the 8 great Inchai legends, as she intended to use this clumsy method to filter through all 8 individuals. In Du's view, this method would not only backfire, but would also easily shake their resolve. Regardless of Lady Hutu's intentions, he must clarify this matter, otherwise if she threatens him with Dong Qianxiu next time ordering Du to disrupt a certain Inchai story, it would cause chaos in the entire underworld before she even kills the Emperor of Dongyue Taishan. But how can he see Lady Hutu? Du, are you alright? Xiao Qi looked at Du, feeling somewhat puzzled. I'm fine. Then should we hurry to prepare the legend of the Black and White Impermanence? The legend of Black and White Impermanence. Xiao Qi, why are you also eager to complete the 8 great Inchai legends? Because it's the director's order. Right? Du suddenly recalled that the director's behavior regarding this matter was also quite strange. He seemed to know something. Where is the director? Du turned to ask Xiao Qi. I don't know. He left shortly after you entered the legend. Du was now at a loss. If he rashly entered the legend of Black and White Impermanence, he might encounter Lady Hutu again, but is she an enemy or a friend? And why would she do such strange things? Du looked down at the jade pendant in his hand. At this point, if he wanted to safely bring Dong Qianxiu back without disrupting all the legends, the only person he needed to resolve things with was Lady Hutu. He narrowed his eyes, releasing a fierce killing intent, and raised one hand, striking the jade pendant with a punch. A massive wave of energy erupted, and the jade pendant cracked. Indeed, it is not an ordinary item. Du observed the pendant. Even Xiao Zongli's power could only create a crack in it. Du, what are you doing? Xiao Qi was somewhat confused. Du did not respond, raising his fist and hammering down onto the jade pendant until it shattered in his hands. Now there's no way for you to transmit messages to me, Lady Hutu. What will you do this time? Will you not show yourself to meet me? As Du was calculating his next move, the jade pendant's powder on the ground unexpectedly began to emit green smoke, and before either of them could react, a ghostly green light flickered out, gradually taking on a human shape in the room. Du was left gaping at the scene before him. From the green light emerged a woman in green clothing who reached out a delicate hand to cover her forehead, her eyes shimmering with tears, her rosy lips sulking in anger, but before long, she unexpectedly chuckled through her tears. Why did you hit me? The woman asked with a smile. Du stared blankly at the girl in green before him. I hit you. Yes. Although the girl wore a smile, it was evident that she had a large bump on her forehead. Du looked confused at Xiao Qi, saying, what's going on? Didn't I just hit the jade pendant? Xiao Qi also felt a bit at a loss. More than confusion, she felt fear. If this girl in green was an enemy, she was ready to escape at any moment. The girl in green ignored the two of them and ran to Du's side, looking at the broken pieces of the jade pendant at his feet. My house is ruined. The girl in green said again. House? Du glanced at the shards on the ground and instantly understood. I get it, you are the kind of spirit of a magical artifact that takes human form, right? Artifact spirit. Not quite. The girl in green chuckled inappropriately, then asked, do you really think this jade pendant looks like a magical artifact? Then miss. Who exactly are you? Du asked somewhat awkwardly. I am Ning He. The girl in green let out a dry laugh, picking up the pieces from the ground one by one. Oh no, this is a big trouble for me. Du Yu, hearing this, was puzzled and asked, Miss, is this jade pendant very important to you? Yes. Ning smiled. Without it, I might not last 2 days before I'm completely dissipated. Du Yu was truly baffled. According to this girl's words, he had destroyed her only refuge, and without a place to stay, she would dissipate immediately. Given such a serious situation, why did it sound like this girl named Ning was quite happy? Ning, how about we make a deal? Although I find this girl strange, I must resolve the bigger issue at hand. Can you tell me why you ended up in the jade pendant that Empress Hou Yi gave me? In exchange, I will find a way to keep your soul from dissipating. Is that all right? Well, Ning hesitated for a moment, thought for a while, then smiled and said, or maybe I should just dissipate. You? Du Yu and Hou Yi exchanged glances. What was up with this girl? She had a strange sense of incongruity. When the phrase soul dissipating was mentioned, it was evident that she felt fear, yet her smile never faded. Let me phrase it differently, Du Yu said. They'll first find a way to help you keep your soul, and then you tell me about that jade pendant. How does that sound? Help me keep my soul. Ning was visibly moved. Are you willing to help me first, even if I don't tell you anything? Exactly. Hou Yi quietly tugged at Du Yu's sleeve, saying, but do you know how to keep her soul? I certainly don't know, but I know someone who specializes in managing souls. After saying this, Du Yu turned back to Ning and asked, so what do you think? Is the deal on? All right. Ning nodded. If I don't dissipate, I can help Empress Hou Yi do more things. I agree. Du Yu nodded slightly, took out his phone, and decisively dialed Xie number. Xiao Du. Xie answered the phone in 3 seconds as usual. Yes, it's me, 7th Master. What's up? I want to ask you something. Du Yu briefly recounted what had just happened. After Xie listened, he pondered carefully, and then said, from what you said, that girl is definitely not the spirit of a magical artifact. Otherwise, when the pendant broke, she should have dissipated immediately. Xie paused for a moment, and continued, if she was forced to appear because her housing object was destroyed, she would dissipate after a few days. In that case, she could be a vengeful spirit. Vengeful spirit. Yes, most ghost stories that happen in the human world are caused by vengeful spirits. These ghosts tend to attach themselves to objects, and if the object is destroyed, their souls will slowly dissipate. Some well-known examples include embroidered shoes, videotapes, and dolls. 7th Master, you've seen quite a few movies. Of course I love my job. Xie, flattered by Du Yu's praise, cleared his throat and continued, but whether she is a vengeful spirit has to be confirmed by seeing her. I am busy with something in the human world right now and can't return for the time being. Oh, that's fine, 7th Master, you carry on. Xiao Du, are you being haunted by a vengeful spirit? My second brother Zhong Kuei, third brother Niu Tu, and fourth brother Ma Mian are all experts in catching vengeful spirits. Do you need me to let them know? That's not necessary. Let's assume for now that she is a vengeful spirit. If I want to keep this vengeful spirit's soul intact, what should I do next? Keep her. That's simple, Xie said. In the human world, vengeful spirits are considered otherworldly beings, but that's not the case in the underworld. On the Sansheng Stone Walking Street, there's a shop specifically for vengeful spirits that sells various items for them to reside in. If you can't find it, you can just ask anyone there. After thanking 7th Master, Du Yu hung up the phone and turned to Ning. I've been to Sansheng Stone Walking Street. It's not far from here. Do you want to go with me? Ning thought for a moment, smiled, and said sure. A girl dressed in black stood outside the ghost gate next to a van where a man and a woman were standing. The girl glared angrily at the man before her, pacing back and forth in frustration. After a while, she finally organized her words and pointed her finger at the man's nose, saying, Do you, I will say this one last time, I fan Xiaohua, Emma in chai. Not your dedicated driver. Every time you meet a new girl, you call me to pick you up and drop you off. What do you take me for? Ah, Sister Inshai, Du Yu said with a smile. I really couldn't think of anyone else, and this girl is very pitiful. If you don't come to help, her soul is about to dissipate. Fan Xiaohua glanced at the girl in green before her and said, So she's a vengeful spirit. Sai, why do you always attract strange people? Last time it was Sister Zhongli who was terrifying, this time this girl keeps laughing in the car. No matter what. Thank you, Sister Inshai. Du Yu smiled at Fan Xiaohua. No need to thank me. Next time I won't come no matter what you say. Fan Xiaohua forcefully slammed the car door and took off into the air. That sister is quite nice, Ning chuckled. Du Yu replied, Of course I owe her a lot of favors. As the two chatted, they entered the ghost gate. Ha ha ha. As soon as they entered the ghost gate, Ning suddenly burst into laughter. Huh. Du Yu turned back, asking, What's wrong? Ning laughed so hard, she couldn't stand up, pointing at the large crowd of ghosts and the black and white impermanents from both families in line in the distance, saying, There are so many people standing here, it's so funny. What's so funny? Du Yu frowned, completely unable to understand Ning's sense of humor. Wow, is that the river of forgetfulness? That's hilarious. Ning laughed heartily, pointing at various ordinary sights, while many wandering ghosts in Sansheng Stone Walking Street looked at her in confusion. Du Yu felt a bit regretful. Had he known, he would have come alone. He didn't expect to experience social death even after dying. Ning, could you please stop laughing? Du Yu finally couldn't hold back. They had been wandering for over an hour without finding the vengeful spirit shop, and Ning kept laughing, which was getting on his nerves. Why can't I laugh? Ning asked curiously. We've been searching for a long time, and we still don't know where that vengeful spirit shop is. I should have asked 7th Master what that shop is called. If this continues, you will dissipate. So if I can't find the shop, I can't laugh. Ning said, if I can't find that shop, even if I don't laugh, I will still dissipate. Du Yu shook his head. He had finally caught a faint lead on Empress Hou, and he must not let her dissipate so easily. After asking many people along the way, the two finally found an inconspicuous alley with a shop called Yishir Zhai, which specialized in vengeful spirits. As they pushed open the door, they saw an emaciated old man sitting inside brewing tea. Behind him hung various household items of all kinds. Upon closer inspection, besides the tea brewing equipment, there was also a table with the 4 treasures of the study, but not a single word was written on the paper. Next to the table stood a shabby sign with the words Mr. Yishir written on it. The old man lifted his drowsy eyes to glance at Du Yu and said blandly, 1 story in exchange for a bowl of tea. 1 story in exchange for a bowl of tea. Du Yu's expression froze. What kind of strange transaction was this? Old man, I don't drink tea, we want to buy some vengeful spirit supplies. Du Yu bowed respectfully to the old man and said, Old man, I have no stories, can I buy directly with money? Hearing Du Yu's serious reply, Ning burst out laughing again. Strange. Strange. The old man stared at Ning and slowly stood up, his eyes gradually opening. A girl in green who laughs foolishly. Du Yu was unsure of what was happening. The old man's gaze was as if he had seen his long-lost daughter. The old man turned around and rummaged through a wooden box behind him, pulling out a large stack of manuscripts filled with densely packed text. Not this. Not this. The old man flipped through the manuscripts one by one, quickly making a mess of the table. Du Yu was baffled. It seemed like everyone he encountered today was a weirdo. Aunt. The old man shouted, found it. Du Yu looked at the old man asking, what did you find? The old man trembled, holding a manuscript in his hand, saying, once a daughter of the fox fairy, later married to Wang Sheng, loved to laugh all day, had a good reputation, but this smile also attracted bad people from the neighboring area who coveted her beauty. This girl designed to kill the bad guy, but was scolded by her mother-in-law for being shameless. From then on, she lost her smile, and no matter how anyone coaxed her, she would not laugh again. This story is called Ning. The old man raised his head, his eyes sparkling. Have you heard of this story? Du Yu was left utterly confused. Was this story about Ning really a tale? The old man chuckled and replied, you tell a wonderful story, but it's not quite accurate. The woman didn't lose her smile, rather she lost something else. The elder looked puzzled. How can that be? I distinctly recorded this story. He flipped to the end of the manuscript and said, in the end, although the girl lost her smile, she lived happily with Wang Sheng. Huh. So? Ning smiled mischievously at the old man. Who told you this story? The old man was taken aback by the question and pondered for a moment. If I remember correctly, this story was told to me by the male protagonist Wang Sheng. So you never actually met Ning? Ha. Ning laughed so hard she bent over. Du Yu began to understand. If he guessed correctly, this old man had recorded Ning's story, but it seemed to diverge from the truth. Elder, who are you really? Du Yu asked. I am merely an amateur historian, unworthy of mention, unworthy of mention. The elder waved his hand and continued to gaze at his manuscript. How can that be? Did I make a mistake in recording the story? Du Yu helplessly shook his head and asked, Elder, we are really pressed for time. Can you show us the container that houses the vengeful spirit? The elder didn't lift his head and softly replied, without a story, nothing will be sold. Du Yu gritted his teeth, wondering how he had encountered such a peculiar old man. All right, let me tell you a story. Du Yu plopped down in front of the elder and asked, what kind of story would you like to hear? The elder became interested as he prepared the ink and said slowly, I want to hear about the unfeeling man and the infatuated demon. I want to hear about the chilling nightmare and the endless ghostly tales. After hearing this, Du Yu was stunned for a moment. He had initially prepared to narrate the dramatic stories of the 3 Little Pigs and Little Red Riding Hood, but before he could speak, he was silenced. Elder, your taste is truly unique. The elder continued, the better the story, the better the container it can exchange for. Du Yu was now in a dilemma. An unfeeling man, an infatuated demon. Nightmares and ghost stories. Isn't that just ghost stories? However, he hadn't heard many ghost stories himself, so Du Yu decided to take a gamble and risk it with the classic Hong Kong film The Eye. At that moment, Ning stepped forward and picked up the manuscript titled Ning that was on the table. She quickly read it through and then smiled, asking, if I tell a story like this, can I exchange it for a container? Indeed. Then good, Ning nodded. He'll tell you Ning again, how about that? Du Yu smacked his forehead, realizing the brilliance of his idea. I have a living ghost story right beside me. You want me to tell you Ning again? The old man looked at the girl with curiosity and said slowly, I really like Ning. If you don't tell it well, it won't count. Ning nodded and slowly began. Elder, your first half was quite accurate. On the day of the Lantern Festival, Wang Sheng first met the smiling girl Ning. From that moment on, Wang Sheng couldn't focus on anything else and only wished to see Ning smile again. After much inquiry, Wang Sheng finally met the girl, only to discover that she was actually his distant cousin. He returned home to inform his mother, vowing to marry her. However, his mother informed Wang Sheng that his sister had long passed away and could not have given birth to such a cousin. It was feared that this cousin was not an ordinary person, but Wang Sheng, who had fallen in love, paid no heed to this matter. He brought Ning home and took her as his wife. Ning was indeed not Wang Sheng's cousin. She was the daughter of a fox spirit. Although humans and spirits are of different realms, she was eventually moved by Wang Sheng's sincerity and gave him the jade pendant her mother, the fox spirit, had left her as a token of their affection. Ning was endearing and always wore a smile beloved by both the household servants and the neighbors. Anyone outside could hear her cheerful laughter coming from within. But only Ning knew that the reason she always smiled was that her mother had told her that the cry of a fox spirit would bring misfortune to humans. Moreover, Wang Sheng adored her smile, which was why he fell for her at first sight. Thus, no matter how sad things became, she made sure to keep her smile, at least for Wang Sheng. However, this foolish smile not only made her mother-in-law say she was unrestrained, but also attracted the attention of the son from the neighboring house, who always thought Ning's smile was an invitation to him. He spent his days peeping over the wall, watching Ning's every move, his gaze filled with lewd intentions. When Ning reached this point, the old man interrupted her, saying, "Girl, the story you are telling is exactly the same as what I have recorded. This cannot count." "Don't rush, old man. From this point on, the story I tell will be completely different from what you've recorded." Ning informed her mother-in-law about the neighboring son, but the mother-in-law insisted it was because Ning was loose. If it weren't for Ning's constant smiling at him, how could he have developed such ill intentions? Ning, unable to gain her mother-in-law's understanding, went to tell Wang Sheng, but unexpectedly Wang Sheng colluded with his mother and firmly stated that it was Ning's indiscretion that brought about the calamity. Though Ning felt sad inside, she didn't dare to cry out, fearing that the cry of the fox spirit would bring misfortune upon this family. So she could only continue to smile as this family had her beloved Wang Sheng. One night, while Ning was planting flowers in the courtyard, she suddenly heard someone climbing over the wall and attempting to assault her from behind. Ning, not an ordinary girl, vanished in a flash. The man felt a sharp pain in his lower body. When he looked closely, he found himself holding a piece of dead wood, and inside the hollow of the wood was a scorpion the size of a crab. The man was stung by the scorpion, suffering excruciating pain. The man's terrible scream drew the attention of everyone from the Wang family. Before Ning could say a word, the man accused her, first claiming she had lured him to commit misconduct and unleashed poisonous creatures to sting him. How could there exist such a wanton and unchaste woman? Having been raised by a fox spirit, Ning did not understand human affairs. Even though she was wrong, she did not know how to explain and could only foolishly smile, hoping that Wang Sheng would understand she meant no harm. Not long after the son from the neighboring house died, the county magistrate, knowing the man's character was already dubious, learned that he had died from a poisonous sting, so he did not blame Ning. But Ning's life became even more difficult. Her mother-in-law approached Wang Sheng, saying that Ning not only caused trouble with her constant smiling, but could even use poisonous creatures to harm others. It seemed that her sister had long since passed away, and it was impossible for her to have given birth to this daughter. This girl must be a demon or an evil spirit. It would be better to divorce her before she caused the destruction of the family. Wang Sheng was also filled with trepidation. His wife not only seduced a lover, but also plotted murder. So he hurriedly complied with his mother's arrangement and issued a divorce decree to Ning. Ning was already helpless after being divorced. A weak woman could not survive, especially since she was also pregnant with Wang Sheng's child at that time. She could not understand the warmth and coldness of human relationships and could not fathom why Wang Sheng, who had once cared for her so much, suddenly turned into a different person. No matter how she pleaded with Wang Sheng, he was utterly disgusted with her. The smile that had once captured his heart became the very reason he despised her. Wang Sheng realized that even after divorcing Ning, she still clung to him and refused to leave. He exhausted all means, hitting her, scolding her, humiliating her, yet Ning always wore that annoying smile, even with her body covered in wounds and having gone many days without food. Ning herself did not know where she went wrong. Finally, one day, Wang Sheng poisoned the food he gave her with arsenic. This arsenic not only killed Ning, but also took the life of her unborn child. Even at the moment of her death, Ning could not believe that the man she had always cherished had turned against her. Wang Sheng knew that a murderer must pay with their life, so he buried Ning in his backyard. From then on, her laughter could no longer be heard outside the yard, and Wang Sheng only told others that Ning would no longer smile. But Ning's vengeful spirit could not rest easy regarding Wang Sheng, unwilling to reincarnate after her death. Whenever a messenger came to seek her, she would sneak into the jade pendant that Wang Sheng had received from her. This pendant was the only remnant of her existence in the world. After all, Wang Sheng always carried it with him. She wished to keep watch over Wang Sheng, but soon Wang Sheng took a new wife, and it seemed he had never cared for Ning. The jade pendant Ning had given him was thrown into the lake. The lake was cold and dark, and she could not leave the pendant for long, so she could no longer see Wang Sheng. At that moment, Ning finally understood that Wang Sheng had never held her close to his heart. Since then, Ning has remained at the bottom of the dark lake, smiling only at the fish and the stones. Ning did not lose her smile, though she lost her life instead. Ning's story abruptly ended, and she looked at the old man, saying, "Old man, is this story enough to exchange for a container?" The old man looked at Ning in disbelief, his eyes filled with confusion. "Your story? It shouldn't be over yet, should it?" "No, for Ning, this is where it ends. But for Wang Sheng, it is still not the end." "Oh." The old man looked at Ning excitedly. "What happened to Wang Sheng afterward?" Wang Sheng's new wife had ulterior motives, and after colluding with the steward, ran away with the family fortune. Wang Sheng fell from grace overnight, not even having enough money to buy a bowl of tea. No wonder. Do you suddenly understood? A wealthy young master would tell the old man this story just to exchange for a bowl of tea. The old man slowly stood up, stroked his beard, and smiled. I never imagined I would see the person from my story appear before me one day, and they would tell me that my recorded tale was flawed. You know who I am now. How could I not know? The old man replied with a bitter smile. Halfway through your narration, I had a vague idea. Your understanding of Ning far surpasses that of Wang Sheng, who told me the story. I never expected that my favorite piece Ning would have its ending written incorrectly. I feel ashamed. Do you interjected? Elder, this is not your fault. You are merely a recorder. Enough, the old man said. Now the world is reading the incorrect version of Ning. I have no face to show myself. You may choose any vengeful spirit container in this shop as compensation for Ning. The world is reading. Do you ask, puzzled? Is Ning that famous? Ning ignored the two, smiling as she wandered around the room. If one were unaware that this was a haunted shop, you might have thought it was just a grocery store. From jade ornaments to pots and pans, everything was surprisingly displayed together. Moi. Ning's attention was drawn to something. What is this? You followed her gaze and saw an old incense pouch quietly sitting on the shelf. The owner of this pouch was beaten to death by her own husband. Her vengeful spirit was initially attached to this pouch, but her husband later summoned a Taoist priest to exorcise her, thus scattering her soul. The old man explained, this object carries deep resentment. It might suit you. Ning nodded, smiling innocently. I quite like the look of this pouch. How about I take this one? You nodded in agreement, and in the blink of an eye Ning transformed into a green light and dove into the pouch. Seeing that matters had reached a conclusion, you picked up the pouch and said to the old man, since it's all settled, I shall take my leave. Before he could finish, the pouch in his hand cracked with a loud pop, and in an instant it exploded. A wave of powerful dark energy swept through, nearly sending you flying. He steadied himself, focusing his gaze, and saw Ning reappear. Oh, he exclaimed in surprise, what happened? If you don't like the new home, there's no need to destroy it. Ning looked confused. I didn't break it. I don't know what happened. As soon as I entered, it exploded. The old man looked at Ning with some doubt and said, could it be that your resentment is far greater than that of the pouch's previous owner? But that shouldn't be the case. The old man paced the room for a while and continued, according to the story you just told, your resentments should be about the same. You, feeling a bit embarrassed, looked at the old man and said, old sir, we accidentally damaged your merchandise. How about we compensate you? Or perhaps I could tell you another story. I know a story about a zombie in a mountain village if you don't mind. The old man waved his hand and said, never mind, this is my oversight. I didn't expect Ning's resentment to be so profound. Just wait. The old man retreated to the back room, rummaging for a while, and soon he came out holding a wooden box. The box was square and painted red, but it seemed to have been soaked in water. The old man opened the wooden box and a radiant light flashed, revealing that it was filled with gold and silver jewelry. Wow! You exclaimed, noticing that the box looked incredibly valuable. Old sir, so many pieces of jewelry. Are you planning to letting Ning try them one by one? Not at all, the old man shook his head. This entire box along with the jewelry inside belongs to a single entity, a vengeful spirit that also sleeps at the bottom of a lake. This woman was a courtesan who longed to reform. After finally meeting her beloved scholar, she took her savings to have him redeem her. However, after redeeming her, the scholar worried about his future lack of money and sold her to someone else. In her fury, she took this treasure box and scolded the scholar for abandoning her, then sank with the box to the lake's bottom. Over the years, she became a vengeful spirit in the water. So it's the story of Du Shenyang, angry to sink the treasure box. You muttered, old man, you truly possess great abilities. Can this be fished up? Naturally, I didn't fish it up, but this item is very suitable for Ning. The old man pushed the treasure box forward. Ning looked at it and smiled foolishly. Without saying a word, she transformed into a green light and dove into the box. You and the old man quietly stared at the treasure box on the table. This time it was clearly more effective than the last, as Ning did not appear for a long while. This time it looks almost done. You sighed in relief. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the treasure box on the table began to tremble violently. Old sir, be careful. You pulled the old man aside just as the treasure box exploded and various pearls and gems burst forth like fireworks. As expected, Ning appeared again. It seems this still isn't enough. The old man was stunned by this scene, and after a moment he asked, Ning's story, what is the ending? As a fellow vengeful spirit in the water, why do you possess a resentment that far exceeds hers? I can't say. Ning smiled innocently. Old man, do you have anything even more powerful here? You? Just wait. The old man refused to give up and returned to the back room to search again. You silently gazed at Ning at this moment. He had heard the story of Du Shenyang before and had thought of her as a symbol of tragic femininity, as she was born in a brothel and only wished to be an ordinary person, but unexpectedly, she was sold out by her lover in the end. But now, does Ning have even greater resentment? Has her suffering far surpassed that of Du Shenyang? Found it. The old man approached, trembling, holding several items, and as he placed them on the table, he introduced them. The Jinwu Dao used by the Western Chu overlord Xiangyu when he took his own life. This blade not only harbors Xiang Ye's immense resentment, but has also claimed countless lives, exuding immense dark energy. The white silk of Hou Yi which Hou Yi held when she was executed stained with her blood, and the June snow carries profound resentment. Dried human skin inscribed with the words loyalty to the country is from the skin of the famous General Yu Fei's back. This object contains infinite regret, and one can still hear the cries of ghosts. The Moi sword. Forged by the master blacksmith Gan Jiang, it is the first sword in history made with the blood sacrifice of a living person containing the hatred of Gan Jiang's wife Hou Yi. Du Yu watched as the old man pulled out each treasure, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Wait, old man. Du Yu reached out to stop him just as the old man was about to take out the next item. What is it? Du Yu paused and said, Old sir, if these items cannot accommodate Ying Ning's resentment, they will all explode. Each of these is nearly a peerless treasure. Are you sure you want to take this risk? The old man showed no hesitation and replied, If we don't hurry to finding Ning a container, she will soon dissipate. This. Du Yu was at a loss. Though the items on the table were all famous objects of resentment, no one could guarantee success. In the midst of his hesitation, his phone in his pocket vibrated. He picked it up and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Seventh Master. Hou Yi, how's it going over there? I just finished my business here. Do you need me to come help? Yes, I desperately need it. Before Du Yu could finish speaking, the air in the haunted shop began to distort, and by Wuchang Xie Bian descended from the sky, his phone still not hung up. Hey Hou Yi. Xie Bian hung up the phone and tucked it into his pocket. From your tone, I thought something serious had happened. Isn't old Pooh already bringing out all the treasures of the store? I even skipped my face mask to come here as quickly as possible. The old man referred to as old Pooh immediately knelt upon seeing Xie Bian and said, I have met you, seventh master. Xie Bian hurriedly helped the old man up, saying, Old Pooh, don't stand on ceremony. What's the current situation? Du Yu stepped forward and roughly recounted what had just happened. Oh, Xie Bian raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Ying Ning. This little girl is not tall, yet her resentment is considerable. Hehehe. Ying Ning also gazed at Xie Bian with great interest, as if receiving praise. Let me take a look. Xie Bian extended a hand above Ying Ning's head, a white light glowing from his palm, making the entire room feel even colder. After a moment, he raised the same white light above the table filled with resentful items. No, this won't do, this won't work, none of these will suffice. Xie Bian said, Fortunately you called me over, otherwise all these items on the table would have been wasted. Off. Old Pooh was also stunned. Even these most famous objects cannot accommodate Ying Ning's resentment. Xie Bian nodded, it seems that way. Perhaps all of these combined could contain Ying Ning's resentment, but individually they indeed cannot. Du Yu hesitated as well. Could there be no way to save Ying Ning? Although he had only known her for half a day, she was his only lead to connect with the Earth Mother. Seventh Master. Is there really no way? Xie Bian smiled and said, There is one way. There should still be a very powerful object of resentment in this room. Another one. Du Yu looked around completely unaware of what Xie Bian was referring to. I just don't know if its owner is willing to part with it. It has an owner. Du Yu pondered carefully. All the containers in this room seemed to belong to old Pooh for some reason. If there were to be an owner, it would presumably be old Pooh. Old Pooh, Xie Bian said to the old man. To contain such a powerful, vengeful spirit, only the pen you hold could possibly succeed. A pen, eh? Du Yu turned to look at old Pooh, wondering if this old man's pen was indeed the strongest container of resentment, even surpassing the blade that Xiang Yu used to take his own life. My pen. Old Pooh was also taken aback. He glanced at the pen in his hand. Seventh Master, you must be mistaken. My pen has never hosted a vengeful spirit, nor has anyone lost their life because of it. Xie Bian extended his hand once more, a cold white light illuminating from it, slowly hovering above the brush. Old Pooh, perhaps you don't even realize that after recording so many ghost stories, all their resentments have been inherited by this brush. Xie Bian stood facing Pooh Lao, a brilliant white light emanating from his hands, and even the ordinary brush in his grasp radiated with extraordinary brilliance under the illumination. What is happening? Du Yu exclaimed. Why does an ordinary brush hold such deep resentment? Xie Bian withdrew his divine powers, turned to Du Yu, and casually asked, Little do you still not recognize who this old man is? I don't know. Du Yu shook his head. Ha ha ha. Xie Bian laughed heartily and said, This elder is named Pooh Songling, known as the Master of Strange Histories, author of strange stories from a Chinese studio. Du Yu was startled, realizing that he was about to share ghost stories with the very ancestor of ghost stories. The brush in Pooh Lao's hand has accompanied him in recording over 1,000 strange tales. Some spirits, upon realizing their stories have been known by the world, have let go of their resentment and reincarnated, while others have received incorrect accounts, deepening their resentment, lingering around this brush day and night. Both the released resentments and those that couldn't be released have accumulated in this brush. Pooh Lao's eyes widened. He had long felt that this brush in his hand was growing colder, but never thought it was due to resentment. After a long while, Du Yu regained his senses and asked Pooh Lao, Elder Pooh, would you be willing to give your brush to Ying Ning? Of course, that is not a problem. This brush is merely an ordinary object bought from the street, holding no special significance for me, only that it has been used for a long time. After finishing his words, Pooh Lao wiped the ink off the brush onto rice paper and extended it forward. Ying Ning looked at Xie Bian, then at Du Yu, smiled slightly, and transformed into a green light, diving into the brush. The entire brush trembled at the moment Ying Ning entered, Before Pu Lao could release it, the brush floated into the air, its shaft turning emerald green under the swirling green light, resembling both jade and metal, exuding an eerie tranquility. After a quarter of an hour, the brush calmed down, flying a few circles in the air before landing in Du Ye's hand. From now on, the underworld has gained another top-quality magical artifact. Xie Bian smiled and murmured, I wonder how this resentful brush compares to the soul-collecting brush of the great master Cui Ju, which has taken countless souls. Ying Ning, are you okay? Du asked, looking at the brush in his hand. I'm fine, Hou Yi. It's quite spacious in here, and there are many stories. Ying Ning's voice came softly from within the brush. That's great. Du felt a weight lift from his heart. Seventh Master. Du turned to Xie Bian. What is it, little Du? Thank you. Hey. Xie Bian waved his hand. It doesn't take much of my time, so there's no need for thanks. After a moment of silence, Du spoke. Seventh Master, did you know? Ying Ning is following me and has entered into a legend. Isn't that great? Having someone to accompany you in a legend means you're not too lonely. Xie Bian paused. What did you say? Ying Ning was previously attached to a jade pendant, and that pendant unexpectedly followed me into the legend. Xie Bian's eyes darted, and he quickly turned to Pu Lao, bowing respectfully. Elder Pu, please continue with your work. We have something to discuss, and shall take our leave. Before Du could react, Xie Bian pulled him out of the shop, and the two found a secluded corner in the deserted alley. Little Du, what you just said is true. Xie Bian asked with a strange expression. Yes. Is this matter really that surprising? I was going to ask you what the principle behind it is. Assistant Dong is clearly with the Earth Mother. Theoretically, you shouldn't be able to take anything away, right? Yes, Seventh Master. Du nodded. It seems you are also aware of Qianqi's abilities. It's precisely because Qianqiu is not here that I'm puzzled as to why this jade pendant could come with me into the legend. Only Qianqiu has the ability to transport objects. Xie Bian looked down at the emerald brush in Du Ye's hand, pondering carefully. If there were to be an explanation for this matter, there could only be one possibility. Little Du, Xie Bian placed both hands on Du Ye's shoulders and said seriously, you must not tell anyone about Ying Ning entering the legend. Off. Du was taken aback. Why not? I suspect. Xie Bian paused, then said seriously, Ying Ning, like you and Zhan Qixing, possesses a physique that can become an operator. Oh. Du was stunned. You mean? Ying Ning's ability to enter the legend is unrelated to the jade pendant, but rather related to her own physique. Exactly, Xie Bian nodded. I can't think of any other reason. However, this only led to more questions for Du. Did the Earth Mother gift him this jade pendant because she already knew about Ying Ning's capabilities? Since Ying Ning belongs to the Earth Mother, why didn't she make Ying Ning an operator during these 900 years of leisure? Even if a legend like Yi Shoots the Suns presented a problem, wouldn't the Earth Mother reveal Ying Ning as a trump card? As the questions grew, Du fell into silence. Are you alright, little Du? Seventh Master, I want to ask you, why can't we mention that Ying Ning can enter the legend? You're so smart and you can't figure this out. Xie Bian turned and said slowly, Ying Ning's situation is different from yours. She is a vengeful spirit. In other words, she is merely an object, and any family or faction can take this object away, thus gaining an operator. In that case, you would be in danger. I'm in danger. Yes, once a family has its own operator, what would they do if they wanted to maintain their position? Du instantly understood. They would eliminate me. Correct. As long as they get rid of you, they would possess the only operator in the world. The Legend Management Bureau would have to rely on those who possess Ying Ning for effective intervention in the legends. If this situation continues, other families and factions would have to bow to the family or faction that possesses Ying Ning. In other words, controlling Ying Ning equates to controlling half of the celestial realm. This situation is quite similar to a historical tale from your mortal world. What was it called? Using the Emperor to command the lords. Yes, exactly that. Xie Bian turned to smile at Du. Now do you understand? Du began to grasp it, yet he still had some uncertainty. Did the Earth Mother consider this layer of interest, which is why she did not allow Ying Ning to be exposed to the public? What she wanted was the stability and balance of the underworld rather than just an operator. Then, Seventh Master, do you want to snatch Ying Ning? Du asked directly. Me? Xie Bian chuckled at Du. Do I look like someone who craves fame and fortune? You are a bit too unlike that, which makes me uneasy. Don't worry. I'm very content with my current life. Xie Bian reassured Du. As for those troublesome matters, I don't want to deal with any of them. Du nodded, realizing that Xie Bian was indeed as he had thought, seemingly cynical, yet aware of right and wrong. But old 8 is another matter. Xie Bian suddenly changed the topic, looking at Du. Hi, hey, 8th Master. Yes, old 8 is eager to solidify the positions of the Xie and Fan families in the underworld. Although I know he won't harm me, I can't be sure he won't target you. Xie Bian changed from a relaxed expression to a serious one, saying to Du. So let's conclude this matter between us two. Don't mention it to anyone else when we go out. Unless one day you can find more operators. Only the two of us know. Du pondered for a moment. I understand. Puffed. Just as Du finished speaking, he felt the green brush tremble, and Ying Ning laughed out loud. All right. Du looked down. Isn't there still another person? Don't worry. Xie Bian smiled and said, Ying Ning naturally understands the stakes of this matter, otherwise how could she have remained hidden for so many years? She probably doesn't want to live a life of being bound. Of course. Ying Ning said softly. I thought I only needed to relay a message for the Earth Mother, but unexpectedly this wretched person suddenly broke the jade pendant, forcing me to reveal myself, oh, otherwise I could have hidden for another 500 years. So that jade pendant was given to you by the Earth Mother. Xie Bian thought for a moment and said, it seems the old lady has changed as she can use her brain now. Seventh Master, upon hearing the words Earth Mother, you couldn't help but think of a question. You said you've known the Earth Mother for a long time. Can you take me to see her? Something very important is currently happening, and I need to have a face-to-face conversation with her. I can't do that, Xie Bian shook his head. Unless the old lady reveals herself, I cannot find her. So even Seventh Master cannot find the Earth Mother. Do you felt that all hope now rested on Ning Ning? You mentioned something very important is happening, what exactly is it? Do you hesitated for a moment? Should he tell Seventh Master? Should he inform him that the Earth Mother intends to send the 8 great Inkai to assassinate the Emperor of Mount Tai? That would be too absurd. If possible, it would be best to see the Earth Mother in person and clarify things. As the two chatted idly preparing to part ways, suddenly a surge of blood energy swept in and space in midair distorted once more, revealing a tall man before them. Chigawei. Du was taken aback upon seeing him. This was the very man who had taken Dong Qianxiu away. Oh, Xie Bian laughed. Did the old lady send instructions? Chigawei nodded slightly after landing and said, by Wuchang Xie Bian, you have 3 incense sticks worth of time to return to your cave and bring all your protective artifacts with you. The Earth Mother has an important task for several Inkai. Very well, I will go at once. Xie Bian nodded to Chigawei, then turned to Du Yu. Little Du Yu, it seems the old woman has met with some trouble. I cannot accompany you today. Wait. Xie Bian was about to leave when a hand seized his wrist. What is it? More business. Seventh Lord. Du Yu gripped Xie Bian and said slowly, you would do best not to go this time. Not go. Xie Bian reflected for a moment. He knew Du Yu's character well. Du Yu would not offer such untimely counsel without cause. Do you know what this is about? It is grave. Du Yu said I sought out Hutun Yangyang precisely to resolve this matter. Boy, this is not your place to speak. Chigawei interrupted coldly. Xie Bian paused, then told Du Yu, even if Hutun Yangyang bade me to die, I would go. The old woman's kindness to me is too great for me to repay yet. Seventh Lord Yu. Du Yu had not expected Xie Bian to trust Hutun Yangyang so utterly, and he did not know how to persuade him otherwise. Watching Xie Bian and Chigawei gradually vanish from sight, Du Yu grew uneasy. It seemed Hutun Yangyang had altered her plan before he had even stepped into the legend of Heibai Wuchang. She was already moving. Or, Du Yu glanced at the green brush in his hand. Had she changed plans because he had broken the jade pendant? Ning Du Yu said, I have already preserved your soul. Now it is your turn to help me. Help you? Yes. We agreed before that I would first secure your soul, and then you would tell me about Hutun Yangyang. You must be mistaken. Ning smiled and asked, I clearly asked you, then even if I said nothing at all, would you still help me? Du Yu froze. Are you playing a word game with me, girl? Not at all, he. Ning laughed awkwardly. Hutun Yangyang is my mistress. Oh, I cannot act against her. Act against her? Ning, I think you are the one mistaken, Du Yu said. I never intended to harm Hutun Yangyang. It is only that what she now pursues, if left unchecked, will bring real disaster. You speak gravely. Though I do not know precisely what Hutun Yangyang intends, she must have her reasons. Du Yu's heart raced. Time was of the essence. Xie Bian had already gone back for his magic implement, and perhaps Hei Wuchang Niu Tuma Mian and Wen Wupongwan were on their way as well. Ning, if Hutun Yangyang is right this time, that would be best. But if she is wrong, she will have violated the celestial laws and could well disappear as a consequence. Disappear? The green brush in Du Yu's hand trembled. He knew Ning had been deeply moved. Even if she does not vanish, she could very likely be cast into hell. You spent a long time in the lake. You should know what it feels like to be utterly forsaken, yes. Ning fell silent for a long time before forcing out a bitter smile. Is what you say true? Certainly. Hutun Yangyang is orchestrating something that might destroy the entire underworld. Ning considered carefully and told Du Yu, if you lie to me, I will kill you myself. There will be no need for Hutun Yangyang to act. Go to the talisman shop at the corner and buy a teleportation talisman, or I will tell you the way. Du Yu ran at once. Using the underworld coin Xie Bian had once sent him, he bought a stack of teleportation talismans and affixed one to his person. All right, where to? Ning said slowly. From Guimen Pass, go 40 li west. There is Bugue Mountain. Du Yu was stunned. Ning, are you still teasing me? Bugue Mountain is where the Chuanchua Management Bureau is. I came to find Hutun Yangyang. Ning sighed. The Chuanchua Management Bureau sits at the foot of Bugue Mountain, and Hutun Yangyang's cave lies deep within the mountain. Du Yu stood deep within Bugue Mountain. He could faintly make out the Chuanchua Management Bureau at the distant foothills and could hardly believe that Hutun Yangyang, whom he had sought so long, was now before him. Is this the place you meant? There is no sign of anyone. On the barren slopes, Du Yu scanned the desolation and still half doubted. If she were that easy to find, Hutun Yangyang would have been discovered long ago, Ning said with a smile. What shall we do now? Step back a little. Ooh, I have an incantation. Du Yu stepped back as instructed. The green brush in his hand whispered chants and began to sway. After a moment, the barren rocks before them split along a seam of black light, and dead trees and brambles slid aside. A stairway revealed itself leading deep into the mountain's heart. Well, Du Yu finally believed. So Hutun Yangyang does indeed dwell within Bugue Mountain. Move quickly. Ning hesitated before urging, "Du Yu, I hope you speak the truth. You know what will happen if you do not." Just as Du Yu was about to enter the passage, a figure flashed out from within. The bewitching woman Meiguei. "Oh, little brother Du Yu." Meiguei gave a surprised cry. "I thought Chiguei had returned. How is it you?" Like a woman at ease in her own home, Meiguei leaned against the stone, glanced around with composure, and smiled, dropping by after work. "Just you alone." Du Yu could not read her meaning. He answered earnestly, "Sister Meiguei, this is important. I must see Hou Yi." Naughty. Meiguei stepped forward and tapped Du Yu's chest lightly. "You came to seek that old woman. I thought you came for me." She had just been thinking the house lacked a man. Du Yu felt as though a single look from her could snare his soul. He had no idea what art she practiced. "Sister Meiguei, please. This is serious." All right. Since you've come, how could I not let you in for a while?" Meiguei turned, swaying her voluptuous form, and warned Du Yu, "If you walked this passage alone, you would likely be torn to pieces. Take little Ning and follow me." "Thank you." Du Yu paused. "You knew Ning was with me. Little brother, Du Yu, do not underestimate me." Following Meiguei, Du Yu penetrated deeper into the mountain. She dismantled many defensive formations along the way. Du Yu's spine chilled. The force of each formation could slay a true immortal of Grand Judge rank. Ning had never mentioned these. To set off any one of them would mean a terrible death. Whether Ning had her own methods for these defenses, or simply chose not to mention them, Du Yu could not tell. "It seems I cannot trust Ning completely yet. Little brother Du Yu." Meiguei's coquettish voice came again. "You know, it is because of you that I took the initiative to guide you." Du Yu dared not reply. Her formidable and inscrutable power unnerved him. He could only nod and keep saying, "Thank you, Sister Meiguei." "No need to thank me," Meiguei laughed. "You are the first visitor the old woman has had in so long. Mind your words when you meet her. I would hate never to see you again." Du Yu nodded, dazedly, thinking the matter should be fine. When Hou Yi saw him, she ought to recall that they once had a fleeting acquaintance. After all, he had even helped attract Ju. Before long, the space ahead opened into a vast chamber. The chamber seemed man-made. Its walls were smooth, and ghostly flames burned in torches along them. In the center stood a great stone table piled with delicacies. Around it sat three figures, Hou Yi feasting with gusto, a bewildered Dong Qianxiu, and a little boy cradling an apple. "Oh, Sister Qianxiu." At the sight of Dong Qianxiu, Du Yu felt a swell of emotion. He had not seen her in many days since arriving in this nether realm, and this was their longest separation yet. "Du Yu." Dong Qianxiu was taken aback, then turned, and after the shock, a trace of joy appeared on her face. Before they could speak, the little boy rose. His right hand transformed into a black blade and pressed against Dong Qianxiu's throat. The bone knife was unnaturally sharp, and a line of blood marked her neck. "Oh," Du Yu cried. "What are you doing?" Hou Yi looked up from her chicken thigh, glanced at Du Yu, then at the boy, and asked little Wang Liang, "What are you doing?" "Old woman, this man is a newly arrived operator," the Wang Liang said slowly. "Whatever he intends, first restrain this woman. That will not fail." "Operator." Hou Yi set down her chicken leg and regarded Du Yu. "What business has an operator here?" Du Yu watched Dong Qianxiu bleed and felt his limbs go cold with fear. He hurried forward and said, "Leader, it's me. Don't you remember?" Du Yu held out his hand, pretending to jot notes in the air. "A little book, 8 posts, remember?" Hou Yi looked at him, puzzled. "What nonsense are you speaking to me? Have I ever seen you?" Du Yu stammered. "No, wait. Leader, have you forgotten? In Ju's legend, the two of us nearly kicked him. Do you recall?" Hou Yi listened a while, frowned, and after careful thought, said, "Did we?" Du Yu froze. In the legends, he had encountered 3 kinds of people. The first were those whose histories were altered when he entered their legends, who thus suddenly recalled him, like Henge. The second were those who remembered him deeply even before he entered their legends, like Zhong Lichuan. Now he had come upon a third kind. No matter what they had experienced together within a legend, this person would not remember him at all. What he wondered could explain that. "I say, little Wang Liang." Hou Yi glanced at the boy. "Release Dong Qianxiu first. This looks unseemly." Wang Liang shook his head. "What if this operator attempts to seize her?" "What's the plan?" "A mere mortal," Hou Yi replied, continuing to gnaw on a chicken leg. "To snatch someone away under my very roof. He hasn't quite mastered the art yet." Du Yu swiftly assessed the situation in his mind. It wasn't dire, at least not yet. Even if Hou Yi no longer recalled him, she remained who she was, the same formidable sovereign with whom he'd once forged trust. That bond could surely be rekindled. Upon hearing Hou Yi's command, Wang Liang's right hand shifted from a jet black blade back into human form. He picked up the apple that had fallen to the ground and began biting into it. Dong Qianxiu hastily clutched her throat, icy cold, drenched in blood. Du Yu slowly approached and seated himself before Hou Yi. All the while, the child named Wang Liang watched him unblinkingly. "Leader, I must speak with you privately," Du Yu said. Given the gravity of the matter, fewer witnesses meant greater safety. Hou Yi lifted her gaze, paused in quiet contemplation, then gave a slight nod to Meiguei. "Little Wang Liang." Meiguei beckoned to the boy. "The elders must converse. Come, let's play elsewhere." "I won't go." Wang Liang bit fiercely into the apple. "If I leave, this man will cause trouble." Hou Yi twirled a chicken bone between her fingers. "Rest easy, little Wang Liang. I know precisely what I'm doing." Hearing those words from Hou Yi herself, Wang Liang relented. He scooped 2 more apples from the table and departed. Hou Yi then glanced at Dong Qianxiu and turned to Du Yu. "So, must she leave as well?" "No." Do you hesitated uneasy? Sister Qinxiu may remain here. I'll watch over her myself. Only after Mei Guo and Wang Liang had exited the stone chamber did Hou Tunyang finally speak. Go on, young man. What is it you wish to discuss with me? Do you knew this moment rivaled the most perilous class superior missions of legend, where a single misstep in speech might unleash irreversible catastrophe? At its smallest scale, the balance of the netherworld would fracture. At its greatest, the entire world could unravel. Leader, may I ask, what task did you just assign to the seventh lord? You ought to have guessed, Hou Tunyang said. Have you already initiated your assassination plot? Yes. Hou Tunyang spat out a chicken bone. You shattered the jade pendant linking us. That alone declared your stance. I no longer need to wait for you. Stance. Do you pondered briefly? Do you mean we stand on opposing sides? Precisely. Hou Tunyang said, in such a pivotal hour one is either friend or foe, and permitting you to sit face-to-face with me is already the utmost courtesy I can extend. Just what is this pivotal hour? Do you ask bewildered? Do you? Dong Qianxiu turned toward him. A great upheaval is imminent in the netherworld. In just a few terse sentences, Dong Qianxiu relayed to Du all Hou Tunyang had disclosed to her earlier. Du flinched only slightly, but almost instantly sensed deep inconsistencies beneath the surface. Leader, when you claim Lord Zhuanluan attempted to assassinate Bei Yinfengdu, do you possess evidence? He confessed it himself. Hou Tunyang replied. Yet that still seems implausible. Du countered. An assassination attempt gone awry is grave enough, but why would he then expose his master? Would he truly choose eternal dissolution and the infamy of treachery and disloyalty? Dong Qianxiu paused in reflection. Your doubt holds merit, but this interrogation was conducted by Ma Mian, who wields a unique artifact ensuring absolute truthfulness. You remained unconvinced. The entire affair reeked of strangeness. Even if Dong Yu Taishan Dadi truly intended to slay Bei Yinfengdu Dadi, what possible motive could drive him? They had jointly governed the netherworld for millennia. Why would harmony shatter so abruptly? Leader, by your nature would you devise such a strategy? You gathered his thoughts. From the moment you seized Dong Qianxiu, you've schemed how best to punish Dong Yu Taishan Dadi. Yet from what I understand, you're hardly known for meticulous calculation. Hou Tunyang blinked in surprise. You do know me well. Indeed, I lack such sharpness of mind. This scheme came entirely from little Wang Liang. Wang Liang, you pointed toward the spot where the child had vanished. Do you mean that profoundly shadowed boy who just left? It was exactly the sort of ruthless logic he'd devise an assassin strikes, so strike back. Cold, clean, logical. Young man, even if Wang Liang's methods verge on excess, he would never harm me. Hou Tunyang declared, not him alone. Qi Guo, Mei Guo, and Wang Liang alike would sacrifice their lives for me. That doesn't negate the contradiction. You said, leader, sometimes those who act for your sake inadvertently bring ruin upon you. Moi. You continued, there are too many flaws in this reasoning. Until the truth emerges, rash action must be avoided. Dong Yu's assault on Bei Yin is his transgression, and numerous lawful means exist to address it. But dispatching assassins in retaliation, that leader is where your judgment falters. All laws of the netherworld were forged by me. I require no one's permission to discipline a junior. Leader, at the very least, we must uncover Dong Yu Taishan Dadi's motive. You insisted, recognizing its centrality. Why commit such an act? His rank stands among the two highest in the netherworld. Slaying Bei Yinfengdu Dadi grants him no advantage whatsoever. Even if you deem this merely a quarrel between juniors as the sovereign of this realm, you must first inquire why the instigator drew his blade. Hou Tunyang's hand still mid-motion. Dong Yu Taishan Dadi possesses a motive of cosmic magnitude, one known only to a handful of celestial court elders. That is precisely why I moved against him without delay. May you reveal it? You ventured cautiously. This matter bears immense weight. To disclose it requires a compelling justification. Hou Tunyang stated. Justification? Because I refuse to let Cui Ju, Xie Bian, and Fan Wujiu perish in vain. You spoke with quiet intensity. Your current course, whether successful or not, will likely cost all three their lives. Cui Ju once aided me, Fan Wujiu and Xie Bian stood by me in times of need. I cannot allow them to fall. Hou Tunyang cast a sidelong glance at Dong Qianxiu and thought inwardly, just as this young woman predicted. The new operator is utterly devoted to protecting these underworld officials. Hou Tunyang. Dong Qianxiu mused aloud, that hidden truth known only to a select few celestial court elites. Is it connected to the former Hou Tianshang Di? Hou Tianshang Di. You blinked startled. Who is he? The Jade Emperor, as mortals call him. Dong Qianxiu explained. The Jade Emperor? You felt his thoughts spiraling. We were discussing Dong Yu Taishan Dadi and Bei Yinfengdu Dadi. How did the Jade Emperor enter this? How did we veer so far off course? Dong Qianxiu offered no reply. Instead, she looked upward at Hou Tunyang, whose expression had grown oddly strained. So, even the Legend Administration knows of this. Dong Qianxiu confirmed her intuition. Hou Tunyang, every legend automatically manifests as imagery within our bureau, be it Hou Tianshang Di or Dong Yu Taishan Dadi. As living legends themselves, how could we possibly remain unaware? Remarkable, Hou Tunyang murmured. You witnessed such a cataclysmic event, and yet remained utterly impassive. truly worthy of your reputation as the eternally neutral legend administration. Wait, ladies. Do you grew increasingly bewildered? Conversing like this risks alienating everyone. What is this matter you're alluding to? I'm utterly lost. Enough. I hadn't intended to tell you. But since the legend administration already knows, let Dong Qianqiu explain. Hou Yi didn't lift her gaze. She simply resumed, eating from the table. Do you turn to Dong Qianqiu, Sister Qianqiu? What is it? Is there some hidden truth I'm unaware of? Dong Qianqiu collected her thoughts, then spoke at last. Yes, do you? A crucial piece remains concealed, and to comprehend the full scope of this crisis, that secret must be factored in. What is this secret? Du Yu was nearly frantic. The current Dong Yu Taishan Dadi is the former Hou Tianshang Di. Dong Qianqiu delivered the revelation with her customary serenity, yet its impact was staggering. Wait, hold on. Du Yu struggled to absorb its meaning. You mean, Dong Yu Taishan Dadi was once the Jade Emperor? Correct. Dong Qianqiu nodded. Numerous legendary accounts preserve this tale. Hou Tianshang Di descended to the mortal realm, only to have his celestial steed stolen by a Zangser named Cultivator. Since the Cultivator bore an uncanny resemblance to the heavenly sovereign, he usurped Hou Tianshang Di's throne and ascended as the new Jade Emperor. Enraged, Hou Tianshang Di raged across the mortal world. To placate him, the newly enthroned Jade Emperor granted him dominion over the netherworld and bestowed upon him the title Dong Yu Taishan Dadi, thus concluding the affair. My heavens! Du Yu was utterly dumbfounded. Sister Qianqiu, are you certain you're not fabricating this? The logic collapses under scrutiny. It feels impossible. Regrettably, it is true, Dong Qianqiu affirmed quietly. And this, above all else, is Dong Yu Taishan Dadi's most compelling motive. I'd assumed. Du Yu whispered, stunned. This was merely a feud between two netherworld sovereigns. Mutual sabotage, perhaps, but this. If your account is accurate, Dong Yu Taishan Dadi's ambition is terrifying. He seeks to unify the netherworld, and then challenge the celestial court itself. Yes, you finally grasped it, said Lady Hou Yi. But he was the celestial emperor himself. Your Majesty, surely you mean to kill the celestial emperor? Du Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Even if he once held that title, he no longer does. This matter has always been shrouded in secrecy, known to only a handful, Lady Hou Yi continued. And those who do know remain silent, for reasons of their own. Myself, the legend administration. What I am about to punish is merely a man who was once Hou Tianshang, now consumed by malice and bent on disrupting the celestial order. Celestial order? That's absurd. Du Yu's eyes widened. By that logic, wouldn't Dong Yu Taishan Dadi be the most tragic figure of all? The situation is what it is. Right and wrong no longer apply, Lady Hou Yi declared. We must restore the netherworld according to its established laws. Du Yu's carefully prepared arguments had crumbled. Now Dong Yu Taishan Dadi possessed ample motive to wage war, and Lady Hou Yi equally compelling reason to dispatch enforcers to stop him. It was clear no persuasion could avert bloodshed. Your Majesty, given the gravity of this matter, I request an audience with the key parties involved. Du Yu refused to yield. After all, one misstep, and his few remaining friends in the netherworld would vanish forever. Whom do you wish to see? Lady Hou Yi pondered. Given your status, gaining access to two great deities will be difficult. You understand well enough. Even by mortal imperial standards, a low-ranking constable cannot simply walk into the Emperor's presence. Yet I've already met the Empress Dowager, the highest authority of all, Du Yu replied with a sly grin, gazing at Lady Hou Yi. Surely your Majesty has a way to grant me that audience. Lady Hou Yi paused, momentarily taken aback. You truly are an intriguing young man. Du Yu rolled his eyes as if struck by sudden inspiration, then turned to Dong Qianqiu. Sister Qianqiu, might you step out for a moment? I'd like to speak with Lady Hou Yi in private. Dong Qianqiu hesitated. Is that appropriate? Oh, perfectly fine, Du Yu waved dismissively. Just wait for me at the entrance. I'll join you shortly. Unable to resist Du Yu's insistence, Dong Qianqiu reluctantly withdrew. As Du Yu watched her vanish beyond the cavern mouth, he stepped forward eagerly. Your Majesty, now it's just the two of us. Let's speak candidly. Lady Hou Yi, visibly relieved at Dong Qianqiu's departure, replied without hesitation. Go on. What mischief are you plotting now? I'll cut straight to it, Your Majesty, Du Yu said with a mischievous smile, leaning in close. This affair is proving rather troublesome for you, isn't it? Lady Hou Yi blinked in surprise. How did you know? Do you think I don't know you? I truly have met you before. Du Yu affirmed. But I don't recall, she admitted. That's irrelevant, Your Majesty. Du Yu pressed on. Entrust this to me. I'll spare you the burden. You need only lend your support at the critical moment. Agreed. That does sound promising. Lady Hou Yi eyed him skeptically. But can you truly manage it? I've never encountered anything like this before. Oh, for heaven's sake. Du Yu feigned exasperation. Surely you trust me by now, especially with no one else here but us. As he spoke, Du Yu reached for a banana on the table and took a bite. Since his death, he'd tasted nothing. Yet here sat Lady Hou Yi, a supreme immortal, with a full banquet laid out. He wondered how such a thing was even possible. You may attempt it, Lady Hou Yi conceded. But understand this. If you fail, then it was my sole initiative. Lady Hou Yi bears no responsibility. Du Yu replied. Lady Hou Yi paused, then added. And if you succeed, then it is solely due to Lady Hou Yi's wise guidance and my faithful execution of your command. Du Yu added. You're a remarkably perceptive young man. With that, Lady Hou suddenly clapped Du Yu hard on the back, sending the banana he'd just swallowed flying from his mouth. She burst into hearty laughter. Work diligently. Your future is boundless. Haha. Inwardly, Du Yu mused Lady Hou hadn't changed at all. Before junior attendants like Dong Qianxiu, she'd maintained solemn decorum, speaking in measured tones and lofty pronouncements. Clearly sending Sister Qianxiu away had been the right move. Your Majesty, this plan conceived by Wang Liang, is it truly reliable? Du Yu asked. Truthfully, I'm uncertain. Lady Hou shook her head. Wang Liang has always been exceptionally astute, and given the scale and duration of this scheme, it should hold firm. Du Yu blinked. Your Majesty, do you assess a plan's validity solely by its length and complexity? Well then, what else? Lady Hou pouted. I nearly dozed off halfway through hearing it. Besides, most denizens of the netherworld barely recognize Qimei Wang Liang. So even if the mission fails, I suffer no loss. That still doesn't make sense. Du Yu countered. If that's truly the case, why not send Qimei Wang Liang themselves to assassinate Donghua Taishan Dadi? Why deploy the 8 constables instead? Lady Hou sighed, admitting, that is indeed the sole gamble in this entire plan. Donghua Taishan Dadi commands the 5 directional ghost sovereigns, whose cultivation arts like Zhong Kuei's are uniquely lethal against malevolent spirits. Though Qimei Wang Liang possess profound cultivation, they are themselves born of dark specters, and stand utterly powerless before the 5 sovereigns. Thus I had no choice but to mobilize the 8 constables. So you've essentially sacrificed them? Du Yu cried. Whether they succeed or fail, they're doomed. Haha. Lady Hou smiled faintly. So I exercised some discretion. The task I assigned the constables wasn't assassination, but rather probing Donghua Taishan Dadi's stance. Probing his stance. Du Yu frowned, perplexed. Just wait a moment, Lady Hou said. News will arrive shortly. Utterly bewildered, Du Yu obeyed, remaining where he stood awaiting word. Upholding the dignity of a supreme sovereign is exhausting indeed. Lady Hou stretched languidly. Strange. I feel unusually at ease around you. No need to maintain such solemn pretense. Du Yu smiled faintly, then stiffened. Something felt off. Why did he sense a third presence in the chamber? A green brush tucked at Du Yu's waist suddenly burst into laughter. Oh. Lady Hou leapt upright from her chair. Who dares intrude? Du Yu recoiled in shock, then instantly understood. Who said the room held only 2? He still carried Yingning. The green brush glowed softly, emitting a gentle emerald radiance, until moments later Yingning materialized before them both. Phew. Seeing Yingning, Lady Hou relaxed. So it's just you, you little rascal. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Yingning leaned affectionately against her, murmuring, It's me, your Majesty. Fear not. Du Yu stared stunned. Did this mean Lady Hou, before this young woman named Yingning, also shed her solemn facade? How are you faring? Lady Hou studied Yingning intently, her voice thick with concern. The instant I sensed the jade pendant shatter, I transmitted a message to the Northern Emperor, urging him to locate the vessel saturated with strongest resentment. Yet he has not replied. That vessel has already been secured, Yingning replied, cheerfully gesturing toward the green brush at Du Yu's waist. He's found me a vessel brimming with profound resentment. Oh. Lady Hou glanced between Du Yu and the brush. Remarkable. Truly rare are vessels capable of containing Yingning's essence. As the two conversed, Qigui strode unannounced into the chamber. Lady Hou blinked in surprise at the towering man's sudden appearance. Must you enter without knocking? We're in the midst of delicate matters. Don't be unreasonable. Where's the door here? Qigui scoffed, dropping heavily into a seat. His gaze fell upon Du Yu beside her. His expression flickered with curiosity, then settled into indifference. True enough, I neglected to install one during renovations. Well, how did it go? Completed, Qigui nodded. He was furious. And then, oi. That's all. That's all. Lady Hou cried. He's furious. And that's all. Precisely. Wasn't that your strategy? Provoke Donghua Taishan Dadi, then gauge his response. Qigui looked genuinely baffled. He believed his duty fulfilled. I'm going to expire from sheer frustration. Lady Hou slammed her palm onto the table. I issued 2 instructions. First, provoke him. Second, assess his reaction. What good is provoking him alone? Where's his reaction? That's what I needed. How should I know? Qigui retorted, annoyed. Provoking people, I excel at that. Reading their reactions, not my forte. Lady Hou covered her brow. The fatal flaw lay precisely in assigning this task to Qigui, a man whose mind ran in a single unyielding line. Du Yu, observing silently, pieced it together. He whispered, Brother Qigui, how exactly did you provoke Donghua Taishan Dadi? Simple. Launched a spell from afar, struck him directly, then fled. Zhao Wenhe of the Western Ghost Sovereign even got knocked unconscious in the process. Du Yu shot Lady Hou a long-suffering look. Your Majesty, how is that any different from outright assassination? Indeed, there is no difference. Lady Hou pondered for a moment before speaking. What about the 8 great Inkai? Du Yu knew that while the Qigui was rather simple-minded, the 8 great Inkai were not. How could they execute such a mindless task? What 8 great Inkai? Only 7 have come, and Zhong Kuei hasn't replied. After the fight, I let those 7 scatter and flee. Qigui curled his lip, feeling quite clever. Did they not find anything unreasonable about this plan? Did Lord Xie Bian agree too? The most cunning Mom Mian agreed. What could they disagree with? Hou Yi asked with a hint of confusion. I told them clearly that Lady Huda's order was to fight and then flee. However, those few really do move quickly. I doubt anyone saw their figures. Du Yu also rubbed his forehead, feeling inexplicably fatigued. So the command given to the Inkai was to fight and then flee. In other words, they had no idea about observing the attitude of the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor. Wouldn't they flee after the fight? If observing the attitude is necessary, then indeed it is. If the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor is indeed the mastermind behind this, he would inevitably suffer this silent loss. No matter how he retaliates, he can only pretend to be indifferent for this, must be the other's revenge, but conversely, if he is wronged and attacked for no reason, then he should. Old lady, old lady. Little Wang Liang shouted as he ran in frantically from outside. Not good. The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor is coming with the 5 ghost emperors. Huh. Lady Hotu was taken aback. This brat has quite the temper. Clearly he was the one who struck first. How can there be such a cycle of vengeance? They'll go out and deal with him. Indeed, you thought it was bad. He came directly with people indicating that this matter was either entirely unrelated to the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor, or he was a meticulous person who believed that pursuing him at this moment was the best strategy. Du Yu saw Lady Hotu about to go out and hurriedly stepped forward to hold her back, saying, Leader, you absolutely must not. Right now they only think the ones attacking them are wandering souls, and the situation is still under control. Once you make an appearance, the nature of the matter will be entirely different. Then what should we do? Lady Hotu glanced at Du Yu. Just let it go like this. Am I supposed to flee now? Leave this matter to me. Du Yu turned to look at Hou Yi and asked, Hou Yi, can you take on the 5 ghost emperors by yourself? Hou Yi coldly glanced at Du Yu and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Show me how you fight. Their techniques are specifically designed to dispel evil ghosts. Perhaps calling the 8 great Inkai or the Tenyama kings might work, but I definitely can't handle it. Then we have no bargaining power. However, Du Yu continued walking outside, saying, They'll go take a look at the situation first. After all, with the 5 ghost emperors and the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor, there are 6 of them, and we have about the same number. If it truly comes to a fight, it won't benefit anyone. 6 of them. Hou Yi looked at Du Yu leaving, and then curiously glanced at Lady Huda, asking, Is this person foolish? Why does he say there are only 6 people with the 5 ghost emperors and the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor? Lady Huda awkwardly smiled, and said, He is a mortal, please bear with him. Du Yu rushed out of the cave, and immediately spotted Dong Qianxiu, who had been standing there. Du Yu, what exactly is going on? Dong Qianxiu was somewhat confused, pointing at the few people flying in the sky. Don't worry, Sister Qianxiu, I'm here to handle this matter. After Du Yu said this, he slowly looked up, but was startled. Where are the 5 ghost emperors and 1 Eastern Mount Tai Emperor? Why are there over 10 people densely packed in the sky? Each of them exuded the presence of a bull-headed horse-faced figure dressed in a variety of outfits. The person standing in the center radiated an imposing aura, wearing a deep green robe, his face calm, yet authoritative, looking down slightly. Clearly this person was the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor. Oh no, this is impossible to negotiate. Du Yu turned his head and quietly asked Dong Qianxiu, Sister Qianxiu, didn't you say that only the 5 ghost emperors and the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor were coming? Why are there over 10 people? Dong Qianxiu was also startled and replied, Du Yu, didn't I tell you? Other than the Southern Ghost Emperor, each direction has a Yin and Yang Emperor, so there are a total of 9 people. Including the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor, that makes 10 people. Goodness. Du Yu bit his teeth. It seems that not paying attention during the lesson doesn't work. The group standing in the sky also looked somewhat puzzled. The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor turned to a person beside him and asked, Zhao Wenhe, did the ones who attacked us definitely escape here? Indeed, Eastern Emperor, the person called Zhao Wenhe nodded. There were 6 or 7 others, but they fled too quickly, scattering and disappearing. Currently, we can only trace the presence of this evil ghost. Evil ghost. The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor glanced at Dong Qianxiu and Du Yu on the ground and said, Clearly there is 1 immortal and 1 mortal here. Where is the evil ghost? We cannot wrong them. The ones who attacked us were indeed not these 2, but that evil ghost did flee this way. Zhao Wenhe said anxiously, We should go down and capture these 2. Perhaps we can find out something. Not possible. The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor looked around and said, This is the unreturning mountain belonging to the territory of the Legend Management Bureau, which is quite sensitive. Acting recklessly would be hard to explain. After saying this, the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor slowly descended, landing right in front of the 2. The 10 people behind him also landed one after another. Du Yu awkwardly smiled and said, Leader, you are the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor, right? The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor slightly nodded and said, Indeed, I am the Eastern Emperor here to inquire about a matter from the young friend. Du Yu swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. He had known this task was urgent and dangerous. He should have never accepted it. May I ask what you wish to inquire about, Leader? Eastern Emperor. Why waste time talking to him? Suddenly a strong man behind the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor shouted, glaring fiercely with a voice that boomed like thunder, Shinta, do not be rude. The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor said lightly, but before he could finish, the man named Shinta rushed forward and grabbed Du Yu by the collar. In that instant, Du Yu's gaze turned cold, uncontrollably, a wave of killing intent emanating, as Zhongli Chun, worried for Du Yu's safety, voluntarily released his power. Oh, a flicker of hesitation appeared on the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor's face. Did I misjudge you? I thought you were immortal, yet the aura of an evil ghost is so strong. Dong Qianxiu, sensing the situation was not right, hurriedly took out an item from her waist, stepping forward and saying, Eastern Mount Tai Emperor. I am Dong Qianxiu from the Legend Management Bureau. This is my Inkai order. Please let your subordinates refrain from making a move. The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor was taken aback and then waved his hand. The Inkai order in Dong Qianxiu's hand flew over automatically. After examining it closely, he found it to be genuine. I am somewhat confused. The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor pondered for a moment, looking at Dong Qianxiu, and then turning to Du Yu, saying, were the assassins who attacked me sent by the Legend Management Bureau? What is the reason? No, leader, you are overthinking it. Du Yu hurriedly broke free from Shinta's grip and ran to the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor's front, saying, leader, how should I put this? It was just a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor said, I was clearly struck by several waves of Yin energy, and the 5 ghost emperors from the directions of southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast sensed my danger and rushed over to protect me, causing such a commotion, and you say it is merely a misunderstanding. Du Yu also knew that this reasoning was somewhat far-fetched, but how could he explain it to resolve the current problem? At this critical moment, Du Yu suddenly remembered something that Cui Ju had said in his legend. If Lady Hou Yi wanted him to assassinate the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor, what would he do? At that time, Cui Ju said, although he did not know why Lady Hou Yi wanted to strike, one must always adhere to principles of right and wrong. If there are matters to discuss, one should speak openly. Sending someone to assassinate the other is indeed inappropriate. Indeed, why not say this matter openly? Du Yu took a deep breath, stepped forward, and asked slowly, Eastern Mount Tai Emperor, I would like to ask you one thing. Why do you wish to assassinate the North? Before Du Yu could finish, a tremendous gust of dark wind swept through and a multitude of figures suddenly flashed in the sky. One big man shouted loudly, Eastern Mount Tai Emperor, come meet your death. Be careful. Dong Qianxiu shouted, grabbing Du Yu and diving into the stone cave. Almost at the same time, the ground in front of the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor exploded. Had Dong Qianxiu not pulled Du Yu, he would have already been sent flying. Looking again at the Eastern Mount Tai Emperor as the dust settled, 2 people guarded in front of him, preventing any harm to his body. What is going on? Du Yu was stunned, peeking out from the cave. Who is it? Why won't anyone let me speak? In an instant, the over 10 figures in the sky activated various magical treasures and descended. Du Yu focused his gaze and realized that none of them were familiar to him. Sister Qianxiu, who are all these people? Thankfully, Du Yu still had Dong Qianxiu, the encyclopedia of the underworld, by his side, and he whispered in inquiry. All the 10 Yama Kings have come except for the Wheel King, and one of them is second brother Zhong Kui. Huh. Du Yu was taken aback. Why have they suddenly come to fight here? Isn't this the worst outcome? He saw a big man dressed in black with a bearded face, shouting loudly, Eastern Mount Tai Emperor, you are unjust. Do not blame us now. The Eastern Mount Tai Emperor looked at the person before him in shock and exclaimed, Zhong Kui, have you gone mad? This is bad. Du Yu whispered back to Dong Qianxiu, Sister Qianxiu, we mustn't let them start fighting or things will spiral out of control. But what can we do? Dong Qianxiu said anxiously, even the weakest among them is on par with my cultivation level. How can the 2 of us possibly stop them in this situation? As the 2 were whispering, Zhong Kui moved again, conjuring a long sword out of thin air and slashing towards the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai. Every swing of the sword echoed with the wails of thousands of evil spirits, enough to terrify anyone with insufficient cultivation. Impudent. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai shouted, do you truly intend to assassinate me? The Eastern Ghost Emperor Yu Lei, along with Shun Tu, immediately rushed forward to shield the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai, each summoning their own magical artifacts, one wielding an iron mace, and the other lifting a gourd to strike at Zhong Kui. Sister Qianxiu, don't you find these 2 a bit amusing? They look like 2 door gods. They are indeed door gods by nature. Zhong Kui, being the second in command among the 8 Inchai, was adept at capturing malevolent spirits and skilled in combat. He fought against 2 opponents without losing ground, wielding his sword with a flourish amidst the cacophony of wailing ghosts, quickly putting Yu Lei and Shin Tu in a difficult position. Seeing that the situation was going awry, the other ghost emperors wanted to help, but the 10 Yama Kings had already summoned their magical artifacts. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai frowned at this scene. What on earth is happening? These Yama Kings came here with magical artifacts clearly prepared in advance. Could it be the directive of the Northern Yin Fengdu Emperor? Zhang Heng, gather the Yin soldiers and ghost generals immediately. These people are defying authority, though I will capture them. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai coldly snorted, addressing someone behind him. Just as he finished speaking, Zhong Kui turned around and said, King Chu Jiang, you 2 should quickly gather the Yin Chai and judges. Sister Qianxiu, Du Yu whispered beside her, it seems something is still not right. Earlier, the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai said that Mount Bugui belongs to the Bureau of Legendary Management, and it wouldn't be good to fight here. How come they are fighting so recklessly? This is indeed alarming. Dong Qianxiu also had a troubled expression as she said, it's because the status of the Bureau of Legendary Management is quite special, so no one would dare to step into the territory of Mount Bugui. On the other hand, since this place is rarely frequented, it is indeed the most suitable for a conflict. Du Yu pondered for a moment and hurriedly ran into the cave. Inside, the Queen of the Earth, Hou Tu, wore a worried expression while the spirits behind her appeared calm. What happened outside? The Queen of the Earth asked immediately upon seeing Du Yu. They are fighting. Du Yu said, there are over 20 people outside standing around. Now only 2 or 3 have come out to duel, but both sides have called for reinforcements, so the scene will likely escalate soon. What should we do now? The Queen of the Earth shook her legs anxiously. We tried to intervene for a long time, but still ended up with a fight. Du Yu thought to himself, where did you even intervene? If it weren't for you, these people probably wouldn't be fighting right now. Leader, can you step in and manage this? Du Yu said, with your status you should be able to persuade those outside. I really can't handle this. You little brat. Have you forgotten how you promised me back then? The Queen of the Earth said awkwardly. I can mediate, but revealing my hiding place after thousands of years is a huge risk. Leader, what time is it, and you're still worried about this? Du Yu shook his head and said, if one of those 20 people just falls down, the underworld will be finished. Sigh. This matter is complicated. The Queen of the Earth wiped the grease from her hands and said, if I reveal myself, the repercussions will be endless. In that case, let's do this. You call the other 7 of the 8 Inchai and have them stop this conflict. Stop them. The Queen of the Earth pondered for a moment. That's not impossible. But if so, the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai will retreat entirely. Who knows if he will seek revenge after returning or send assassins. Although Du Yu wanted to say that this matter seemed unrelated to the Eastern Emperor, he couldn't draw a conclusion and just hoped to mediate this conflict first. Let's do this. I will go out later to see if there's a possibility of negotiating with them. You hurry and gather the remaining 7 Inchai. Du Yu once again approached the cave entrance hiding behind Dong Qianqiu to look outside. What's the situation now? Du Yu asked. The fighting has temporarily stopped, but the atmosphere is tense. Dong Qianqiu replied. I told you in these kinds of fights when the number of people is similar on both sides they just stand there, and after some casual exchanges they realize they are all friends, and soon it disperses. Dong Qianqiu turned back with an annoyed look at Du Yu, and said, the ones standing before you are all celestial beings, true immortals, and great Luo golden immortals. Do you think they are just thugs? Du Yu pouted silently, observing the situation outside. He saw a man with a black face intercepting Zhong Kuei and walking straight towards the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai. That's one of the 10 Yama kings. Yin Luo Wang Baozhong, Dong Qianqiu whispered. Baozhong. Du Yu raised an eyebrow. I'm familiar with him, but why doesn't he have a crescent moon on his head? Crescent moon, my foot. Not all folk legends are true, Dong Qianqiu said. His position among the Yama kings is very high, and he must be respected. Baozhong slightly bowed to the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai and said in a sonorous voice, Eastern Emperor, it is unfortunate that this official must address you as a senior. However, could you enlighten me on how you convinced the Wheel King to strike against the Fengdu Emperor? What a... The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai's anger flared as his imposing aura surged. What slander are you uttering? The Wheel King is obviously a subordinate of the Fengdu Emperor. Why would you conclude that I instructed him? As I suspected, Eastern Emperor, you will not admit it. Unfortunately, under the magical artifact of the horse face, anyone will reveal the truth, Baozhong coldly stated to the Eastern Emperor. What did you say? The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai was even more confused. Are you implying that the horse face used the 9-turn soul-washing whip to interrogate and reveal that I am the mastermind? Indeed, Baozhong nodded slightly. Eastern Emperor, you should also understand that if one speaks falsely under the lashes of the 9-turn soul-washing whip, they will surely suffer from otherworldly flames burning their heart until their soul disperses. Du Yu observed from afar, noticing that the expression of the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai did not seem like one who was trying to argue. If he truly did not know about this matter, he was either very innocent or extremely scheming. But if this matter had nothing to do with the Eastern Emperor, yet the Wheel King's confession was the truth, wouldn't that be a contradiction? Du Yu recalled the story Dong Qianqiu had told him earlier. This person could transform from a subordinate of the Supreme God to a regional Emperor, clearly not an ordinary individual, so he decided not to intervene yet, and would observe the situation first. If you young ones can trust me, please cease hostilities. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai pondered for a moment before speaking. Though I do not know why the Wheel King would say he acted upon my orders, I truly did not commit this act. Investigate. Baozhong's expression turned cold as he said, when we captured the Wheel King, he still had a soul-transforming pill in his mouth. If it weren't for my brother Fan Wujiao acting fast, the Wheel King would have already swallowed it. Soul-transforming pill, eh? The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai was taken aback. Yin Luo Wang, what exactly are you trying to say? Eastern Emperor, not only do you want to kill someone, but you also want to silence them. Baozhong continued, the soul-transforming pill, if swallowed regardless of how high one's celestial rank as a immortal might be, will instantly lead to their soul dispersing. If we hadn't captured the Wheel King, we naturally wouldn't have known it was you who did it. Now that we have him alive, you still want to investigate. If you continue to investigate, the first to die will likely be the Wheel King. Yin Luo Wang. You can't just spout nonsense. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai felt humiliated as he hadn't faced such disgrace in years, his anger boiling. I only just learned of this matter, and you speak as if I have been plotting for a long time. I am merely stating the facts based on the evidence at hand. Baozhong continued. The soul-transforming pill has been strictly controlled for the past 1,000 years, and now apart from the 2 emperors and a few elder figures from the underworld, there should be no one else. What more do you have to say? The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai fell silent. The other ghost emperors exchanged glances. If this matter was true, it would be an unprecedented major event. However, they knew the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai well. After working together for thousands of years, they knew him to be humble and courteous, so how could he commit such an act? I am truly furious, the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai muttered. You insist on disbelieving what I say, won't let me leave, and won't let me investigate. What I hear is nothing but your one-sided words. Now what do you wish to do? Do you really want to fight to the death with me here? The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai's repressed fury erupted, and in an instant the chaotic rocks on Mount Bugue were blown away by this surge of anger. Though Du Yu and Dong Qianxiu were at a distance, they nearly fell to the ground, while both the 5 ghost emperors and the 10 Yama kings struggled to maintain their footing under the protective golden light. The 10 Yama kings and Zhong Kuei were inwardly apprehensive. Although the person before them had committed a mistake, he was indeed a genuine great Luo golden immortal. If a fight broke out, the price could very well be the souls of several people. Just as Yin Luo Wang Baozhang was about to say something, a sound of wind breaking suddenly rang out from behind him. He heard an object flying towards his back. He never expected there would be an enemy behind him, and found himself unable to defend in time. Fortunately, King Qin Guang Jiang Ziwen, who was standing nearby, had been controlling his magical artifact. Upon seeing this, he immediately threw his birth chart to protect Baozhang. Boom! A loud sound echoed as the 2 magical artifacts collided, each radiating their own brilliance. Had it not been for King Qin Guang's birth chart, Baozhang would likely have been severely injured. What a... Baozhang turned back in disbelief, only to see that what was suspended before him was actually the magical artifact of King Biancheng by Yuanbin, the Wujiao Divine Stone. King Biancheng, what are you doing? Baozhang was taken aback, realizing that there were actually enemies among the 10 Yama kings aside from the Wheel King. The king of Biancheng forced a smile and said, Brother Bao, I truly apologize. Do I have my reasons? Reasons? Baozhang's eyes widened in anger as the current situation had far exceeded his expectations. Under everyone's gaze, the king of Biancheng slowly floated up and landed behind the East Emperor of Mount Tai. The East Emperor of Mount Tai was clearly taken aback. King of Biancheng, what are you doing? Don't worry, East Emperor, everything will go according to your plan. Baozhang gritted his teeth and said deliberately, Is that so? Even the king of Biancheng has been bought off by you, East Emperor. What more can you say? The East Emperor of Mount Tai, with a serious expression, pondered for a moment and asked the king of Biancheng, What exactly is my plan? As a subordinate of the Emperor of Bane, Fengdu, why would you do something for me? Hiding in the stone cave, Du was also frightened by the scene before him. Good heavens. If it weren't for someone called Qin Guangwang blocking that blow, there would already be one less in the 10 Yama kings. Hearing what the East Emperor of Mount Tai said, the king of Biancheng sighed in a strange manner. This emperor sincerely suggests that you all set aside this matter for now. The East Emperor of Mount Tai, unwilling to give up, expressed his viewpoint. It appears that either someone wants to put me to death or wants to put you all to death. If we truly engage in a struggle here, it will only play into that person's hands. So you're saying that strike the king of Biancheng made against the Yama king was fake? A scholarly gentleman stepped forward from behind the 10 Yama kings, his face pale and features delicate. Prince Pingding Lu Yu. The East Emperor of Mount Tai looked at the scholar before him and said, I was also quite shocked by that blow just now, but think carefully. If I truly wanted to deal with you juniors, would it be worth all this trouble? Baozhang was taken aback upon hearing this. The East Emperor of Mount Tai was not without reason. His cultivation was far superior to that of the 10 Yama kings. If he truly wanted to dispose of them, why would he bribe one of the Yama? Wouldn't that be going against the grain, simplifying a straightforward matter? Yet within the 10 Yama kings there were indeed those who wanted his life, and just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Now the only person Baozhang could trust seemed to be Qin Guangwang Jiangziwen, who had just blocked a fatal blow for him, and the second master Zhong Kuei, who had been constantly fighting against the opposition. While several people hesitated, the air in the sky trembled again, and several figures appeared. Du Yu looked from a distance and finally recognized the newcomers, the black and white impermanents Oxhead and Horseface, and the civil judge Cui Ju, accompanied by 2 young men clad in gold and silver armor, presumably the previously unseen 5th master, General Jean, and the 6th master, General Yin. Just in time, Zhong Kuei suddenly shouted, "Fourth brother, come down quickly." The Horseface had just appeared and hadn't yet understood the situation when he was called out. Having intended to show off a bit, he was left with no choice but to comply, slowly descending to the ground. The remaining Yin officials also gradually landed. They were unsure of the situation and could only stand between the two factions. "Second brother, what is your command?" the Horseface asked with a smile towards Zhong Kuei. "You go up and whip the king of Biancheng. Ooh, I have questions for him." "Huh? Whip the king of Biancheng?" The Horseface was taken aback. "Why is that?" "If I say you go, you go." Zhong Kuei kicked the Horseface's backside, his tone very stern. Baozhang nodded slightly in agreement and said to the East Emperor of Mount Tai, "East Emperor, since you insist on claiming no involvement in this matter, why not hand over the king of Biancheng and let the Horseface interrogate him? Would that be acceptable?" The East Emperor of Mount Tai was taken aback for a moment, but without further ado, pulled the king of Biancheng to the front and said, "This king of Biancheng is not under my command. You should just take him away." Seeing himself pushed out by the East Emperor of Mount Tai, the king of Biancheng showed a hint of disappointment, then nodded slightly and stood before the Horseface. The horse face upon seeing this dared not oppose, and could only pull out the 9 transmutation exorcising whip from his robe, saying, King of Bianqing, I truly must offend you. After speaking, the whip in the horse face's hand shone, with a black light moving on its own like a black snake. It circled around the King of Bianqing, and then with a swoosh wrapped around him, revealing black flames that shot from the whip's body, causing the King of Bianqing's expression to twist in agony. Enough. The horse face wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and turned to say, if you have any questions you may ask now. Seeing this, the East Emperor of Mount Tai stepped forward, but Bao Zheng blocked his way. Bao Zheng, what are you doing? With so many witnesses here, do you think this emperor would harm him? East Emperor, for safety sake, let our side handle the interrogation. This way you can avoid suspicion, Bao Zheng said calmly. Humph. The East Emperor of Mount Tai snorted coldly, and turned away. Do as you wish. Bao Zheng glanced back at Qin Guangwang Jiang Ziwen, the only person he could currently trust. Qin Guangwang nodded slightly, then approached the King of Bianqing, and said, By Yuanbin, who instructed you to harm Bao Zheng? Bai Yuanbin gritted his teeth, and the flames on the whip instantly surged, forcing Qin Guangwang to take a step back. Yaya. The horse face, retreating as well, said, King of Bianqing, you must not entertain any lies in your heart. This 9 transmutation exorcising whip will not spare you. The flames on the whip grew fiercer, and beads of sweat appeared on the King of Bianqing's forehead. Humph. The East Emperor of Mount Tai stood with his hands behind his back, slowly saying, I want to see how you will handle it if the instigator is someone else. Bao Zheng and Qin Guangwang no longer paid attention to the East Emperor and stared intently at the King of Bianqing. The flames were strangely peculiar. Although no heat could be felt, they made a true immortal display pain. In less than a stick of incense's time, the King of Bianqing began to wail. The other Yama kings, having worked with him for a long time, found it hard to watch, hoping he would speak the truth soon to avoid further suffering. Sure enough, not long after, the King of Bianqing gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. Don't burn me. I will say, it's the East Emperor. East Emperor of Mount Tai. At that moment, as soon as the King of Bianqing uttered these words, the flames on him instantly extinguished. He gasped for breath, no longer wanting to endure the pain. What? The East Emperor of Mount Tai's brows furrowed in anger, and he stepped forward to grab the King of Bianqing, but was stopped by several Yama kings. East Emperor, with things having come to this, do you still have any explanation? Qin Guangwang said coldly, the 5 ghost emperors, 10 Yama kings, and 8 great Yin officials are all witnesses to this interrogation. Could it still be false? The East Emperor of Mount Tai gritted his teeth and said, impossible. It must be that whip that has a problem. Show me the whip. All eyes were instantly focused on the horse face. The whip has a problem. The horse face hurriedly retracted the whip from the King of Bianqing and ran to the East Emperor of Mount Tai, respectfully handing it over. He said, East Emperor, please have a look. Please don't let me break it. I depend on this thing for my livelihood. The East Emperor of Mount Tai examined the whip carefully in his hands and soon discovered a fact. The whip was fine. It was indeed the genuine 9 transmutation exorcising whip. He trembled slightly and pushed the whip back into the horseface's embrace, now at a loss. The whip was real, indicating what the King of Bianqing said was true. He had indeed instructed him to kill Bao Zheng. Upon further reflection, what the Wheel King said was also true. He had once instructed him to assassinate the Emperor of Banfengdu. But why? Why did he do such a thing yet not remember it? The East Emperor of Mount Tai wished to know all the reasons, but it seemed he would not have that opportunity now. Gentlemen, he pondered for a moment before speaking, regardless of how you may distrust me, I absolutely cannot surrender here. Otherwise, the underworld will surely fall into chaos. Since everyone is here as witnesses, I will not flee. I asked for some time to investigate thoroughly. Bao Zheng and the others could no longer trust the East Emperor of Mount Tai. If they let him go now, who knew what might happen next? The immediate priority was to imprison him in hell and ask the Jade Emperor to deal with him. Seeing that everyone around him had fallen silent, the East Emperor of Mount Tai took a step forward and said, Even if you wish to apprehend me here, I will fight to the death, but I do not wish to harm anyone, and I hope you will not make it difficult for me. The entire scene froze. If the 10 Yama kings joined forces with the 8 great Yin officials, they might indeed have the strength to battle the East Emperor. The current problem was that they did not know what the 5 ghost emperors were planning, nor if there were any spies among the 10 Yama kings. Gentlemen, leaders. Just then a figure calmly walked out from the side. Do you? What are you doing? Come back quickly. Dong Qianqiu anxiously called from the stone cave. Who goes there? Qin Guangwang, now on edge, saw someone emerge and instinctively unleashed his birth chart. Du Yu, startled, closed his eyes. A jade green brush unexpectedly flew out from his waist and intercepted the birth chart strike. The green brush remained unmoved while the birth chart recoiled several feet. Qin Guangwang was puzzled. Besides the people standing before me, is there actually a mortal capable of withstanding my strike? Not long after, Qin Guangwang's eyes widened. You are immortal. All 20 people turned to look at Du Yu, who unexpectedly appeared among the celestial beings, leaving everyone bewildered. Xie Bian frowned and transmitted sound to Du Yu. Little Duzzy, you can't handle this situation. Hurry and leave. Xiangqin, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. Retreat. Cui Ju also transmitted sound. Cui Ju. Xie Bian. The East Emperor of Mount Tai immediately noticed the oddity and said, Why must you whisper in secret? Would it not be better to say it openly? Du Yu smiled at Xie Bian and Cui Ju to reassure them, then stepped forward among the crowd and said to everyone, "I'm just a novice, the new operator from the Legend Management Bureau." Upon hearing these words, those who had not seen Du Yu before changed their expressions, as operator was indeed a unique existence in the underworld. Even if you are an operator, you cannot resolve this situation, can you? Bao Zheng looked at Du Yu with some confusion. "I'm just a novice. However, I might have a plan to resolve the current issue." "You say? You have a plan?" The Emperor of East Mount Tai glanced at Du Yu and then asked, "I wonder, is it a plan to capture me or to prove my innocence?" "Well, I can't say for sure." Du Yu smiled at the Emperor of East Mount Tai and said, "My plan could either help you prove your innocence or inadvertently lead to your capture." "What kind of talk is that?" Although the Emperor of East Mount Tai was somewhat angry, he couldn't help but regard the person before him with a measure of respect, remembering the legends of how this individual had once shot down 9 suns with mortal strength. "Don't be hasty, my leader." Du Yu patted the Emperor of East Mount Tai on the shoulder and said, "Just listen to my method first, and then you can decide. It's not too late." The crowd fell silent, hesitantly looking at Du Yu. Du Yu smiled and walked directly in front of the horse face, saying, "Fourth Master, you have such a good lie detector. We can't waste it. If the Emperor of East Mount Tai is truly innocent, would you dare let us bind you and ask a few questions?" At that moment, Bao Zheng and several others with sharp minds instantly understood the benefits of this strategy. It was indeed a method that could both prove the Emperor of East Mount Tai's innocence and provide an opportunity to capture him. After a moment of silence, the Emperor of East Mount Tai nodded and said, "That is a good method, but I must make it clear that I will only answer questions related to this incident. As for the highest secrets of the underworld, you are not allowed to inquire about them at all." Cui Ju hurriedly stepped forward to Bao and said, "Rest assured, Emperor. I will supervise here, and if anyone asks unreasonable questions, I will ensure that fourth brother retracts the 9-turn spirit-refining whip immediately." As the head of the 8 Great Inchai and the top judge of the underworld, Cui Ju's presence ensured there were no objections from the crowd. "Let's begin." The Emperor of East Mount Tai nodded at the horse face. The horse face, not daring to be slow, apologized and once again wrapped the 9-turn spirit-refining whip around the Emperor of East Mount Tai. The flames on the whip began to slowly burn again, and the Emperor of East Mount Tai gritted his teeth and said to the crowd, "Ask what you need to ask quickly." Just as Bao Zheng was about to step forward, Du Yu grabbed him. "What does this mean?" Bao Zheng looked at Du Yu and asked, "Lord Bao, why don't I ask the questions this time?" Du Yu smiled at him. Bao Zheng pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. "All right, since this strategy was conceived by Brother Du, it makes sense for him to ask the questions." Du Yu also nodded in agreement, thanked Bao Zheng, and stood before the Emperor of East Mount Tai. "Young man, hurry up, this will prove my innocence." The Emperor of East Mount Tai, as a great Luo golden immortal, remained calm as the flames grew fiercer. "Well, my leader, I won't hold back," Du Yu said. Everyone turned their attention to Du Yu, as his question could resolve the entire matter. "My leader, do you wish to return to the heavenly court?" Du Yu asked casually. Upon hearing Du Yu suddenly pose such an outlandish question, the crowd became restless. "Brother Du, what do you mean by that?" Several people inquired of Du Yu. Why would he ask the Emperor of East Mount Tai if he wanted to return to the heavenly court? Does he have any connection with the heavenly court? Cui Ju was momentarily taken aback. He was unsure of the current situation and could only watch the expression of the Emperor of East Mount Tai, unaware if they should interrupt the interrogation. "No, I do not wish to," the Emperor of East Mount Tai replied calmly. "Oh." Du Yu carefully observed the flames on the whip. They had not continued to grow, but instead extinguished significantly. He understood that he no longer needed to ask any further questions, as the key figure in this incident, the Emperor of East Mount Tai, had already lost his motive for committing the crime. "Brother Du," the horse face said, a fine sweat trickling down his forehead. "You must hurry and ask. The Emperor's cultivation is too high. I can't hold on much longer." Du Yu sighed. Although he already knew that the Emperor of East Mount Tai was not the true culprit, it was still necessary for the important figures in the underworld to be aware of it. So he asked, "My leader, did you send an assassin to kill the Emperor of the Northern Infengdu?" "No, I have never sent an assassin, nor have I ever intended to take the Northern Emperor's life." Upon hearing this, the flames on the whip shrank to a level nearly invisible to the naked eye, indicating that the Emperor of East Mount Tai was indeed speaking the truth. Seeing this scene, everyone fell silent. So the words of the Emperor of East Mount Tai were true. This left everyone puzzled. If the Wheel King and the King of Bian were telling the truth, then this matter would be an undeniable assassination case. But why was the Emperor of East Mount Tai also speaking the truth? Du Yu nodded faintly at the Emperor of East Mount Tai and then said to the horse face, "Fourth Master, let the Emperor go. Although the matter has not reached a conclusion, it has been proven that he is not involved." Unacceptable. The crowd was taken aback, and they saw Zhong Kuei step forward and shout, "Absolutely do not let this man go. What he has said still requires investigation. Such an opportunity to bind the Emperor is rare. If missed, it won't come again." Zhong Kuei pushed the horse face aside, brandishing the 9-turn spirit-refining whip, and said to the Emperor of East Mount Tai, "Emperor, the Northern Infengdu Emperor is my mentor. I cannot allow him to come to any harm. You will come with me to the underworld for a while." "Zhong Kuei, you must think this through," the Emperor of East Mount Tai said coldly. "I spoke the truth under the interrogation of the 9-turn spirit-refining whip." No need to think, since he is a possible perpetrator, I have reason to apprehend him. Seeing this situation, everyone was at a loss for what to do. But upon careful consideration, Zhong Kuei's words were not without merit. If this opportunity was lost, it was unlikely they would ever bind the Emperor of East Mount Tai again. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling particularly silent. At this moment, the Emperor appeared somewhat annoyed. He had not expected that in such a situation, not a single person would stand up to speak on his behalf. Wait. Just as the Emperor of East Mount Tai felt disheartened, Du called out coldly to Zhong Kuei, saying, "What you are doing is rather unfair, isn't it?" "Oh." Zhong Kuei turned around and shot Du a displeased glance, saying, "What are you? How dare you point fingers at me?" The Emperor of East Mount Tai clearly agreed to the interrogation, and the results show that he is indeed unrelated. Yet you take advantage of the situation to try and take him away. Du looked coldly at Zhong Kuei and said, "This idea was mine, and what you are doing makes it difficult for me to explain." "Explain?" Zhong Kuei laughed and said, "What is there for you to explain? A mere mortal, now acting as an operator, flaunting power in front of me. When has the underworld's affairs been up to a mortal like you to manage? True, I am a mortal, but being a mortal does not negate righteousness. The Emperor of East Mount Tai has granted me a small favor and agreed to my request. I absolutely cannot abandon him now. Today I will not allow you to take the Emperor away." "Foolish." Zhong Kuei shouted coldly, launching the sword he held down toward Du, who did not retreat, but stepped forward, clenching his fists to meet Zhong Kuei's sword with his bare hands, causing himself to step back 3 paces. "Oh." Zhong Kuei was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained control of the magic weapon, hand gestures, creating incantations. In an instant, one sword transformed into 9 smaller swords that swirled through the air and descended upon Du. The fierce sword aura, accompanied by countless ghostly howls, engulfing Du in a suffocating wave of sinister energy. Du's heart sank. Zhong Kuei was indeed no ordinary foe, and was likely the strongest opponent he had faced, leaving him wondering if Xiao Zhongli's abilities could withstand this. Utilizing his ghostly movement technique, Du dodged and weaved through the 9 whirling swords, each aimed at his vitals. If he failed to evade even one, he would perish on the spot. Seeing the situation turn dire, Xie Bian wanted to step forward, but was held back by Fan Wujiao. Xie Bian glanced back at him, puzzled. Fan Wujiao calmly replied, "At present, helping either side would not be wise. Let's observe for a moment." After narrowly avoiding all flying swords, Du gathered his strength and threw a punch at Zhong Kuei. This punch harnessed all of Zhong Lichun's power, causing Du's expression to twist into a fierce grimace as a trace of ghostly energy radiated from him. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as Zhong Kuei merged the 9 swords into one, blocking Du's punch. "Interesting. You are actually possessed by an evil spirit," Zhong Kuei remarked with a sneer upon seeing Du's appearance. "Do you know what I Zhong Kuei excel at?" Du looked at Zhong Kuei, his eyes showing a hint of fear. He was well aware of what Zhong Kuei excelled at, as folktales were rife with accounts of his prowess in capturing ghosts. Zhong Kuei leaped back, creating distance between himself and his opponent. He then pulled out a pocket-like magical artifact from his bosom and hurled it into the sky, shouting, "Exterminate Ghost's pouch." Suck! Before Du could understand what was happening, he felt all his strength being drained, as if Zhong Lichun was detaching from his very body. "This is bad," Du exclaimed in his heart. "Little Zhongli, hurry and hide back in the 8 Directions Ghost Record. This person's magical artifact seems to specialize in absorbing evil spirits, and it will take you away." "No, do you?" Zhong Lichun gritted his teeth and said, "If I withdraw now, your mortal body won't be able to withstand even for a moment and will immediately be obliterated." Du panicked. He hadn't expected Zhong Kuei to possess such a magical artifact. If they continued to stalemate like this, it would be a matter of who would dissipate first between him and Zhong Lichun. "Young friend." The great Emperor of Danyue Taishan suddenly spoke with a worried expression. "That's enough. I have taken your favor, now hurry and escape." Du gritted his teeth and resisted the pulling force of the exterminate ghost's pouch. He didn't know if it was still possible to escape now, but the thought of letting Zhong Kuei succeed made him feel exceedingly uneasy. Who else could help him now? At that moment, a green brush that had been quietly lying at Du's waist suddenly glowed and flew towards Zhong Kuei's face. Zhong Kuei had not expected that his opponent could still activate a magical artifact while being completely restrained. He barely managed to dodge the strike by tilting his head, but his face was scratched by the immense resentment. He focused his gaze and could not help but show a hint of confusion. It even carries a vengeful spirit. Zhong Kuei kicked Du aside and then took out several talismans. After chanting the incantations, he threw them into the sky, and the talismans seemed to be imbued with a soul directly surrounding the green brush. "With all your wicked ways today, I Zhong Kuei will teach you a lesson." Oh no, Du hadn't expected that it would be Ying Ning coming to his aid at such a critical moment. Watching the talismans fluttering in the air, he quickly jumped up to protect the brush in his arms. Several talismans also stuck directly to his back, and as soon as they attached, Du's form seemed to become somewhat ethereal. "Ouch!" A charming voice suddenly came from the cave, asking sweetly, "Who is fighting at my doorstep?" Du struggled to look towards the cave entrance and saw the mesmerizing ghost standing there with Dong Qianxiu following behind. Could it be that Sister Qianxiu has brought reinforcements? "Sister Meiguei?" Du wanted to call for help, but felt it was inappropriate. After all, Megaway was also a ghost and unable to confront Zhong Kuei. But suddenly she spoke. Did she have some plan? Everyone looked towards her, and they saw her twisting her voluptuous figure born with an enchanting aura. Each smile and frown captivated hearts. Even some lower-level immortals showed signs of blushing. A ghost proficient in the art of seduction, is it? Zhong Kuei snorted coldly and said, today truly is a gathering of 100 ghosts. After I finish dealing with this little ghost, I'll take care of you right away. Megaway covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, you want to deal with me? I'm really a bit scared after all. The world is harsh, and there are white-eyed wolves everywhere who turn a blind eye to the dying. Zhong Kuei, hearing this, retorted harshly, as a female ghost, how would you know the harshness of the world? How could I not know? Megaway winked at Zhong Kuei, and then turned to the Five Directions Ghost Emperor mockingly, saying, not a single one of you dared to speak up when your superior was tied up to be taken away. It's rare for a young man to step forward for his superior, and now he is being scattered, yet you remain indifferent. Even the immortals who have worked together for thousands of years are like this. Who would care about me, this mountain ghost? Megaway lightly mocked the Five Directions Ghost Emperor, and the 9 of them naturally looked displeased. Just moments ago, they had been confused by a series of events, and it was only after this enchanting woman reminded them that they began to regain their senses. No matter how chaotic the scene was, their superior had already been proven innocent. What was there to hesitate about? Zhong Kuei. Suddenly 2 burly men as large as Zhong Kuei stepped forward and said, it has come to this. You need not make a scene any longer. Quickly stand down. Zhong Kuei turned around to see it was the Eastern Ghost Emperor Hou Yi and Shin Tu. If you two have the ability to stop me, then go ahead and try. Zhong Kuei released Hou and wielded his sword to strike at the 2. He had already exchanged several blows with them and knew they were not his match, so he did not take them seriously. It seems we won't be able to stop you unless we intervene ourselves. 2 individuals dressed in Taoist robes stepped out from behind the Five Directions Ghost Emperor, clearly the Western Ghost Emperor Zhao Wen and Wang Jinren. The 2 also used flying swords as their magical artifacts, transforming into countless sword energies to battle Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei's fists could not contend against so many hands, especially since these 2 had higher cultivation than Hou Yi and Shin Tu. Soon his sharp sword was forced back continuously. Old 7. Old 8. Hurry and come help. Zhong Kuei immediately thought of the pair known for their skills in magical combat, the Black and White Impermanents. Oh. Bai Wuchang suddenly pulled out a mobile phone from his pocket and said, you say yes, not busy, I have time now, is it serious? Alright, I'll hurry over. Hey, Wuchang quickly reacted and asked with poor acting, oh, is the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looking for us? Do we need to go together? Zhong Kuei was taken aback, thinking, why would the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva look for you 2 messengers? He quickly regained his composure and said, Old 3. Old 4. Come help. Ma Mian rolled his eyes and immediately grabbed the 9 turns washing god whip, saying, oh no. The Eastern Emperor's cultivation is indeed high. He's about to break free. I can't get away right now, second brother. The Eastern Emperor was taken aback, thinking, I haven't prepared to break free yet. Niotu also looked at Zhong Kuei and said, second brother. I forgot to bring my magical artifact. Zhong Kuei glanced at Niotu's empty belt and realized he might indeed have forgotten his artifact. You all. Zhong Kuei was baffled by how these people were acting, all bending their elbows outward at the same time. Do you manage to get up with great difficulty when 2 individuals rushed over to support him? Looking up, he was instantly blinded by a burst of golden and silver light. Old Du, you are so bold. A young man in golden armor patted his back and said, absolutely. Another young man in silver armor echoed. You actually dared to confront second brother Zhong Kuei Hedon. We only have the heart for it, but not the guts. Absolutely. Rest assured we've understood what happened today. Oh, indeed, second brother is in the wrong. Exactly. If you ever need help in the future, just come to us. That's right. Do you looked at the 2 golden and silver generals who were joking and teasing with a hint of a bitter smile. He thanked them softly and then slowly walked up to the great emperor of Donghua Taishan. He glanced at Ma Mian and said, Fourth master, put away the magical artifact. This will end this farce. Ma Mian pondered for a moment and said, Brother Du, that's not quite appropriate. If I withdraw now, I will surely offend second brother. Then what should we do? Do you ask? Are you planning to keep the great emperor of Donghua Taishan bound like this? Not exactly. Ma Mian chuckled and said, you need to give me a way out. Zhong Kuei was currently engaged in a fierce battle with 4 ghost emperors, pulling out a dozen magical artifacts. If not for his substantial reserves, he would have been defeated long ago. Just when he was uncertain about how to conclude this, he suddenly heard Du shout, hey, little Ma, aren't you going to release him? Zhong Kuei was confused and turned around to see Du holding that green brush, pressing it against Ma Mian's neck. Ma Mian exaggeratedly showed a hint of fear and said, Brother Du, I'm just acting on orders. If you don't release him, I will chop off your head. Do you push the brush tip forward, the soft bristles brushing against Ma Mian's neck, making him feel ticklish, almost laughing. All right. I will release him right away. Ma Mian apologized to Zhong Kuei while putting away his magical artifact, saying, Second brother, I'm sorry, I was captured alive. Zhong Kuei was furious, thinking that even if Ma Mian's cultivation was low, he shouldn't be held captive by a mortal with a brush. It seemed that all the oddities stemmed from this operator named Du. As the saying goes, capture the thief, first capture the king. Zhong Kuei disregarded everyone around him and charged straight at Du Yu. Looking at the great emperor of Dongyue Taishan, once the 9 turns washing god whip left his body, the pent-up anger surged out like a tidal wave. He raised his palm, unleashing an unknown divine power that sent Zhong Kuei flying over Tinzhong, crashing hard against the mountain wall. Amidst the flying dust and scattered stones, Zhong Kuei took a long time to get up. Good. Eastern Emperor, you finally made a move, didn't you? Zhong Kuei gritted his teeth and asked, what do you intend to do with me? I now have even more reason to apprehend you. Humph. The great emperor of Dongyue Taishan snorted coldly and said, how you intend to deal with me, I will have no complaints, but today no one can lay a hand on this young friend. Zhong Kuei's eyes widened. In this situation, he could not gain any advantage. His only trump card, the 9 turns washing god whip, had already been released. Du Yu silently glanced at the Eastern Emperor, forming a general judgment about him, effectively ruling out all his suspicions. Dong Qinxiu appeared from nowhere, quietly coming to Du Yu's side, asking in a worried tone, Du Yu, are you alright? Why were you so impulsive? How could you engage in a fight with Second Master Zhong Kuei? Du Yu grinned at Dong Qinxiu, glanced at Zhong Kuei, and then at the great emperor of Dongyue Taishan, quietly saying, Sister Qinxiu, this is called taking risks for wealth, taking a gamble to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Are you still going to fight? Dong Qinxiu examined Du Yu's injuries with annoyance. You always put your life on the line, making everyone worry so much. Du Yu suddenly remembered something and quickly closed his eyes to look at Zhongli Chun. Little Zhongli, how are you? Zhongli Chun appeared somewhat weak, but was not in serious trouble. She smiled faintly and said, it's okay, Du Yu, I'm just a bit tired. Du Yu checked Zhongli Chun and found no signs of her soul dissipating, which relieved him. He then opened his eyes and called out, Yingning, how are you? Yingning managed a weak smile and said, I'm fine, really. Du Yu then carefully inspected the brush, confirming it was undamaged, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Dong Qinxiu was stunned. Du Yu, what are you doing? Du Yu smiled wryly. There are many children, please understand. Everyone. Cui Ju suddenly spoke from a distance. Please listen to me. Everyone silently looked at Cui Ju. If no one intervened, the current situation truly couldn't be resolved. Today's event may have been a farce, but we gained significant insights. At least we know that what the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai said is true. It's time to conclude this matter. Cui Ju surveyed the crowd and said, what we need to do now is for Yin Luo and the Ghost Emperor to unite and use the full power of the underworld to find out who is behind these schemes. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, Di remained pensive, feeling that the situation was even more bizarre than it appeared. He slowly approached King Biancheng and said, King Biancheng, may I ask you a few more questions? Du Yu had indeed made quite a name for himself during this incident. As a mere mortal, he managed to hold his own against Zhong Kuei, earning the respect of the immortals. King Biancheng, hearing Du Yu's words, nodded expressionlessly and said, what do you want to ask? Everyone again looked towards King Biancheng, who was indeed the most suspicious person at the moment. You said you attacked Yin Luo on the orders of the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai, is that correct? That's right. King Biancheng nodded. This matter had already been interrogated out by Ma Mian, and there was no need to hide it any longer. Then where and how did the Eastern Emperor give you this order? The Eastern Emperor gave me the order before I entered the immortal ranks, which has been thousands of years ago. What a... Du Yu's question struck straight to the heart of the matter. The other underworld immortals exchanged glances. It was this task issued 1,000 years ago. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai was also taken aback. He pondered for a moment and said, this doesn't make sense. Your position was granted by the Northern Yinfengdu Emperor. I didn't even know you before you entered the immortal ranks. King Biancheng smiled bitterly and said, Eastern Emperor, you have been kind to me, but I didn't expect you would truly ignore me at such a critical moment. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai was even more confused and said, Biancheng Wang by Yuan Bin, if there is any hidden truth, just speak clearly. Our friendship has never been deep, so how could I remember your words for thousands of years? Ha ha ha. King Biancheng laughed heartily. Yes, you said this thousands of years ago. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai was about to say something, but Du Yu stopped him. Leader, let me ask, I feel this matter is not so simple. Du Yu stepped forward and asked, what exactly did the Eastern Emperor do or say back then? Since the Eastern Emperor has always turned a blind eye to my plight, I no longer need to consider past kindness. King Biancheng bowed to the crowd and said, in my previous life, I served as the general of Pingyuan. Just as I was about to embark on a mission, I heard a voice calling me. That person spoke to me, claiming to be the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai, preparing to grant me an enormous opportunity. He told me in great detail that during this expedition, I should stop at a small mountain in the suburbs, turn around once, and I could meet a noble person, gain power, enjoy longevity, and become one of the Yin Luo overseeing the underworld. If I truly wished for this opportunity, I would need to assist him with one thing. A battle would occur thousands of years after I became Yin Luo, a conflict against the Ghost Emperor, during which I would need to help him kill the leading Yin Luo. This battle was special. Not only did it need to be kept confidential, but whether it was successful or not, he would not acknowledge it. However, in exchange, he would definitely ensure my safety. At that time, I was already old, plagued by worries of aging and death. Upon hearing that I could enter the immortal ranks, I naturally agreed. King Biancheng looked at everyone with a hint of disappointment and continued, after going to the small mountain in the suburbs, I met the northern Yin Fengdu emperor, who seeing my military prowess and eloquence indeed, asked me if I wanted to enter the immortal ranks. Everything was just as the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai had previously stated. My life creed is to repay kindness. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai guided me to become an immortal, so I naturally wanted to repay his kindness. I just didn't expect that he would go back on his word and not want to ensure my safety. King Biancheng looked at the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai with some resentment. This? Dong Qianxiu was stunned. King Biancheng, that seems a bit off. A bit off. King Biancheng turned back to Dong Qianxiu with a puzzled look. What's off? I've read your legend. Dong Qianxiu stammered. You went to the small mountain in the suburbs to eliminate bandits along the way. What? King Biancheng's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean? That's right. Dong Qianxiu nodded. Regardless of whether the Eastern Emperor transmitted a message to you, you would have become one of the 10 Yama. The immortals began to murmur among themselves what was really going on. Du Yu pondered and said to the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai, Eastern Emperor, have you ever asked this question? Me. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai shook his head helplessly and said, it would be absurd for me to know today's events 1,000 years in advance. At that time, I didn't even know who the Northern Emperor was recruiting. How could I send them a message? Du Yu nodded. The Eastern Emperor's explanation was completely reasonable. You're right, only those present today would clearly know what would happen today. What do you mean, my young friend? Du Yu then looked at Bao Zhang and asked, Lord Bao, why did you all appear shortly after the Eastern Emperor arrived here? Bao Zhang frowned thought for a moment and said, Du Laodi, to be honest, someone sent a letter to inform me that the Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai had left Mount Tai and appeared at the unreturning mountain. I immediately conveyed a message to the other Yin Luo, and at that time Second Master Zhong Kuei was visiting my residence, so he came along. Du Yu upon hearing this turned to the other immortals and said, You are all immortal beings, so you should understand without me saying anything, this matter undoubtedly has someone pulling the strings behind the scenes, so we must not continue to fight. After saying this, Du Yu turned back to Bao Zhang and asked, Lord Bao, is that letter still here? Bao Zhang nodded, taking out a piece of paper from his pocket. Du Yu had thought he might find clues in the notes like in the TV series starring Bao Zhang, but unexpectedly Bao Zhang produced a computer-printed A4 sheet. The content on the paper was basically the same as what Bao Zhang had stated. I initially thought this news was half true and half false, but upon arrival, I found that the Eastern Emperor was indeed here. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai finally understood everything he said, so the assassination of the Northern Emperor was merely a smokescreen. This person's true target was to eliminate me. Du Yu nodded, it seems so. First 7 or 8 evil spirits ambushed to lure me here, then the 10 Yama attacked together. This person truly has skill. Du Yu scratched his head and said, Eastern Emperor, do you think it's possible that the attack by those 7 or 8 evil spirits was truly a misunderstanding? Young friend, you need not say more. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai patted Du Yu. You have already helped immensely today. I will definitely conduct a thorough investigation and root out this person. Afterward, he regained his composure and bowed to the other Yin Luo. Everyone, what happened today is not your fault. If you truly wish to help the Northern Emperor, then like me, conduct an investigation promptly. The Eastern Emperor of Mount Tai politely bowed to everyone and then flew away with the 5 ghost emperors. The 10 Yama exchanged glances and then all looked towards King Biancheng together. I have told you everything I know. If you don't believe me, just throw me into the hell of mirrors, King Biancheng said. No. Bao Zhang shook his head. Not only do we not need to throw you into the hell of mirrors, but we also need to release the Wheel King quickly. Oh, Du Yu raised an eyebrow at this statement. Lord Bao, do you have a clue? King Biancheng and the Wheel King are the 2 among us who are most sentimental. This is likely why they were chosen. Bao Zhang muttered, I should have thought of this earlier. Bao Zhang conferred with the other Yin Luo, and everyone felt they should release the Wheel King. They all bowed to Du Yu, Dong Qianxiu, and the others before leaving. The Yin Luo and Ghost Emperors transmitted messages to the arriving Yin soldiers, Ghost Generals, and Yin officials telling them to withdraw. Only the 8 major Yin officials remained. Du Yu talked with a few of the familiar ones while Zhong Kuei felt himself becoming isolated. Great judge, Du Yu said, have you been feeling good lately? Ha ha ha. Cui Ju laughed heartily. No wonder you're Du Laodi, you've really helped me unwind my heart. I've been feeling exceptionally good lately, and I always call you Yuan Xiangqin. While a few chatted and laughed, Ma Mian glanced at the whip in his hand and turned to ask, but, Du Laodi, how do you plan to handle this matter? Du Yu pondered and said to the others, I have a frightening suspicion. I initially thought to handle it myself, but I estimate I won't be able to accomplish it without your help. Do you have a clue? Dong Qianxiu asked with some confusion. Du Yu gathered everyone together and said calmly, Sister Qianxiu, esteemed officials, I suspect there is a mole within the Legend Management Bureau. Oh. The few people instantly widened their eyes. Even Zhong Kuei, who was standing nearby, perked up his ears, seemingly eager to participate in the conversation, but felt that no one was paying attention to him. Second Master, you should come over too. Du Yu smiled helplessly. Hearing Du Yu's words, Zhong Kuei hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Do you have any evidence to support that there are traitors within the Legend Management Bureau? Du Yu glanced at Zhong Kuei and said, Second Master, I know you have a fiery temper, but you're not unreasonable. Think carefully. If there were slight changes in something that happened 1,000 years ago, ordinary people wouldn't be able to manipulate it. Only those from the Legend Management Bureau could be involved. Moreover, an intervention of this magnitude wouldn't require my involvement. As an operator, any messenger could handle it. Ma Mian, upon hearing that Du Ye's words were so confidential, quickly covered his mouth and pointed at the nearby Mei Guising. Be careful with your words and actions, little brother. There are outsiders here. Du Yu shook his head, pushed Ma Mian's hand away, and said, Don't worry, this Mei Gui's sister is one of us. Seeing Du Yu say this, the others no longer felt conflicted, but rather began to ponder his words. I understand. Xie Bian said, Do your meaning is that someone conveyed a message to the Wheel King and the Bian Sheng King, using the tone of the Eastern Yu Taishan Emperor? That's correct. Du Yu nodded. Even if this person just conveyed the message to those two, it would still be something from thousands of years ago. Dong Qinqiu looked at Du Yu in confusion and said, Even though there are more than 10 messengers now, I still feel that the success rate of such a trick is very low. That's right. For this plan to succeed, there are two prerequisites. The first is to find the most sentimental person, ensuring they can remember the words of the Eastern Emperor for thousands of years. The second is to have a special messenger who can imitate the Eastern Emperor's voice. With that, the success rate of this plan would be greatly enhanced. Do you turn back to ask Dong Qinqiu? Sister Qinqiu, the abilities of messengers vary. You should know that, right? Yes. Most of the messengers were recruited by me, and I know their abilities. Dong Qinqiu replied. So is there anyone who can imitate others' voices? Hey. Do you asked again? That. I don't think there is anyone like that. Dong Qinqiu shook her head. That's not a problem. Do you anticipated this possibility, saying, there are many ways to alter a person's voice. Even if it's not their ability, it doesn't matter. As long as we have the assistance of all of you, Yin Chai, I believe we can unearth this person today. Kid. Zhong Kuei, upon hearing Du Ye's analysis, couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Your analysis is quite good. But what exactly do you want us to help with? Du Yu said with a serious expression. Currently, only a few of us know about this matter. We cannot alert the enemy. The traitor within the Legend Management Bureau can only see the past, not the present. They will not know the outcome of our discussion, so I need you to rush into the Legend Management Bureau and apprehend dozens of staff members before the traitor takes any action and interrogate them one by one. Oh. The faces of the 8 Yin Chai simultaneously showed expressions of shock. Little Du, Xie Bian said with a wry smile. Do you know how absurd your plan is? Since ancient times, even the Heavenly Court has never disrespected the Legend Management Bureau. I have heard of this. Du Yu smiled and said, But Seventh Master, think carefully. This person is treacherous and specializes in manipulating others' memories. If after today you suddenly remember that 8th Master is your enemy, should you trust that memory? Listening to Du Ye's description, Xie Bian felt a chill run down his spine. If memories are altered, it is indeed highly likely that those close to each other would turn against one another in an instant. If we are to act, we must be decisive. Du Yu looked seriously at everyone and said, Do you immortals have any treasures that can prevent others from sending messages? Yes, I have one here. Jin Jiangjun shouted. Exactly. Yin Jiangjun followed suit. I have a spirit locking array that can seal the spiritual energy of those inside the array, preventing it from leaking. Exactly. That's great. Du Yu said, This way it will be foolproof. Wait. I still have a question. Niutu saw that everyone was about to accept this decision and quickly raised his hand to ask, In this way we will offend many people. Is there any way to keep a low profile? That's easy, but often happens in movies. In the regularly functioning Legend Management Bureau, dozens of employees were busy running around. They had never imagined that one day this organization would be left without a director, without assistants, and without operators, only a group of low-level employees working frantically. Bang! Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door of the Legend Management Bureau was kicked open. A group of masked robbers rushed in, and the leader shouted, Everyone raise your hands. Don't move. The employees had never thought that one day they would encounter a robbery in the Legend Management Bureau. Hey. A man in a white outfit wearing a calabash baby mask looked at the person next to him in black and suddenly whispered, Why did you take out your life-saving treasure, the soul hook? Isn't it obvious who you are now? The man in the black outfit wearing a Sun Wukong mask snorted and whispered, I don't have as many tricks as you all. Then what should we do? If you don't have one, ask second brother for one. The man in white said irritably, Taking out a life-saving treasure is nothing. Who in the underworld doesn't recognize this soul hook? Don't talk about me. You should check on the big guy behind you. The man in black pointed to the side and said his two horns are pointing to the sky. Oh, what's the difference if he wears a mask or not? Are you talking about me? The big man wearing a pleasant goat mask, but with horns, instantly became unhappy. What's wrong with me having horns? The treasure I use isn't mine. Your treasure indeed isn't yours, it's mine. Don't break it. A nearby fat man wearing a beautiful woman mask said, with his beard poking out from beneath the mask. Du Yu looked at these people and couldn't help but sigh. It was too difficult to make them conceal their identities. Brothers, the spirit locking array is complete. Two people dressed in shiny gold and silver armor jumped in from outside. The gleam of their armor made it impossible to discern what characters were represented by the masks on their heads. Du Yu hurriedly went up to them and pressed them down, asking, Why haven't you two changed your clothes? Change clothes. Everyone hasn't changed clothes, why should we? Exactly. The problem is your clothes are too conspicuous. You said? That's not fair, is gold and silver conspicuous. The black and white of old 7 and old 8 is also very conspicuous. Exactly. Don't mention old 7 and old 8. You pressed their mouths shut, then turned to look at the dumbfounded employees and quietly said to them, we must not reveal our identities. This is simply too embarrassing. Chui Ju, although wearing a mask, still felt incredibly ashamed. He poked Yu and said, stop wasting time. Let's get started quickly. After hearing this, Yu released Jean, and Yin Jiangjuan cleared his throat, stood up straight, and shouted, This place has been taken over by us. If you want to live, step away from the screen, and everyone stand to the side. In that moment, the employees were truly dumbfounded. Was this really a robbery? A short man slowly stepped forward and said to the crowd, several immortals. You looked and saw that the person approaching was the little Jean he had seen before. What is it? You asked. Aren't several immortals at the wrong place? This is the Legend Management Bureau. There's nothing valuable here, and our operators are not present. Even if you want to intervene in the legend, you can't do it. We naturally know this is the Legend Management Bureau, which is why we came. Stop talking nonsense and stand aside. You waved at the little Jean. When he looked up, he saw Shao Qi slowly retreating to the back unexpectedly, using a concealment technique. If that girl hid away, no one would be able to find her. Little Du was about to call out Shao Qi's name, but then realized something was wrong and hurriedly changed his words. Little girl, what are you doing? Fan Wujiu, upon hearing Du Ye's shout, immediately flew in front of Shao Qi, breaking her cultivation. Shao Qi was caught in the act, trembling with fear. Everyone, don't be afraid. We don't want to harm anyone, we only ask for your cooperation. Stand to the side and we guarantee that no one will be harmed today. Xie Bian said to everyone. Upon hearing this person's gentle tone, without malice, they could only slowly put down their work and gradually stand against the wall. You instructed a few Yin Chai to keep everyone under control, then said to Ma Mian, little brother Ma, come with me. You led him to Dong Qianqia's office, pushed the door open, and said, although there are quite a few people, our time is tight. Later I will have Mei Gue bring the employees over one by one, and the rest will be up to you. Ma Mian nodded and said, don't worry, Du. If we can really identify the culprit this time, it will be a significant achievement, and I will do my best. You went out for a round, and then pulled Dong Qianqiu aside, quietly asking, Sister Qianqiu, can you check if we have captured all the employees of the Legend Management Bureau? Are there any who are not here? Dong Qianqiu also whispered back to Du. I have checked once, they are indeed all here, not a single one missing. That's great. Du nodded. Today we will definitely unearth this person. The few of them divided their tasks clearly and quickly controlled the scene. Chui Ju Zhongkue and Yo Tu were responsible for keeping an eye on all the employees, while Jean and Yin Jiangjun maintained the spirit locking array, and Heibai Wuchang took away all the employees' phones. Mei Gue looked at the employees standing together, smiled wickedly, and pointed at Shao Qi, saying, little girl, you come first, and let's go see Brother Ma. Oh, Shao Qi was so frightened that she shivered. If she were still an ordinary person, she might have already wet herself. In the Legend Management Bureau, every employee stood frozen with terror. Several of the women were already trembling. A moment before, a young woman called Shao Qi had been led away alone to Assistant Dong's office. Not long after, a pitiful scream echoed out. No one knew what she had endured. Chui Ju scanned the terrified faces and felt an uneasy knot in his gut. He turned to Xie Bian and murmured, Lao Qi, doesn't this make us seem a bit perverse? Xie Bian forced a smile and replied in a low voice, it's fine, it's fine. Big brother, don't worry. Even if we are perverse, they won't know who we are. Xie, may I ask you something? The employee Shao Jin whispered from the wall. Xie turned to answer, but then froze as realization dawned on him. Wait, what did you just call me? Shao Jin looked puzzled. Xie, of course. The staff who witnessed the exchange gaped. Could these people actually be the 8 great Yin messengers? Chui Ju began to tremble. This is over. Utterly ruined. I Chui Ju have no face to face my elders. No face to face the world. I Chui Ju. Don't expose names, big brother, someone hissed. Don't call him big brother. The once respected 8 great Yin messengers were suddenly in chaos. Shao Qi, still trembling, asked, Elders, what exactly are you trying to do here? Xie Bian paused, sighed, and removed his mask. A face of delicate, almost feminine beauty was revealed. Everyone stared. This truly was the genuine Bai Wuchang. To be frank with you all, I am Bai Wuchang, Xie Bian. For a long moment, there was stunned silence. No one knelt, no one continued to panic. They were simply dumbstruck. There is an important matter at hand that concerns the stability of the entire immortal realm, Xie Bian said, bowing slightly. We ask your cooperation despite any offense we've caused today. A murmur ran through the crowd. If one reframed the masked raid as a classified operation, it did sound less alarming. Yet what of Shao Qi's agonized scream? Before long, Shao Qi emerged from the office walking slowly. A few women rushed to check her. Thankfully, her clothes were intact, and she showed no signs of being molested. Shao Qi, are you all right? Shao Qi shook her head in bewilderment. I'm fine. They only asked some questions. The one who interrogated me seemed to be Sai. She could not understand why no one around her reacted with surprise at that revelation. She looked up and saw Xie Bian standing there with his mask off. Oh, Chia. Xie Bian waved his hand with a grin. Calling me Qie is too formal. You call yourself Shao Qi, I am Lao Qi. We are of the same generation. From now on call me Brother Qi. Shao Jin comforted Shao Qi saying, they truly are the 8 great Yin messengers, they should not be here to harm us. The 8 great Yin messengers. Shao Qi glanced around then frowned. But there are 12 people here. Du Yu smiled, and together with Dong Qianxiu removed his mask. We're here too. Seeing familiar faces, everyone relaxed slightly. Du Yu figured there was no need to keep identities hidden any longer, the 12 of them only needed to. Wait a moment. 12 people. Du Yu hesitated. The 8 great Yin messengers plus himself and Dong Qianxiu made 10, adding the assisting Mei Gui would be 11. Where did the 12th come from? He quickly counted heads and sure enough there were 12 people. How did we get an extra one? His gaze fell on a tall, thin figure at the back, neither like the Yin messengers nor like a common specter. He approached cautiously earlier, everyone had been masked and had not noticed anyone slip in. As he drew nearer, he saw the newcomer wore the mask of a pretty young woman and a cloak that concealed gender. Who are you? Du Yu asked in a low voice. I'm merely a passerby, the figure replied slowly. Passerby. Du Yu's heart leapt. This was a far bigger problem than he had imagined. He dragged the person into a room, shut the door, and bolted several locks before turning back to scold in a hushed voice. Leader, what are you doing here? The figure removed the mask. It was Hou Yi, her face handsome and striking. I just wanted to take a look, she said. Du Yu slammed his hand to his forehead. What do you mean take a look? I almost had everyone take off their masks a moment ago. Hou Yi shrugged. So what? If you can come and play, why can't I? Play? Du Yu groaned. We may act like fools, but we are juniors. If something goes wrong, you can still speak for us. Now that you yourself have come, who will plead for us if disaster strikes? Will anything go wrong? Hou Yi asked. If all the staff are gathered here, doesn't that mean the problem will soon be resolved? In that case, what is there to fear? Du Yu had to admit she had a point. The matter did seem on the verge of being resolved, yet he still felt something crucial was missing. Very well, leader, Du Yu sighed reluctantly. But let us be clear beforehand and everything follow my lead. The entire afternoon was spent on interrogation. Ma Mian exhausted his spiritual energy several times. Fortunately, Cui Ju carried many pills enabling Ma Mian to rest and continue. In 6 hours, the Legend Management Bureau's 45 employees, including 12 transmitters, were all questioned. Du Yu helped Ma Mian to sit aside, his face grave, so none of them had any involvement. The gathered group exchanged bewildered looks. The employees themselves looked pale and anxious. They had all heard Ma Mian's accusation. Were you involved in the assassination attempt on Bei Yin Fengdu Dadi? What kind of calamity had struck the underworld to warrant such a severe question? Xie Bian thought for a moment and said, 2 employees remain unexamined. Du Yu froze, then understood. He and Dong Qianxiu had not yet been questioned. Du Yu knew he had not participated in that event, but Dong Qianxiu. He felt unsure. I don't think it's necessary, Du Yu said hesitantly. In recent days, Dong Qianxiu had been occupied with sending him messages and attending to Hou Yi. How could she have had time to plan something so grand? Dong Qianxiu stepped forward calmly. It doesn't matter. Since everyone else has been questioned, it won't hurt for me to face it as well. Dong's sister. Ma Mian seemed particularly reluctant to act against Dong Qianxiu. Under her repeated requests, he only wrapped his whip around one of her arms, careful not to cause pain. He fired several questions, but the flames along his whip dwindled. Tired, Ma Mian gave up and retracted his tool. Wait, little mage, what about me? Du Yu blocked him. You? Ma Mian waved a helpless hand. Don't kid me. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't know Zhuanluan Wang or Bianqing Wang earlier, and you're still immortal. How did you send the messages? Du Yu flushed. He truly had not known those 2 names before. Who says not knowing them means you can't assassinate the Northern Emperor? Then do you know the Northern Emperor? No. Then stop wasting my spiritual energy, will you? Ma Mian shot Du Yu a look. This whole plan to break into the Legend Management Bureau was yours. What other tests do you need? Du Yu felt a strange thrill at being interrogated, but the situation had reached another impasse. No one in the Legend Management Bureau had transmitted messages to Zhuanluan Wang or Bianqing Wang. Then what had caused the upheaval that appeared thousands of years ago? It was not a fault in the legends themselves. Someone had deliberately interfered. Are all the transmitters confirmed to be here? Du Yu asked Dong Qianxiu. Yes, she replied, then said to Shao Qi, to make sure I haven't forgotten, please double check with each other. Shao Qi said in a small voice, Qianxiu's sister, I have confirmed it. Every transmitter is indeed present here. What on earth is happening? Du Yu muttered, baffled. Du Yu pushed through the crowd to the table, picked up a pen and paper, and began to write down the pressing problems. First, Bianqing Wang received a strange transmission that does not exist in prior legends but very likely arrived only recently. Second, this person's transmission did not disturb the legend itself, so the Legend Management Bureau received no alarm, meaning this person understands the Bureau's procedures intimately. Third, all transmitters and their assistants have been confirmed not to have participated in this incident. Du Yu wrote rapidly as the 8 great Yin messengers and the staff gathered behind him. So in the end, only 2 people could have done this, Du Yu said, and he wrote one of the names, Zhan Qixing. Zhan Qixing. The assembled group exclaimed at once. But there are other questions. He belongs to the past and seems unaware of current events. How could he have foretold that the 5 ghost emperors would go to war with the tanking Yama? Xie nodded. Zhang Qixing exists in the past, not in the present. He has no motive to disrupt the present underworld structure. It brings him no benefit. Du Yu smiled wryly. It seems we think alike. I also doubt Zhang Qixing. I once met him. He seeks to free others, not to control them. Xie Bian and Fan Wujiao nodded. They too had some understanding of Zhang Qixing. From my perspective, Du Yu said slowly, there is only one other mastermind left. Who is it? Someone asked. You may all have overlooked one thing. Not everyone who works at the Legend Management Bureau is here today. There is one person who has not shown up. Everyone's thoughts converged in an instant. Could it be Hou Yi? Fan Wujiao snorted coldly. Your director. Impossible. Dong Qianxiu suddenly shouted. How could it be the director? Sister Qianxiu, don't be hasty. Du Yu pinched Dong Qianxiu's wrist. I cannot be 100% certain the director did this. As for the truth, we will only know when we find him. There is no need to look. Dong Qianxiu began to tremble. There is no way the director did this. Sister Qianxiu, Du Yu had rarely seen Dong Qianxiu lose control. We have not reached a conclusion yet. I say he didn't do it, and he didn't. Dong Qianxiu shoved Du Yu aside and fled. She entered her office and crouched on the floor, rocking her head again and again. It cannot be him. Memories of the moments when she first met, he rushed through her mind. She refused to believe the kindly man could commit an assassination. Director, he Lao too. Dong Qianxiu cried out between sobs. You would never do such a thing. Where are you? Song Dynasty Jingda era. Qianxiu, does this meat smell good? A tall, thin man asked the little girl before him. Her face was filthy, her clothes in tatters. She stared at the bubbling pot and swallowed, nodding. After the meat had cooked a while, the man asked again, Qianxiu, does the meat smell good? The little girl nodded once more. The man stirred the pot with a stick. A few long, thin bones rolled up, the meat clung to them, but fell apart at the slightest touch. From that pot a peculiar fragrance rose, the hot broth bubbling and sending its scent through the air. Father, can we eat now? The little girl asked. The man did not answer. He turned and looked out the door. Every household on the street had its door open. Half the houses were boiling meat. Third brother, your meat smells better. The man called to a household a short distance away. That house held only a single man, and he too was boiling meat. Nonsense, I think your pot smells better, ha ha ha. Father, can we eat now? The little girl pressed, staring at the pot. Qianxiu, father will give you a bite. The man fished out a small piece of meat from the pot and offered it to the little girl's mouth. The little girl hurriedly opened her mouth and bit. The scorching steam and an odd alluring aroma crashed across her tongue. She paid no heed to the burn, chewing a few times before swallowing. Warmth slid down her throat into her stomach. It was delicious, unbearably delicious. Perhaps the meat was truly fragrant, or perhaps the girl had been starved too long. In any case, it was the first morsel she had swallowed in 6 days. The man watched her with a strange expression. Is it good? Yes, she nodded, then asked, Father, where is mother? Why does mother not come to eat? Qianxiu, your mother does not want to eat. The man smiled and pulled the girl close. Tell father, with such fragrant meat, don't you want father to eat more of it? I do, the little girl answered. Even if you cannot eat, would you be willing that only father should eat? Yes. The little girl nodded vigorously. I knew Qianxiu was the most filial, the man said as he touched her grimy hair. He ladled a bowl of meat broth from the pot and handed it to her. Come eat. Eat plenty. She took the wooden bowl and drank the soup, eating the meat in large mouthfuls. One piece was unusually hard. She bit a few times and spat it out. On the ground it looked like a shard of fingernail. After drinking the broth, the city seemed to stir to life. People began to move about the street. Though all were gaunt and sunken, they had survived. The little girl peered out from the doorway and could not help but wonder, why were there no women on the street? Outside the city, a dark mass of soldiers sat upon the ground, pitching camp, lighting fires, roasting meat, and sipping porridge. They laughed and cursed. Each was broad-waisted and robust, a stark contrast to the emaciated souls inside the walls. Have they not opened the gate yet? A man in minority dress resembling a general asked his deputy as he stared at the high walls. Strange. Our scouts reported Su Cheng's provisions were only enough for 20 days, yet we have besieged them nearly 2 months. Why are there still people moving inside? The deputy added. No matter. Perhaps there truly is food left. Continue the siege. Taking Sucheng is only a matter of time. Many days passed, and the city's vigor faded. Those with any strength remained shut within their homes, unwilling to step outside. A huge shadow of death loomed over Sucheng. To starve to death or be slaughtered by the jinn outside. If the people could choose, they only wished for death to come later rather than sooner. Qianxiu, come. A gaunt man in a small wooden hut waved at the little girl. She stepped forward silently, feeling strangely frightened by father today. Father, what is it? Qianxiu, do you remember that pot of meat? The man asked. I remember. Father wants that meat again. The man's eyes were hollow as he looked at the girl. Didn't you say that even if you could not eat, you would let father eat? Yes, father. The little girl nodded, though she felt like crying for reasons she could not name. Then let father eat by himself. The man's mouth watered. Before the girl could speak, he snatched up a cleaver from the ground and swung it down upon her leg. A spray of blood burst out. The little girl forgot to cry. The man seemed to have lost his mind and struck again and again. She finally screamed. The pain nearly floored her. She had never known such agony. She saw her leg severed, clinging only by a thin layer of skin, the red flow streaming like a little river. The man paid no heed to her survival. He lifted the severed limb, tore away the thin skin, as if fearful it would spoil if kept too long. He tossed it into the pot, which he had already filled with water, and struck flint to kindle the fire. Ah, perhaps I should let it bleed first, otherwise the broth will foam with blood, he muttered to himself. The little girl did not understand, and could only call faintly, "Father, my leg, it hurts." "Chinchio, be good, it will stop hurting soon." He fanned the flames, and spoke, without once turning his head to look at her. The girl shivered with a cold that felt like falling into an ice pit. Dazed, she looked up as another man arrived at the door, third brother from across the way. "Old Dong, you." Third brother froze at the scream. Entering, he was stunned to see Old Dong drenched in blood, and a leg simmering in his pot. "How could you eat Chinchio?" "At the last meeting the governor said that to hold the city we should eat our women, but he never said anything about children." Third brother: "I am starving." Old Dong wept. "In a few years Chinchio would be a woman too. What difference does it make if I eat her now?" Third brother trembled, gritted his teeth, and said, "If that is so, with no leg she cannot live. Share a little meat with me." "Never." Old Dong seemed bereft of reason, and shouted, "Chinchio is my daughter. Why should I give it to you? If you want to eat your own son. My son is already dead of hunger." Third brother snatched up a cleaver from the ground. "If you will not give it, I will take it myself. I only want one leg. One leg will be enough." The little girl's voice, whether from cold or fear, trembled. "Father, father." She could only quake as the man came towards her with a blade. She was near death, her voice was barely heard. "Old Third, how dare you snatch my meat?" Old Dong leapt and knocked Third brother down. Both were exhausted, the slightest movement made their heads spin. "Old Dong, can you eat it all by yourself? I only want one leg. One leg is enough. I will not give you even one leg." Madness seized Third brother as well. He threw Old Dong off and strode to the little girl, slashing wildly. He had meant for her leg, but his body betrayed him. The blade veered and sliced her chest instead. A coldness filled her belly. She could not cry out, opening her mouth only spewed blood. The blood choked her breath, and she could only cough, and the more she coughed the more blood poured forth. "Intestines." Third brother raved, staring at the wound and shouting, "I want intestines, intestines will be enough." "Old Dong, stop fighting. I do not want to die." Old Dong staggered to his feet in a daze. Before he could recover, Third brother had wrapped a bundle of bloody things and staggered out the door. "Damn that old thing, ah." Old Dong suddenly remembered he had not tended the fire. If the flames went out, everything would be spoiled. He hurried to the pot and resumed fanning the flames. "Father." The little girl summoned her last strength to call, but the man had his back turned and could no longer hear. A scent of meat slowly spread through the city. Many who had fainted from hunger opened their eyes. Whose meat was this? Why did it smell so rich? The city's remaining men shuffled from their doors like the walking dead, drawn by the fragrance into the street. That day dozens of men shared a single child for their feast. That day Suchong became a hell of boiling oil. The girl drifted slowly in the air, looking down at the men devouring flesh. She no longer felt pain or hunger. A strange ease filled her, unlike anything she had known. An old man appeared suddenly behind her. He surveyed the human tragedy and shook his head in silence. "War never ceases. Our lives are like grass. When will there be peace? If one cannot create a land of bliss, then men and women alike will be but drifting weeds in this chaotic age." "Old sir, who are you?" the girl asked, turning. "Me. You may call me He Lao Tu." He Lao Tu. The child's innocent eyes fixed on the elder. She had never seen such a prosperous-looking old man in the city. "Little one, by giving your flesh you have saved dozens of lives. Your virtue is sufficient to become immortal. Do you wish to become immortal?" "Immortal?" The girl did not fully understand. "Does becoming immortal hurt? Will I be able to eat my fill?" He Lao Tu laughed heartily. "Rest assured, if you become immortal and join me, you will never suffer again." "Never suffer again?" The girl's eyes widened. Could there truly be a place where pain no longer reached you? "Indeed. Come with me, and together we will strive to turn this world into a land of joy." He Lao Tu stroked her head. "Tell me, what do you most desire now? I will grant it." She thought carefully. She had wanted food, but she no longer felt hunger or pain. "Mother used to wash my hair. I wish to have my hair washed so it smells sweet and shines." "Very well." He Lao Tu took the little girl by the hand and rose into the sky. Before they left, he waved, unleashing a surging force that shattered the city gates of Suchong. "These people have no reason left to live. Let me see them off," he muttered. The jinn outside the gate were stunned. The gates had opened. That day, after a 2-month siege, Suchong fell. Only 148 people remained inside the city. They were put to the sword by the jinn. "Is Chinchio really okay?" Diyu glanced worriedly towards Dong Qianqi's office. It had been over an hour since she locked herself inside. Cui Ju sighed. "It can't be that nothing's wrong, right? To Assistant Dong, the director, is like a father to her. Kid, are you really sure about why this is happening?" Zhongkue looked at Diyu incredulously, asking. Diyu bit his lip, remaining silent. How could he not see him as a guide? Unfortunately, Xiao Jin, who stood aside, said what the operator said is likely true because the director does possess the ability of a voice transmitter. "In any case, we can only find the director first and then make further plans," Diyu murmured. "Do you let me confirm with you again?" Xiebian said, "If we catch Hisua, the Legend Management Bureau will be without a director, which has never happened since ancient times. Are you prepared to accept this consequence?" I accept. Do you side I would rather pretend this whole incident never happened? Ooh, I don't want to accept anything. But we have come this far, pretending we don't know isn't possible, right? Everyone fell silent, whether it was the staff of the Legend Management Bureau or the 8 great Een, as they had all had various interactions with Hisua. In their hearts there was only one question. Why would the director do such a thing? What could his purpose be? Everyone, when it comes to finding someone, you are quite skilled, right? Do you asked, if we want to find the director we might need your help. The 8 great Een Chaz exchanged glances. If Hisua was hiding, it would be somewhat difficult to find him. They can't, but I can. A person who had not removed their mask spoke from behind the group. Everyone turned to look back. Though they did not know who this person was, they felt that Du trusted him quite a lot. However, he had kept his mask on the entire time, which made people somewhat uncomfortable. Several Een Chaz felt that this person's voice was somewhat familiar, but they couldn't recall where they had heard it. Only Xie Bian and Fan Wujing dropped their jaws in shock. This voice. Could it be? This person slowly walked forward and said, no matter how you look at it, he saw, is a Daluo golden immortal. If he truly wants to hide you, few true immortals would definitely be at a loss. I know a friend who should be able to find him. Leader, are you serious? Du asked. That's right, you cancel the large formation so I can proceed to the next step. Du followed the instructions of the Hutun Yang and removed the soul locking formation. The people present no longer had any suspicion and the formation was of no use. Once the formation was taken down, Hutun Yang began transmitting sound. After a while she slowly said, I called someone, he will be here soon. Du glanced at Xie Bian and Fan Wujing quietly. Currently, only the 3 of them knew Hutun Yang's true identity, while the others were completely in the dark. Du didn't know how to explain to the 2. They naturally also understood that it was better not to expose her identity. Who is this person? Isn't he one of the 8 great Een Chaz? Someone quietly asked. I don't know. From his tone, it seems he doesn't even regard the Daluo Golden Immortal's status with any importance. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Although the door was not closed. You're all here, He. A kind voice sounded from outside the door. Is it convenient for me to come in? It's convenient. Du looked at a chubby bald monk standing outside feeling puzzled. Then I truly apologize, He. The monk smiled as he walked in, but suddenly seemed to remember something and slowly retreated. May I ask if I need to take off my shoes? Du was taken aback. No need. You can come in directly. Okay, He. The chubby monk walked in again, but it seemed he remembered something again and retreated. May I ask if pets can come in? Yes. Alright, He. Du then realized that the chubby monk was holding a very thick rope in his hand. Could it be a leash for a dog? This old monk was quite strange. He felt overly polite. After entering the room, the chubby monk greeted everyone, and then a huge monster followed him in imitating the monk's gesture of greeting. Du took a closer look. This monster had a tiger's head with a single horn on its forehead, and its body was covered in scales resembling the legendary Qilin. It was massive, weighing as much as half an elephant. Fortunately, the door of the Legend Management Bureau was also large enough for it to enter. Wow. What is this? Many employees of the Legend Management Bureau exclaimed as monsters were increasingly rare in this era. Seeing one was likely to be a relic from ancient times. The 8 great Een Chaz clearly showed a hint of shock upon seeing this person. Xidagarba Bodhisattva. So it turns out it's Xidagarba Pizza. Du murmured. Bodhisattva. It's Bodhisattva. Xie Bian slapped Du. You must show respect. Sorry. My word slipped. He, it's okay. I quite like this name. This is indeed a Bodhisattva who has truly achieved enlightenment. Xidagarba Bodhisattva smiled slightly, but did not speak, stroking the monster beside him. Seeing this, everyone dared not speak, staring at the monk in front of them, the atmosphere suddenly awkward. Did I come empty-handed, and it's a bit rude? Not at all. Du felt a deep respect upon learning that this person was Xidagarba Bodhisattva, and quickly walked over. It's truly wonderful that you could come. Even as Du said this, he ultimately did not know what Xidagarba Bodhisattva could do. At this moment, Hutun Yang adjusted her mask, and walked over. Hey, bald guy. You're here, Hout. Xidagarba Bodhisattva was about to speak, but Hutun Yang immediately interrupted him. What, Hout? Hurry up and start. We've been waiting for ages. Everyone was taken aback. This person actually dared to speak in such a tone. Speaking of Xidagarba Bodhisattva, probably only the Eastern Emperor, Northern Emperor Mengpa, and Hutun Yang could be compared to him, right? Yes. Xidagarba Bodhisattva nodded. Everyone please step back a bit. I'm about to begin the ritual. Although everyone did not know what would happen, they could only retreat to a distance. Xidagarba Bodhisattva untied the rope from the large monster behind him, then stroked its head, and said, Diding, it's up to you. The monster called Diding glanced at Xidagarba Bodhisattva, and said, Could you please stop petting my head? I'm not a doggo, I have my dignity in front of so many people. Xidagarba Bodhisattva chuckled and turned to everyone saying, I'm truly sorry, Diding is going through a rebellious phase, and isn't very obedient. Diding impatiently exhaled, then walked to the center of the hall, and pressed its ears against the ground. The people in the Legend Management Bureau dared not make a sound, fearing to disturb it. Diding slowly emitted a low growl, and the surrounding spiritual energy became denser, as if it was absorbing the surrounding power into its body. Its ears twitched slightly, and with each movement the surrounding spiritual energy followed suit. Hutun Yang took a step forward and asked, Did you hear anything? Diding slowly stood up and nodded towards Hutun Yang. I heard it. All right, lead the way. Hou Yi patted Du Yu and said, you come along, 8 great in Chasme Gue, and old Xitagarba, you all go together. Follow you. Who are you? Zhang Kuei asked irritably. Second brother, don't be rude, we can discuss it outside, Xiebian said. Du Yu was taken aback, leader. What exactly happened? Have you found the director? And, aren't you going with us? We found him, but it's inconvenient for me to appear. Let's go, Xiao Duzi. Xiebian walked to Du Yu's side and said, Diding can hear everything in the world, even the past and the future. He should have already heard where Hou Yi is. Du Yu nodded heavily, okay. Wait. A weak voice came from the corridor. Everyone turned to see it was actually Dong Qianxiu. Her makeup was intact as if she had just tidied it up, but her eyes were very red. I want to go too, she said. Du Yu sighed. He felt a pang of heartache for this seemingly strong Qianxiu Jia, who rarely smiled and seemed to have cried a lot today. Qianxiu Jia, don't push yourself, I will handle it with you here, Du Yu said. It's okay, I'm fine now. Dong Qianxiu adjusted her glasses and looked at all the staff. Everyone else, please get back to work. We've already delayed for too long, and if something goes wrong, it won't be good. The staff saw Dong Qianxiu's demeanor and didn't know what to say, so they could only listen to her arrangements and slowly return to their posts. Just at that moment, the entire Legend Management Bureau suddenly lit up with red lights, and an alarm rang out. A broadcast voice repeatedly echoed, attention. Legend report error. Attention. Legend report error. What is this? Du Yu was taken aback. He had been at the Legend Management Bureau for nearly a month, but had never seen such a scene. He turned to look at all the staff and found that everyone's faces looked grim. Du Yu, you can't go. Dong Qianxiu looked at Du Yu and said, every time this kind of alarm goes off, it means there's an anomaly with a legend of grade A or above. You stay here, we'll go. Huh. Du Yu didn't quite understand. Can't you seal the legend first? I can go with you first, and then come back to handle this legend, right? Legends of grade A or above can only be sealed by the director. Since he's not here, we must resolve it immediately. Every second of delay is dangerous. But Qianxiu Jia, if you're not here, I won't be at ease. How about you wait for me? I'll handle it right away, and then we can go together, okay? Don't be foolish, Du Yu. That's a legend of grade A or above. Do you remember the Super A-level legend of E shooting the 9 suns? If you go, it might take days, we can't wait. At this point, Du Yu was at a loss. Why did a legend have to go wrong at this time? Then it's settled, we will act separately. The Earth Mother glanced at Du Yu and said, don't worry, kid, they will bring this girl back safely. Du Yu remained silent, not because he was worried about Dong Qianxiu's safety, but because he feared she would be upset. The technical department will immediately locate which legend has a problem, and the operations department should hurry to print the various versions of the legend. The investigation team will be led by Xiao Jin with Xiao Qi as the communicator. Let's get moving. Dong Qianxiu immediately entered work mode, directing everyone methodically. It was as if nothing had happened. Her tone was calm, her thoughts clear, yet her eyes remained red. Assistant Dong, perhaps you shouldn't go. Xiebian scratched his head and smiled. It's sufficient for us to go. In terms of combat, we have the King of Earth and Second Brother. In terms of strategy, we have me and Big Brother. There shouldn't be any problems. You can stay here and help Xiao Du. No way. Dong Qianxiu shook her head. After all, this is a matter for the Legend Management Bureau. For both emotional and logical reasons, we need at least one person present. I have known the director the longest and am the most senior employee of the Legend Management Bureau, so it makes the most sense for me to go, she said. Seeing her reasoning, everyone couldn't bear to persuade her further and could only proceed as such. As they watched the group leave with great momentum, the Legend Management Bureau suddenly fell silent with only the red alarm light continuing to flash. For some reason, Du Yu had an ominous premonition, but then thought that there were many experts in the group, so he believed there wouldn't be any major issues. Worrying too much is useless. We should hurry and take action. Du Yu turned to Xiao Qi and said, but just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt his legs weaken, nearly losing his balance. Xiao Qi hurriedly supported Du Yu, but noticed that his arm was slightly trembling and couldn't help but worry. Are you okay? Strange. What's wrong with me? Du Yu felt as if he had no strength left. Do you have you not rested for a long time? Xiao Qi asked. Du Yu thought about it and realized it was true. Ever since Dong Qianxiu had been taken by the Qigui, he hadn't rested at all. First he fought with the Qigui and got injured, then he rushed into Cui Zhu's legend, working nonstop for 3 days to complete it, followed by helping Ying Ning find a container, then meeting with the Earth Mother, investigating the entire incident, and even fought with Zhong Kuei, nearly having his soul scattered. Now all the fatigue and injuries were slowly surfacing, and he felt it was not good. But there was no time to wait. I'm fine, let's hurry and prepare. Du Yu shook his trembling arm to shake off the fatigue, and said, let's finish this legend quickly. I still need to help Qianxiu and the others. Xiao Qi wondered why this man wouldn't take a break. Why would he work so hard for people he had only known for a month, or even just a few days? Having worked at the Legend Management Bureau for over 100 years, she had spent most of her time slacking off, and had never thought there were people in the world who were so diligent. But then Xiao Qi thought being cared for and protected by such a person was indeed a comforting thing. The information is out. Xiao Jin rushed over with a stack of documents, but this time the situation is quite special. A-level tasks are never simple, right? Du Yu said, let's have a preparatory meeting. Du Yu, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Jin sat down at the round table, and Xiao Jin began to explain slowly. Generally speaking, the difficulty of legends is divided into level, clevel, level, a level, and super a level. But sometimes there are special cases like this time. Do you ask, is the difficulty this time particularly special? Yes, this time it's a rather rare fog level. Such cases have only occurred 4 times before you. This is the 5th instance since the Legend Management Bureau was established. So, what exactly is a fog level? The so-called fog level refers to the fact that although the Legend Management Bureau's equipment has recorded this legend, the images are fragmented and some parts are always obscured by fog, making it impossible to determine the operational difficulty of this legend, so it is directly classified as fog level. But there's no need to worry too much. Sometimes the fog may simply conceal a level legend. Let's not make such optimistic assumptions. Do you sighed and said the red alert of the Legend Management Bureau is already flashing? This must be in a level or super level task, right? Yes. Hou Yi flipped through the materials in his hand. The difficulty of this legend is certainly not low. Even if it's level, the operational difficulty will exceed that of He Shoots the 9 Suns. Oh, why? Because we have no idea where the problem with the legend lies. The problematic images are likely hidden in the fog, making them impossible to see, so you will have to explore. Likewise, the communicator's interference ability is also extremely limited. Although you can communicate in many cases, Hou Yi won't be able to see your images. Do you nodded slightly, but it did sound a bit tricky. After pondering for a moment, he asked, which legend am I entering this time? It's the legend of the Jade Emperor. Do you exclaimed, isn't that the legend of the Great Emperor of Mount Tai? We were just dealing with this matter, and now the legend has a problem. What a coincidence. Yes. Hou Yi nodded at do you, and said it seems you know the relationship between the Jade Emperor and the Great Emperor of Mount Tai. This makes it easier to explain. However, it is still unclear whether the issue that arose in the legend is related to the assassination in reality. You must proceed with caution. Do you rubbed his face to wake himself up, and said okay, I understand. In short, we still don't know what problem has arisen in this legend, but our goal is the same, to complete this legend. Hou Yi nodded, and then said to Hou Yi, please explain the original plot of the legend to do you. As long as we can complete this storyline, the real world won't be significantly affected. Hou Yi nodded and softly said the legend of the Jade Emperor, also known as the Supreme God of Heaven, has always been quite mysterious. If you had searched for it online during your lifetime, you would find that many people don't even know how he came to be. As for what he experienced and why he became the ruler of heaven, while there are a few mainstream explanations, they are all rather forced. The reason the origins of the Jade Emperor are so mysterious is due to the characteristics of the fog level. In other words, if even the Legend Management Bureau cannot see clearly, how could the world understand it? I see. According to the very few images that the Legend Management Bureau can currently see, the Jade Emperor's real name is Zhang Yuan, and he should have officially ascended to the throne during the time of Jiang Ziya's investiture of the gods. At that time, Jiang Ziya conferred titles to 356 deities, but left the position of the Lord of the Deities vacant for a long time. He had a bit of selfishness, wanting to reserve this position for himself. The other immortals couldn't help but ask who the Lord of the Deities was, to which Jiang Ziya merely smiled and said, naturally someone will come to take the post. As he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan, who was a forerunner, suddenly knelt and said, Yuan thanks the Lord of the Gods for the title, and directly sat down on the throne. However, Zhang Yuan had little merit and couldn't even become a scattered immortal. Yet he was conferred as the Jade Emperor in front of everyone, and Jiang Ziya couldn't go back on his word in front of the other deities, so he could only take this silent loss. From then on, Zhang Yuan became the Jade Emperor. Do you felt somewhat frustrated after hearing this, Sister Qi? Are you sure this isn't a joke? I'm not kidding, this is a real legend, Hou Yi said seriously. There are records of this in many documents and historical books. But this, Do you shook his head, this is just too ridiculous. Of course, this is merely the images we can see. There are many obscured parts in between, and we truly have no idea what happened. We only know the general process and the final outcome. So I just need to enter and make Zhang Yuan become the Jade Emperor, right? It's not that simple. If it were just that, then this legend could not possibly have reached a level difficulty. Alright. There's also the matter of the Great Emperor of Mount Tai. Do you suddenly remembered? Yes, shortly after Zhang Yuan became the Jade Emperor, he rode the Jade Dragon horse down to the mortal realm for a stroll, but was then robbed of his mount by someone who looked remarkably like him, who took his place as the Jade Emperor, and this person was called Zhang Jian. Since Zhang Yuan had just been conferred as a deity, his powers were low and he couldn't fly back to heaven, so he could only shout to heaven from the top of Mount Tai all day long. To appease Zhang Yuan, Zhang Jian sealed the Mount Tai beneath him, and the infamous 18 layers of hell lay beneath Mount Tai. This act effectively made Zhang Yuan the ruler of half of the underworld, hence, he was called the Great Emperor of Mount Tai. Do you felt that there was an inexplicable issue with the legend of the Jade Emperor, almost as if it were a story made up by an elder at home to fool children? Sister Qi, this story was also seen through the fog, right? Yes, Hou Yi replied softly, the hidden truths in between are unknown, but the direction of the plot is indeed like this. Hou Yi chimed in saying, don't overthink it, just complete the known plot points, and the legend will return to the right track. Alright, I understand. Do you nodded, then let out a long sigh. He was very tired now, but he couldn't sleep yet. He needed to complete this legend. Time, the late Shang dynasty. Location unknown. A messenger named Zhang Zhen appeared. Zhang Zhen. Do you felt someone shaking him, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Do you regained his senses, and quickly scanned his surroundings. It seemed he was on a viewing platform with a jade stone arena in the distance resembling a martial arts stage, while scattered people stood around the platform. He was unsure of the purpose of this vast venue which looked like a gathering, but it was unclear whether the gathering had started or ended as the attendance was rather sparse. Du Yu snapped back to reality and looked at the large-faced man in front of him, who just called him Zhang Zhen. At least he now knew who he was. What's wrong? Du Yu asked nonchalantly. The function list has concluded. Shall we head back? The man said. The function list has ended. Du Yu finally understood. The jade platform before him was the legendary function platform, where Jiang Zia had conferred titles upon 356 righteous deities and where the Jade Emperor had ascended the throne. Zhang Zhen, what's wrong with you? The large-faced man waved his hand in front of him. Are you ill? Why are you staring blankly? Oh, I'm fine. Du Yu smiled faintly at the man. Based on his numerous descents into legends, he knew his identity must be humble, so those who recognized him wouldn't be significant figures. This large-faced man seemed to fit that description. Then let's head back. The large-faced man stood up. It's great that someone from our Zhang family has ascended to godhood, especially the Lord of Deities. Though I find Zhang Yuren's actions somewhat displeasing, at least he has brought honor to our clan. The Zhang family. Du Yu pondered briefly, realizing he too bore the surname Zhang, and that he was from the same hometown as Zhang Yuren. Brother, what do you think about Zhang Yuren becoming the Lord of Deities? Du Yu said as he and the large-faced man made their way through the crowd. What do I think? The man considered and replied, naturally I am happy, but to be honest, the clan leader Zhang Jian is more capable than Zhang Yuren, yet he hasn't attained a divine position. Who wouldn't want to ascend to godhood? I, Zhang Sin, need not mention myself, but everyone recognizes the clan leader's abilities. Why do you thought to himself, realizing that this Zhang San was quite knowledgeable? If he chatted with him more, he believed he would gain some insights. Du Yu, are you okay? Shao Qi's voice whispered in Du Yu's mind. Oh, I'm fine. Why? Do I not have a visual anymore? Yes, Shao Qi said as soon as you entered the legend the visuals were shrouded in mist. I can't see the scene or hear others' voices. You must be cautious. I understand. So it was during the misty period. This meant that the information obtained during this time was unknown to the Legend Management Bureau. By the way, when Zhang Yuren took the stage earlier, I mistook him for the clan leader. Zhang Sin said again. Du Yu pondered for a moment and replied, that's understandable, but don't they look quite alike? Look alike? Zhang Sin scratched his head. Is that how you see it? I used to think they were somewhat similar, but seeing them from a distance today, they seem like they were carved from the same mold. You are too oblivious. Du Yu said, are you perhaps a bit face-blind? How can you not even see two people who look alike? What? Zhang Sin retorted indignantly. The four of us grew up together in the village, and no one has ever said they look alike. At most, they have similar heights and a bit of resemblance. Du Yu was taken aback. Was it possible that Zhang Yuren and Zhang Jian didn't originally look alike? How could Zhang Jian possibly replace him? As Du Yu conversed with Zhang Sin, they had already left the viewing platform. Many people nearby were gradually departing, most of whom were ordinary-looking mortals, but there were also peculiar mountain spirits and monsters among them. Those who participated in the King Was campaign against Zhou, but were ultimately not conferred as righteous deities. Amidst the crowd, Du Yu suddenly spotted a familiar dark figure in the distance. The figure had a tall bun and wore a black robe that seemed to rise without wind, standing out starkly from those around. Zhang Qixing, Du Yu exclaimed involuntarily, but unfortunately the figure was too far away to hear his shout. Wait, stop. Du Yu pushed through the crowd and ran forward, following that person until he reached a desolate corner of the mountains. That black-robed figure vanished like a ghost in the blink of an eye. Strange. Did I see wrong? Did you just see Zhang Qixing? Shao Qi, unable to see the visuals, could only communicate with Du Yu. I'm not sure, but I saw a man in a black robe who looked a lot like him. Du Yu lowered his head in thought, wondering if Zhang Qixing had any relation to this legend. Zhang Zhen, why did you suddenly run off? Zhang Sin huffed as he caught up, asking, did you meet an acquaintance? No, I must have seen wrong. Du Yu shook his head and told Zhang San. As the two conversed, two figures approached from not far away in the secluded mountains. They were initially engaged in a conversation, but suddenly pretended not to recognize Du Yu and Zhang Sin, parting ways. One was the Emperor of Mount Tai, whom Du Yu had seen before, and the other was an old man with white hair and an extraordinary demeanor. The Mount Tai Emperor pondered for a moment and approached Du Yu and Zhang San. Zhen San, let's head down the mountain, he said. Clan leader, I see you know the senior Jiang Zia. Zhang San remarked, I just saw you conversing with him. So that person was senior Jiang Zia. Du Yu realized, having not recognized him before, he merely asked for directions. Du Yu understood now that distinguished-looking old man was indeed Jiang Zia, the master of the function conferred this time. And the clan leader before him was naturally Zhang Jian, the leader of the Zhang family. Du Yu's eyes were sharp. He had indeed seen the two conversing seriously just now, but they were clearly trying to hide something. Could it be related to Zhang Yuren's ascension? Generally, such concealment often brings one closer to the truth. However, Du Yu was unsure how to break through this layer of secrecy, so he could only follow the two down the mountain. Clan leader, I didn't expect that Zhang Yuren lad played a clever trick and transformed into the Lord of Deities. Zhang San said as they walked. Du Yu observed Zhang Jian silently, noting his expression was very calm. Yuren simply had abundant opportunities. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Zhang Jian said. Abundant opportunities. I think the Lord of Deities should have been you, clan leader. Zhang San retorted, animatedly gesturing with his hands. Du Yu remained quiet, silently trailing behind the two. After nearly an hour of walking, they still hadn't reached the foot of the mountain, and they all felt a bit tired, so they found a large tree and sat under its shade. Clan leader, are you hungry? Zhang San asked. A bit hungry, Zhang Jian replied. All right, then I'll go get some food with Zhang Zhan. Zhang San nudged Du Yu with his elbow. Let's go. Don't cause any trouble, Zhang Jian added. All right. Du Yu was taken aback. What did Zhang Jian just say? Did he hear it wrong? Before he could ask for clarification, Zhang San had already hurried ahead, and Du Yu quickly followed. In this unfamiliar terrain, getting lost would be troublesome. Zhang San wandered through the forest, neither picking fruits from the trees, nor hunting the game in the mountains. He was just meandering along the mountain path. Zhang San, what are we looking for to eat? Du Yu finally couldn't hold back and asked. What are we looking for? Of course we're looking for fat sheep. Fat sheep? Zhang San said. What? Did you forget your old profession after attending a function ceremony? Old profession? Just then 2 young girls approached from a distance wearing light armor. They must be among those who participated in the campaign against Zhou. Zhang San walked directly towards them. Hey, Du Yu felt something was off. Zhang San, what are you doing? Wait. As he reached out but failed to grab Zhang San, he had already charged forward, drawing the bronze sword at his waist. Stop. Zhang San shouted coldly. Huh. The 2 young girls paused for a moment. If you want to live, leave your provisions. Zhang San waved his bronze sword, and it looked like he was about to stab the 2 girls. Zhang San. Du Yu intended to rush forward to stop him, but tripped while running and crashed directly into one of the girls. A frail girl couldn't withstand such a collision from Du Yu. She stumbled back several steps and plopped down on the ground. Zhang San was clearly stunned for a moment, a hint of confusion on his face. Zhangzhen, are you? Okay. Du Yu rubbed his shoulder, unsure of the current situation. Just moments ago, he was impersonating a robber in the Legend Management Bureau, and now, was he really going to act as a bandit? Could it be that Zhang family village is a bandit's lair? Who are you 2 little rascals? The girl in white, looking youthful, drew a short knife from her waist and asked, don't you know where this place is? How dare you rob in this area? As she spoke, she helped the girl in red, who was sitting on the ground, to her feet. The girl in red was fuming with anger. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Du Yu hurriedly stood up and waved his hands. Please put your weapons away. We haven't been conferred as deities yet, and it would be a pity to end up killing each other on the mountain. Zhangzhen, you're acting a bit strange today. Zhang San shoved Du Yu aside. If you're not going to catch a fat sheep, don't get in the way here. Du Yu hadn't expected that Zhang San, despite his short stature, possessed extraordinary strength. He was pushed far away, and when he turned back, the 2 girls and Zhang San had already started fighting. What he initially thought was an ordinary battle among people quickly left Du Yu dumbfounded. The 2 girls formed hand seals and chanted spells. The girl in white waved her hand, causing leaves on the ground to rise, without wind, swirling sand and dirt towards Zhang San. Meanwhile, the girl in red clapped her mouth, spewing a fireball that flew into the wind. In an instant, they conjured a gigantic tornado filled with flames. Du Yu turned to look at Zhang San, only to find that he was not an ordinary person either. He plunged his bronze sword into the ground, causing a high wall made of stone to suddenly rise, and the tornado crashed against the wall and dissipated. Zhang San waved again, and the stone wall transformed into flying stones that shot out as he wielded his bronze sword to charge along with the flying stones. Du Yu swallowed hard. Were these really just ordinary bandits and passers-by? Du Yu, what's wrong with you? Shao Qi, unable to see the scene at all, asked anxiously. An illusion, how should I put it? A bandit was frantically erecting a towering stone wall with 2 passing maidens, one summoning gales, the other spewing flames, fought alongside him, as though celestial immortals clashing in divine combat before my very eyes. Are you still near the function platform? Shao Qi asked. Yes, we've been trekking through this mountain for half a day and still haven't descended. That's hardly surprising. In ancient times, spiritual energy was exceptionally abundant. King Wu's army marching against the Shang dynasty included numerous extraordinary cultivators, immortal practitioners of the Tao. Cultivators? Then I suppose I'm rather superfluous. Du Yu murmured. No matter, Zhongli Chun guards you. Above all, ensure your own safety. Should anything arise, ask me. Before Du Yu could reply, a blazing fireball hurtled toward him. He rolled aside just in time. The fireball missed, detonating violently and unleashing a scorching wave that ignited the ground where he'd stood moments earlier. Hey, what on earth does this have to do with me? Du Yu cried, bewildered. Nothing to do with you. Didn't you just knock me down a moment ago? The flame-wielding maiden was clearly hot-tempered. Seeing Du Yu evade her strike, she flared with fury. Amplifying her cultivation power, she expelled a thick, arm-sized column of fire that swept horizontally across the ground. Where it passed, not even grass remained. Only roaring infernos and the acrid stench of charred earth. To her astonishment, the man who had seemed clumsy moments earlier slipped effortlessly past the fiery torrent, vanishing and reappearing instantly behind her. Young lady, you seem rather overheated, Du Yu said, lightly patting her shoulder. Try not to stay up too late, and drink more water. You. With a sharp cry, the maiden burst into flame, her entire body igniting in a violent conflagration. This time she was certain her opponent would perish, but when the blaze subsided, he had vanished once more. How unscrupulous, to resort to such trickery, Du Yu sighed, reappearing nearby. Had I intended to kill you, you'd be dead already. Yet you continue striking to kill. The flame-wielding maiden glared at Du Yu, sensing something strange about his aura. She realized with growing unease that if they truly fought to the death, she might well lose. Whose general's troops are you? Why do you rob here? Young lady, I know the answer to neither question. Du Yu shook his head. I have no wish to rob. I only came out because our leader was hungry seeking food. I never imagined we'd end up fighting. Did I hurt you just now? My apologies. Hearing his apology, the maiden's anger softened, but her gaze remained wary. Truly unintentional. Absolutely not. Du Yu insisted. You've just witnessed my agility. If I truly meant to rob, why would I hurl myself forward to collide with you? The flame-wielding maiden paused. His reasoning held weight. Before she could respond, a piercing shriek pierced the air. She turned and saw the white-robed maiden locked in combat, with Zhang San faltering. No matter how fierce her gales, they could not withstand the barrage of stones hurled by that broad-faced man. Zhang San chanted a spell. The white-robed maiden's feet were instantly buried beneath a heap of rubble. With a mighty leap, he raised his bronze sword high poised to cleave her down. Disaster. Du Yu and the flame-wielding maiden cried in unison, but rescue was already too late. Thinking swiftly, Du Yu shouted, Ing Ning. Lend me your aid. At his cry, a streak of emerald light shot from his waist with blinding speed, striking Zhang San's bronze sword mid-swing and saving the white-robed maiden. Zhang San was sent flying backward, his spell shattered. The white-robed maiden wrenched her feet free from the rubble and quickly regained her footing, while the red-robed maiden rushed forward to shield her. Elder sister, are you all right? And no, I'm fine. The white-robed maiden trembled, her brow slick with cold sweat. The emerald light circled once in the air, then hovered before Du Yu, swaying proudly before vanishing back into his waist. A spirit artifact. The two maidens exchanged stunned glances. Only generals or high-ranking officers could command such treasures. Yet why was this man robbing travelers on a mountain pass? Zhang San cursed as he staggered upright. What in the world are you playing at? Elder sisters, please flee quickly, Du Yu whispered urgently to the two maidens. Seeing Du Yu's resolve, they nodded and dashed away along a narrow forest path. Zhang San lunged to pursue, only to be blocked once more by Du Yu. Have you lost your mind today? He snapped. I was this close to victory. Du Yu paused, then raised his voice sharply. Victory? Have you forgotten what Chief Zhang told us? No lives must be taken. Zhang San clearly had forgotten entirely. Had I not intervened, you'd have committed murder. How then would you face Chief Zhang? Du Yu seized the initiative, pressing relentlessly. But that's not right either. Zhang San countered. If we return empty-handed, won't Chief Zhang be displeased too? I'll speak to him myself. Du Yu brushed dust from his clothes. Surely Chief Zhang isn't so unreasonable. Bickering all the way, they returned to the great tree where Chief Zhang Jian waited. Chief, Zhang San called out first. Settle this dispute for us. Ever since learning that the Zhang family fort was a bandit stronghold, Du Yu instinctively grew wary of Zhang Jian. Such is human nature. Once you learn a man is a bandit chief, every feature seems to scream outlaw. Du Yu had planned to accuse first, but Zhang Jian's imposing presence unnerved him. There was quite a commotion just now. Did you engage someone in battle? Zhang Jian lifted his gaze slowly and asked. Yes, chief. Zhang San plopped himself beside Zhang Jian. Just now I was about to slay a woman, when Zhang Jian suddenly hurled some object that deflected my blade. Now both she and her companion escaped, and we got nothing. Settle this fairly. That's not quite how it happened. Du Yu panicked. Having watched countless Hong Kong gangster films, he knew such underworld bosses killed without hesitation. If legend proved true, dying here at Zhang Jian's hand would be absurdly premature. Chief, asked Zhang San himself, did I not charge forward immediately and knock that maiden flat without uttering a word? By underworld codes, I'm at least a fearsome bandit. Hearing their quarrel, Zhang Jian's expression shifted subtly. Zhang Jian, did you truly let them go? Du Yu knew full well that facing Zhang Jian, who would one day become sovereign of all immortals, his petty cunning was useless. He confessed, yes, chief. I released the two maidens. If you mean to punish me, perhaps better not, lest I resist to the death. Instead, I'll gather some wild fruit for you. Zhang Jian fell silent, contemplating deeply, his expression complex and unreadable. Zhang Jian, may I ask why you spared them? Du Yu froze. What's going on? Even admitting fault isn't enough. Must he probe to the very bottom? Du Yu sighed. Let me speak plainly, chief. I never wished to rob nor to take life. Those two maidens walked peacefully along the road. Why should we snatch their lives without cause? Zhang Jian stared at Du Yu, long and unblinking. Chief. Du Yu shivered under that gaze. Are you angry? Ha ha ha. Zhang Jian threw back his head and roared with laughter. Chief, please don't laugh like that. It sounds exactly like a villain's cackle. Still laughing, Zhang Jian rose and brushed dust from his robes. Enough. I've suddenly lost my appetite. Let's return to the fort. Zhang San and Du Yu exchanged baffled glances. So, which of us was wrong? Zhang San asked. Can't you tell yet? Du Yu replied. Neither I nor the chief was wrong. Then, does that mean I was wrong? Unexpectedly, the Zhang family fort lay close to the sacred mountain where the Fengshan platform stood. Mere hours of walking brought them there. Built beside a river, the entire stronghold was constructed of timber. Tiger pelts hung from its ramparts. As Zhang Jian and his companions approached, the massive gate swung open, and a crowd surged forth to greet them. Chief, a lean, wiry man called out joyfully. Zhang Jian gave a slight nod. Lao Air, has the fort been peaceful lately? Peaceful. Chief, you flatter me. Without you, how could peace reign? This Zhang family fort needs you to hold the center. Zhang Jian nodded faintly and strode forward. Men poured from the fort, lining both sides of the path in solemn formation, clearing a grand ceremonial avenue. Huh. The wiry man scanned the group. One's missing. Where's Zhang Yuren? Fallen in battle. Huh. Don't even mention it. Zhang Xin chuckled. You'll never guess what happened to young Zhang Yuren. Yes, he fell in battle. Zhang Jian cut in abruptly. Zhang San froze, his words choking off midair. The wiry man's eyes darted slyly. Then he beamed and sidled up to Zhang Jian. No matter. So long as the chief returns safe, that's all that matters. Zhang Qian, I'm weary. I'll rest now, Zhang Jian said. Tell the brothers to stand down. Postpone the victory feast until another day. Off. Zhang Qian wore a pained expression. How can that be? We used to celebrate 3 days after raiding a single village, and this time you struck an army. Granted, only 4 men fought, but they've brought honor to the Zhang family fort. You must raise a cup at the feast. Zhang Qian, have my words lost their weight? Zhang Jian turned sharply, his tone grave. I've been gone barely a year, and already you presume to dictate terms before my face. Zhang Qian stiffened. Whether awed by Zhang Jian's authority or startled by his severity, he remained speechless for a long moment before whispering, Chief, this lowly servant dares not. Du Yu and Zhang San sat in the room, both unsure of what to say. Earlier, some villagers came to ask Zhang San about the events of the God-sealing list, but Zhang San couldn't utter a word. How could he contradict the conclusion made by the village chief in front of everyone who had just declared that his friend had died in battle? So whenever anyone asked, he would say he was tired, and eventually no one paid attention to him anymore. Zhang Jian, why do you think this is? Zhang San propped his chin on his hand, looking out the window. What do you mean by why? Why would the village chief say that Zhang Yuren died in battle? What other reason could there be? Du Yu now considered himself just a small bandit, which meant he didn't have to think too deeply about anything. The reasons were quite evident. The village chief took the 3 of us to join the army, but the god sealing wasn't done by him. It was Zhang Yuren who accomplished it. It would have been one thing if Zhang Yuren had sealed a common minor god, but he ended up sealing the Lord of the Gods. If I were the village chief, I wouldn't have the face to say otherwise. But I think this is a good thing, Zhang Sen exclaimed. At least it shows that we mortals have the potential to become immortals. It's a good thing for us, but not necessarily for the village chief. Du Yu shook his head. The village chief not becoming the Lord of the Gods, what does that indicate? It indicates that Jiang Zia does not recognize our village chief's management abilities. Off. Zhang San was startled. If the people in the village found out, would there be complaints? Would they turn against him? Du Yu felt like a master of management, analyzing the situation with clarity. What you're saying is too scary. We're just bandits, why think so much? Just because you don't think about it doesn't mean others won't. Du Yu replied. But Zhang Jin, you are quite bold, you dare to say anything. If these words get out, and the village chief finds out, who knows how he will punish you, eh? Zhang Sen scoffed. Am I afraid of him? Du Yu crossed his legs, saying, You know me, am a fierce bandit. As they were talking, there was suddenly a knock on the door from outside. Who? Du Yu was startled and quickly put down his crossed leg. Zhang Sen opened the door and saw a boy of about 11 or 12 standing outside. Zhang Guzi. Zhang Sen asked, What's the matter? The village chief wants to see Zhang Zhan. The boy said, Oh no. Du Yu suddenly felt something was off. Zhang Sen, you have to testify for me. Oh, I only said those things because you asked me. What do you want me to testify for? You asked 1 question and I answered 10. Oh, I can't do anything about it. Du Yu grumbled a few words about lack of loyalty and then followed Zhang Guzi out. It was night and torches were lit everywhere in the mountain stronghold. The bandits gathered in groups of 2 or 3, drinking or eating meat, creating a lively atmosphere. This was Du Yu's first time entering a bandit hideout, and it felt somewhat strange. Everyone seemed cheerful and easy to get along with. But upon reflection, he realized that each of them had blood on their hands, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Little Guzi, what does the village chief want with me? I don't know. Walking towards the bright torchlight of the stronghold, Du Yu and Zhang Guzi walked for about 10 minutes before arriving at the chief's residence. Chief, I brought him here. Let him in. Du Yu pushed the door open. Inside there were only a few torches lit, and it was somewhat dim. He looked around, but did not see the village chief anywhere. Close the door, Zhang Jian said. Du Yu did not dare to be slow and hurriedly turned back to close the door, leaving a crack for safety. Come here, Zhang Jian said again. Following the voice, Du Yu found Zhang Jian sitting alone on the ground with a pot of yellow wine in front of him. Chief, what is this? Du Yu asked, slightly confused. Why was Zhang Jian drinking by himself here instead of having a celebratory feast with Zhang Qian? Sit down. Oh, Du Yu sat down without hesitation and asked, Chief, what do you want with me? Zhang Jian remained silent, poured a cup of yellow wine for Du Yu. Zhang Zhan, it's about what happened during the day. Du Yu thought to himself what really was as he expected. It seems letting the fat sheep go was quite a mistake. Zhang Jian couldn't punish him in front of others during the day, so he called him here at night for a talk. Du Yu couldn't help but call out to Zhong Li Chun in his heart, while his right hand gripped the brush at his waist. Leader. About what happened during the day. I was possessed. I promise next time. No, you did well. Zhang Jian raised his cup and drank it all in one go, then slowly spoke. Hey, were you being honest with me during the day, He poured more wine and asked. I was being honest. Du Yu was unsure of what Zhang Jian was thinking. He was clearly the leader of so many bandits yet. I have grown up in this Zhang family stronghold since I was little. It's been more than 30 years now. In the dim light, Zhang Jian slowly said, I have done everything possible to guide the people in this stronghold towards goodness. I initially thought it was impossible, but now it seems there is some effect. Towards goodness. Du was taken aback, never expecting that the aspirations of this bandit leader were so lofty. Zhangzhen, do you know? Zhang Jian said slowly. I originally had further places to go, but I couldn't bear to leave the brothers in this stronghold, so I had to return. Then what does it matter? Du also took a sip of wine, but was surprised at how bad it tasted. He clenched his mouth tightly to avoid spitting the bitter sour and astringent yellow wine onto Zhang Jian's face, thinking that the brewing technology from ancient times really needed improvement. Du gritted his teeth and swallowed the wine, coughing a few times before saying, Leader, if you want to go far away, then go. Nothing much happened in this stronghold during the year you were gone. Besides, isn't there the second in command here? Zhang Jian said nothing, but noticed Du's cup was empty and reached for the wine jug to pour him more. No, leader, I can't handle my liquor. Du hurriedly covered his cup. Can't handle your liquor? Zhang Jian wondered for a moment. I remember one spring you got Zhang Qian so drunk he couldn't stand up. I was young and naive back then. Du said. Now I find that quitting drinking is quite good. Sigh. Zhang Jian seemed to have something on his mind. He didn't dwell on Du's words, slowly took back the wine jug, poured himself another cup, and continued, Zhangzhen, things are not as simple as you think. The faraway place I mentioned, once I go, I won't be able to return. And my lifelong wish is to ensure that the brothers in the stronghold can live out their remaining years safely. Oh, Du replied ambiguously, not understanding what Zhang Jian meant. As for Zhang Qian, he is naturally quite capable, but he also has a strong bandit spirit. If he takes over the stronghold, it might be fine for a year or two, but over time the stronghold's misdeeds will inevitably attract the attention of the court, and then it will be troublesome. I don't want all the brothers in this stronghold to end up dead here. So, leader, what do you mean? I have a bold idea and want to discuss it with someone I can truly trust. Zhang Jian said. Leader, are you saying you trust me? Du asked, somewhat confused. Yes, no matter what, your performance today has impressed me. I initially thought that once Zhang Yuren left there would be no more close friends in this stronghold. Du felt this was a good opportunity, and perhaps he could directly learn Zhang Jian's story. Leader, just tell me what you want to discuss. Zhang Jian looked around and asked, did you properly close the door earlier? I closed it, you can speak. Zhang Jian pondered for a moment and said, I want to lead all these brothers to join the army. Oh, Du felt this storyline sounded somewhat familiar. The Zhou King GFA has just established his regime, and now is the time to employ people. If we join the army, we might just find a good ending. Zhang Jian seemed to have thought this through for a long time before expressing this idea. But if we go against the grain and continue being bandits at this critical moment, we will likely be the first to be wiped out. Wait a moment. Du collected his thoughts and said, Leader, are you really going to seek amnesty? Seek amnesty? What does that mean? Sighed. Du shook his head and said, Leader, I have a story from my hometown. There was a stronghold with 108 bandits, and their leader thought just like you, wanting to take everyone to join the army. The outcome was truly tragic. Oh, Zhang Jian opened his eyes wide. Zhangzhen, is what you said true? Why have I never heard a similar story? It's normal you haven't heard it. No one will hear this story for another 1,000 or 2,000 years. Du shrugged and said, I will speak plainly, leader. After all, you are bandits, and you still have a strict hierarchy as bandits. You have a leader, a vice captain, a military advisor, and many loyal combatants. In other words, you are no different from an invading army. In the military camp, you would be the most likely to be eliminated, and even if you join the army, you would just be cannon fodder. Zhangzhen, I never thought you would have such insight. Zhang Jian straightened up after listening to Du's words. Please continue, I am all ears. I'm not being insightful. I just read about such stories before. Du shook his head and said, when I was young, I loved reading these stories. It was only after I grew up that I realized they were outright tragedies. Zhangzhen, after these few days of rushing around, are you feeling a bit fatigued? Du was puzzled as to why Zhang Jian suddenly asked this, and could only say, Leader, I'm not tired. Just let me know what you need. I don't mean anything else. Zhang Jian said somewhat shyly. Can you tell me the story you mentioned earlier? Tell it. Du was taken aback. Leader, that story is quite long. Are you sure you want to hear it? Yes. For the sake of all the brothers in the stronghold, I must consider it as thoroughly as possible. Du sighed, feeling that being a leader wasn't easy. All right, leader, if you are ready for a long discussion with me, then I will tell you this story. As night deepened, Du, illuminated by the light of several torches inside the room, began the story, starting from the 36 heavenly spirits and the 72 earthly fiends. Even if he personally poisoned the black whirlwind Li Kuei, what good outcome could the loyal Song Jiang expect? Though he received an imperial decree, he continuously faced persecution from treacherous individuals. This grand tale of heroism, except for more than 10 who escaped like the mixed river dragon Li Jun, ended in tragic deaths for the rest. Du finished the story with a flourish, his spittle flying, and looked up at the window, realizing dawn had broken. This truly is extraordinary and stirring. Zhang Jian murmured to himself. He had thought it was a simple story that could be told in a few words, but this person had narrated it with twists and turns full of ups and downs. The characters in the story seemed flesh and blood, their emotions and anger conveyed vividly. So do you understand? Do you felt thirsty and wanted a drink, but found only the jug of yellow wine in front of him? He had to give up. Joining the army seems like a good path, but for the court you are the most unstable factor. Moreover, you must consider whether your brothers will support your actions. Zhang Jun. No, sir. Zhang Jian stood up and bowed to do you. Tonight's lengthy conversation with you, sir, is truly a stroke of luck for me, Zhang Jian. Do you hurriedly help Zhang Jian up? What are you doing, leader? This is a bit too formal. The story tonight has given me great inspiration. I almost jeopardized the lives of my brothers. Not necessarily. Do you replied, I just used it as an example. I'm not saying our brothers would meet a similar fate. Zhang Jian pursed his lips, falling silent. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, sir, the story you mentioned earlier, could it have happened in a previous dynasty?